Due to a mysterious surge of spiritual energy, the essence of the world vanished in an instant, plunging the realm of cultivation into an age of desolation. Once great masters of the celestial path became mere beggars, fortune-telling on the streets, while unparalleled fairies donned crimson bridal gowns, shyly marrying into mortal royalty. Former titans of the demonic path found themselves imprisoned, surviving on meager scraps, while prestigious sects faded into obscurity. Their once great legacies reduced to whispers. Chapter 1. A Dream of a Century. In the dead of night, a chilling mountain breeze swept through the air, and a single flickering light dimly illuminated the room. Jiang Mu, with a pale countenance, sat trembling on a mat, his gaze darting uncertainly around him until it settled on a pool of blood nearby. This was the aftermath of a nightmare that had jolted him from his meditative state, causing his spiritual energy to surge chaotically and injuring his meridians, nearly shattering his foundation. Yet, was this nightmare merely a figment of his imagination? Jiang Mu hesitantly reached out to touch his own intact arm and cheek, feeling the remnants of his golden core cultivation. However, the agony from his ailing body, the intense pain gnawing at his lungs, and the despair from being torn apart by wild dogs were all too vivid, seared into his memory. This was far beyond a simple nightmare. With a flick of his fingers, Jiang Mu's expression shifted dramatically. He grasped the significance of the date. If his memory served him correctly, in 10 years, the world would undergo a cataclysmic transformation. As the surge of spiritual energy would erupt, vanishing overnight, all cultivators would find themselves akin to fish stranded out of water, struggling futilely. Those with reserves of spirit stones hastily retreated into seclusion, while those with spirit stone mines hastily sealed their gates. In the blink of an eye, the world appeared to flourish. No one dared to act recklessly, conserving their precious energy and the spirit stones in their possession. However, this state of restraint proved ephemeral, as bloodshed soon resumed, all for the sake of spirit stones. Initially, the conflict revolved around the spirit stones in the markets, but it rapidly devolved into brutal slaughters among scattered cultivators, escalating to betrayals between smaller sects, and ultimately morphing into a desperate battle where one side incited mortal warriors and armies to launch suicidal assaults against specific cultivators or sects, merely to deplete their energy. Even the initially restrained mid-level and high-level cultivators found themselves inexorably drawn into the fray. This brutal warfare persisted for over a decade, resulting in the demise of at least 50 to 60% of the cultivators and the near-total disappearance of nearly 80% of the sects, either annihilated, fleeing into obscurity, or resolutely relocating to far-off lands to escape the chaos. While the blood of cultivators flowed freely, the countless mortals coerced and exploited suffered even greater losses. Initially, the mortals could only harbor their anger in silence, but after a decade, as they began to uncover the hollow nature of the cultivators, the truth behind the vanishing spiritual energy, and the degradation of all creation, they rebelled. They sought vengeance, turning against the cultivators, with many once untouchable sects overtaken by mortals, while smaller sects that had committed atrocities years prior were hunted down. Even the demonic cultivators, notorious for their blood-drenched practices, faced universal condemnation due to their diminishing effectiveness. 30 years later, with the establishment of the first mortal dynasty, cultivators became akin to pariahs, universally reviled. 50 years later, as the reality of the irretrievable loss of spiritual energy settled in, the Qin dynasty began to consolidate its national power. The once mighty sects, which had hastily sealed their mountains and gates, were compelled to open their doors and cautiously engage with the mortal dynasty, even marrying their once revered daughters into the imperial family. Faced with the harsh truth, they capitulated. Despite their ability to dismantle a mortal dynasty, how could they possibly eradicate 2 or 3, or annihilate all mortals? Spirit stone reserves had a finite yield without the support of heavenly energy. Maintaining the protective formations required vast quantities of spirit stones annually. Should they choose to deactivate these formations, they would be vulnerable to the wrath of the mortal armies, who would relentlessly assault them day and night. Even if they managed to eliminate those soldiers, the underlying hatred would remain irreconcilable. One day, the spirit stones would be exhausted entirely. What then? They would face the wrath of furious mortals, destined for a grim fate. Thus, 50 years after the eruption of spiritual energy, the foundational structure of the entire cultivation world crumbled, plunging into the age of desolation. The few remaining super sects that formed alliances with the imperial family became entrenched aristocracies, relying on the last vestiges of spirit stone resources to maintain a fragile equilibrium. The few surrendered top sects were conscripted as pawns of the court. The rest either perished, scattered, or returned to mundane lives farming, laboring at docks, becoming eunuchs, plying their trade in brothels, or opening martial arts schools, all seeking to survive. Jiang Mu's thoughts wandered, steeped in bitterness and sorrow, as memories of past hardships flooded his mind, prompting tears of regret. The Floating Cloud Sect was neither the pinnacle of cultivation nor a first-rate sect. It was merely a local player within the Qinggu prefecture. Before the surge of spiritual energy, they had lived peacefully, avoiding conflict and quietly cultivating, accepting a new generation of disciples every decade, allowing them to depart once they reached foundational stability. As the sect leader, Jiang Mu was merely at the early stages of the Golden Core realm. Historically, the highest cultivation level achieved by his predecessors was merely that of the transformation stage. This founding ancestor had rooted themselves in Floating Cloud Mountain, establishing the protective formation and leaving behind a legacy that had endured through millennia, neither flourishing nor faltering. Had it not been for the sudden surge of spiritual energy, everything would have continued as it was. Yet, everything changed. Once the spiritual energy dissipated entirely, the sect's protective formation ceased to function. While it required spirit stones for activation and maintenance, in normal circumstances, once initiated, it would automatically draw upon the surrounding energy for operation. With the protective formation, the sect could remain concealed, ensuring that the spiritual energy within their gates remained abundant, allowing for the healthy growth of various spiritual herbs and creatures, which was essential for the advancement of numerous cultivators. Most importantly, it kept their sanctuary hidden from mortals and enemies alike, providing a sense of freedom. Regrettably, Jiang Mu, in his ignorance and limited experience, had been foolishly fixated on cultivation. Witnessing the vanishing energy and the formation's collapse, he hastily expended all the sect's reserves of spirit stones to maintain the formation, only to find that it lasted a mere 3 months. When the formation fell silent once more due to the depletion of spirit stones, it was not long before the neighboring Iron Mountain sect hired thousands of mortals armed with swords and bows to invade their gates, using mortals as a cover for the cultivator's treachery. In the ensuing chaos, Jiang Mu managed to escape with only 5 of his disciples, while the remaining 27 were slaughtered. This became one of Jiang Mu's greatest regrets in the latter half of his life. He had no opportunity for vengeance, as the Iron Mountain sect, having existed only a day longer than the Floating Cloud Sect, was swiftly extinguished by their neighbors, the Ming Mountain sect. Cock-a-doodle-doo. The crowing rooster heralded the dawn. Morning broke, and Jiang Mu awoke with a start, momentarily unable to discern reality from dream. After a time, the delicate sound of footsteps approached. "Master, I'm back." A sweet voice permeated the air, causing Jiang Mu to momentarily lose his composure. The voice belonged to his junior sister, Gyao. In the days of yore, when his esteemed master still walked the earth, he showered great affection upon Jiao. Both of his senior brothers, including Jiang Mu himself, endeavored to dote on their little junior sister. While their attention was not merely out of obligation, but also tinged with an unspoken sentiment that men often comprehend, Jiang Mu felt an inexplicable pang of anguish in his heart. He pondered deeply, for in the haunting visions of his nightmares, he realized that his little junior sister had ventured into the world for over a decade. Upon her return, he, as her elder brother, provided her with ample sustenance and hospitality. Yet, Jiao did not return out of nostalgia for their sect. Rather, she aspired to establish a floating cloud retreat in the distant Wugong County, aimed at nurturing lower-tier disciples. In the depths of that nightmare, he had unhesitatingly acquiesced to her request, even bestowing upon her 3,000 spirit stones, 1,000 spirit jade, and a plethora of other resources for the establishment of her retreat. Ecstatic, Jiao descended the mountain, but a decade later, the surge of spiritual energy led to the destruction of the Floating Cloud Sect's entrance. Jiang Mu, along with 5 disciples, found themselves adrift in the world, enduring immense hardships. Facing numerous assassination attempts, with 3 disciples tragically perishing and 1 severely injured. In such dire circumstances, Jiang Mu arrived in Wugong County, hoping to locate Jiao not to seek vengeance, but at the very least to find refuge. To his dismay, he discovered that Jiao had formed a dual cultivation partnership with a disciple from a formidable sect who belonged to a prominent family in the area. With the Floating Cloud Retreat as a foundation, she had, for the time being, evaded significant turmoil. When Jiang Mu sought her out, Jiao did indeed welcome them, yet that very evening, unguarded, he fell victim to a hidden poison. Upon regaining consciousness, he found himself bereft of all his magical powers, his primordial yang body shattered. And the remaining treasures of his sect, along with a few meager resources and spirit stones, had vanished without a trace. Consumed by rage, Jiang Mu sought an explanation from Jiao, only to be expelled from the Floating Cloud Retreat, forced to wander the streets with 2 disciples. In a matter of days, the grievously injured disciple succumbed, leaving him with but one remaining companion. Though his heart burned with fury, he was rendered powerless, reduced to the status of a mere mortal. Perhaps the only twist of fate was that within a fortnight, Ji Yao and her dual cultivation partner's family were mercilessly slaughtered amidst chaos, leaving the floating cloud retreat in ruins. Reflecting on the myriad grievances that had once driven him to clench his teeth in hatred, Jiang Mu swiftly composed himself, casting a glance at the bloodstain upon the ground, choosing not to address it. With a mere wave of his hand, the door to the quiet chamber opened, revealing a youthful and enchanting woman standing outside. Her beauty was striking, yet the subtle hint of seductive mischief at the corners of her eyes was jarring. "Master brother, I have missed you dearly." Ji Yao's laughter rang out, piercing through all of Jiang Mu's illusions like the tolling of a bell at dawn and dusk, for he had heard those very words in his previous life. Thus, he realized he had indeed returned to a time 10 years prior, just before the surge of spiritual energy. Chapter 2. The Sect Elder's Master Brother, how are you? In the quiet room, Ji Yao playfully shook Jiang Mu's arm. Entirely oblivious to the pool of blood on the ground and Jiang Mu's pale countenance, she likely understood that her coquettishness would yield immediate results. However, Jiang Mu's mind was enveloped in a profound emptiness, the torment of his nightmares vividly real, piercing to the marrow. Thus, he felt no inclination to waste even a drop of anger on this wretched woman. Nevertheless, within the sect, he had two senior brothers, the elder brother, Yao Cheng, and the second brother, Su Yi, both of whom were elders of the sect, possessing considerable power and a notable fondness for Ji Yao, particularly elder brother Yao Cheng, who at 369 years old, would soon face a perilous outcome due to a misstep in his cultivation, leading to his demise. If Ji Yao were to beseech him, Jiang Mu would find it difficult to object, especially since their master had intended to pass the position of sect leader to Yao Cheng before his death, only for the old man to refuse it in pursuit of his own cultivation. In that moment, a surge of energy coursed through Jiang Mu, and he forcibly expelled a mouthful of blood, which landed squarely on Ji Yao's chest. "Ah, master brother, how are you injured?" Ji Yao leaped up like a startled rabbit, momentarily losing her disdainful expression. I failed my breakthrough." Jiang Mu's face grew even grayer. "Junior sister, please go to the back mountain and find elder brother. I fear I may not survive." "Breakthrough? With your pitiful aptitude, what are you trying to break through? Are you a fool?" Ji Yao stamped her foot, casting a purification spell upon herself before darting out to summon help. In the next instant, Jiang Mu regained his composure, discreetly casting a concealment talisman upon himself and swiftly making his way to the sect's treasury. Elder brother Yao Cheng resided in the back mountain, while second brother Su Yi was currently absent from the sect. Given Ji Yao's speed, it would take her a considerable time to return, ample enough for him to act. The sect's treasury had always been under the purview of the sect leader. Jiang Mu's two senior brothers were devoted to their cultivation and rarely interfered in sect affairs. As for the others, there were fewer than 30 permanent disciples in the Floating Cloud Sect, leaving no one free to manage such matters. In the blink of an eye, Jiang Mu arrived at the entrance of the treasury, first using the sect leader's jade token to unlock the sealing formation, followed by the elder's key to activate the great wind and fire formation, and finally casting 18 seals to fully open the treasury. This place housed the treasures accumulated by the sages of the Floating Cloud Sect throughout the ages. In his previous life, Jiang Mu had allowed Ji Yao to enter the treasury, unaware of the countless treasures she had taken. Now, reflecting on it, he could only curse, "For those who flatter, none shall meet a good end." As he hastily surveyed the treasury, Jiang Mu's mind raced. The calamity forecasted for 10 years hence was unavoidable. The end of the era of cultivation would surely arrive. The most valuable resource would undoubtedly be spirit stones. However, due to the current abundance of spiritual energy, spirit stones held less significance in the cultivation world, primarily used to activate formations or draw in spiritual energy. Alternatively, they were necessary in remote areas devoid of spiritual energy, necessitating a sufficient stock of spirit stones. Furthermore, they powered mechanisms and puppets, all requiring spirit stones for energy supply. For cultivators themselves, spirit stones were seldom used, as the rich spiritual energy allowed them to replenish their power merely through meditation over the course of a day and night. This was precisely why spirit stones had become the principal currency in the cultivation realm, deemed both essential and inconsequential. Yet who would have anticipated that, a decade later, these stones would become the last lifeline for all cultivators? Therefore, the stockpile of spirit stones within the sect's treasury could not be allowed to leave with that wretched woman. Next in importance were the cultivation resources, which could be sold in the market for spirit stones. As for the treasured relics left by the sect's elders, there was no need for concern. Even giving that wretched woman 100 chances, she would not dare to forcibly claim them. With such thoughts in mind, Jiang Mu collected all the spirit stones from the treasury, amounting to merely 3,000. This was not due to the Floating Cloud Sect being impoverished, but rather because, in an environment rich with spiritual energy, it was unnecessary to hoard an excess of spirit stones. Instead, various resources needed for cultivation, such as elixirs and jade talismans, required substantial reserves. Next, Jiang Mu's gaze swept across the treasury, and he gathered 5,000 blank jade talismans, which were also a crucial resource. These talismans were not natural. They had to be mined from common jade in the mountains, cut and polished, and then refined by cultivators using their spiritual power to align with their natural patterns, resulting in various qualities and types of blank jade talismans. These could be used to inscribe spells, seal spiritual or medicinal energies, or even create storage talismans. A high-quality storage talisman could accommodate tens of thousands of pounds of grain without issue. At this moment, all the blank jade talismans in the treasury were products of Jiang Mu's efforts over the past 2 decades, where he, alongside the disciples, mined common jade while cultivating, shaping them one by one through spiritual refinement. They were truly talismans forged from blood and sweat. Jiang Mu himself had contributed 3,000 pieces, which only highlighted his past foolishness, a diligent and earnest man whose cultivation had seen little progress, yet worked tirelessly for the sect. Now looking back, it brought forth a wave of bitter tears. Following this, Jiang Mu collected all the aged spiritual herbs from the treasury. The Floating Cloud Sect had endured for thousands of years. Time was its foundation, and there were indeed several plants that took hundreds of years to mature. However, these required spiritual energy for nourishment. Without it, they would rapidly degrade into worthless weeds. Thus, the matured rare spiritual herbs were exceedingly precious. To ensure their preservation, Jiang Mu stored each rare spiritual herb in a separate storage talisman, significantly extending their shelf life. Moments later, he also packed away all the black iron. This black iron was also forged by cultivators using their spiritual power. As the sect leader of Floating Cloud Sect, Jiang Mu led by example, showcasing hard work. Over the decades, he had refined 500 pieces of high-quality black iron, some of which were allocated to the second brother for crafting flying swords, some to the elder brother for creating magical treasures, and the remainder was intended to forge swords for the disciples of the sect. In his previous life, Jiang Mu had been more than just a kind-hearted person. He was a paragon of benevolence. Oh, if memory serves, that wretched Ji Yao had directly taken 200 pieces of high-quality black iron from him in his past life. Gazing at the now empty treasury of the sect, Jiang Mu wore a satisfied smile, but as he smiled, it gradually succumbed to a tide of sorrow and fury swelling within him. After sealing the treasury, Jiang Mu returned to the quiet room, which remained undisturbed, with no disciples alerted. Ji Yao's cunning nature was quite effective. Fearing he might pass away from his injuries and entrust the sect leader's seal to another, Jiang Mu smiled silently, a touch of savagery in his expression. Chapter 3. Elder Brother's Affection. Junior Brother Sect Leader. An aged voice echoed, followed by an old man clad in a gray robe, wearing straw sandals, and with hair as white as snow, casually held in place with a twig, entering the quiet room. This was Jiang Mu's elder brother, Yao Cheng, currently at the late stage of the Golden Core realm, possessing slightly better aptitude than Jiang Mu. Devoted to cultivation throughout his life, he had no significant moral shortcomings. Now, he was entirely focused on preparing to break through to the nascent soul realm, so he wore a somewhat displeased expression upon being interrupted. At this moment, without waiting for Jiang Mu to say anything, Yao Cheng stepped forward and grasped Jiang Mu's left hand. In an instant, a surge of adept spiritual energy flowed into him, and then quickly withdrew. 3 meridians had been damaged, and his heart was aflame, a result of excessive worry. Fortunately, the root was unharmed. Junior brother, why are you so reckless? Yao Cheng admonished, frowning. To him, it was clear that Jiang Mu had no chance of breaking through to the nascent soul stage. Forcing it now could lead to madness and death, a clear sign of the sect's ancestral spirits intervening. Jiang Mu wore a pained expression, hesitating to speak. Yet the sorrow in his eyes was genuine and unmasked. Enough, you need not say more. Your elder brother understands, Yao Cheng continued. In these years, you have managed the sect well, and everything has been progressing smoothly. The sect's atmosphere has improved day by day, and both your second elder brother and I are quite satisfied. It is understandable that you have aspirations for further advancement, yet in the future, do not act so recklessly. There is plenty of time ahead. You need to rest well now. Upon finishing, Yao Cheng glanced at Ji Yao. If the junior sister has nothing pressing, She may stay in the sect for a few days to care for you. Ji Yao quickly waved her hand. How could I possibly have nothing to attend to? I have made an appointment, but no matter how important that matter is, it cannot compare to looking after my elder brother. Elder brother, after wandering for 10 years. How I have missed you all. Her words brought great comfort to elder brother Yao Cheng, evoking deep feelings. Indeed, 10 years of worldly trials had been arduous. Junior sister, you can return and become an elder of the sect. The sect will provide for you. It is far better than running around aimlessly and neglecting your cultivation. Ji Yao nodded eagerly. I won't hide it from my two elder brothers. After 10 years of wandering, every setback made me realize that the sect is better. Like a home, I yearn to return and listen to your teachings, to cultivate alongside you. However, I also understand that your kindness to me is not a reason for my capriciousness. I wish to contribute to the sect. Upon hearing this, elder brother Yao Cheng felt even more reassured, while Jiang Mu observed Ji Yao's performance with a blank expression, thinking, what a waste of talent. Therefore, elder brother, sect leader, I wish to establish a floating cloud branch in Wugong County to select junior disciples there. Once they have begun their cultivation, the outstanding ones can be sent to the sect. What do you think? Ji Yao turned her hopeful gaze toward elder brother Yao Cheng, knowing well that the old man was the most esteemed figure in Floating Cloud Sect, and with his approval, the matter would be nearly settled. Excellent. A wonderful initiative. You may proceed without hesitation. Elder brother Yao Cheng agreed without a moment's pause, just like in a past life. It was indeed unexpected that they had not foreseen this little junior sister, who had always followed them, who could charm and coax them. Who would have thought she would turn out to be so cunning? Alas, look at the other sex junior sisters. This matter was certainly splendid. Jiang Mu, pale-faced, remarked. I cannot refuse. The elder brother is a trusted minister left by our master, and within the harmonious atmosphere of Floating Cloud Sect, where respect for the elders and care for the young prevail, I dare not defy this old man. The consequences would be severe, but fortunately, I shall be dead in 8 months. However, elder brother, I fear the sect's accounts cannot provide spiritual stones and resources to support the junior sister in the short term. Why is that? Yao Cheng's eyes widened. Since 50 years ago, Jiang Mu has managed the sect's expenditures, and for the past 20 years since our master passed, Jiang Mu has handled everything with great care. Logically, it should not be that we lack even the funds to support a branch. Jiang Mu smiled bitterly and replied. Last month, second elder brother took 500 spiritual stones and 100 spiritual jade from the sect's treasury. The month before, elder brother, you needed to refine a spirit-fixing pill and lacked a primary ingredient. I rushed down the mountain overnight and visited 4 markets, finally managing to buy that ingredient within 3 days, which cost another 2,000 spiritual stones. This month, I had thoughts of breaking through and thus spent 500 spiritual stones on a bottle of 9 orifices spirit-connecting pills. Therefore, currently, the accounts genuinely lack spiritual stones. Jiang Mu explained clearly, and Yao Cheng felt a bit embarrassed. He and the second elder brother, Su Yi, had refrained from interfering in sect affairs precisely because Jiang Mu was exceedingly capable and of a simple disposition, managing everything exceptionally well. They had grown accustomed to having their needs met without lifting a finger, whether it was for spiritual stones or purchasing herbs. This comfortable life made it foolish to seize the authority of sect leader. Thus, he had no doubts, but glanced at the pitiful Ji Yao and felt guilty towards her. Since the spiritual stones are unavailable, there are still plenty of jade talismans and black iron in the sect. Let your junior sister take some to sell. Ultimately, establishing a floating cloud branch in Wugong County will benefit the sect in the long run. Upon hearing this, Jiang Mu silently scoffed, yet wore a bitter smile. Elder brother, 2 months ago, you extracted 100 pieces of high-grade black iron for refining magical artifacts. Last September, second elder brother took 200 pieces of high-grade black iron for crafting his life sword. Currently, there is no black iron left in the great treasury, and the jade talismans are scarce as well. However, those are reserved for the daily cultivation of the disciples, and there are no extras remaining. Yet, 3 years ago, the 7-flame vermilion fruit bore 3 ripe fruits, and the Tianshu grass has matured for 300 years. Digging one can fetch 1,000 spiritual stones in the market. Elder brother, what do you think? Jiang Mu intentionally stated, as Floating Cloud Sect possessed an ancient medicinal field. But the best spiritual herbs were usually monopolized by the older generation. 20 years ago, they were used by their master for immortality pills. And now it was elder brother Yao Cheng's turn. This was his cherished delight. Indeed, Yao Cheng's expression changed. This matter is inappropriate. Very well. Since the situation within the sect is as such, we can delay the establishment of the Floating Cloud branch for a year or so. Junior sister, what is your opinion? Everything is at elder brother's discretion. Ji Yao felt unwilling but could not express it at this moment, silently cursing her misfortune. Without the resources she could exploit, how would she please that formidable inner disciple of the super sect? How would she ascend the ranks of the cultivation world? This ordinary floating cloud sect would indeed be a hindrance to her progress. After elder brother left, Ji Yao pretended to care for Jiang Mu for half a day before swiftly departing, for she had an appointment to keep. Chapter 4. A substitute for spiritual energy. Half a day later, Jiang Mu stood atop the main peak of Floating Cloud Mountain. Watching the figure of the scheming Ji Yao vanish into the vast sea of clouds, his expression indifferent, he pondered many matters. For the sake of the revered master, let us speak of the past 20 years since the master's passing. Every year, just for elder brother Yao Cheng, the expenses for medicinal pills, magical artifact refinement, and various other matters would average around 5,000 spiritual stones. In his past life, Jiang Mu had never found this to be inappropriate. He merely believed that elder brother had worked tirelessly for the sect, and this was what he deserved. Yet now, reflecting on it left him with an unsettling feeling. And fortunately, elder brother was soon to meet his end. Second elder brother Su, he was considered the most talented among their group of 4 siblings. Highly regarded by their master, who believed he would inevitably advance to the nascent soul stage. Once he reached that realm, he would be even more qualified to protect the growth of Floating Cloud Sect. After all, the nascent soul realm offered a lifespan of a millennium. Thus, their master did not pass the sect leader position to second elder brother, as the responsibilities of the leader were too numerous and would hinder his cultivation. Second elder brother was not particularly scheming, but he possessed a degree of pride and competitiveness. He had been in seclusion at the mountain gate for years, and was now in the late stage of the Golden Core realm, thus spending the previous and upcoming years honing his skills outside. While other cultivators refined their skills by vanquishing demons and traversing mountains and rivers, this second elder brother preferred to challenge others to duels. In just a few years, he had earned a reputation as a fierce combatant. In recent years, things have been relatively smooth. I have traveled around Qingge County, near the Floating Cloud Sect. Although some incidents have arisen, the members of the sect have not made things difficult for anyone, considering the sect's reputation. The crux of the problem lies in the fact that my second senior brother has finally succeeded in forging his lifebound flying sword and has set off on a journey. If my predictions hold true, he will return in 6 months, gravely injured and having suffered damage to his foundation. To save him and his cultivation roots, Jiang Mu had no choice but to part with a treasured item belonging to the sect, spending approximately 30,000 spirit stones in total. However, this amount barely scratches the surface. After the passing of the eldest senior brother, the second senior brother announced a year of mourning. Perhaps due to a brooding state of mind, he secretly descended the mountain, and within days, a letter arrived stating that a disciple from our sect had harmed several of their students and was now captured by my Yuaning ancestor. It demanded 20,000 spirit stones for his release, citing the sect's reputation. At that moment, Jiang Mu felt like an ant on a hot pan. He hurriedly sold another treasured item from the sect, and even sold a property owned by the Floating Cloud Sect in the mundane world. Finally, he managed to gather the 20,000 spirit stones and worked tirelessly day and night to redeem Sui. Jiang Mu was extremely angry this time, and in his capacity as sect leader, he confined Sui for 6 months, though he didn't dare to lay too much blame on him. What could he do? After all, he was still the second senior brother. Unexpectedly, in the 3rd month of his confinement, the second senior brother ran away again, leaving a letter behind as he departed in a carefree manner. He even stole the sect leader's jade token and, using his own elder's key, took 3 treasured items from the sect's treasury, depleting the family legacy left by the ancestors of Floating Cloud Sect. This departure lasted a full 7 years, with no sign of him alive or dead. During these 7 years, Jiang Mu was quite worried, especially missing that insufferable Ji Yao. In the end, both of them vanished without a trace. Jiang Mu, being quite capable, did not rely on his cultivation. His disciples were all sensible. Together, they diligently practiced, mined for jade, refined mysterious iron, cultivated spirit fields, and raised spirit beasts. After 7 years, they had amassed another 20,000 spirit stones. Then, the second senior brother returned. He left in haste, and returned in haste as well. He and Jiang Mu shared a drink on the mountaintop, boasting all night, and by the next morning, he took the 20,000 spirit stones without a hint of hesitation. After that, he vanished once more. In his previous life, Jiang Mu lived another 80 years after the surge of spiritual energy, yet he never heard from the second senior brother again, most likely having perished. Now, having been reborn, Jiang Mu was filled with regret. He could no longer remain indifferent. The 3 malignant tumors of the Floating Cloud Sect, eldest senior brother Yao Cheng, second senior brother Sui, and junior sister Jiao must be eradicated. If not, when the surge of spiritual energy erupts in 10 years, a tragic fate would surely befall them. As Jiang Mu contemplated this, a fleeting thought of violence crossed his mind. This was the simplest method of resolution, otherwise, he would waste a precious decade. With this thought in mind, Jiang Mu recalled another crucial matter. The despair and sorrow of the end of the Dharma age stem from the absence of spiritual energy, rendering cultivators worthless. In his previous life, many sects sought alternative powers to replace spiritual energy during their secluded periods. But they were caught in chaos before any results could be found. However, some sects did discover methods to cope, such as the Divine Sword Sect, which innovatively transformed magical power into sword essence. This sword essence could substitute magical power to operate flying swords and cast compatible spells, consuming significantly less energy than traditional magical power. Unfortunately, this method, while promising, was ill-timed, as the source of magical power is the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Without sufficient spiritual energy, there could be no adequate conversion of magical power into sword essence. In his past life, during the 55th year after the surge of spiritual energy, Jiang Mu married and had children, content to live as a mortal. One day, an old beggar fainted at his doorstep. Upon awakening the beggar and engaging in conversation, Jiang Mu learned that he was the former leader of the Divine Sword Sect, a cultivator at the god transformation stage before the surge. In his quest to find an alternative to spiritual energy, he had depleted the sect's reserves and exhausted his own magical power over 50 years. Just as he discovered a method to replace spiritual energy, the demon-catching department of a mortal dynasty found the sect's location, leading to its destruction overnight. The leader escaped with a few disciples, but they either perished or fled, leaving him a wandering beggar. Before parting, the leader divulged the method of converting sword essence to Jiang Mu, urging him to share it with other fallen cultivators if the opportunity arose. As it was a glimmer of hope. Unfortunately, hope was just hope. Under those circumstances, surviving as a mortal was already challenging, let alone returning to cultivation. There was no chance of escaping the demon-catching department, even with spirit stones. However, now, with Jiang Mu reborn 10 years prior, he possessed ample time to convert sword essence and continue to optimize, enhance, and improve this method. This would become his most vital support once the end of the Dharma age arrives. Of course, relying solely on this was insufficient. He also needed to protect his disciples, especially after the mortal dynasty's alliance with the 5 great sects, which would drastically alter the situation. At that time, he would either become a hound for the mortal court, betraying his principles to hunt down the remnants of cultivators, or he would have to resist the overwhelming tide. Thus, there was much work to be done. Chapter 5. My disciples, pay your respects to the master. Within the grand hall of the Floating Cloud Sect, Yinshan Hall, Jiang Mu sat at the head of the table. The resplendent hues of the crimson sunset streamed through the gaps in the doors and windows, forming straight beams of light that slashed through the dust of the world, creating a grand spectacle. However, in the grand scheme of things, it merely represented a change in existence for the dust. Below, there were 25 disciples of the Floating Cloud Sect, 5 of whom were Jiang Mu's direct disciples. 10 were registered disciples, and the last 10 were newly accepted registered disciples, all of whom were 7 years old. According to the long-standing rules of the Floating Cloud Sect, disciples were accepted every 10 years, with the criteria being children aged between 7 and 10 years. The following year after accepting disciples, those from the previous intake could be allocated. Those with the potential to advance to Golden Core would be taken as direct disciples. Of course, if the disciple chose not to, they could leave the sect, though this was rare. Disciples without the potential to advance to Golden Core, but who successfully established their foundation, could also leave the sect to explore the mundane world. This divided into 2 categories. Those who wished to sever ties with the sect would fend for themselves, while those who sought to rely on the sect would need to contribute 10 spirit stones annually. In return, if trouble arose, the sect would assist as much as possible. Alternatively, they could be assigned to the sect's mundane enterprises as guardians, ensuring a basic livelihood in their old age. As for those who could not even establish a foundation, they would generally be sent down the mountain to return home, farm, or take up roles as escorts in the mundane world, effectively acquiring a skill. However, even these disciples would receive a chance to recommend their descendants to join the Floating Cloud Sect. Of course, there were always those stubborn fools who insisted on staying at the sect to continue their cultivation. This was acceptable. The sect had no shortage of resources for them, but their access to training resources would be reduced by 2/3, and they would be responsible for various chores within the sect. Through the adherence to such principles, generation after generation, although the Floating Cloud Sect remains relatively obscure within the realm of cultivation, it has established an extensive network of connections in the Qinggu County, firmly positioning itself as one of the 5 dominant sects in the region. The other 4 sects are the Iron Mountain Sect, the Ming Mountain Sect, the Autumn Mountain Sect, and the East Lake Manor. These 5 cultivation sects essentially monopolize Qinggu County. Thus, it is not without reason that the despicable Ji Yao sought to establish a branch of the Floating Cloud Sect in the martial arts county. Unfortunately, in the past life, none of these 5 dominant sects in Qinggu County managed to withstand the aftermath of the surge in spiritual energy, with all succumbing within mere months. Upon reflection, Jiang Mu identifies 3 primary reasons for this. First, the terrain of Qinggu County is predominantly flat, while there are mountains. None are particularly treacherous. Once the protective barriers of the mountain were breached, thousands upon thousands of ordinary people could swarm in without any buffer. Second, the core disciples of these 5 sects are few in number. When disaster struck, only a handful, 20 to 30, of the Floating Cloud Sect's disciples were present at the mountain gate. Faced with the overwhelming tide of ordinary people armed with pitchforks and sickles, and lacking sufficient spiritual energy to replenish their strength, they were truly at a loss. Although the Iron Mountain Sect, Ming Mountain Sect, and Autumn Mountain Sect had somewhat more disciples, they were, regrettably, not equipped to handle battles on multiple fronts. As for the East Lake Manor, its ranks were entirely composed of women. Thirdly, there was an excessive focus on commerce. Prior to the surge in spiritual energy, Qinggu County boasted 4 renowned markets, attracting cultivators from distant counties who journeyed great lengths to partake. Even the Floating Cloud Sect held interests in one of these markets. The pursuit of profit and spiritual stones became ingrained in the very essence of these 5 sects, yet this reliance on the marketplace ultimately led to their downfall. After the surge, an influx of cultivators from other counties descended upon Qinggu County, initially seeking to trade goods for spiritual stones. When they found no opportunities for exchange, they resorted to theft. At a critical juncture, the 5 sects turned upon one another, unable to maintain order, resulting in a massacre that devastated their ranks. Within a mere decade, the once thriving population of several 100,000 ordinary people in Qinggu County dwindled to a mere handful, leaving behind a landscape strewn with bones and desolation. Jiang Mu, lost in thought at the head of the assembly, observed his disciples patiently awaiting his words, while the newly arrived 10 young children curiously glanced about. As he regained his focus and surveyed the familiar faces before him, a wave of nostalgia washed over him. After steadying himself, Jiang Mu first glanced at the 10 little ones standing at the back. 10 years hence, 5 of them would perish in the battle at the mountain gate, while the remaining 5 would escape with him. After their journey to the martial arts county, only 1 female disciple would remain, the 2 of them relying on each other for survival, hiding for decades. This disciple would eventually become his wife, bearing him 3 children, only for the entire family to meet a tragic end. In this life, whether or not they were destined to be husband and wife, he vowed to protect her and ensure her safety throughout her life, resolutely dispelling the lingering sorrow in his heart. Jiang Mu spoke solemnly. I have summoned you today to announce my decision to make certain adjustments to the structure of the Floating Cloud Sect, provided they do not contravene the founding principles of our sect. After all, I am growing old, and some matters have become beyond my capacity. As he spoke, he coughed lightly, and under the fading light of the setting sun, his pallor became increasingly pronounced, evoking concern among even his most astonished disciples. This, in fact, was one of Jiang Mu's proudest achievements. In his previous life, he had been honest and diligent, prioritizing the selection of disciples who embodied sincerity and integrity. His senior disciple, Yao Cheng, similarly took on students, amassing over 200 apprentices over several centuries. Yet, apart from those who died of old age or met untimely fates, none remained at the mountain gate. Conversely, Jiang Mu's disciples maintained a profound bond with him. Regardless of the task, be it cultivation, mining, farming, or metalworking, Jiang Mu led by example, working alongside them. Every decade, when his disciples descended from the mountain, they did so with great reluctance, and many of them would frequently return to visit him after embarking on their own journeys or establishing their own sections. Moreover, the camaraderie among his disciples was notably strong. A decade later, when the Iron Mountain Sect incited thousands of ordinary people to besiege the mountain gate, it was his eldest disciple, Lu Taizhu, who stepped forward, rallying his fellow disciples to secure an escape route for Jiang Mu and the other 6. Though Jiang Mu now regarded this act as a source of embarrassment, feeling it tarnished his reputation as a teacher, in truth, he had never been skilled in combat. Despite being at the early stages of the Golden Core realm, he had never faced life-and-death situations, and among his peers, his second disciple, Su Yi, was reputed to be able to defeat him tenfold. Clearing his throat, Jiang Mu continued, I have decided to establish a law protectors hall in addition to the positions of sect leader and elders, appointing 3 protectors of the mountain gate, selecting those with formidable combat abilities. Furthermore, there will be an administrative hall consisting of 3 administrators, chosen for their skills in management, mining, and construction. Lastly, a training hall will be established, with 3 training protectors selected for their combat prowess and extensive experience in field training, primarily responsible for guiding and protecting sect disciples during their excursions, as well as overseeing the sect's various enterprises in the mortal realm. Upon concluding his address, Jiang Mu turned his gaze towards Lu Taizhu, his first disciple whom he had taken in after finding him as an orphan during his travels. Now a late-stage Foundation establishment cultivator, Lu Taizhu had long been due to venture out over 30 years ago, but chose instead to remain by Jiang Mu's side. Generally, Lu Taizhu exhibited a calm and steady demeanor, treating others with sincerity and integrity. He was meticulous and courageous in his actions, holding both himself and others to high standards. Yet he possessed a bravery that surpassed even Jiang Mu's own. It is a tragic irony that Jiang Mu had only come to recognize his first disciple's exceptional potential after enduring numerous hardships in his past life. Chapter 6. The End of an Era. Taizhu. From this moment forth, you shall serve as the chief protector of the Law Protectors Hall, responsible for patrolling and safeguarding our sect both internally and externally, as well as managing matters related to demonic beasts. Given the perils associated with this role, I grant you 50 pieces of Xian iron to forge your own flying sword artifact. Additionally, as the chief protector, you will also serve as the highest authority among the disciples in the absence of both myself and the 2 elders, possessing the power to make temporary decisions. Jiang Mu instructed quietly, his voice soft yet imbued with trust. Lu Taizhu paused momentarily, yet did not hesitate to step forward, bowing deeply to Jiang Mu as he accepted the command. Disciple obeys. Jiang Mu nodded slightly, then turned his attention to another disciple, plump, with a round face reminiscent of a pumpkin. This disciple was one of the orphans he had taken in during his second round of apprentices. Although he had proven to be a poor cultivator, having spent 30 years in the Floating Cloud Sect without managing to break through to the Foundation establishment stage, he was undeniably diligent, training through the harshest winters and the hottest summers. He also managed the daily sustenance and various tasks within the sect. In a certain sense, despite his shortcomings in cultivation, he had become Jiang Mu's most indispensable assistant in managing the Floating Cloud Sect. Thus, after failing to persuade him to leave the mountain for the 9th time 15 years prior, Jiang Mu decided to accept him as a personal disciple, even arranging for him to marry a wife 10 years ago, resulting in a thriving family life. Yet, Jiang Mu could not shake off another vivid image from his mind. Faced with a sea of thousands, the stout figure of his companion, often perceived as imposing, now seemed diminutive. Nevertheless, he persisted in his desperate pleas and attempts to intervene until a shard of ice pierced through his chest. As his heavy body crashed to the ground, his unblinking, wide-open eyes gazed back, perhaps hoping for vengeance from his master, or perhaps indifferent to the prospect of revenge, as his thoughts were consumed by the weight of his family left behind. However, the master he revered most deeply disappointed him by fleeing the scene. Master, forgive me, Jiang Mu thought, suppressing the tears that threatened to spill. He masked his emotional turmoil with an exaggerated smile. Cheng Banjin, from this moment forth, you shall be the chief steward of the Hall of Affairs. Let go of any aspirations for cultivation, yet this will not eclipse your excellence in other realms. Should the Floating Cloud Sect flourish in the future, you will undoubtedly be among its benefactors. Upon hearing Jiang Mu's words, several direct disciples, including Lu Taizhu, were not at all surprised. Instead, they congratulated Cheng Banjin with laughter, for the sect could not do without this amiable second senior brother. He had an uncanny ability to resolve any issue that arose, aside from matters of cultivation. His appointment as chief steward was a source of reassurance for all. Master, I will not disappoint you, Cheng Banjin replied, his face flushed with excitement. He cherished this place, adored the Floating Cloud Sect. It was his home. Even when teased by his elder and second elder brothers, he still found joy here, for every blade of grass, every mountain and stream. Even each stone bore witness to his memories. This was the essence of his life. Jiang Mu smiled, waiting for Cheng Banjin to settle down. Yet he did not select a chief guardian for the Hall of Trials from the remaining direct disciples, as he had a more suitable candidate in mind. Cheng Banjin, disciple present. You are aware of the whereabouts of the 3rd disciple, correct? Jiang Mu inquired softly. The 3rd disciple, Zhang He, was the most talented among all his apprentices. Zhang He had entered the sect 20 years prior, and, having emerged from seclusion a decade ago, was already at the peak of the Foundation establishment stage, fully capable of breaking through to the Golden Core realm. Even Jiang Mu's eldest senior brother, Yao Cheng, and second senior brother, Su Yi, held Jiang He in high regard, once wishing to personally nurture him, but ultimately refrained due to their own pressing cultivation needs. Jiang Mu also valued Jiang He highly, accepting him as his third direct disciple. Jiang He was diligent, and in 3 more years, he would smoothly break through to the Golden Core realm at 30, a rarity not only in Qingu County, but also in the 5 counties of the Southern Mountains. After advancing to the Golden Core, Jiang He remained in the sect for another 5 years, maintaining a close friendship with the stout fellow and others, sharing laughter daily as they continued their tasks of mining jade, refining mysterious iron, tending to spiritual herbs, and nurturing spirit beasts. Their daily cultivation time amounted to merely 2 or 3 hours. Jiang Mu reprimanded him several times for this, but Jiang He chuckled and agreed, only to persist in his old habits. Later, Su Yi, Jiang Mu's second senior brother, casually took away 20,000 spirit stones. This was common knowledge among Lu Taizhu, Cheng Banjin, and Jiang He, who all understood that these stones were earned through their collective efforts over 7 years. Cheng Banjin and his companions devised clever strategies to ensure a good price for the mysterious iron, and although it was enjoyable, the labor was no less demanding. Frankly, as direct disciples, they had no obligation to toil so hard for spirit stones, but their master led by example, and they genuinely regarded the Floating Cloud Sect as home. At the time, Jiang Mu planned to use these spirit stones to replace the foundation of the sect's protective formation, for the existing formation had existed for thousands of years. In the world of cultivation, age does not equate to quality. This formation, established millennia ago, had fallen out of date by at least 2 eras. Even Jiang He, a golden core cultivator, could identify its flaws. At that time, the Floating Cloud Sect had even preliminarily discussed the specifics of the handover with the Tianxian sect from the Jiangnan County, with Jiang He responsible for negotiations. However, the 20,000 spirit stones were taken by Su Yi without a word. Following this, Jiang He had a heated argument with Jiang Mu and left in anger. When Jiang Mu next heard news of Jiang He, it was 60 years later, when the demon hunting division surrounded him at the old site of the Floating Cloud Sect in Qingu County, where he was honoring his ancestors. After a fierce battle, the demon Jiang He was executed. Upon receiving this news, Jiang Mu was overwhelmed with grief, spitting blood and despair, consumed by endless regret and heartache. Master, do you intend for the third disciple to be the chief guardian of the trials? Cheng Banjin exclaimed with joy, as he shared a close bond with Jiang He. Their relationship was indeed peculiar. One was the most talented, while the other was the least. Indeed, in the future, our Floating Cloud Sect will need to recruit more disciples, expand the mountain gates, and upgrade the protective formation. There is much to be done, and I cannot manage it alone, Jiang Mu affirmed. Cheng Banjin, write to the third disciple and invite him back, and also send letters to those disciples struggling outside to see if they wish to return to the sect. Jiang Mu nodded. Jiang He was indeed proud, but his pride was markedly different from that of the troublemaker Su Yi. Moreover, while Jiang He acted with flair, he was methodical in his dealings. One might perceive him as arrogant, yet he remained agreeable. Thus, appointing Jiang He as the chief guardian of the trials would be highly fitting. In this manner, Jiang He would manage external affairs, Lu Taizhu would oversee internal matters, and Cheng Banjin would handle logistics. Together, these three would collaborate harmoniously and would likely surpass Jiang Mu's own capabilities. This would also allow Jiang Mu the time to attend to his own endeavors. Su Lin, you will be the vice guardian of the mountain gate. Jiang Mu then looked toward a slender young man with keen, elongated eyes, who was of the same cohort as Jiang He and was now 27 years old. At the mid-stage of foundation establishment, ranking fourth among the direct disciples. His notable feature was his cleverness, resembling a monkey, making him a perfect complement to the steady Lu Taizhu. Zhang Ani, you will be the vice steward, assisting Cheng Banjin with the sect's internal affairs. Qin Jin, you will be the third guardian of the mountain gate. Jiang Mu announced 2 more appointments. Zhang Ani and Qin Jin had joined the sect a decade ago and were accepted as Jiang Mu's direct disciples due to their outstanding performance. Now, at the age of 17, they had just begun their foundation establishment. In the previous life, they would descend the mountain for training the following year, returning annually. However, 10 years later, during the surge of spiritual energy, they would fall victim to treachery outside Qingu County. Thus, counting the wandering Jiang He, Jiang Mu had assigned 6 direct disciples to different positions. From now on, the Floating Cloud Sect would not need to send disciples down for training. Unity among its members was the best strategy. In the future, the likelihood of spiritual energy recovery was slim, and the era of cultivators would come to an end. Even the mightiest cultivators would be reduced to mere mortals. The advantage of mortals lay in their numbers. A disjointed multitude meant little, but a disciplined force, hardened by the trials of bloodshed, was formidable. 1,000,000 souls, synchronized in purpose, moving as one, unyielding in the face of death, could exhaust any cultivator's energy. The founding emperor of the Qin dynasty, a mortal who ultimately established a mortal dynasty, commanded such an indomitable army. In a world devoid of sufficient spiritual energy, even assassination would prove futile. Before the great Qin Taizu became the leader of the mortal uprising, there existed countless insurrections across the land, with no fewer than 8,000 leaders among them. Even if the great Qin Taizu were slain, one could be certain that the great Chu Taizu or the great Zhou Taizu would rise in his place. The world has long suffered under the tyranny of immortal cultivators. Chapter 7. City building. As Jiang Mu stepped out of the cloud-deep hall, the sky had already darkened, adorned with a myriad of twinkling stars that danced in harmony with the occasionally flashing divine patterns of the protective mountain array, adding an air of mystery to the night. Taking a deep breath, he sensed the abundant spiritual energy in the world around him. With just a single cycle of breath, he felt rejuvenated. The spiritual energy flowing through him, rapidly transforming into magical power. How strange! Jiang Mu could hardly believe it. Having been reborn, he was unsure whether it was due to a change in mindset or some other reason, but at that moment, the speed and efficiency with which he absorbed and transformed spiritual energy surpassed that of his previous life by more than 50%. Based on this progress, his cultivation aptitude had already exceeded that of his second senior brother, Su Yi, and even surpassed Zhang He. Given 10 years, he was confident he could advance to the Yuaning stage. Yet, what significance does attaining the Yuaning stage hold? Without spiritual energy, all is but an illusion. A castle in the air, utterly meaningless. Jiang Mu chuckled bitterly, riding the wind as a jade talisman radiating blue light instantly transformed into a small flying vessel, carrying him high into the heavens. The night sky did not hinder Jiang Mu's vision, as he ascended to a height of 3,000 zhang. A layer of ethereal array clouds materialized before him, with swirling runes that sparkled more brilliantly than the stars. This was the protective mountain array of the Floating Cloud Sect, inherited for 3,800 years, an antiquated relic. This array could sustain a height of 3,000 zhang above ground and reach 10 miles below, while covering a radius of 50 miles on the surface. This was the domain of the Floating Cloud Sect. Thanks to this protective array, there would be no incursions from demonic beasts, nor would there be catastrophic storms of thunder and hail. The seasons remained perpetually spring-like, and the spiritual energy was invigorating. The array could absorb spiritual energy from a radius of 300 miles, nourishing the sect within. Thus, the concentration of spiritual energy inside the sect was more than double that of the outside world. Consequently, all manner of rare flowers and extraordinary creatures could thrive here. It was a paradise for immortals. However, once the spiritual energy was depleted, everything would be rendered useless. The so-called immortal herbs and spiritual medicines would degrade to the level of ordinary plants and medicines within just a few years. Relying on the protective array was not a viable option. No one could sustain such a colossal consumption of spiritual energy. Yet, it might be prudent to consider collaborating with the Tianxian sect in advance, allowing them to design a protective array that meets only the most basic defense requirements while minimizing spiritual energy consumption. By converting sword essence, I could maintain some degree of the formidable abilities of a cultivator for an extended period. However, in this age of dwindling magic, one cannot grow accustomed to resolving every matter through the means of cultivators. Thus, I must learn from mortals, build cities, construct fortifications, and train mortal warriors. Jiang Mu pondered rapidly, yet he felt a daunting challenge ahead. For in the years following the eruption of spiritual energy tides, mere mortal cities would prove futile against the rampant, frenzied cultivators, especially those unbound by sect constraints, such as rogue cultivators and heretics. If they were not contained, all efforts would be in vain. Even the legitimate cultivators, who resorted to robbery and theft of spiritual stones, proved excessively outrageous. While heretics would capture ordinary mortals or isolated cultivators to concoct blood spirit pills. Furthermore, the complete loss of spiritual energy would be far more lethal to ancient demonic beasts, causing their already fragile intelligence to shatter. Worse still, with the disappearance of spiritual energy, some great sects' demon-suppressing towers, which had been used to seal ancient demons, quickly lost their efficacy. While some of these towers were built in remote wilderness, others were directly situated within the gates of powerful sections. The consequences of this would be dire. Fortunately, although Qinggu County was in chaos, it at least did not possess such demon-suppressing towers. Jiang Mu recalled that in his past life, in the western Shu 5 counties. A sect with 2 transformation realm masters suffered the loss of a demon-suppressing tower within their gates. To prevent the demons within from wreaking havoc, the 2 masters and dozens of Yuan-ing cultivators fought desperately for days, ultimately leading to their mutual destruction and the annihilation of the sect. Moreover, some cultivators with a strong sense of justice, who took the plight of the common people to heart, recklessly pursued the fleeing demons and heretics, who were concocting blood spirit pills. They ultimately sacrificed their lives to slay these great demons and heretics. It can only be said that not all people are the same. Cultivators differ from one another as well. If the 5 major super sects, with their prestige in the cultivation world, had taken action to uphold order at the first sign of chaos, even if they could not avert this calamity, they could at least temper the fury of mortals towards cultivators. Yet, they promptly sealed their gates following the eruption of spiritual energy, retreating from the world. Many other sects shared similar sentiments, as nobody could predict whether the spiritual energy would return or continue to vanish intermittently. What if it were to revive decades later? Such uncertainties are beyond even the most adept of the void refining realm to foresee. In the face of celestial turmoil and the suffering of the populace, nothing is more paramount than the preservation of sect legacies. With a sigh, Jiang Mu gathered his thoughts. To undertake one endeavor, he must consider the ramifications of another. For instance, if he were to unite the common folk of Qinggu County, it could aid in dealing with the chaotic rogue cultivators. But it would inevitably attract the attention of those heretics manufacturing blood spirit pills. These heretics were elusive, appearing and disappearing at will during festivals. Despite having lived 2 lives, Jiang Mu had never encountered them, yet that did not imply they did not exist. Once they appeared, it could lead to a battle to the death. Recalling tales from his previous life about heretics concocting blood spirit pills, entire cities and counties of mortals had been purged by these sections. Jiang Mu felt a chill run down his spine. Enough of this. Let us first act, then discuss other matters. He resolved not to dwell on it further, as it served no purpose. In his past life, the eruption of spiritual energy had awakened countless ancient beings, rife with treachery and turmoil. Even with his rebirth, he might not be able to navigate or avert these dangers. He would do his utmost. Next, Jiang Mu stood in his flying vessel, surveying the land below, contemplating how to construct a city and fortify defenses. The core of the Floating Cloud Sect was a mountain known as Floating Cloud Mountain. It featured a principal peak, 5 subsidiary peaks, 9 valleys, a spiritual spring, a waterfall, and a star lake. The main peak towered about 300 zhang above the ground, distinguished as the most prominent and spacious area, housing 3 grand halls: the Cloud Deep Hall for discussions, the Cloud Show Hall for initiation ceremonies and ancestor worship, and the Cloud Shu Hall for receiving and entertaining important guests. Traversing through the 3 grand halls led to winding paths shrouded in bamboo groves, where 4 guest houses and 50 chambers for disciples were located, serving as both accommodation for visitors and residences for Jiang Mu and the disciples. Continuing to ascend the mountain, in a perilous area, there were 4 places for cultivation: the snow viewing platform, thunder listening platform, rain bathing platform, and wind feeling platform, all connected to the heart of the array, rich in spiritual energy and highly conducive to cultivation. Following that were the forbidden grounds, the sect's grand repository, the scripture library, and the place of the Tao ancestors' ascension. However, these 3 locations were invisible to the naked eye and not easily accessed. They were connected to the core of the protective mountain array and could only be opened with the sect leader's jade token, the elder's key, and specific incantations. The 5 subsidiary peaks surrounded the main peak in a celestial arrangement. Among the subsidiary peaks, the most significant was the rear mountain, for it housed a mysterious iron mine, directly connected to the main peak without any valleys separating them. Above lay the Li Ming Xin fire array, below the Xuandu mountain ceiling array, and in between rested a great melting hall, the site where the Floating Cloud Sect refined mysterious iron. The essence of the protective mountain formation resonates with the heart of the mountain, thus abundant spiritual energy flourishes here. Jiang Mu's senior brother, Yao Cheng, and second brother, Su Yi, practiced their cultivation in the vicinity. With the rear mountain, there exists a front mountain, which lies over 10 miles from the main peak, separated by a wide valley. This valley is flat and nourished by a spiritual spring, making it the most significant medicinal herb field of the Floating Cloud Sect. Although the front mountain is not tall, it spans a considerable area of over 10 miles, adorned with towering ancient trees, dense vines, and a plethora of exotic flowers and herbs. Some rare and extraordinary beasts nurtured by the Floating Cloud Sect roam freely here. At the foot of the front mountain lies the Jade Gathering Pavilion, the entrance for the sect's collection of jade stones. On one side of the front mountain stands another minor peak, known as the South Mountain. This mountain, too, is not high but stretches over 30 miles from east to west, resembling a jade belt that encircles the main peak, rear mountain, and front mountain. In the southwestern corner of the South Mountain is a star lake, whose waters flow southwest, merging into a river known as the Jade Belt River, which ultimately joins the Cloud Lake, located 50 miles to the southwest. At the lake's edge lies a small town, albeit beyond the protective formation's reach. West of the South Mountain and north of the Jade Belt River stands yet another minor peak, called the West Mountain, covering several miles. A broad valley separates the West Mountain from the South Mountain, which serves as the entrance to the Floating Cloud Sect. Continuing northward from the West Mountain, approximately 10 miles away, is the final minor peak, the North Mountain, a solitary and steep mountain. It once housed a separate residence, a meditation hall, and a cultivation platform, believed to have been established by a venerable ancestor of the sect 500 years ago, which nearly flourished but ultimately faded away, leaving only ruins. Overall, had it not been for the protective formation, Floating Cloud Mountain would have long been a destination for mortals to enjoy the spring, for aside from the North Mountain, the gentle slopes of the other peaks are easily traversable on horseback. The founding patriarch of the Floating Cloud Sect chose this location not for its terrain, but for the mysterious iron mine in the rear mountain, the jade mine in the front mountain, and the spiritual spring atop the main peak. Enveloped by the protective formation, it was destined to become a paradise for immortals over time. However, without the formation, Floating Cloud Mountain becomes a genuine headache. In short, it is defenseless. Even if Jiang Mu wished to build a city, he perceives vulnerabilities and flaws everywhere. Chapter 8. Waiting unless I can train an army of 30,000 mortal warriors, clad in mysterious iron armor and wielding iron weapons, alongside a plethora of powerful bows and crossbows, all while coordinating with the protective formation and supported by no fewer than 100 golden core cultivators, along with a substantial reserve of spiritual stones. Can I truly rely on the city walls for defense? Otherwise, it would merely be an illusion, a fleeting joy. With this thought, Jiang Mu took out a blank jade talisman to meticulously record the variations of the terrain around Floating Cloud Mountain. He examined it closely, reflecting deeply. Fortunately, due to the tumultuous life he had led in his previous existence, he had gained considerable insight into the methods of city construction for mortals. Otherwise, he would be at a loss even if he wished to build a city today. Cultivators are not adept at such matters. However, as he outlined a defensive circle based on the 5 minor peaks, he felt that something was amiss. Would this truly suffice for defense? Constructing a circle of city walls, training 30,000 mortal warriors, storing ample provisions and spiritual stones, and summoning all his disciples back. Could this defensive strength truly rival that of the Wan Poison Sect? Jiang Mu recalled that in his previous life, the Wan Poison Sect, a premier sect in the 5 counties of Shichu, released poisonous mists over a radius of 500 miles for self-preservation, isolating both frenzied cultivators and mortals. Yet, 50 years later, they were ultimately besieged and annihilated by the Great Qin's demon-catching division and 5 major supersections. The tide of fate. My current plans could only sustain the first 10 years, and by the time the Great Qin's founder established the Great Qin dynasty 30 years hence, it would undoubtedly be overrun, proving to be even less effective than the Wan Poison Sect. Even if I could reach the same level as the Wan Poison Sect, I would still not surpass the impending challenges 50 years later, when the 5 super sects emerge and ally with the imperial family, leading to an entirely different situation. Before that, whether it was the hidden cultivators masquerading as mortals or the smaller clans and sects, as long as they did not stir trouble or were not malevolent, the Great Qin dynasty would not exert excessive pressure. However, once the 5 super sects collaborated with the Great Qin dynasty to expand the powers and scale of the demon-catching division, a bloody purge of cultivators and remaining sects ensued, a so-called reckoning that lasted 30 years without respite. The demon-catching division even sensationalized past events, spreading tales of the terror of cultivators among the populace, inciting deep-seated hatred toward them. Any hint of suspicion would lead to swift denunciation. To claim that these measures were solely the directives of the Great Qin's founder would be an oversimplification. The 5 super sects played a role far from glamorous within this narrative. Therefore, merely preserving the entrance of the Floating Cloud Sect is insufficient. I must safeguard the hundreds of thousands of lives in Qingu County. Jiang Mu pondered heavily, lamenting that in his past life, he had lived in hiding. And during the subsequent 30 years, he felt like a dog with its tail between its legs, only occasionally hearing about events, but lacking deeper understanding. Upon reflection, Ever since the alliance between the 5 super sects and the Great Qin, many occurrences seemed awfully peculiar. Yet, regardless of the circumstances, he found himself unable to prevent history from repeating itself. He could only strive to save more innocent mortals. And perhaps these mortals were his greatest trump card. With this thought, Jiang Mu's gaze swept across the 2 southwestern peaks, following the Jade Belt River southward into Cloud Lake, ultimately resting on the small town at the northwest corner of Cloud Lake. This place serves as an essential stronghold for the Floating Cloud Sect in the mortal realm and is a significant source of livelihood. Generations of disciples unable to cultivate have returned home, with most settling here to raise families and spend their lives. Consequently, Cloud Lake Town thrives, boasting a population of over 100,000, encompassing 6 lakeside fishing villages, 12 farming villages, and 5 tea villages cultivating Cloud Lake tea. In Cloud Lake Town, there exists a market catering to cultivators, which, 500 years ago, was one of the 5 major markets in Qin County during the era when the Floating Cloud Sect nearly flourished. Yet now, only 4 markets remain in Qin County, and this Cloud Lake market has become a mere shadow of its former self. In truth, during Jiang Mu's 20 years as the sect leader, the Cloud Lake market not only failed to contribute a single spiritual stone to the sect, but also required an annual expenditure of around 1,000 spiritual stones to support some disciples who had emerged from the mountains. The taxes collected from Cloud Lake Town were nearly all consumed by this obligation. However, that is merely the surface. This land is a fertile region. With the experiences of 80 tumultuous years from his past life, Jiang Mu's perspective has shifted. From the 2 southwestern peaks to the plains surrounding Cloud Lake, it could sustain 1,000,000 mortals. So, why must one insist on building a city reliant on Floating Cloud Mountain? Having been granted a second chance at life, could he not protect the 300 miles surrounding Cloud Lake? This city shall be constructed here, Jiang Mu resolutely decided, simultaneously locking his thoughts on Cloud Lake Town. This location is excellent. First, it is adjacent to the lake, elevated, and boasts a broad view, free from the threat of flooding. It is said that the town was originally established by a former sect leader of the Floating Cloud Sect, so the choice of location is sound. Secondly, Cloud Lake Town is backed by Cloud Lake, with vast fertile plains stretching in front, ripe for cultivation. The reason for its previous lack of large-scale development is simply that the Floating Cloud Sect did not permit it. Lastly, Cloud Lake Town is only 50 miles from the 2 southwestern peaks, connected by the Jade Belt River, allowing for both land and water transport, with several locations along the banks suitable for ports. However, this Cloud Lake city must be placed under the protection of the mountain defense formation in its early stages, at least to withstand the chaotic initial 3 years. It seems I must sell a few treasured items from my sect ahead of time, Jiang Mu pondered. As the spiritual energy dissipates, even the most powerful treasures become difficult to activate. It is better to sell them early and exchange them for spirit stones to procure a more formidable mountain defense formation. Naturally, this must wait until after the death of my senior brother, Yao Cheng, or else the old man would likely fight him to the death. For a moment, Jiang Mu's mind was filled with myriad thoughts, yet few could be immediately acted upon. Firstly, there was the concern of his senior brother and the restraint from his second brother. Secondly, one needs wealth, spirit stones, to accomplish tasks. Thirdly, he was short on capable hands. Even among his few personal disciples, he could not simply send them to undertake what seemed a fundamentally nonsensical task. For instance, building a city is not something any cultivation sect would consider a serious endeavor. Cultivators can soar through the skies and traverse the earth. Asking us to build a city? He did not wish for his personal disciples to mistakenly believe their minds had been ensnared by evil forces. With this thought, Jiang Mu silently cautioned himself. His state of mind had indeed grown somewhat impatient. The tribulations of his past life were profoundly painful, yet he must not lose his fundamental rationality. In 3 months, his senior brother Yao Cheng would begin his closed-door meditation, ignoring external matters. In 6 months, his second brother Su Yi would return injured, with his foundation damaged. In 8 months, his senior brother would fail in his breakthrough and perish in madness. Without these two, even if that wretched Ji Yao returned, she could stir no storm. Therefore, there was no need for him to do anything. Patience would suffice. Chapter 9. Superior Xian Iron. As the dawn light broke, the sun began to rise. Dense spiritual energy coalesced into a rare spiritual mist, drifting among the mountains and rivers. In this moment, whether flowers, grasses, or trees, or the birds and beasts, all reaped significant benefits. Jiang Mu sat cross-legged atop a flying vessel, circulating his cultivation method and absorbing the spiritual energy. With a 50% increase in the speed of converting his mana, His daily practice attracted a great deal of spiritual mist, enveloping him and extending several hundred feet around him, resembling a grand spectacle akin to a blue dragon drinking water. After a long while, Jiang Mu dispersed the mist, revealing his figure. At this moment, he could no longer conceal his demeanor. Every gesture exuded a subtle aura of the Tao. Yet, in his eyes lingered a hint of helplessness. Having cultivated from midnight to this moment, merely 3 hours have passed. Yet it feels as though I have endured 3 days of arduous practice. Alas, I possess only 10 years. Fate can indeed be cruel. With that, Jiang Mu soared into the wind, swiftly reaching the Qingxi courtyard, where his disciples had completed their morning lessons. Cheng Banjin and 2 other named disciples had prepared spiritual tea and breakfast early. Jiang Mu, like any mortal, required sustenance. Although it is commonly believed that cultivators can feast on wind and drink dew, subsisting without food, this is a misconception. Cultivators focus on internal cultivation of mana, nurturing their spirits, strengthening their meridians, while externally they refine their bones and organs, blood and marrow. Because their bodies are exceptionally robust, they still need to supplement various foods and elixirs rich in spiritual energy to prolong their lives and maintain their vitality. This is why every cultivation sect possesses vast fields of spiritual herbs and grains, nurturing rare birds, beasts, and spiritual fish. The cost of nurturing a foundational cultivator is enough to sustain hundreds of mortals for a lifetime. However, when the spiritual tide erupts and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth vanishes, it truly severs the root of cultivators defying the heavens. To illustrate simply, a golden core cultivator, in abundance of spiritual energy and free from injuries, may enjoy 500 years of lifespan. But once the spiritual energy dissipates, without replenishment, they might live just over 100 years. A nascent soul cultivator typically possesses 1,000 years of lifespan, yet if deprived of spiritual energy, they can only live for around 200 years. A transformation god cultivator may normally live for 3,000 years, but without spiritual energy, they might only last 300 years, at best 500. As for the legendary void refinement realm, Jiang Mu had never encountered it and knew little. Moreover, these lifespans only apply when one does not expend mana, otherwise, they would be even shorter. In any case, cultivation has become a dead end. After breakfast, Jiang Mu explained some key points of cultivation to his named disciples before leading them to the back mountain to melt Xian iron, which was also a routine task. By melting Xian iron, he could better help his disciples master the control of mana. During these times, Jiang Mu would also participate personally, and today was no exception. Melting Xian iron consumed a great deal of mana. The newly initiated disciples merely experienced the atmosphere of collective labor before, under Cheng Banjin's guidance. They could frolic in the hills, catch butterflies, roll in the soft grass, climb trees to touch birds, or fish in the river. For the next 2 to 3 years, these would be their most joyful moments. Jiang Mu had once enjoyed such experiences himself. As for the named disciples who had been in the sect for 10 years, and the personal disciples, they all diligently worked without exception. There were no strict standards. Once their mana was exhausted, they could conclude, regardless of how much Xian iron was melted. Thus, within just 1 hour, most named disciples finished melting, leaving only those who had reached the foundation establishment stage still persevering. After 2 hours, only Jiang Mu remained. In his previous life, provided there were no other matters, he could melt 10 pieces of mid-grade Xian iron daily, managing to produce 1 piece of high-grade Xian iron every 3 days. The low and mid-grade Xian iron were sold, while the high-grade was kept for personal use. Today, Jiang Mu did not exert himself particularly. He felt that his mana control surpassed that of his previous life. After 3 hours, he had not produced a single piece of low-grade Xian iron, but instead, he had melted 1 piece of high-grade Xian iron. Feeling the remaining 30% of his mana, Jiang Mu was quite astonished. After much contemplation, he believed this was closely related to his current state of mind. In his past life, though he had ventured out for practice, he had foolishly immersed himself in cultivation prior to encountering great calamities, having endured much hardship and starting anew. If he could not achieve twice the result with half the effort, he would be truly irredeemable. If that were the case, gazing at the piece of Xian iron in his hand, which subtly surpassed high-grade quality, Jiang Mu sighed inwardly. Such quality could fetch over 100 spirit stones at market auctions, while low-grade Xian iron typically sold for only 3 to 5 spirit stones. However, this matter needed to be kept confidential from his senior brother. Stowing the piece of Xian iron in his storage talisman, Jiang Mu exited the melting hall. Outside, numerous disciples had already left, relishing this rare free time. Qi refinement disciples could meditate to recover their mana, while Foundation establishment disciples could craft their own magical tools, talismans, or simply relax as they wished. After dinner, evening classes would commence, and once they ended, barring those on duty, everyone could rest. Such was the simplicity of their routine. According to Jiang Mu's past habits, he would typically spend 3 days refining Xian iron, 2 days mining jade, followed by 3 days of short-distance practice, for which he would lead throughout. This had fostered a strong bond with his disciples. However, now that he had established the Dharma Protection Hall, the Affairs Hall, and the Practice Hall, he no longer needed to personally oversee everything. Thus, Jiang Mu turned his gaze toward a thatched hut several miles to the south, where his senior brother, Yao Cheng, practiced. After a moment's thought, he re-entered the melting hall. In the coming months, he could not execute any significant plans, lest it affect his senior brother's determination to break through to the nascent soul stage. After the transfer of the sect's affairs, he seized the opportunity to refine more profound iron, a material of utmost importance even in the era of decline. Within the refining hall, Jiang Mu sat cross-legged, fingers weaving intricate gestures as he channeled his inner energy to draw upon the essence of heaven and earth, swiftly replenishing his magical power. In mere moments, the spiritual energy coursing through his meridians surged like a mighty dragon, flooding into his golden core, transforming into pure magical energy. In the span of a single incense stick, all the expended energy was restored, a pace at least double that of his previous life. Rising to his feet, he surveyed the teleportation array within the hall. Beneath the refining hall lay the profound iron veins, but cultivators need not delve into the mines for extraction. There was no necessity for mundane labor, nor for the clandestine enslavement of other cultivators as miners. Such practices were far too antiquated. They employed mechanized mountain-opening beasts, powered by spiritual stones. Each beast could tirelessly extract vast quantities of ore daily, with a single spiritual stone sustaining it for a month, often requiring no further attention for years. The extracted ore could be transported through short-range teleportation arrays, bringing the minerals from hundreds of miles underground back to the Qianquan furnace in the refining hall. This furnace operated autonomously, performing initial refining and decomposition. The residual waste was returned underground to fill abandoned mines, while the essence coalesced into rough bars of profound iron. Jiang Mu, assisted by his disciples, would then employ magical energy to purify these bars until they reached inferior, middle, or even superior grades of profound iron. This process had persisted for over 3,000 years, with the teleportation array, Qianquan furnace, and mechanized beasts all established by the founding patriarch of the Floating Cloud Sect over 3 millennia ago. In his previous life, aside from the eccentric Jiang Mu, who rather enjoyed refining profound iron, successive sect leaders and elders had little interest in such endeavors, rendering any thoughts of upgrading moot. As long as it functioned, it sufficed. Only Jiang Mu sought to innovate and modernize. It was not until 2 years later, following the departure of the gold-guzzling elder brother Yao Cheng, that Jiang Mu finally replaced the Qianquan furnace, mechanized beasts, and teleportation array of the profound iron vein, resulting in doubled output and significantly enhanced quality, even approaching the level of supreme, profound iron. This illustrates that as times change, one must look forward. Chapter 10. Sword Essence Power. Jiang Mu stood contemplatively before the grand Qianquan furnace. He had no intention of replacing the furnace or the mechanized beasts just yet, as such an investment would require at least 5,000 spiritual stones, a detail that could not escape elder brother Yao Cheng's notice. However, he devised an alternative approach. With a series of intricate gestures, he directed magical commands into the Qianquan furnace, which then opened a massive crack, releasing a wave of heat. Peering inside, he beheld a pool of molten iron derived from the refined ore. At that moment, Jiang Mu extended his right hand, invoking his magical techniques as if a colossal hand were extracting vast quantities of molten iron from the furnace, roughly the size of a 3-story building. Yet, under his control, it was as pliable as dough in a giant's grasp. Simultaneously, he multitasked, employing various techniques upon the molten mass, as if an immense hammer were invisibly forging it. Gradually, impurities began to fall away, and the mass of molten iron quickly diminished. The process continued for approximately half an hour, until the molten mass shrank to the size of a wheel. At this juncture, a hint of gravity clouded Jiang Mu's expression. With a single gesture, he summoned a torrent of spiritual energy, which he quickly compressed into spiritual liquid, pouring it over the molten mass. A symphony of ethereal sounds emerged, accompanied by an aura of azure light, and in an instant, a block of azure profound iron took shape, adorned with natural patterns reminiscent of soaring phoenixes, exquisite and breathtaking. This was undoubtedly more than mere superior profound iron. It was of the finest quality. Jiang Mu's complexion paled, for his magical energy was nearly depleted, and this method consumed an extraordinary amount of it. He had come perilously close to failure. Fortunately, he succeeded. This technique was not part of the Floating Cloud Sect's traditional methods. While the sect was known for its profound iron forging, it was hardly renowned in the broader realm of cultivation. There are 5 grades of profound iron: inferior, middle, superior, exquisite, and divine, yet the Floating Cloud Sect could only refine superior iron. The method Jiang Mu employed, however, originated from the Divine Sword Sect. The technique for converting magical energy into sword essence power included the core practice of the Divine Sword Sect, known as the Divine Mechanism Sword Control Technique, which contained a section titled Refining Spirit Mechanism Beneath the Nine Heavens, capable of refining divine-grade profound iron and crafting flying swords. It must be said that the Divine Sword Sect possesses unparalleled advantages in this regard. No wonder they developed a method to transmute magical energy into sword essence power. Now, it had fortuitously benefited Jiang Mu. After sitting in meditation for a brief moment, Jiang Mu cradled the azure profound iron in his palm, infused it with a modicum of magical energy, and with a gentle flick of his finger, a melodious dragon's roar resonated forth, accompanied by a brilliant azure light that could even leave crimson marks upon his hand. The essence of metal is inherently fierce. Even unshaped, it radiates a menacing aura, unmistakably indicative of exquisite profound iron. In the 4 major markets of Qinggu County, exquisite profound iron appears only 3 to 5 times annually, each piece fetching a staggering price of 3,000 spiritual stones. Yet, crucially, possessing sufficient spiritual stones does not guarantee acquisition. Jiang Mu was acutely aware of this. Having witnessed his second brother Su Yi's attempts to procure a piece of exquisite profound iron for crafting his destined flying sword, during which Jiang Mu had contemplated purchasing it at great expense. However, the buyers of exquisite profound iron were predominantly nascent soul cultivators. Even though the Floating Cloud Sect ranked among the 5 powers of Qinggu County, without a nascent soul cultivator present, they could not compete. It was not merely a matter of spiritual stones. Now, having refined a piece of exquisite profound iron, if this news were to spread, it would surely reverberate across the southern 5 counties, but it might also imperil the 3,000-year legacy of the Floating Cloud Sect. As the phoenix patterns on this exquisite profound iron were unique and unmatched, Jiang Mu offered a wry smile. Not only did he possess the refining spirit mechanism beneath the 9 heavens, but he also held the core technique of the Divine Sword Sect, the Divine Mechanism Sword Control Technique. One could only imagine how the adherents of the Divine Sword Sect would respond to his explanations. If they were merely a minor sect, it might be manageable. However, the Divine Sword Sect ranks among the top-tier sects in the current cultivation world, a prominent entity beneath the 5 supersections. Supersects are those with a legacy exceeding 100,000 years, housing cultivators of the void refinement realm, wielding immense influence that remains unshaken by the changing tides of power. Tier 1 sects, on the other hand, are characterized by having 3 or more god transformation realm elders, irrespective of their legacy or reputation. The Divine Sword Sect itself has existed for just over 9,000 years, purportedly founded by a discarded disciple of a supersect, shrouded in mystery and maintaining a low profile for millennia, only to rise to prominence in recent centuries, now boasting 5 god transformation elders, one of whom was the former sect leader who had fallen into destitution in his previous life. Jiang Mu was acutely aware of the sensitivity of the situation. Thus, he sent a message to Lu Taizhu, instructing him to oversee the sect's affairs with Cheng Banjin in the coming days while he entered seclusion. Subsequently, he stepped onto the teleportation array within the forging hall, gesturing with his hands to cast a spell, and in an instant, he found himself deep within the iron or veins, buried 100 miles underground. For the time being, there was no place safer or more concealed than here. Thunderous echoes reverberated around him. Enveloped in a space akin to a colossal city, Jiang Mu's consciousness swept across the area, revealing 20 mechanical mountain-moving beasts tirelessly excavating or within a network of tunnels. Everything appeared to be functioning normally. This place was one Jiang Mu visited every few years to replace the spirit stones for the mechanical beasts, so despite the labyrinthine complexity of the tunnels, navigating through them felt as effortless as a leisurely stroll for him. He casually chose a desolate tunnel, seated himself cross-legged within it, first recovering his spiritual energy, then silently reciting the divine machine sword technique. The first step in cultivating this skill involved converting his spiritual energy into sword essence. The former leader of the Divine Sword Sect had once stated that the method they devised was merely a rough draft, without sufficient spiritual energy for experimentation. It required continual revision and improvement. Thus, Jiang Mu understood the necessity of knowing both himself and his adversary. Chapter 11. The senior brother finally entered seclusion within the dimly lit, desolate tunnel. Jiang Mu's heart was as calm as a still pond, silently reciting the incantation while gradually channeling his spiritual energy through his meridians. With each cycle, a faint thread of spiritual energy was transformed into sword essence. However, with the formation of each thread of sword essence, the spiritual energy he had painstakingly cultivated diminished slightly. The two were fundamentally incompatible. It was either one or the other. In a certain sense, this was a significant taboo within the realm of cultivation. If Jiang Mu's master were to return at this moment and witness his reckless training, he would undoubtedly be infuriated, his beard bristling as he personally cleaned the sect's walls. Yet, after enduring numerous tribulations in his past life, Jiang Mu's resolve had become as steadfast as iron. He understood that this was his hope for the future. However, the conversion of sword essence was excruciatingly slow and challenging. He had initially believed that this method was nearly perfected, at least 50% complete, but upon attempting it today, he realized it barely reached a 30% completion rate, merely pointing in a general direction. Had he been overly self-assured? Jiang Mu shook his head. In his previous life, while the leader of the Divine Sword Sect was a celestial being, the resources of spirit stones they could utilize were likely quite limited, requiring them to be meticulous in the conversion of a small amount of spiritual energy into sword essence. Now, although Jiang Mu was merely an early-stage golden core cultivator, the amount of spiritual energy he could wield each second was likely several hundred or even thousands of times that of his predecessors. Discussing effects rather than quantity would be akin to playing with fire. Understanding the crux of the issue, Jiang Mu felt no despair. He immediately began anew, verifying every detail and making adjustments as necessary. Days later, with a cough, he expelled a mouthful of congealed blood, his complexion pale, clearly suffering significant injury. The sword essence had unexpectedly launched a fatal backlash against his original spiritual energy, and for a fleeting moment, he nearly believed his golden core was on the verge of shattering. What a mystery! What could be the cause? Jiang Mu pondered, perplexed. To him, the sword essence derived from spiritual energy, despite its name change, should still be considered a variant of spiritual energy. Why was there such a vast disparity? While healing, he recalled the circumstances described by the leader of the Divine Sword Sect in his previous life, but quickly shook his head in resignation. After all, they had only managed to convert a single thread of sword essence. Yet now, he had transformed 9 threads in merely 3 days. But this power was too fierce, too unruly, and too pure, exhibiting excessive exclusivity. 9 threads of sword essence had already reached the limits of what he could endure. Continuing further could lead to shattered meridians, a catastrophic explosion of his golden core, a ruined foundation, and even the loss of life. Thus, after a moment of contemplation, Jiang Mu had no choice but to disperse the 9 threads of sword essence. Whoosh! The sharp and terrifying sword energy erupted forth, instantly carving the surrounding tunnels into a state of ruin. This was merely a single thread of sword essence transformed into sword energy, yet it wielded such formidable power. Once Jiang Mu systematically dispersed all the sword essence, the previously sturdy tunnel was carved out to a depth of several yards. Such might could easily be believed to have been wrought by a nascent soul cultivator, let alone a golden core practitioner. If he could master such power, how formidable would he be? A bold thought suddenly surged within Jiang Mu's mind. What if he were to shatter his golden core, disperse his cultivation, and then convert the sword essence? The very notion startled him, a reckless proposition indeed. Cease. Jiang Mu dared not dwell further on this thought. He needed to leave the underground mines and find some peace. At this stage, he must prioritize stabilizing his senior brother's state of mind. Following this, Jiang Mu continued his usual routines, guiding the disciples in daily training. Occasionally, he would venture into town to procure various herbs, elixirs, or peculiar items for his senior brother, Yao Cheng. Yet, he also seized moments to refine exquisite dark iron, a substance that could be exchanged for a substantial amount of spirit stones, serving as a vital means for his prosperity. However, this item could not be sold openly in the legitimate marketplace. It had to be traded on the black market. Simultaneously, Yao Cheng's determination to break through to the nascent soul stage grew increasingly fervent, leading him to act with greater desperation. He not only emptied Jiang Mu's modest savings, but also invested the sect's earnings from dark iron over the past 6 months. Including the years of herbs harvested from the medicinal garden, the total value had approached 20,000 spirit stones. Jiang Mu felt utterly powerless against this. As it mirrored his previous life, Without such reckless endeavors, Yao Cheng would never dare to attempt a breakthrough to nascent soul, especially considering he still had over 130 years of lifespan remaining. What could Jiang Mu do? Fortunately, the foundation of the Floating Cloud Sect was truly robust. Thus, just like in his past life, on that fateful evening, senior brother Yao Cheng summoned Jiang Mu. The two first paid homage at the ascension site of the sect's founding ancestor, then proceeded to the Cloud Rest Hall to offer incense to their master and the ancestors. Following this, the brothers each took a jar of spirit wine and tossed one to their master, drinking deeply as the fiery sunset cast its glow and the gentle mountain breeze swirled around them, reminiscing about their 150 years of acquaintance as if it were but yesterday. Throughout this time, senior brother said not a word, finishing the spirit wine before departing without a backward glance. Jiang Mu watched his figure fade into the darkness, and despite 1,000 sentiments, he was left with an overwhelming silence. The following day, within the depths of the Cloud Summit Hall, all disciples of the Floating Cloud Sect gathered. After an exchange of formalities, Jiang Mu sat at the head, casting a commanding gaze over everyone and nodding in satisfaction. Since he had instructed Cheng Banjin 3 months prior to relay messages to all scattered disciples, 35 had returned during this time. Furthermore, most of those who returned shared a close bond with him and possessed commendable character. Among them were his direct disciple, Zhang He, and 12 others who had descended from the mountain after establishing their foundations to venture into the world. Additionally, there were 23 disciples of senior brother Yao Cheng. Although their relationship with Yao Cheng was not particularly close, they held Jiang Mu in great respect. After all, empathizing with their plight, Yao Cheng had dedicated himself to cultivation, casually imparting techniques to his disciples and leaving them to their own devices. It was Jiang Mu, who was not yet sect leader at the time, that had guided them through their early journeys. Among them were even 2 elder students, slightly older than Jiang Mu, who had begun their training when he first entered the sect. However, they remained stuck in the late foundation establishment stage, their faces etched with weariness and streaked with gray hair. Without a breakthrough, their lifespans would soon dwindle. Lu Taizhu, Zhang He Li Ying. Jiang Mu slowly began to speak. Disciples, present. Lu Taizhu and 2 others stepped forward. These 3, apart from having gained Jiang Mu's trust, were also prominent figures among this generation of disciples in the Floating Cloud Sect. In his previous life, Lu Taizhu successfully advanced to the Golden Core stage after 8 years. Zhang He did so after 3 years, and Li Ying broke through to Golden Core 4 years later. However, while Li Ying thrived outside, the sect maintained a consistent policy of inaction, so he seldom returned to the mountain even for visits. Now, upon receiving a summons from Jiang Mu, he returned without hesitation. Reflecting on past events, Jiang Mu continued, "From this moment forth, the Floating Cloud Sect shall close its gates for a year. You will be responsible for all matters both within and outside the sect." Understood. Furthermore, our sect, originally one of the 5 families in Qinggu County, has seen its strength and reputation wane significantly over the past century. If this continues, it is likely that the Floating Cloud Sect will find no place to stand in Qinggu County by the time we pass on. I am deeply troubled by this, losing sleep over it, and you should understand my concerns. Jiang Mu's tone was heavy and serious. Among the disciples, aside from the younger ones who were too naive to grasp the gravity, the rest were visibly animated, particularly Zhang He, Li Ying, Cheng Banjin, and Su Lin. They were astute enough to recognize that their master, who rarely expressed such sentiments, had chosen this moment, while their senior uncle was in seclusion, to convey his urgent message, indicating that the situation had become intolerable. The Floating Cloud Sect was indeed on the brink of collapse. Therefore, change was imperative, and this change must begin with their master, their sect leader, being granted the greatest authority. Over the years, more than 80% of the sect's resources had been funneled into their senior uncle Yao Cheng and second uncle Su Yi. What of the ordinary disciples? What of the direct disciples? They toiled endlessly yet received little in return, wasting precious time to accumulate spirit stones to purchase pills for breaking through their bottlenecks. They endured countless hardships and near-death experiences. Should their cultivation be delayed or their foundations damaged, they would be forever estranged from the path of enlightenment. Now, with their senior uncle in seclusion to break through to the nascent soul stage, it would be at least 3 to 5 years before he emerged, allowing the sect's resources to be redistributed. The 20-odd disciples in the late foundation establishment stage were eagerly awaiting sustenance. Jiang Mu calmly regarded the eager expressions around him. This was precisely the effect he desired. I have decided to sell several treasures of the sect to procure a 9-aperture spirit pill for each disciple in the late foundation establishment stage to aid in their breakthroughs. This will henceforth be our permanent practice. Chapter 12. The black market 3 days later, Jiang Mu appeared in Chujiang County, 1,000 miles away. At this moment, he not only employed a concealment talisman, but also transformed into a middle-aged man with a sallow complexion, sharp eyes, and a slight hunch. Clad in a black robe and a wide-brimmed hat, presenting an untrustworthy appearance. In addition, he held a bronze mask that, when donned, would further ensure his anonymity. Jiang Mu's elaborate disguise had its significance. In the past 3 months, he had made little progress in converting sword energy, but had managed to refine 50 pieces of exquisite dark iron. This exceptional dark iron, forged using the methods of the Divine Sword Sect, was of impeccable quality. Although such dark iron commanded a price of 3,000 spirit stones in the market, he dared not sell it there. He could not risk drawing the ire of the 5 formidable figures of the Divine Sword Sect. Thus, the only viable option was the black market, and not the one in Qinggu County, which is why he traveled to Chujiang County. The black market differs from the regular markets. Behind the latter stand reputable cultivation sects, advocating fair trade and honesty, eliminating the possibility of deceit. Hence, most cultivators prefer to transact in the regular markets. However, where there is light, shadows inevitably follow. The existence of the black market arises from various circumstances. Its greatest advantage lies in its discretion and the freedom of trade, accommodating many forbidden items and stolen goods. The black market in Chujiang County is notably large, regarded as the most prominent among the 5 counties in the southern mountains. In his previous life, Jiang Mu had sought refuge here while fleeing with his disciples. However, the proprietors of this place were not benevolent. Such refuge came with the price of becoming a death warrior, survive, and one wins, die, and it is the end. It was during that time that Jiang Mu learned that the black market was actually backed by the renowned Qitian sect, a powerful entity on the verge of becoming a top-tier sect, boasting 2 transformation stage elders and numerous nascent soul cultivators. Had it not been for the outbreak of the spiritual energy tide, Qitian sect would have already been plotting to unify the 5 counties of the southern mountains. It is precisely such an ambitious sect that sustains the scale of this black market. Currently, this secret remains unknown, and the operation of the black market is conducted discreetly, opening only once a month on a randomly chosen day. The method of entry to the black market also varies randomly. For newcomers, it can be utterly bewildering. Jiang Mu, however, had no such concerns. He bypassed the preliminary steps and found a seemingly ordinary valley, a route known only to seasoned visitors of the black market. Upon reaching this valley, Jiang Mu observed the flickering light of the teleportation array from a distance. Someone had already passed through. As Jiang Mu approached, he saw a short-range teleportation array, flanked by 2 individuals in black masks. They remained silent, casually handing him a stone tablet containing the specific date of the black market's opening. Jiang Mu infused it with his energy, instantly discerning the date and location. And as he did, the stone tablet crumbled to ash. Without hesitation, he stepped into the teleportation array. A series of incantations enveloped him in teleportation runes, transporting him randomly to a location 100 miles away, entirely free from the threat of pursuit or ambush. 5 days later, Jiang Mu nodded in satisfaction. Stowing away his hat, robe, and bronze mask, he summoned a flying artifact, swiftly heading towards Chu City, where the random entrance to the black market awaited. It must be said that Qitian sect has excelled in maintaining secrecy regarding this black market. It is said that each time it opens, there can be over 100 entrances, utilizing short-range teleportation arrays that are changed after each use. Therefore, even though many cultivators have visited the black market, none truly know its location. As the day of the black market's opening arrived, 5 days had passed in the blink of an eye. Jiang Mu made his way to a modest courtyard in Chu City. It appeared to be an ordinary house, yet its original inhabitants were now in a deep slumber, oblivious to the fact that a small concealment array and a teleportation array had been set up in their yard. 2 masked figures stood motionless, and any arriving cultivator need only step onto the teleportation array to reach the black market swiftly and discreetly. In a flash, Jiang Mu found himself in a magnificent palace, bathed in resplendent light. A divine light pearl hung high above, illuminating the area as brightly as day and providing a concealment spell for every visitor. This palace was vast, covering approximately 3,000 acres and comprised 3 tiers. Here, there were neither overseers of the black market nor permanent merchants, nor would there be the auction houses commonly found in regular markets. On either side of the palace, every 15 paces, a jade platform is erected, embedded with formations. Those wishing to sell any goods need only pay 100 spiritual stones for usage, ensuring a one-on-one transaction. If Jiang Mu wished to sell exquisite dark iron, he could simply choose a jade platform and sell it all within moments. However, he refrained from such actions. The black market was not particularly crowded, with only a few thousand individuals scattered about. Yet, those who frequented this place were undoubtedly extraordinary. Jiang Mu took his time, leisurely wandering until he had circled the black market palace 3 times, and an hour had passed. By then, several hundred jade platforms had been activated. Approaching one such platform, he noted that it was dedicated to selling spiritual herbs and elixirs, easily recognizable by seasoned cultivators as the domain of market merchants. Indeed, it was a legitimate market. And although they had ample selling channels, they were also keen on acquiring some illicit goods at a low price. Even acquiring at 80% of market value would yield substantial profits. When Jiang Mu arrived at this jade platform, the proprietor deftly activated the protective concealment formation. Without uttering a word, Jiang Mu produced 2 pieces of exquisite dark iron. The masked individual across from him, equally well protected, flicked his fingers, unleashing a wave of green malevolence. Exquisite dark iron, authentic product from the Divine Sword Sect, valued at 3,000 spiritual stones. I will offer you 2,800. How much do you have? Jiang Mu scoffed, his voice gravelly. I will exchange each piece for 6 9-aperture spirit pills. Deal. The platform owner did not hesitate, even appearing pleased. As items like exquisite dark iron were always in high demand, and the 9-aperture spirit pills, valued at 500 spiritual stones, provided ample profit margin. In a brief span, Jiang Mu exited the jade platform, both parties remaining oblivious to each other's identities, and even if they wished to investigate, it would be futile. Subsequently, Jiang Mu ambled towards various jade platforms. Some were clearly market merchants, while others were completely unknown, but generally, none would refuse a piece of exquisite dark iron. These transactions varied. Sometimes Jiang Mu sought spiritual stones, other times elixirs or jade talismans, all of which could be quickly sold in the market without fear of scrutiny. Remarkably, the proprietors of these jade platforms did not recognize one another and had no means of contact. The entire transaction process was one-on-one, and they merely felt fortunate to have acquired 1 or 2 pieces of exquisite dark iron from a desperate fugitive, unaware that a total of 50 pieces had circulated through the black market. While the Divine Sword Sect did limit the sale of exquisite dark iron, they would never sell in bulk on the black market. Should this information leak, it would be considered explosive news, even within the black market, and would surely attract the attention of the Divine Sword Sect, who would pursue the matter relentlessly. However, at this moment, such a revelation seemed highly unlikely. 3 days later, Jiang Mu silently returned to the Floating Cloud Sect, his movements undetected and without any telltale signs. Yet he successfully exchanged for 59 aperture spirit pills, 50 divine jade talismans, and 100,000 spiritual stones. The 9 aperture spirit pills were intended to assist disciples in breaking through their bottlenecks. The divine jade talismans, for personal use, had become immensely valuable in the era of declining magic, not only capable of sealing formidable spells, but also crafted into reserve talismans, usable for centuries to come, holding importance comparable to spiritual stones. Jiang Mu's journey lasted 11 days, and everything within the sect remained orderly, managed well by Lu Taizhu, Zhang He, Li Ying, Cheng Banjin, and others, which brought him great comfort. He summoned all disciples to the Cloud Deep Hall, and once the assembled disciples had paid their respects, Jiang Mu nodded in satisfaction. During his absence, 5 disciples had returned from their ventures. As of now, the Floating Cloud Sect had gathered a total of 67 individuals of varying ages and backgrounds. Among them were 10 new disciples, 5 in the Qi refinement stage, 24 in the early foundation establishment stage, 6 in the mid-stage, and 22 in the late stage. To be candid, aside from Zhang He, Li Ying, Lu Taizhu, Su Lin, Qin Jin, and Zhang Aniu, the remaining disciples resembled unripe fruit. Even without the influx of spiritual energy, they would likely never break through to the golden core stage in their lifetimes, particularly those over 100 years old, who bore numerous injuries and whose foundations had been damaged, might even regress with age. Ordinarily, not only would they be scorned by the sect, but they would also despise themselves. Nonetheless, Jiang Mu called them back for one reason. Their character was commendable. Only disciples of such virtue could be trusted and entrusted with important matters in this era of dwindling magic. Lu Taizhu, Cheng Banjin, Zhang He. Jiang Mu called out names, and those summoned were qualified to receive a 9-aperture spirit pill. This time, he brought forth 30 pills, sufficient for 30 individuals, primarily covering those in the late and mid-foundation establishment stages, including trusted disciples like Cheng Banjin. Observing the astonishment, excitement, and gratitude on the faces of his disciples, Jiang Mu smiled gently. Go forth and cultivate. Do not feel pressured. Achieving a breakthrough is splendid, but if not, mending past ailments is equally commendable. Others will temporarily manage sect affairs during these days. The disciples responded in unison, bowing and departing the cloud deep hall with eager anticipation. 39 aperture spirit pills amount to 15,000 spiritual stones. Half-Gene, do we truly have such wealth in the Floating Cloud Sect? In the Wanshi courtyard. Led by Zhao Taizhu, core disciples such as Zhang He, Li Ying, and Cheng Banjin gathered. They were not like disciples from other sects. Owing to Jiang Mu's teachings and guidance, they regarded the Floating Cloud Sect as their home. When it came to the sect's daily income, they were all well informed. Hey, do you still need to ask? This month, with many brothers assisting, we sold a considerable amount of low and mid-grade dark iron, yielding 3,400 spiritual stones. Now that the Great Master is in seclusion, at this rate, it would take 6 months to gather enough. Yet our master returned from the mountain in just 11 days with 39 aperture spirit pills, which clearly defies logic. Cheng Banjin chuckled, surprised that even he received one. Perhaps this would allow him to break through and become a foundation establishment cultivator. Could our master have gone out to rob? Su Lin half-joked. Silence. With our master's honest demeanor, where would he go to rob? Didn't he mention selling some treasured sect items to acquire these? Zhang He replied seriously. Although he did not need the 9 aperture spirit pill, he was deeply moved by their master's heartfelt care. He found it hard to imagine that their ordinarily straightforward and rule-abiding master would make such a decision. It genuinely astonished him. The group fell silent. Truth be told, who wouldn't be moved? To have such a leader, such a master, was an immense fortune. If the Great Master successfully advances, the Floating Cloud Sect standing in Qinggu County will surely rise. However, we must remain vigilant. Our master is preparing for the worst. Though the treasured items are precious, they cannot be transformed into immediate combat power. Brothers and sisters, let us not disappoint our master's heartfelt efforts. Each of you should return to your seclusion. At this juncture, Lu Taizhu spoke up, thus clarifying the nature of the matter at hand. All present were astute individuals, fully aware that their master had a stake in this situation. Above the head of the Floating Cloud Sect's leader, there were still 2 elders. Should these elders decide to take issue with the matter, they would inevitably be compelled to stand forth. The heart of the sect master's uncle was well-meaning, albeit somewhat naive. I am already over 100 years old. My body marred by countless injuries, my foundation severely compromised. What use is this breakthrough elixir to me? We must consolidate the elixirs we have. The one most likely to advance should be the recipient. At the very least, we ought to gather 2 or 3 golden dan before my master emerges from seclusion, thereby enabling us to speak on behalf of the sect master's uncle. An elderly man with hair and beard as white as snow interjected. He was Huolianshan, a disciple of Yao Cheng, who had joined the sect even before Li Ying, thus earning the rightful title of elder brother among this assembly. After wandering for over a century, striving to break into the Golden Dan realm, he found himself battered and in disarray. He had originally intended to find a serene place to spend the remainder of his days, but unexpectedly received a personal letter from Jiang Mu. Though the letter was brief, each word was sincere, filled with concern that brought tears to Huolianshan's eyes. It must be said that even if that scoundrel master Yao Cheng were to perish, he would be indifferent. Yet he felt compelled to show respect to this sect master's junior uncle. After all, who among the entire sect had not benefited from the kindness of this sect master's uncle? Moreover, as a man with merely a decade of life left, what use could he possibly be to the Floating Cloud Sect? Yet this junior uncle still thought of him, explicitly stating that even if he could not break through to the Golden Dan, he hoped he would retire peacefully in Yunhu Town. Thus, he returned. Hua. This matter cannot proceed, Lu Taizhu hastily interjected. Our master has decreed that if one can break through, they shall. If not, they must mend their old ailments. Silence. When the sect master's uncle is questioned about this matter, will you, Lu Taizhu, dare to rebel? Huolianshan retorted. The world is treacherous and without strength. One has no voice. Today, I shall assert my seniority just this once. Tell me, which of you young rascals is my elder? Observing Huolianshan's indignant demeanor, the group could not help but laugh. Indeed, you are the eldest, you are formidable, we all heed your command. Chapter 14. No break, no establishment on the rainfall platform. Jiang Mu gazed down upon the Floating Cloud Sect's mountain gate, his expression tranquil. Ultimately, he resolved to pierce the Golden Dan, dispersing his cultivation solely to transmute the sword essence. This conclusion was the result of his persistent attempts and calculations, perhaps his sole opportunity. Should he succeed, all would be well. If not, it would matter little. In this age of declining laws, whether Golden Dan or nascent soul, the outcome remained the same. Taking the sect master's decree jade talisman, he lightly tapped it with his hand and proclaimed, I shall enter seclusion for several months. Should any unforeseen events arise, let Lu Taizhu be appointed as the 59th sect master of the Floating Cloud Sect, with all disciples assisting him. The sect master's decree jade is here. Anyone who dares to defy it, regardless of status, shall be deemed as committing treason. He then tossed the talisman into the sky, where it merged with the mountain protecting formation. This talisman was the core key to the mountain protecting formation, as well as crucial for controlling the sect's treasury and other vital areas. Should any untoward incident befall Jiang Mu, it would ensure Lu Taizhu's smooth succession to the position of sect master. As for the future, he could not afford to contemplate it. Next, Jiang Mu sealed the rainfall platform with a divine-grade spirit jade and, after a long contemplation, gritted his teeth to disperse his power. One palm struck the heavenly spirit, another the purple abode, beginning from his meridians and culminating at the golden dan. The source of the magical power he had cultivated for over 100 years was gradually dissipated, vaporized until the golden dan shattered, causing his cultivation to uncontrollably plummet from the late foundation establishment stage to the early stage. Ultimately, with the spirit energy depleted, he was left in a state akin to a mortal. No, he was even worse off than a mortal. At this moment, his meridians were severely damaged, blood streaming from his 7 orifices, collapsing to the ground in excruciating pain. His once black hair turned snow white in an instant. Without intervention, he would be left with merely a few years of life. Chuckling softly to himself, Jiang Mu endured the agonizing torment and placed 3 prepared divine-grade jade talismans on his forehead, heart, and purple abode. These talismans were inscribed with the techniques of spirit nourishment, essence nourishment, and revitalization. They would automatically activate upon contact with blood. Whether for mortals or cultivators, these were excellent means for healing and recuperation, especially as divine-grade talismans. Their effects were optimal. Even for an aging mortal, they could extend life by 3 years. As these 3 divine-grade talismans took effect, Jiang Mu's injuries and condition gradually improved. After using 9 talismans in succession, he felt remarkably rejuvenated. Aside from his white hair that could not be restored and the complete absence of cultivation, he essentially attained the state of an ordinary 30-year-old mortal. This first step was successfully accomplished. Subsequently, Jiang Mu closed his eyes to cultivate his spirit, awaiting the fullness of his consciousness, and directly attempted to manifest the spirit-attracting mechanism for refining essence from heaven and earth. Indeed, this was the method he had stumbled upon. Transmuting sword essence was not achievable through the Floating Cloud Sect's techniques, nor through the Divine Sword Sect's divine mechanism sword control technique. In short, the attempt to convert magical power into sword essence always fell short. Therefore, Jiang Mu was now attempting to directly draw upon the spirit energy of heaven and earth to transmute sword essence. This was also inspired by the 50 pieces of exquisite mysterious iron he had refined. Whether it would succeed hinged on this singular effort. Heaven and earth spirit energy required guidance from the spirit mechanism. The spirit mechanism, however, was not magical power, but rather a profound state that the cultivator strived to maintain. In this state, a bridge seemingly formed between the individual and the universe, allowing the draw of spirit energy to enhance one's physical form and create magical power. This entire process was known as cultivation. Now, Jiang Mu endeavored to perceive himself as a massive piece of unrefined mysterious iron, channeling the spirit energy of heaven and earth while simultaneously attempting to transmute sword essence. Within mere breaths, a spark of inspiration struck Jiang Mu, and he smoothly entered that profound state. In that moment, he felt a tacit understanding with the surrounding world. This was his advantage. Even after dispersing his power, he was still leaps and bounds faster than a novice. Otherwise, a beginner would be considered a genius if they could discover the spirit mechanism within a few months and stabilize it within a year. As torrents of spirit energy surged in, Jiang Mu's myriad meridians opened up completely. If he so desired, he could return to the Foundation establishment realm in just a few days. This was the advantage left by this body. However, he chose not to pursue that route. Instead, he utilized his meridians as a grindstone, a hammer, a furnace, directly transmuting the spirit energy of heaven and earth into sword essence. This process was somewhat intricate and posed challenges. It could even become uncomfortable due to the complete depletion of his cultivation and magical power. Yet, the moment Jiang Mu successfully transmuted the first strand of sword essence, he knew his gamble had paid off. This strand of sword essence bore no difference from the sword essence he had previously transmuted. It was equally fierce and sharp. As long as no similar powers touched or provoked it, it would remain remarkably stable. Without the need for specific testing, Jiang Mu realized that this strand of sword essence was at least twice as potent as the magical power he had cultivated using the Floating Cloud Sect's techniques. Gently guiding this strand of sword essence with his consciousness, the process resembled a mortal nurturing a hawk or a cultivator taming a beast. It was fundamentally an act of subjugation. Once this strand of sword essence was thoroughly tamed and could harmoniously align with Jiang Mu's consciousness, it would signify success. Jiang Mu vividly recalls the moment he first entered the Floating Cloud Sect, where he sought to harness the ethereal energies. Mastering the initial strand of magical power, a process that consumed a full 6 months of his dedication. Taming this first strand of magical energy is a critical milestone for any cultivator. The degree to which this strand can be harmonized with one's spirit can determine whether one can eventually transcend to the golden core stage and advance to the nascent soul. Now, although Jiang Mu's endeavor to master this strand of sword energy is unprecedented, the underlying principles remain the same. The difference lies in the fact that ordinary magical energy could be likened to a timid rabbit, while this strand of sword energy resembles a fierce tiger. With a muffled groan, Jiang Mu coughed up a small mouthful of blood, his body swaying slightly as countless golden stars danced before his eyes, nearly causing him to lose consciousness. One of his mental strands had been utterly crushed by the sword energy. Despite this severe setback, a smile of joy crept onto Jiang Mu's face as he glimpsed a glimmer of hope. He had just succeeded in harmonizing the sword energy with his spirit, and based on his experience, he had achieved over 80% compatibility in a remarkably short time. 80% in the realm of cultivation. At least half of the practitioners would never attain such a level of harmony with their magical energies in their entire lifetimes. His second senior brother, Su-yi, prided himself on being a genius in combat, yet his compatibility barely reached 90%. It is no exaggeration to say that the higher the compatibility, the more explosive the magical power, while also minimizing consumption. Moreover, this was sword energy. An 80% compatibility with sword energy equates to at least 95% compatibility with ordinary magical energy, perhaps even more. Chapter 15. The Sword Immortal's Legacy. The damage to his mental faculties compelled Jiang Mu to rest for a full 3 days to recover completely. This type of injury differs fundamentally from physical harm, and there are no miraculous elixirs that can readily cure it. Fortunately, Jiang Mu had ample time. Especially after his senior brother, Yao Cheng, entered seclusion. Within the Floating Cloud Sect, his word was law, allowing him the freedom to experiment. Once prepared, Jiang Mu gathered his thoughts, forming his mental energy anew, and began the process of reigning in the strand of sword energy. In an instant, the sword energy responded swiftly to his mental control, flowing through the myriad meridians in his body, weaving through various orifices, occasionally shooting forth from his fingertips as a brilliant blue sword light, nimble and extraordinary, like a serpent flicking its tongue. At times, it transformed into a veil of azure mist, protecting vital areas such as his heart. This level of compatibility was enough to leave most cultivators in awe. However, Jiang Mu yearned to delve deeper. For this initial strand of sword energy would serve as the template for countless future strands, akin to a source of magical power, laying the foundation for his future endeavors. Thus, Jiang Mu resolutely subdivided this strand of sword energy under his mental control, splitting it into 2, then 4, 8, and so forth, until he reached 32 divisions. This marked the pinnacle of his capabilities. Simultaneously, Jiang Mu's mental energy also divided into 32 parts, meticulously guiding these minute strands of sword energy deep into his meridians, aiming to activate 32 vital points within his body. In the future, these would become his sword concealment points. This step was perilous, typically in cultivation sects. It requires the protection and guidance of elder disciples to safely submerge magical energy deep within the meridians and activate several vital points. Activating 16 points is deemed satisfactory. 32 points is above average, 64 points is exceptional, and 108 points is a once-in-a-millennium feat. Jiang Mu was acutely aware of his limitations, and, given the rebellious nature of the sword energy, he did not dare to aspire to 64 concealment points. In a brief span, beads of sweat began to form on his forehead, while a white vapor emanated from his body, a response to the stimulation of the 32 vital points. For ordinary individuals, locating these vital points and regularly massaging or applying herbal infusions could extend their lifespan and enhance their well-being. However, for cultivators, using the magical energy transformed from the essence of heaven and earth yields exponentially superior results. Now, with the refined sword energy stimulating his body, Jiang Mu felt his vitality surge, unleashing his physical potential to an extraordinary degree. Yet, should anything go awry, the consequences could be dire. Drawing upon the wisdom and composure of 2 lifetimes, Jiang Mu proceeded cautiously, gradually activating the points, and fortunately, he encountered no mishaps. After approximately the duration of a single incense stick, a resounding roar echoed within his body, accompanied by a flash of blue sword light. He had succeeded. The strand of sword energy was finally tamed to a compatibility of 90%, resulting in the successful formation of the 32 sword concealment points. At this moment, Jiang Mu opened his eyes and exhaled, releasing a strand of azure sword light that shot forth like lightning, traveling 30 yards away and spiraling in circles before returning with minimal loss. It was akin to a life-bound flying sword. Jiang Mu felt immense joy. This was indeed his trump card for facing the end of the Dharma Age. The feat he had just accomplished was beyond the reach of ordinary magical energy, as the refinement was insufficient for it to manifest materially. Even if it were possible, the amount of energy consumed would be staggering. Unless one employed a life-bound flying sword or other magical artifacts, the dynamics would be entirely different. Jiang Mu had no intention of further enhancing the compatibility between the sword energy and his mental energy. He felt that 90% was already remarkable. The primary reason was his lack of confidence in pursuing perfection, for while success would be splendid, failure would surely result in injury, particularly to his foundational strength. Even with thorough preparations, recovering from such damage would require at least 3 years. 3 years. He could not afford to waste such time. Thus, with the first strand of sword energy achieving a compatibility of 90%, the subsequent transformations progressed smoothly. In a sense, Jiang Mu had essentially forged a new path within the realm of cultivation, creating a unique lineage. Had it not been for the end of the Dharma Age, he could have established his own sect. For several consecutive days, Jiang Mu continuously drew upon the essence of heaven and earth to transmute the sword energy, ultimately converting a total of 1,200 strands, filling all 32 concealment points. This pace was remarkably swift. Achieving this milestone in other cultivation lineages would signify the completion of foundational establishment. However, Jiang Mu's so-called foundational establishment was somewhat outrageous. He felt capable of overpowering any golden core cultivator. The sword energy was genuinely explosive, especially when coupled with a compatibility of 90%. Along with the high level of refinement approaching materiality, Jiang Mu had conducted tests, discovering that a single strand of sword energy could effortlessly penetrate a foot-thick slab of blue stone within 30 yards. Imagining the impact of unleashing 1,200 strands of sword energy instantaneously is unfathomable. Within 30 yards, both offense and defense become virtually unbeatable. What brought Jiang Mu the greatest satisfaction was that the consumption of sword energy was only about 20% of that of an equivalent amount of magical energy. This was merely in the context of manipulating the sword energy. Should he employ a flying sword, the potential for devastation would be unimaginable. Of course, despite the myriad advantages of sword energy, it also harbored a fatal weakness. It could scarcely resonate with any form of divine abilities, spells, or doctrines. A cultivator devoid of divine abilities, spells, or doctrines is akin to a master chef without a knife. Just to illustrate, the Floating Cloud Sect possesses divine abilities such as cloud riding, mountain passage, earth entry, water avoidance, fire dispersion, indestructible vajra, soul guiding, deification, and spirit sealing, among others. Spells include fireball, ice spike, thunderstrike, ivy technique, disguise technique, and beast transformation, to name a few. The Tao encompasses myriad powers such as summoning winds and rains, transforming beings into soldiers, turning stones into gold, moving mountains and seas, and locating dragon veins. Each has its unique merits. Concurrently, alchemy, artifact forging, beast taming, formation, mechanisms, and prohibitions all necessitate magical prowess for their execution. However, if one were to substitute this with sword essence, I regret to inform you that none would succeed. Were it not for the depletion of spiritual energy in this age of decline, Jiang Mu would undoubtedly refuse to resort to such measures. Currently, he no longer yearns for immortality. He merely seeks to preserve his own life and that of his disciples amidst this unprecedented upheaval of the heavens and earth. That suffices for him. Yet, he wonders if advancing his sword essence further might culminate in the formation of a golden core. Jiang Mu pondered, only to shake his head in resignation. If his 32 sword reservoirs could be considered a meager foundation, to aspire to a golden core thereafter would be overly presumptuous. What of the dignity of those who possess golden cores? Let it be, let it be. This is a path I have forged, and there is no need to adhere to antiquated traditions. Since this method originates from the divine sword sect, it shall henceforth be known as the way of sword cultivation. Jiang Mu murmured to himself, Although the Divine Sword sect bears the name of Divine Sword, their lineage is akin to that of the Golden Core sections. They are called Divine Sword because their techniques excel in forging and refining exceptional, even divine-grade, mysterious iron. The term sect in this context is a humble designation, as the founding master of the Divine Sword sect was a discarded disciple of a certain super sect. Thus, the name implies that they forge for the Golden Core sections. It is said that cultivators of the Golden Core lineage who transcend tribulations and ascend can be referred to as golden immortals. Thus, I shall call my sword cultivation method sword immortal. Jiang Mu spoke with earnestness. The establishment of such a lineage is no jest, even as the age of decline looms. Tomorrow, as his sword immortal lineage faces extinction, it must be treated with the utmost seriousness. A head may be severed, and a life may be sacrificed, but the integrity of the lineage must not be compromised. Chapter 16. Sword Pill Ding Ding. Within the gates of the Floating Cloud Sect, the protective bell tolled 7 times, signaling that a significant event had transpired. This resonance echoed not only throughout the sect, but also reached the ears of Jiang Mu and Yao Cheng, who were in seclusion. However, like in a past life, the senior brother Yao Cheng remained unaffected, and naturally, Jiang Mu was equally indifferent. There was no need to investigate. He already understood what had occurred. It was his second senior brother, Su Yi, who had been brought back, drenched in blood and on the brink of death. His foundation shattered, there could be no doubt. As one of the elders of the sect, Su Yi's condition would trigger the protective bell automatically. If it were Jiang Mu in peril, the bell would toll 8 times, and if it were Yao Cheng, it would toll 9. Within the grand hall of the Floating Cloud Sect, numerous disciples gathered, their gazes fixated on the bloodied figure of the second elder Su Yi, awaiting the sect leader to address the situation. Not long ago, Lu Taizhu, Zhang He, and Li Ying, who had recently advanced to Golden Core status, were solemnly tending to Su Yi's injuries. Naturally, they could only treat external wounds. As for the internally destroyed foundation, they lacked the capability to restore it. No one spoke, yet their exchanged glances conveyed a singular sentiment. A tumultuous era had dawned. Outside the rain-soaked platform, Lu Taizhu, Zhang He, and Li Ying patiently awaited for 2 days, only to realize that Jiang Mu had yet to emerge from his seclusion. It became evident to them that either their master was engrossed in a pivotal moment of meditation and could not afford distractions, or he simply chose to ignore them. However, given their master's usual honesty and kindness, they naturally leaned towards the former, hoping he would not worry and prioritize his cultivation. Eventually, the 3 of them bowed and departed, leaving the seemingly incapacitated second elder in the care of Cheng Banjin, while they prepared to oversee 2 fellow disciples nearing breakthroughs to the Golden Core stage. Inside the rain-soaked platform, Jiang Mu observed the retreating figures of the 3 with a faint smile. The 3 major burdens of the Floating Cloud Sect had been reduced to 2. Only Ji Yao remained, but she was not a sect elder and thus posed little threat, as Lu Taizhu, Zhang He, and Li Ying could easily suppress her. It must be noted that the 9 orifices spiritual elixir he had previously created had proven to be exceedingly effective. Over the past few months, several junior disciples within the Floating Cloud Sect had consecutively advanced to Golden Core status, indicating a resurgence of vitality. By the time of senior brother Yao Cheng's impending demise, the sect would boast 5 newly minted Golden Core disciples, 3 of whom were his own apprentices. This should suffice to allow him to rest in peace. As for Jiang Mu, he was not yet ready to leave his seclusion. He needed to convert more sword essence to explore the future path of his sword cultivation lineage. However, Jiang Mu had underestimated the complexity of establishing a lineage. For reasons unknown, after filling his 32 sword reservoirs with sword essence, he could continue to convert it indefinitely, yet he could not store it. The converted sword essence would cycle through his meridians for several revolutions before dissipating, rendering his efforts futile. This posed a significant dilemma. The cultivation method of the Golden Core lineage involves a transformation from quantitative to qualitative change, culminating in the condensation of a Golden Core at this stage to expand the capacity of one's magical power. However, his sword cultivation lineage would not experience a qualitative transformation due to mere quantitative accumulation. The prospect of a Golden Core was unattainable. Sword essence and magical power had diverged significantly. With 32 sword reservoirs already within his meridians, further progress could not be achieved by merely opening more reservoirs. This was nearly impossible. Jiang Mu contemplated that the 32 sword reservoirs constituted the foundation of his abode. To expand, he would have to demolish and rebuild, a venture fraught with risk and likely to yield more losses than gains. Unable to seek solutions from within, Jiang Mu resolved to seek answers externally. Though this path was fraught with uncertainty, he had no alternative. He retrieved a piece of superior-grade mysterious iron from his Chinquan ring, hesitated momentarily, then released a wisp of sword essence, which flowed like a gentle spring rain, seamlessly merging with the iron. The entire process proceeded without any anomalies. The mysterious iron exhibited no peculiar changes. However, Jiang Mu's divine sense seemed to extend passively, albeit somewhat obscurely. He continued to release strands of sword essence into the mysterious iron, and finally, upon the 10th strand, the iron melted. Remarkably, the indomitable sword essence did not slice the iron but rather liquefied it, creating a dark liquid reminiscent of a night sky, occasionally twinkling with starlight, akin to celestial bodies. As Jiang Mu's divine sense shifted, the liquefied mysterious iron appeared to awaken, effortlessly transforming into various shapes, including a crude figure resembling Jiang Mu himself. Furthermore, this liquefied mysterious iron could easily envelop his body, forming a suit of mysterious iron armor, indistinguishable from ordinary clothing. This state did not consume excessive amounts of sword essence. Jiang Mu estimated that 10 strands of sword essence could sustain it for at least a year. As for the defensive efficacy of this mysterious iron armor, he could not yet ascertain. After a moment's reflection, Jiang Mu retrieved another piece of mysterious iron. Upon introducing it to the liquefied iron, the two appeared to harbor a deep-seated animosity, rapidly bonding together. In mere moments, 10 strands of sword essence were expended, yet they reformed into a distorted solid piece of mysterious iron. Moreover, the quality of this twisted iron had slightly improved. This development prompted Jiang Mu to ponder deeply. Subsequently, he intensified the output of sword essence and continuously introduced more mysterious iron, ultimately deriving two distinct outcomes. Firstly, when the quantity of mysterious iron exceeded that of sword essence, the result was a superior quality of iron. If this method were to continue, it was inevitable that exceptional mysterious iron, even divine-grade iron, would be produced. Secondly, when the quantity of sword essence exceeds that of the mysterious iron, the latter will not only be melted but, in extreme cases, such as when over 100 strands of sword essence are infused into a piece of mysterious iron, it will transform into a peculiar mist. This mist is sharper, more ferocious, and more terrifying than mere sword essence. Jiang Mu merely attempted to rub a small clump of thumb-sized mist against the azure stone beneath the rain-soaking platform, only to erase a depth of 2 zhang. This formidable mist was henceforth named Sword Mist by Jiang Mu. Regrettably, the maximum distance this sword mist could be released was only within a radius of 10 zhang. With the mindset of cautiously exploring, Jiang Mu continued to channel sword essence into the sword mist while closely monitoring it with his divine sense. Ultimately, after infusing 1,000 strands of sword essence in one breath, the sword mist underwent another transformation, becoming a minuscule droplet. This droplet was so small that it was invisible to the naked eye, detectable only through divine sense. To Jiang Mu's elation, this droplet became even more stable than the sword mist after accommodating 1,000 strands of sword essence, as if entering a mysterious state, neither substantial, nor liquid, nor mist, yet undeniably existent, yet elusive. To test it, Jiang Mu experimented with various substances, mysterious iron, jade talismans, azure stones, and even his own body, but the droplet remained unperturbed, as if it truly did not exist. The only thing capable of activating this droplet was Jiang Mu's divine sense. His physical body had no effect. At this moment, Jiang Mu chuckled silently, for he had finally discovered a method to replace the golden core. This droplet could be placed within his sword concealment orifice, allowing him to store more sword essence and activate it when needed with his divine sense. He decided to call it Sword Pill. In the end, Jiang Mu referenced the golden core tradition, bestowing it with such a name. They have their foundation, while I have my sword concealment orifice. They possess the golden core, while I have the sword pill. Surely this isn't an undue advantage. Chapter 17. The Master Brothers' Eternal Legacy. Ding ding. The protective bell resonated 9 times, echoing through the gates of the Floating Cloud Sect. Master Brother Yao Chang, as in his previous life, had forcefully attempted to breach the nascent soul stage, succumbing to madness and passing away. Meanwhile, Jiang Mu had just refined 32 sword pills, placing them within 32 sword concealment orifices, barely achieving a semblance of perfection at this realm. As for combat prowess, he could likely overpower 100 second brothers. He was uncertain whether he still qualified as a cultivator, for the sword cultivation tradition seemed to offer nothing beyond combat, not to mention divine abilities, spells, or doctrines. He even struggled with the most fundamental aspects of health preservation. At this moment, he still bore white hair, and his visage was withered, resembling an old man unaccustomed to nourishment. Were it not for the manifestation of sword essence, one might easily mistake him for a humble farmer. Every gain entails a loss. This is the cosmic principle, and one cannot demand otherwise. Jiang Mu remained quite composed. Appearances were inconsequential. Upon unlocking the restrictions of the rain-soaking platform, he officially emerged after 5 months, feeling a profound sense of the passage of time. However, in the next moment, the protective bell rang again, resonating 8 times, neither more nor less, as it failed to sense Jiang Mu's magical power, mistakenly believing him to be injured, hence its rapid chimes. What a misunderstanding. Jiang Mu found himself both amused and exasperated, wishing to halt it, but having no opportunity. Such antiquated devices ought to be replaced. Moments later, 5 figures swiftly approached the rain-soaking platform, their expressions filled with anxiety, followed by dozens more, clearly under the impression that something had befallen Jiang Mu. It is the Master. The Master has emerged. Master, are you well? Oh, Master, it is a relief to see you alive. The scene was chaotic, primarily due to Jiang Mu's white hair and spectral appearance being too startling. What is the fuss? I am not gravely harmed, Jiang Mu declared with authority, casting a glance over the crowd, particularly at the 5 leading figures, finding them satisfactory. Lu Taizhu, Zhang He, Li Ying, Wang Junshan, and Zhao Wu had all advanced to the early golden core stage. Yet, as his gaze drifted to others, his brow furrowed. Huolianshan. Disciple pays respects to the sect leader uncle. An elderly figure with a frail presence stepped forward, bowing respectfully. Among all present, if Jiang Mu was the second oldest, this man was undoubtedly the oldest. Yet, Jiang Mu distinctly recalled having given him a 9-aperture spirit-connecting pill. Why was there no change? What is the matter? Reporting to the Master, Senior Brother Hua, along with Senior Brothers Zhou, Chu, Duan, and Sister Huang, have distributed their 9-aperture spirit-connecting pills to the younger disciples, who are more likely to advance to the golden core stage. I was ineffective in persuading them at the time. I humbly request punishment. Zhao Taizhu stepped forward and knelt with a thud. Then Zhang He, Li Ying, Wang Junshan, and Zhao Wu followed suit, offering their apologies, while they claimed to seek forgiveness. It was also a declaration of their intentions. The senior brothers and sisters exhibited noble character, prioritizing the greater good by relinquishing the pills meant for them. A testament to the familial bonds among the disciples of the Floating Cloud Sect. Had it not been for the numerous issues during this period, with both elders encountering troubles, they would have descended the mountain long ago to gather resources and procure elixirs for the senior brothers and sisters. Upon hearing this, Jiang Mu understood. They were pooling resources to achieve great things. His senior nephews were indeed astute. Nonsense. Jiang Mu admonished sternly, then casually produced 10 9-aperture spirit-connecting pills, tossing them to Huolianshan, Zhou Jingwen, Chu Shu, Duan Heng, and Huang Ziying. The ages of these 5 were comparable to Jiang Mu's. Huolianshan was even 3 years his senior. A lifetime devoted to seeking the Tao, his determination cannot be deemed weak, yet his aptitude was merely average. Moreover, for nearly a century, resources within the Floating Cloud Sect had primarily been concentrated at the top. Although he could have broken through at a critical moment with just 1 elixir, he ultimately squandered the opportunity. Only Jiang Mu remembered them, consistently showing concern. Now, the 5 were all gray-haired and frail. At such an age, returning to the gates of the Floating Cloud Sect, regardless of their ability to assist, this sentiment was invaluable. Lu Taizhu, Zhang He, Li Ying, Wang Junshan, Zhao Wu, you 5 shall protect them. Should any mischief occur, you will face disciplinary action according to sect rules. The rest of you may disperse. Cheng Banjin, stay behind. Jiang Mu reprimanded without hesitation, and although the disciples were astonished, they all left with smiles, as this was typical of their master. Master, are you in good health? The plump Cheng Banjin inquired cautiously. No problem. How has your second master been lately? Jiang Mu descended the rain-soaking platform, seemingly asking casually. Upon hearing this, Cheng Banjin glanced at Jiang Mu and replied, Master, the second master eats well, sleeps soundly, and his temper has improved, but since the passing of the great master yesterday, he seems a bit downcast. Has the obituary for your great master been issued? Jiang Mu inquired again. His master brother Yao Cheng had been a notable figure in Qinghai County for over 2 centuries. This was the reputation of the Floating Cloud Sect, and it required solemn handling, even if it ultimately bore little significance. Reporting to the master, it has already been issued. The Iron Mountain Sect and the Ming Mountain Sect have sent people to pay their respects, and the Autumn Mountain Sect has conveyed that their sect leader will come personally, as will the owner of Donghu Manor, Yi Rui. Oh, Jiang Mu nodded slightly, though he was somewhat surprised. In his previous life, when master brother Yao Cheng passed away, while the 4 major sects of Qinghai County sent representatives to pay their respects, it was merely a formality. How is it that this time, the sect leader of the Autumn Mountain Sect, and the owner of Donghu Manor would come in person? After a moment's contemplation, he discerned the root of the issue. In his previous life, following the demise of his senior brother Yao Cheng and the injury of his second brother Su Yi, the Floating Cloud Sect was left with only a simple-minded leader, teetering on the brink of decline. However, this time, Jiang Mu first summoned many wandering disciples back to the sect, and then, with the aid of the 9-aperture spirit-connecting pill, within less than half a year, the sect remarkably produced 5 golden core cultivators, thereby restoring its confidence. Reflecting on this, Jiang Mu retrieved a storage jade talisman and handed it to Cheng Banjin. In the coming days, you shall traverse the market's teleportation array and sell this treasure. Use half of the spirit stones obtained to purchase the 9-aperture spirit-connecting pill and the other half to acquire divine spirit jade. Remember, this matter must remain confidential. Master. This. Cheng Banjin was momentarily stunned. How could his master become so addicted? Previously, several treasured relics of the sect had already been sold, and now there was a need to continue selling relics that were left by powerful ancestors of the sect. What a waste. Go, do not overthink it. I have my own plans regarding this matter. Yes, disciple obeys. Watching Cheng Banjin's retreating figure, Jiang Mu felt no anxiety. Though he was merely at the 9th level of Qi training, he was indeed a business prodigy, known for his meticulousness. In his previous life, to save his second brother Su Yi, Cheng Banjin had been tasked with selling 2 treasured relics of the sect, and he believed this time would not be different. With 2 of the 3 major burdens of the Floating Cloud Sect now removed, Jiang Mu could finally spread his wings. His first internal task was to sell all the sect's treasured relics in the Great Repository without exception. These were all powerful artifacts, formidable yet demanding in terms of spiritual energy. Once the tidal wave of spiritual energy erupted, each artifact would become useless. Thus, it was better to sell them now and exchange them for resources. His second task was to elevate the cultivation levels of the sect's disciples as much as possible, for only then could they remain steadfastly loyal to Jiang Mu. This was not to say that without such efforts the disciples would betray him. Rather, a stronger Floating Cloud Sect would encounter far fewer troubles. Jiang Mu planned to consolidate the 5 hegemons of Qingu County before the spiritual energy tide erupted, ensuring they would not be as vulnerable as they were in his previous life. As long as the bottom line was maintained, not all cultivators were unreasonable. Ultimately, trust was of paramount importance. To this end, Jiang Mu needed to bolster the reputation of the Floating Cloud Sect before the spiritual energy tide erupted. A virtuous man and a reputable sect were always more deserving of trust. Chapter 18. The Second Brother's Affection Within the Cloud-Settling Great Hall. Jiang Mu began by offering incense to the founding ancestors of the Floating Cloud Sect, followed by incense for the ancestral tablets of the sect's elders over the past 3,000 years, and finally, he paid his respects to his own master. Only then did he turn to the spirit tablet of his senior brother, Yao Cheng. As the fragrant smoke curled upwards, Jiang Mu's expression turned solemn, his disheveled white hair reflecting a sense of melancholy. Yet, such was the path of a cultivator. From the moment one embarked on this journey, one understood that the future held but 2 possibilities: to attain the Tao and achieve immortality, or to perish and leave nothing behind. Despite this, the world remained filled with those seeking longevity, an unending tide of aspirants. Upon exiting the cloud-settling Great Hall, he encountered his second brother, Su Yi. At this moment, Su Yi was devoid of his previous arrogance, his unkempt beard and bloodshot eyes betraying a heavy scent of alcohol, embodying utter despondency. His foundation had been damaged for too long. Without Jiang Mu's urgent intervention in procuring medicinal herbs and pills, he would have been utterly incapacitated, reduced to a mere mortal. Thus, the loss of their senior brother weighed heavily upon him. Jiang Mu offered no words of comfort. Their gazes met for a brief moment, but no sentiments were exchanged. At this juncture, words held no meaning. Junior brother, I have fallen for a woman, Su Yi suddenly rasped. Is it Jiao? Jiang Mu inquired, recalling their close relationship. Not her, junior brother. Jiao is nothing but a wretched woman. Su Yi lifted his gaze, seemingly seeking Jiang Mu's reaction. Cultivators did not pursue a life of detachment. Everything was left to fate, and when one encountered someone they favored, they would not suppress their feelings. At least in his previous life, Jiang Mu had harbored some affection for Jiao, a fact not lost on Su Yi. However, seeing Jiang Mu's calm demeanor, Su Yi paused momentarily before bursting into laughter, tears streaming down his face. Junior brother, after a year apart, your cultivation of Qi has greatly improved. Master always believed I was the most suitable heir to his legacy, but it seems now that you are the one. With our senior brother gone and me rendered useless, you no longer need to feign a simple-minded facade, do you? This is how it should be. The world of cultivation cannot accommodate the soft-hearted. Su Yi rambled on, and Jiang Mu listened quietly, neither affirming nor denying his words. 50 years ago, I met a woman named Chu Feiyue. We encountered each other in the endless sea, fought side by side, and conversed beneath the moonlight, sharing a mutual affinity. Yet she was like a radiant moon in the sky, illuminating my flaws and making me feel insignificant. After that fateful parting, I never saw her again. I had thought it was merely a fleeting encounter, yet since then, her shadow has deeply rooted itself in my heart, impossible to erase. Over the years, I have traversed mountains and crossed rivers, inquiring of many, even entrusting intelligence brokers in the black market to find her. I wished to speak but a single word to her. As Sui spoke, he grew increasingly despondent. Jiang Mu silently observed him, realizing that Su Yi's previous turmoil was indeed for this matter. This Chu Feiyue was not known to ordinary cultivators, let alone Su Yi. As she was the cherished daughter of the Tianxian sect, a once-in-a-millennium talent in the world of cultivation. The Tianxian sect was one of the 5 major supersections. In his previous life, just a month before the eruption of the spiritual energy tide, Chu Feiyue had successfully advanced to the transformation realm at less than 100 years of age, breaking a 5,000-year record in the cultivation world. Consequently, the Tianxian sect issued invitations to all sects to celebrate her achievement. The Floating Cloud Sect had received an invitation as well, indicating the significance placed on Chu Feiyue. When Jiang Mu heard of Chu Feiyue once more, it was 50 years later, by which time the Tianxian sect had married their cherished daughter to the founding emperor of the Qin dynasty, bestowing upon her the title of noble concubine. If he was not mistaken, the founding emperor of the Qin dynasty had yet to be born at this juncture. The wonders of fate truly astonished. Junior brother, my life is essentially ruined. Now I am left with but one unfulfilled wish, and I implore you to fulfill it. Do you wish for me to deliver a message to Chu Feiyue? Junior brother jests. In my current state, I dare not hope for anything. Yet my heart yearns for the bright moon, and to this day, I have no regrets. Now, I only ask that you send someone to the flying wave cliff in the endless sea to retrieve a stone. It is there that I first met Chu Feiyue, and I wish to keep a memento. If I grow old in the years to come, I would like this item to be buried with me when I pass. Sui spoke with a sense of desolation, tears streaming down his face, no longer possessing the vigor of his youth. But Jiang Mu merely looked at him expressionlessly, then slowly shook his head. The journey to the endless sea was long and fraught with peril. Only a master could undertake it, and no disciple within the sect was fit for such a task. Brother, though you cannot cultivate, your body remains in its prime. I advise you to marry a mortal woman soon and leave behind a legacy. If she possesses decent talent, I could take her as my disciple. Having said this, Jiang Mu turned to leave, offering his final goodwill as a brother. Wait, junior brother. Beneath Flying Wave Cliff lies a small spirit stone vein that I stumbled upon years ago. I had intended to present it as a gift to Chu Feiyue, but having failed to find her, could I now offer it to the sect? A small spiritual stone vein? Jiang Mu was taken aback. His immediate response was disbelief. Even a modest spiritual stone vein could effortlessly yield 100,000 spiritual stones annually, sufficient to sustain the daily operations of a medium-sized cultivation sect. Previously, he had gone to great lengths to refine top-grade profound iron, disguising himself and venturing into the black market to sell it, risking exposure by the Divine Sword sect, only to acquire 150,000 spiritual stones. If a small spiritual stone vein existed, such troubles would be unnecessary. Moreover, even in the end of the law era, a small vein could support a sect for quite some time. However, in his past life, his second senior brother Su, he had concealed this information and failed to exploit it. Was he intending to use the vein as a betrothal gift to win a smile from a beauty? This was indeed a possibility. Recalling the last time Su Yi returned, taking 2,000 spiritual stones under the pretense of a significant endeavor, could it be that he aimed to mine this small spiritual stone vein? At this moment, Su Yi sighed, saying, Junior brother, I know you do not believe me, and I understand your current thoughts. I truly feel guilty towards our sect and our master's teachings. But you cannot fathom the allure that drives me. Like a moth to a flame, I am willing to risk everything. Now, I seek only a piece of stone from Flying Wave Cliff. Second brother, you are truly enchanted. Jiang Mu frowned, feeling uneasy. Even if Chu Feiyue possessed an ethereal beauty, it was hard to believe that a golden core cultivator like Su Yi could be so utterly captivated. Surely, he had lost his senses. Junior brother, you overthink. You have truly not seen her, hence your disbelief in the existence of such a woman. Regardless, believe what you will, I act for the sake of our sect. I have grown up in the Floating Cloud Sect and wish for its strength. Su Yi, saying this, tossed a jade slip containing information to Jiang Mu and departed, his figure appearing desolate. Chapter 19. Gratitude to Ancestors. In an ordinary tavern in Yunhu Town, a man dressed in plain attire sat leisurely at a table, pouring himself a drink. After some time, he suddenly smiled softly, dipping his finger into his cup. A ripple passed through the liquid, causing the bustling tavern to seem as if it were separated from reality. To others, he remained just a man drinking alone, unremarkable. Yet, at the table encircled by the ripple, a captivating woman appeared, her attire revealing and exuding an enchanting fragrance. As she settled down, she stated directly, "I have acquired the information you requested. The strongest elder of the Floating Cloud Sect, Yao Cheng, has succumbed to madness and perished yesterday. Another elder, Su Yi, was ambushed 2 months ago, injuring his foundation and rendering him a cripple. The sect leader, Jiang Mu, is in the early stages of golden core, timid and simple-minded. Not a cause for concern. However, in the past 6 months, 5 members of the younger generation have achieved golden core, which is commendable. According to our intelligence, this was made possible because the sect leader sold several treasured artifacts to purchase a large quantity of 9 aperture spirit pills, consuming them desperately, resulting in this outcome. Today, the steward Cheng Banjin sold another artifact for 10,000 spiritual stones, half of which went towards acquiring more 9 aperture spirit pills and the other half for divine-grade jade talismans. I see that the Floating Cloud Sect's resources are dwindling. Oh, here are 34 flaws in the sect's grand formation. Any powerful golden core cultivator could breach it. This intelligence is a complimentary gift from our Donghu villa." Upon finishing, the enchanting woman cast a flirtatious glance. Yet, the man opposite her remained unmoved, tossing a pouch of spiritual stones before rising to leave. The captivating woman rolled her eyes, pocketed the stones, and departed shortly after. Half a day later, by a vast shimmering lake, the enchanting woman reappeared, but now her attire was no longer enticing, and her demeanor was anxious, as if facing a formidable adversary. "Where's the master? He hasn't gone to pay respects to that deceased wretch at the Floating Cloud Sect. Has he?" "Not yet, 13th sister. What has occurred? Hurry, I have urgent matters to report." Moments later, she explained. "It is as follows. The fools of the Floating Cloud Sect have stirred up great trouble. Master, we ought to distance ourselves from them. In a few days, there may be no living beings left in the Floating Cloud Sect. Are you saying that the person seeking to purchase intelligence from you is associated with the Tianxian sect? I cannot be certain, but there is at least a connection. I glimpsed him from afar several years ago. I did not expect the Floating Cloud Sect to provoke such significant trouble. So you disclosed all details regarding the Floating Cloud Sect?" "I did. How could I not? Besides, who is unaware of their circumstances? However, I sensed that he seemed particularly interested in the second elder, Su Yi. I fear that this fool has caused trouble outside. Then it must be Su Yi who has brought this calamity upon himself. I shall send a warning. But master, no matter, the Tianxian sect still values its reputation. It must be that Su Yi inadvertently offended their disciples. I believe he was severely injured and was carried back. This serves as a warning. Otherwise, do you think he would have survived under normal circumstances? After this incident, our Donghu villa's debt of gratitude to the Floating Cloud Sect is settled." In the Yunqi Grand Hall, Jiang Mu bid farewell to his elder brother Yao Cheng alongside all disciples. Notably absent were the leaders of the Qiushan sect and Donghu villa, who had intended to pay their respects. Moreover, besides the disciples Jiang Mu had summoned back, none of Yao Cheng's wandering disciples returned, including Ji Yao, who had once called him elder brother incessantly. After the ceremony, Jiang Mu led the disciples to the Yunxian Grand Hall for a discussion. The Qiushan sect and Donghu villa are truly overstepping their bounds against the Floating Cloud sect. Master, this is clearly a conspiracy by the other 4 sects to isolate us. Zhang He expressed indignation. This is mockery. If they were not coming, they should have refrained from announcing their intentions. They prepared for our reception, and then a mere message or letter sufficed for their absence. Even a mud figure would have some fire. Hee. They probably believe that without a golden core elder to oversee us, we are easy prey. Li Ying chuckled, shaking his head, finding the 4 sects short-sighted. Had it been earlier, he too would not have anticipated any promising future for the Floating Cloud Sect. His master Yao Cheng and second uncle Su Yi were content to remain idle. Even the amiable junior uncle would not make a difference. Yet, who could have foreseen that this usually affable junior uncle would act with such decisiveness? Selling sect treasures twice to acquire a substantial amount of 9 apertures spirit pills and nurturing 5 initiates to golden core in just 6 months? Without these 5 golden core cultivators, one could believe that at this moment, it would not be the other 4 families failing to pay their respects, but rather coming to cause trouble. Many coveted the Floating Cloud Sect's resources. Yet now, this amiable junior uncle had quietly arranged everything. Over the next few months, at least 3 more disciples would break through to golden core. Within a year, the number of golden core cultivators in the Floating Cloud Sect would undoubtedly exceed 10. Although lacking a nascent soul to oversee them, maintaining the sect's foundation would be assured. Furthermore, compared to the internal strife of other sects. The Floating Cloud Sect was remarkably harmonious, with all members treating each other as family. What kind of sect could thrive if not one like this? Jiang Mu sat at the head of the Yinshan Grand Hall, casually opening a letter sent by the intelligence dealer from Donghu Villa. After reading a few concise lines, he smiled slightly, already deducing the situation. It turned out that this trouble had indeed been instigated by his second brother Su Yi. He, in his self-indulgent folly, sought out the illustrious daughter of the heavenly profound sect, Chu Feiyue, which, of course, did not please her. Consequently, she dispatched individuals to undermine his foundation and, in passing, investigated the Floating Cloud Sect. Upon ascertaining that the Floating Cloud Sect posed no threat, they likely departed. After all, in his previous life, this matter had no further developments. Furthermore, his second senior brother, Su Yi, was indeed rendered utterly incapacitated, so the heavenly profound sect would not relentlessly pursue him. However, such commotion frightened the Qiushan sect and Donghu Mountain Villa, who had originally intended to pay their respects, prompting them to quickly distance themselves. Thus, the matter was laid to rest, requiring no further attention. Nevertheless, the Floating Cloud Sect must continue its closure. Unless absolutely necessary, do not wander about ostentatiously. And focus on cultivating within the gates of the sect, for that is the true path. Jiang Mu casually concluded his remarks and distributed 9 aperture spirit pills to the 10 disciples with the potential to break through to the Golden Core stage, instructing them to advance to Golden Core without further ado. He hoped that within 3 years, the Floating Cloud Sect would witness the emergence of 30 Golden Core practitioners. All right, you may all leave. Cheng Banjin, stay behind. The disciples, understanding the situation, were fully aware of the sect's financial limitations. How could they afford to purchase a large quantity of 9 aperture spirit pills without relying on the sale of the sect's ancestral treasures? Master, Lu Taiju could not refrain from speaking. Though he understood, the blatant sale of ancestral treasures seemed excessive. There is no need for further discussion. I have my own plans. Jiang Mu replied calmly. The reputation of selling ancestral treasures would undoubtedly be unfavorable, and the Floating Cloud Sect might already be the subject of ridicule in Qinga County. Yet this was precisely the effect he desired. Thus, should any more outrageous actions follow, they would seem entirely reasonable. He was grateful for the ample ancestral treasures left by the illustrious ancestors of the Floating Cloud Sect. Chapter 20. The 5 elders of Floating Cloud and the 3 heroes of Floating Cloud. The disciples bowed. Greetings, Master Uncle. In the Qingxi courtyard, Jiang Mu's residence, 5 individuals, Huolian Shan, Zhou Jingwen, Chu Shu, Duan Heng, and Huang Xing, gathered, curious about the purpose of their summons by this young Master Uncle. Please, no need for formalities. Jiang Mu smiled at the 5. Although they were all disciples of his senior brother Yao Chang, they were indeed trustworthy, with impeccable character. They had appeared somewhat aged previously, but after each consuming 2 9 aperture spirit pills, their condition had improved significantly, rejuvenating them by at least 20 years. With a little more effort, they might even break through to the Golden Core stage. You, esteemed ones, are of a similar age to me. After 100 years of practice outside, I find myself seeking your counsel on worldly matters. Today, I wish to hear some unusual tales from the realm of cultivation, particularly concerning evil cultivators and demons. As you know, my experience outside these mountains has been limited to the 5 counties of the southern region, so I am genuinely curious. Jiang Mu spoke with measured calm, and while the 5 felt perplexed, they understood. Observing Jiang Mu's white hair, they realized that he likely had no hope of breaking through to the nascent soul stage in this lifetime, and it was reasonable for him to seek knowledge through others. Report, Master Uncle. We are but lowly disciples. While we have spent a century in the southern and western counties, we have not encountered much of the world. Yet we do know some interesting tales. For instance, regarding the evil cultivators, 50 years ago, I nearly encountered one during my time in the 6 counties of Jiangnan. Huolian Shan spoke first, recounting his story while Jiang Mu occasionally interjected, feigning interest. As the 5 shared their tales, night fell, and Jiang Mu was quite satisfied. He casually produced 10 storage jade talismans, each containing spirit herbs aged 2 to 300 years, which he had unceremoniously taken from his senior brother Yao Chang. Thing. Among the disciples, you excel at alchemy. Take these to nurture their medicinal properties and concoct 5 spirit pills based on the unique ailments of your group. Though you may be advanced in years and of moderate aptitude, your century of experience makes you invaluable for the future of the Floating Cloud Sect. Therefore, strive for advancement to the Golden Core stage. Jiang Mu's words astonished the 5, but they were soon overwhelmed with gratitude. Master Uncle, this is unthinkable. We are already in our twilight years. Breaking through is no easy feat. These spirit herbs should be reserved for more suitable junior disciples. Do not speak further. I have my own arrangements for others, but for you 5, I have significant matters to entrust, Jiang Mu stated seriously. The youth are pure-hearted and ambitious, which is commendable. Yet their lack of worldly experience often leads to missteps. Only you five will approach tasks with caution and understand my concerns. Thus, it is settled. Upon hearing Jiang Mu's declaration, the five were taken aback, yet none hesitated. In fact, they were elated. This young master uncle had always been known for his kindness. Yet he was also somewhat rigid. It appeared now that they need not worry, for he had everything under control. The prosperity of the Floating Cloud Sect was within reach. We, the disciples, shall heed the master's decree. Disciple Lu Taizhu pays respect to the master. Disciple Zhang He pays respect to the master. Disciple Li Ying pays respect to you, master uncle. Shortly after the five departed, Jiang Mu summoned Lu Taizhu, Zhang He, and Li Ying. After inquiring about their cultivation, he spoke directly. Zhang He, Li Ying, I know you two have extensive connections and many close friends. Today, I have called you here to discuss recruiting some external guardians for the Floating Cloud Sect, with a maximum limit of 20 individuals. Both Foundation Establishment and Golden Core practitioners are welcome to recommend reliable and trustworthy friends for inclusion, with benefits surpassing those of sect members. Master, what is the rationale behind this? Lu Taizhu inquired. The expenses for supporting our inner disciples' cultivation are already substantial, and our mountain guardian formation has fallen into disrepair. It is urgent that we first restore the mountain's defenses. Lu Taizhu and Li Ying expressed their concerns tactfully, but Zhang He was more direct in opposing the idea. His temperament mirrored that of his previous life. Indeed, Jiang Mu had recently sold several ancestral treasures, which the disciples had observed with concern. Though these treasures were best suited for use by nascent soul practitioners, with sufficient sacrifice, Golden Core practitioners could utilize them as well, especially for Zhang He, the most likely candidate among the next generation of Floating Cloud disciples to break through to the nascent soul stage. These ancestral treasures were essentially pre-reserved for him. Thus, Jiang Mu's reckless behavior was intolerable in his eyes. Jiang Mu understood their sentiments, but could not divulge that a surge of spiritual energy was imminent or that he had lived a previous life. Doing so would only lead them to believe he was possessed by demons. Therefore, he moderated his tone. As for the Mountain Guardian formation, I have already initiated contact with the Tai sect in Jiangnan to customize repairs. You need not worry, I understand your concerns. But my decision to sell ancestral treasures is for a reason. At this juncture, Jiang Mu produced 3 pieces of exquisite dark iron that he had refined using his sword's elemental power, devoid of any markings from the sword sect. For him, who possessed 32 sword pills, it was a mere trifle. This is exquisite dark iron. Lu Taizhu, Zhang He, and Li Ying were taken aback, momentarily forgetting Jiang Mu's reasoning. For exquisite dark iron was the finest material for crafting one's life sword, second only to divine-grade dark iron. However, in the realm of cultivation, even many nascent soul practitioners might spend their entire lives without encountering a piece of divine-grade dark iron. Thus, it was no surprise that both were deeply moved. Not long ago, I encountered a fortuitous opportunity, trading 3 invaluable treasures of our sect for these 3 exquisite pieces of profound iron. My cultivation has stagnated, and the prospect of reaching the nascent soul stage in this lifetime appears bleak. Furthermore, my aptitude for combat is lacking, rendering this material unnecessary for me. However, you 3, Lu Taizhu, Zhang He, and Li Ying, are undoubtedly the most outstanding disciples of the next generation in our Floating Cloud Sect. Thus, today, I bestow upon you these treasures, hoping you will forge your life as flying swords with them. Such swords will serve to protect our sect's teachings and to vanquish demons. Always with the welfare of the world in mind, avoiding unnecessary slaughter. Can you uphold this? Jiang Mu spoke these words with utmost seriousness. Lu Taizhu, Zhang He, and Li Ying immediately knelt, bowing thrice in reverence. Disciples Lu Taizhu, Zhang He, and Li Ying hereby pledge to wield these treasures, to safeguard our sect's teachings and to exterminate demons, all while cherishing the welfare of the world, honoring our elders, and caring for our fellow disciples. Should we violate this vow, may heaven and earth not forgive us. Excellent. Jiang Mu nodded and handed the exquisite iron pieces to each of them. Go now, and keep this matter confidential for the time being. Yes, we take our leave. The 3 disciples felt a profound sense of loyalty and no longer expressed their earlier doubts. For compared to the sect's treasures, the exquisite iron was indeed more suitable for them. With swords forged from this exceptional iron, they would dare to confront even nascent soul cultivators before retreating. Watching them depart, Jiang Mu smiled faintly. The 5 of Huolianshan, with their age, experience, wisdom, and strategic acumen, were all remarkable candidates. Once they advanced to the Golden Core stage, they would stand as esteemed figures within the Floating Cloud Sect, second only to Jiang Mu himself, each capable of handling affairs independently. Lu Taizhu, as Jiang Mu's direct disciple, was essential in the central command and thus warranted a portion of the exquisite iron. Zhang He and Li Ying, as prodigies in their cultivation, excelled in combat, making them suitable for external responsibilities as representatives of the sect. In times of need, they would also serve as a FAAD for Jiang Mu's interventions. After all, he was a gentle soul, not adept in combat, appearing harmless. As dusk approached, a gentle rain fell, enveloping the listening thunder platform. Jiang Mu gazed at the scattered lights within Floating Cloud Mountain, lost in thought. Currently, the sect was unified, free from internal conflicts, allowing numerous plans to unfold. The first task was to journey to Jiangnan Prefecture to negotiate with the Tai sect for the construction of a protective array. The Tai sect, as one of the few premier sects in the cultivation world, was a branch of the top 5 super sects, adept in formations and mechanisms. In the southern regions, they were unparalleled in this endeavor. The second task required a trip to the West Shu region to procure a batch of demon-slaying talismans from the Divine Hua sect. These talismans, while not particularly unique in power or effect, possessed a remarkable characteristic. They could be sealed within divine-grade jade talismans, ensuring exceptional preservation. A single sealed talisman could maintain its potency for hundreds of years, retaining 70 to 80% of its original power. This made them immensely popular among combat-oriented cultivators, as those frequently traversing perilous paths often carried several with them. The cultivation world maintained a saying, "Northern talismans, southern talismans." This highlights their significance. Over the past 6 months, whenever possible, Jiang Mu had been acquiring divine-grade jade talismans to stockpile for this very purpose. Of course, many sects possessed various talismans, and Floating Cloud Sect had 3 types of talismanic arts, yet Jiang Mu specifically required those designed to combat demons. In this regard, the Divine Hua sect ranked among the top 10 in the cultivation world. Notably, the Divine Hua sect had a stellar reputation, routinely engaging in demon slaying and opposing evil cultivators. In a past life, to suppress the demons that had escaped from the demon suppression tower due to the disappearance of spiritual energy, the entire sect, young and old alike, fought valiantly, resulting in their martyrdom, a truly heroic sacrifice. The third task was somewhat unexpected. Jiang Mu wished to venture to the endless sea of the southern frontier to seek out a small spirit stone vein beneath the cliff of flying waves. If his second senior brother, Su Yi, proved trustworthy, he would not need to exhaust himself in gathering spirit stones. All 3 tasks required extensive travel, and unforeseen events could arise along the way. To avoid being overpowered due to insufficient strength, Jiang Mu resolved to forge a life sword for himself. However, lacking the golden core or nascent soul stages, the notion of a life sword was a distant dream. Everything must be approached incrementally. He cast the sect leader's jade token, activated the protective array, and entered a state of seclusion. Subsequently, Jiang Mu retrieved a piece of exquisite iron. Initially, he had contemplated using divine-grade iron, but ultimately abandoned the idea, not due to an inability to forge it, but rather because his calculations indicated that crafting a piece of divine-grade iron would require at least 100 pieces of exquisite iron and a minimum of 100,000 strands of sword essence. Whether it could succeed remained uncertain, and he deemed it unwise to squander his time on such endeavors. It was better to wait until he had methodically completed his preliminary plans before pursuing such legendary materials. That said, as he was crafting a sword for himself, this piece of exquisite iron was somewhat exceptional, 10 times larger than standard iron, weighing a staggering 1,000 pounds. This was because when Jiang Mu condensed the sword core, he discovered that if the output of sword essence exceeded a certain limit, the iron would melt or even vaporize into sword mist. While the sword mist state of iron also possessed considerable damage potential, it required complete mental control, and Jiang Mu's current mental capacity could barely manage a 30 zhang radius of sword mist. Moreover, with Jiang Mu currently possessing 32 sword storage apertures and 32 sword cores, he could instantaneously release 32,000 strands of sword essence if he so desired. This was truly formidable. Thus far, he had not attempted this. He had only tested the instantaneous release of 3,000 strands of sword essence, leading to a piece of standard exquisite iron being vaporized into sword mist. It was simply unbearable. After careful consideration and extensive testing, he found that the size and shape of the iron affected its capacity to withstand the onslaught of sword essence. The larger and more robust the iron, the greater its resilience. Based on this, notions of delicacy or finesse were utterly irrelevant. Now, Jiang Mu merely hoped to slightly modify the shape of this iron. He truly did not wish to wield a cumbersome brick into battle. For this flying sword, he did not dare to aspire for more than 2 functions, sword flight, and combat. Jiang Mu sighed inwardly. In truth, he could even forego the ability to fly as long as it could fight. As time passed, with Jiang Mu infusing his sword essence, the shape of the exquisite iron began to transform. It was remarkably simple. There was no need to seal various spells or talismans within. It was not that he did not want to, but rather that those ornate embellishments could not endure the violent ravages of sword essence. Additionally, the reason golden core sects inscribe various spells and talismans, even divine powers and laws, into their life swords ultimately stems from the inadequacy of their magical power, which pales in comparison to sword essence, much like a meek lamb. While others sought to enhance their sword's potency, Jiang Mu's sword needed to suppress its power, otherwise it would vaporize before his eyes. This, too, was a source of vexation. A day and night passed. 2 days and nights elapsed. By the 9th day, Jiang Mu finally confirmed and tested the external form of his flying sword. It appeared rather unsightly, and if he did not speak of it, no one would believe it was a flying sword. Without a hilt, the sword's blade is broad, featuring a raised spine in the center, tapering to points at both ends. With sharp edges all around, it measures 5 feet in length and 3 feet in width. Indeed, he exerted every effort. Only such a form could withstand the impact of 3,000 strands of sword essence, but it is limited to a maximum of 30 breaths. Exceed this, and it will inevitably melt. However, this is merely the upper limit encountered in the most extreme circumstances. What pleases Jiang Mu most about this flying sword is its lower limit. Despite its considerable size, it requires only a single strand of sword essence to operate, allowing it to glide 3 feet above the ground and travel approximately 2,000 miles daily without performing any intricate maneuvers or sudden actions. This is truly tailored for the end of the law era. Jiang Mu has never forgotten his original aspiration. At present, he possesses 32 sword pills, each capable of storing 1,000 strands of sword essence. Additionally, a single spirit stone can transform into 1 strand of sword essence. If he reserves several 100,000 stones, he could indeed live a carefree life. It is worth noting that 50 years after the surge of spiritual energy, even the god transformation realm cultivators among the 5 super sects have become accustomed to traveling by horseback, albeit riding the bloodline-degraded divine steeds known as heavenly donkeys, which can comfortably cover 2,000 miles in a day. However, if the spiritual energy does not recover, these heavenly donkeys will regress again in a century. Chapter 22. Apologies. I slipped. Under the night sky, Jiang Mu left the sect master's order Jade at the listening Thunder Terrace, establishing restrictions to appear as if he were in closed-door meditation and requested not to be disturbed. Subsequently, he enveloped himself in liquefied dark iron, retrieved an invisibility charm, and silently ascended into the clouds, departing through a flaw in the mountain protecting formation. Yes, this protective formation must be replaced, otherwise anyone could easily enter the Floating Cloud Sect's mountain gate. Casting one last glance at Floating Cloud Mountain, Jiang Mu gradually infused sword essence into the flying sword, and in an instant, it felt as if it were an extension of his own arm, exhibiting no delay whatsoever. By this merit alone, his sword essence surpassed ordinary magical power significantly. Yet, the flying sword did not shimmer with light or emanate any sword energy. It appeared dark and unremarkable. However, upon careful mental perception, one would discern that the infusion of sword essence elicited a response within the flying sword, a force cycling internally, generating an inward pulling strength. Thus, it did not lack luminescence or sword energy. Rather, it consumed light and reigned in the sword energy. This was evidenced when Jiang Mu manipulated the flying sword, causing it to ascend steadily. Although he had never possessed a personal flying sword, he had witnessed others that, when propelled by magical power, would produce dazzling brilliance and manifest striking sword energy fluctuations upon activation. The faster the speed, or the more intricate the maneuvers, the more terrifying the sword energy fluctuations would become, even generating a piercing sword howl that could be sensed hundreds or thousands of miles away. Jiang Mu had once marveled at the sight of a god transformation elder commanding a flying sword across the sky. It was as if the very heavens were shattering, the sun plummeting to earth, and a resplendent rainbow stretched across the horizon like an apocalyptic cloud. Such a formidable sword energy calamity could be sensed from over 10,000 miles away, and within 1,000 miles, mortals would perish, while lower-tier cultivators would suffer grievous injuries, with even those in the nascent soul realm hesitant to approach within several dozen miles. Once, Jiang Mu had envied this might, but now he had learned to view matters from a different perspective. If a god transformation elder could create such commotion with their flying sword, the wastefulness and consumption of magical power must be immense. Even if their magical power was profound, How many times could they unleash it? As of now, he feared he could not best a god transformation elder, not even to entertain the thought. Just the elder's mastery of Dao arts rendered comparison impossible. The characteristics of sword essence lie in its restraint and conservation, not in engaging in magical duels. Jiang Mu cautioned himself to remain true to his original intentions. At this moment, the flying sword had ascended to an altitude of several tens of thousands of feet, where fierce winds howled. Real-time sensing indicated that this ascent consumed 5 strands of sword essence. This expenditure was somewhat significant. However, once the flying sword stabilized at a fixed height, the consumption visibly decreased. Jiang Mu infused a strand of sword essence, and the flying sword could swiftly glide forward in silence, upon calculation. This speed would allow for daily travel of 5,000 miles, more efficient than flying close to the ground. Nonetheless, any adjustment in direction would necessitate additional infusion of sword essence. Continuing to infuse sword essence within mere moments, the speed of the flying sword surpassed that of his previous flying artifact, a vessel capable of covering 10,000 miles in a day. While the current infusion amounted to 20 strands, should he cease further infusion, these 20 strands of sword essence would suffice for a journey of 10,000 miles, perhaps even more. In terms of conversion, that equates to 20 spirit stones. For the same distance, utilizing a teleportation array would cost 1,000 spirit stones. Though that method is significantly faster, achieving instant arrival. In contrast, the flying vessel's daily expenditure for 10,000 miles would require around 100 spirit stones. Of course, prior to the depletion of spiritual energy, such magical power consumption could be replenished with merely a stick of incense's worth of meditation, and no one would regard it as a concern. However, in the era of dwindling laws, this becomes exceedingly significant. Jiang Mu continued to accelerate gradually. When the sword essence infusion reached 50 strands, the flying speed transformed entirely, surpassing the speed of the flying vessel by more than threefold. Yet, this was not the crux. Rather, at such velocity, the flying sword remained dark and did not emit a glimmer, with sword energy fluctuations dissipating only within a radius of several zhang. This concealment astonished Jiang Mu. He did not seek the utmost speed or power of the flying sword. Conservation, safety, and stealth were the optimal choices. Unbeknownst to him, the flying sword had traversed nearly 1,000 miles, and ahead, he glimpsed a spiritual glow. It was the gate of the Iron Mountain Sect. As the principal instigator of the previous destruction of Floating Cloud Sect, Jiang Mu had exercised considerable restraint over these past months to refrain from contemplating revenge. Yet, passing through this place inevitably stirred old resentments, prompting him to halt the flying sword and linger for a few moments. In the next instant, a streak of sword light surged from over 100 miles away, hurtling toward the gate of the Iron Mountain Sect. Its coarse and violent sword energy fluctuations reminiscent of a giant catfish in a cesspool. Jiang Mu was not a spiteful or petty individual. He simply struggled to find a better description, especially after testing his own flying sword. The opponent's flying sword speed was merely double that of his flying vessel, roughly comparable to his second senior brother Su Yi, yet the sword energy fluctuations transmitted beyond 100 miles, a significant drain on magical power. Approximately 50 spirit stones were expended per breath. Over this distance of more than 100 miles, that individual would have consumed 1,000 spirit stones. In the present era of abundant spiritual energy, one could indulge as they pleased. However, without it, oh dear, they would squander 99% of their capabilities. As thoughts shifted, Jiang Mu gradually ascended higher. He had no intention of engaging the Iron Mountain Sect in battle, prioritizing the greater picture. After a few dozen breaths, the sword light approached without detecting Jiang Mu, showing no inclination to enter the mountain protecting formation. Instead, it circled the Iron Mountain Sect's protective array, causing the powerful sword energy fluctuations to activate it, with countless runes and spiritual light rippling like waves, visually stunning and quite imposing. In reality, this display consumed at least 5,000 spirit stones worth of spiritual energy. It was him. Jiang Mu recognized the figure before him as Dong Yushu, the third in command of the Iron Mountain Sect. In his memory, this individual possessed late-stage golden core cultivation and was of the same generation as his senior brother, Yao Cheng. In his previous life, it was this very person who had led the charge against the Floating Cloud Sect. Now, faced with an adversary, Jiang Mu struggled to suppress his envy. Unexpectedly, Dong Yushu bellowed, "Who dares to covet and spy on the Iron Mountain Sect's gate?" Jiang Mu initially believed his presence had been detected. However, instead of feeling anxious, clarity washed over him, and he resolved not to hesitate any longer. Channeling his spirit, he infused a substantial 500 strands of sword essence into his flying sword, which emitted a resonant hum as it struck the protective barrier of the Iron Mountain Sect. To his dismay, he had forgotten that, despite 2 lifetimes of experience, he was not adept at combat magic. His intended assault on Dong Yushu misfired completely. With a deafening roar, the protective barrier of the Iron Mountain Sect erupted, countless runes glowing and swirling, coalescing into a mountainous force that bore down upon Jiang Mu with the weight of thunder. Panic surged within him. Instinctively, he sought to flee. But the protective barrier had ensnared his flying sword, binding it as if he were an old ox trapped in a mire, unable to escape. In desperation, he poured an overwhelming amount of sword essence into the sword, and in an instant, what had been a dark, retracted blade suddenly blazed forth with brilliance, unleashing a terrifying wave of sword energy that shattered the protective barrier, soaring forth like a bolt of lightning. Yet, due to his lack of control, the sword veered towards the main peak of the Iron Mountain Sect's gate. He barely heard a furious shout before, in the next moment, the towering mountain was cleaved in half. The flora, fauna, structures, and even the very essence of life upon that mountain were reduced to dust, obliterated by the force of the sword energy, and the severed peak met a similar fate. Despite this, the flying sword retained its momentum, racing hundreds of miles away in mere moments. It was only when Jiang Mu finally regained his composure that he hastily recalled his sword essence, fearing that the next to suffer might be the Ming Mountain Sect's gate. Chapter 23. I know nothing in the bright morning sun. The season was just right. Jiang Mu sat atop the thunder listening platform, his expression serene, his demeanor dignified, with flowing white hair, resembling a benevolent and kind sage. After inadvertently slipping and destroying the Iron Mountain Sect's gate with a single sword strike the previous night, he had hurriedly taken a detour back to the Floating Cloud Sect, rendering his prior plans to journey to Jiangnan County obsolete. Moreover, he faced the pressing issue that his flying sword had suffered significant damage, having expended a staggering 10,000 strands of sword essence, necessitating replenishment. Sighing, he reflected on his predicament. He had truly restrained his anger and murderous intent, fully considering the greater good. Alas, the Iron Mountain Sect's nefarious actions had led to their misfortune. It was truly not his fault. Master, I have important news to report. Lu Taiju arrived in haste, alongside other disciples who had concluded their training, all appearing vigilant, as if facing a formidable enemy. Jiang Mu noted that Lu Taiju had successfully crafted his personal flying sword, instilling him with newfound confidence. What is it? Jiang Mu stepped down from the thunder listening platform, his spirit invigorated, his eyes sharp yet serene, embodying the essence of a peace-loving sage. Replying to Master, last night at midnight, the Iron Mountain Sect, for reasons unknown, had its gate breached by a single sword strike. From the Grand Elder He Wanqing down to the sect leader Han Sheng and Elder Dong Yushu, a total of 72 individuals were slain, leaving no trace of their remains. What? Jiang Mu was taken aback, genuinely astonished. If he recalled correctly, the Grand Elder He Wanqing was at the initial stage of the nascent soul, a contemporary of his own master. How could he have perished, leaving no remnants? Furthermore, he distinctly remembered that Dong Yushu was quite distant from him. How could he have also met his demise? Was the power of his sword truly so exaggerated? Are there any survivors? Jiang Mu inquired with concern. None, Master. Within the Iron Mountain Sect's gate, there were not only no living beings, but even the spirit beasts, formations, structures, flowers, trees, and not a single spiritual spring remained. Everything within a 30-mile radius has been obliterated, Lu Taiju replied solemnly. Even as he described it, a sense of terror enveloped him. What force had the Iron Mountain Sect angered? The power of that sword strike must have been akin to that of a divine transformation cultivator. Fortunately, our Floating Cloud Sect has always been honest and does not hold grudges against outsiders. How ruthless. Jiang Mu was left speechless for several seconds before asking, do we know the reason? Were there any witnesses? Unknown. Last night, a disciple on patrol had glimpsed a flash of sword light erupting from the direction of the Iron Mountain Sect from 1,000 miles away, but did not sense any fluctuations of sword energy. This morning, disciple Cheng Banjin returned from the market with this news. Currently, disciples Zhang He and Li Ying have descended the mountain to investigate the Iron Mountain Sect, while brother Huo Lianshan and others have gone to the county city and various markets to gather information. Detailed reports should be forthcoming. Excellent. However, Taiju, you must inform everyone to remain uninvolved in this matter. If the Iron Mountain Sect's enemies are of significant stature, we must not allow ourselves to be implicated. Oh, and though the Iron Mountain Sect's gate has been destroyed, their sect's assets remain substantial. I suspect their enemies may not be particularly interested in them. Have Cheng Banjin make contact while preparing for all contingencies. Understood, master. Lu Taizhu departed. Jiang Mu pondered for a moment, then sighed. The potency of the sword essence was undeniable, yet his precision in controlling the flying sword during the attack was severely lacking. Could it truly be due to his inexperience in combat magic over 2 lifetimes? Reassessing the events of the previous night, Jiang Mu acknowledged his deficiency in combat experience. It now seemed plausible that Dong Yushu had detected other onlookers or had merely engaged in a routine feint, akin to testing the waters. Consequently, he had been the first to emerge, and not only that, he had harbored murderous intent. Jiang Mu recalled clearly that he had infused only 500 strands of sword essence, which should have remained within his control. Yet at that moment, the sword acted as if it were a rampaging bull, entirely out of control, resulting in his attack missing and crashing into the protective barrier. Why then had the sword essence slipped from his grasp? After much contemplation, Jiang Mu discerned the only plausible explanation. Was it that the connection between his consciousness and sword essence was too profound? When he harbored the intent to kill Dong Yushu and resolved to eliminate him, he remained calm in his own perception. Yet the message relayed from his consciousness to the sword essence ignited it with fervor. In that moment, he attempted to direct the flying sword's attack with his subjective consciousness, which should not have deviated, yet due to his unawareness of the power unleashed by the agitated sword essence, the strike was misdirected. However, he had never heard of cultivator's magical powers fluctuating with emotional tides. Why then could sword essence? Seated upon the thunder listening platform, Jiang Mu's expression turned grave. He felt it necessary to enter seclusion once more. Unless he unraveled this mystery, he feared that similar mishaps might recur in the future. Yet before he could prepare for his retreat, Lu Taizhu returned once more, accompanied by Su Lin, Qin Jin, Zhang Ani, and Li Mi Master. I report that the 59th generation disciples of the Floating Cloud Sect, Su Lin, Qin Jin, Zhang Ani, and Li Mi, have achieved significant progress in their cultivation and now wish to enter seclusion to seek a thread of spiritual insight, aspiring to attain the golden core path. We humbly request your consent, Master. This is a crucial procedure that must be undertaken during the process of breaking through to significant realms, not only for the Floating Cloud Sect, but for other sects as well. The primary purpose is to prevent disciples from attempting to break through on their own, which could lead to complications that would hinder immediate assistance. Additionally, it is essential for the elders of the sect to assess the progress of cultivation, potential, and any hidden dangers. Previously, when Lu Taizhu, Zhang He, Li Ying, Wang Junshan, and Zhao Wu advanced to the golden core stage, the same protocol was followed. After collecting his thoughts, Jiang Mu stepped out of the thunder listening platform and solemnly inquired, on the path of cultivation, the risks are unpredictable. A single misstep could lead to utter destruction. Are you all afraid? The response was resolute. We have received the teachings of our master, devoted ourselves to the path, and toiled day and night, willing to transcend the mundane and ascend to immortality, defying fate with no regrets, even if it leads to death. With this exchange complete, the 4 would next follow Lu Taizhu to the Cloud Rest Hall to pay respects to the ancestors of the Floating Cloud Sect. They would ultimately engage in a 3-day purification and meditation before entering seclusion. However, it was unprecedented for 4 individuals to break through simultaneously in the Floating Cloud Sect, prompting Jiang Mu to vacate the thunder listening platform. Should fortune favor them, the sect would soon boast 4 new golden core cultivators. At that moment, Jiang Mu even contemplated retrieving some exquisite Xian iron, but he ultimately restrained himself, recognizing that excess could be detrimental. With some time on his hands, he initially intended to enlighten the 10 new disciples, but upon arriving at the Qingxi courtyard, he found his second senior brother, Su Yi, already engaged in that very task. Su Yi, once brimming with vitality, now displayed a notable calmness, sitting cross-legged and explaining with unexpected patience. The audience comprised not only the 10 young disciples, but also several qi refining and foundation establishment cultivators, including Wang Junshan, who had already advanced to Golden Core. All captivated by Su Yi's discourse, Jiang Mu, intrigued, quietly listened from outside. In a brief moment, he was taken aback by Su Yi's profound understanding of the sect's techniques. Even though Su Yi no longer practiced the arcane arts, he still gleaned valuable insights. This revelation stirred something within Jiang Mu, sparking an idea. Although Su Yi had endured a tumultuous past in his previous life, since advancing to Golden Core, he had traveled extensively, and his combative prowess was commendable, especially considering that, if Su Yi spoke truthfully, he had fought alongside the illustrious Chu Feiyue of the Heavenly Xian sect. To gain her recognition, however slight, was a testament to his capabilities. Reflecting on his own lackluster combat skills, Jiang Mu pondered the significance of reputation. Chapter 24. The Twilight of the Second Senior Brother. Do you wish to learn swordplay and combat techniques? Upon the conclusion of the evening lecture, Jiang Mu approached Su Yi, stating his intentions directly. Not just me, but every disciple capable of wielding a sword and employing spells within the sect should engage in this training. You must have heard that the Iron Mountain sect was obliterated by a mysterious figure with a single strike, leaving no trace within a 30-mile radius. I believe we must remain vigilant and take precautions. Junior brother, are you jesting? Su Yi frowned, regarding Jiang Mu as if meeting him for the first time. After a prolonged silence, he murmured, to breach a protective formation and annihilate a nascent soul cultivator while affecting a 30-mile radius. Such power could only belong to one at the transformation realm. Against such an enemy, I doubt our defenses or resistance would bear any weight. Moreover, how could our Floating Cloud Sect have offended such a formidable individual? Fair point. But if that powerful figure dismisses the Iron Mountain Sect without claiming anything, the 5 tyrants of Qinggu County will become the 4 tyrants. Our Floating Cloud Sect cannot afford to be left with nothing, Jiang Mu insisted. This is a moment to expand the influence of the Floating Cloud Sect. I have no intention of retreating an inch. Whoever dares to contest me will simply face another mishap. Su Yi appeared swayed by Jiang Mu's fervor. However, junior brother, even if I agree to teach, how many exceptional talents do you believe exist within our sect? Let us not forget that both the Qiushan and Mingshan sects each have a nascent soul cultivator stationed. Just these 2 alone would seize the majority of any benefits. Jiang Mu raised 3 fingers. Not long ago, I acquired a fateful opportunity and purchased 3 pieces of exquisite Xian iron at a considerable cost. Lu Taizhu Zhanghe and Liang have already forged them into their life swords. Together, they should be able to contend with a nascent soul cultivator under life or death circumstances. Exquisite Xian iron? Su Yi's eyes sparkled momentarily before dimming again. Over the years, he had traveled widely, seeking the elusive Chu Fiwa, and his greatest desire was to obtain a piece of exquisite Xian iron. The disparity in crafting a life sword without it was immense. Without exquisite Xian iron, he would have been unable to defend his foundation during battles, as he could at least flee if he could not win. A life sword forged from exquisite Xian iron would be significantly swifter than one made from inferior materials. Alas, fate is fickle. Su Yi regarded Jiang Mu intently, contemplating the notion of fateful opportunity. This seemingly earnest junior brother had a knack for deception without a flicker of his eyes. Nevertheless, what could it change? At least Jiang Mu was willing to procure exquisite Xian iron for his disciples. Clearly, this Jiang Mu was a genuinely good master, truly considering the welfare of his students. What of his own master? A sense of melancholy washed over Su Yi. He had once been the favored disciple of his master. Yet when he advanced to Golden Core and could forge his life sword, his master chose to allocate resources towards rare spiritual herbs for concocting some elusive elixir of immortality. Very well, but I cannot make any promises, Su Yi conceded. The following day, Zhang He, Li Ying, Huo Lianshan, and others returned from gathering intelligence, bringing the latest news regarding the annihilation of the Iron Mountain sect. Reporting to the master, I have visited the vicinity of the Iron Mountain sect's entrance, and indeed, not a single core disciple remains. I encountered individuals from the Mingshan and Qiushan sects probing the area, but so far, they have shown no signs of further action. 300 miles away from the Iron Mountain sect lies Iron Mountain City, its foundation in the mortal realm. Currently, there are 42 outer disciples remaining, and the 2 core disciples overseeing them have fled under the cover of night, whereabouts unknown. The marketplace in Iron Mountain City is now sealed, and the goods within remain untouched, awaiting transfer. Furthermore, several of the Iron Mountain sect's mines are temporarily closed, though this situation cannot last long. Once it is confirmed that the force responsible for the Iron Mountain sect's destruction has no interest in its foundation, all factions will act swiftly. Within the Cloud Deep Hall, Jiang Mu conferred with his disciples, including Su Yi. Second senior brother, what is your perspective? Jiang Mu sincerely sought Su Yi's opinion, as he was the only one present with extensive experience traversing the realms of cultivation. His insights could prove invaluable. However, Su Yi remained silent, seemingly seeing through Jiang Mu's insincere intentions. What do you all think? Jiang Mu redirected his inquiry to the disciples. The Mingshan and Qiushan sects seem intent on seizing this opportunity. Zhang He spoke up. When we went to investigate, we encountered members of the Mingshan sect. Their demeanor was quite arrogant, and they have their sights set on Iron Mountain City. As for the Qiushan sect, they have dispatched 3 golden core cultivators to the Iron Mountain sect's mines, indicating they do not wish to clash with the Mingshan sect. The Donghu Mountain Villa remains shrouded in uncertainty. However, they have consistently specialized in intelligence, suggesting they may have other plans. In general, attempting to seize a meal from the tiger's jaws presents considerable difficulty. Humph. Cowards. Just as Jiang He was about to finish speaking, his words were interrupted by a cold snort from Su Yi, who stood up and pointed a finger at Jiang He, then at Lu Taizhu and Li Ying. Your master has gone to great lengths to procure 3 pieces of exquisite Xian iron for you to forge into your life-saving flying swords. And this is how you repay him? With such advantages, defeating an early-stage nascent soul should not be difficult. This is not a life-and-death duel. Are the people from the Ming Mountain Sect and the Qiu Mountain Sect any less fearful of death and injury? For a sect to thrive, it requires resources and prestige. The recent annihilation of the Taizhan sect presents an excellent opportunity. If we do not reveal the claws of our Floating Cloud Sect now, when will we? Do you still expect your master to repeatedly sell the ancestral treasures to support you? Have you truly deluded yourselves into thinking you are still nursing infants? Cultivators inherently defy the heavens, contending against nature, humanity, and rival sections. If you dare not fight, you might as well return home to farm. Su Yi's words struck heavily, causing Lu Taizhu, Jiang He, and Li Ying to flush with embarrassment, while the other disciples felt a pang of shame. Indeed, they had become somewhat complacent. If they did not strive now, when would they? Bang! Huolianshan knelt down with a thud. Master, I am willing to become a death warrior. For today's contest, I am ready to spill my blood. Master, I had long given up hope of advancing to the Golden Core stage, but you have provided me this opportunity. I understand my lack of talent and my hopelessness in attaining the nascent soul stage. Today, I am willing to be the vanguard to expand the territory of our Floating Cloud Sect. Wang Junshan also knelt down to plead for orders. In the blink of an eye, the grand hall was filled with kneeling figures, with Jiang He and Li Ying deeply stirred, their eyes reddened. Jiang Mu frowned, sensing that this provocation had gone too far, but before he could voice his thoughts, Su Yi clapped and laughed heartily. Excellent. The morale is commendable. Without this spirit of defiance against heaven and earth, do you think you are worthy of learning my sword control techniques? Rise. Look at your master and your uncle. To ensure you grasp the art of sword control, he even resorted to a pitiful lie, claiming he wished to learn sword control. Ha! I alone can defeat 10 of him. Do not disappoint him, my children. Now follow me. Su Yi strode away, and the disciples suddenly realized. Their expressions filled with profound gratitude toward Jiang Mu, with several female disciples even shedding tears. Only Jiang Mu sat in silence, at a loss for words. Chapter 25. Control the sword. First, control the heart. Outside the Grand Hall, there was a reasonably spacious martial arts arena capable of accommodating 500 practitioners. Unfortunately, since the founding of the Floating Cloud Sect, the number of disciples has never exceeded 100 at the same time. In reality, gathering 50 disciples is already quite remarkable. Thus, seeing over 60 people standing in the arena filled Jiang Mu with pride, even though the youngest among them was merely 7 years old. Once all the disciples settled into a meditative posture, Jiang Mu found a spot to sit and simply listen. Cultivators possess myriad techniques and capabilities, but today, I shall focus solely on combat against an adversary. Today, second senior brother Su Yi, perhaps spurred by some stimulus, spoke with a booming voice, his demeanor solemn. Presenting his teachings with sincerity, an uncommon occurrence in Jiang Mu's recollection. In our combat against adversaries, we typically engage in 3 primary categories: spells, divine abilities, and Taoist techniques, encompassing both righteousness and wickedness. Among these, spells refer to the art of wielding techniques. Mastery is paramount. Thus, the execution of spells is crucial, serving as the primary means of protection for cultivators, especially those below the Golden Core stage, as diligent effort will yield rewards. Divine abilities, distinct from spells, rely on the concept of borrowing. Some divine abilities require cultivation, yet they fundamentally rely on this means. You must understand that the essence of spells lies within our own magical power. True strength is derived from within. In contrast, the power of divine abilities is borrowed. Therefore, when traversing the cultivation world, if you encounter someone adept in divine abilities, exercise caution, for borrowed prowess is unrelated to one's inherent strength and is impossible to gauge. Divine abilities can be righteous or wicked. However, righteous divine abilities are often weaker as they are derived from the laws of heaven and earth, such as summoning wind, rain, thunder, lightning, frost, and other natural phenomena. Some divine abilities can be inherited through bloodlines, requiring no cultivation. With age, one naturally comprehends them. Additionally, there are divine abilities acquired through incense offerings, those summoned by evil spirits or demons. or those gained through nurturing ghosts and demons, none of which are to be desired by cultivators like us and can be classified as wicked paths. Taoist techniques, unlike spells and divine abilities, involve wielding laws through profound Taoist practices, temporarily controlling rules, which necessitates at least the divine transformation stage to execute. For instance, invoking wind and rain or shifting mountains and oceans cannot be accomplished without Taoist techniques. These are beyond our current aspirations. Therefore, we must diligently hone our spells. Among the myriad spells, I will discuss sword control techniques. Having lived for 148 years, traversing across 9 provinces and 10 regions, and having experienced thousands of battles, I possess some insights. Today, I shall dare to speak, and you may listen. In my view, sword control techniques are the most unorthodox among spells, for one reason. Other spells are generally unaffected by emotional fluctuations, or rather, if your emotions are in turmoil, your execution of other spells will falter. Only sword control techniques can, in moments of intense emotion, allow one to disregard technique while significantly amplifying power. Were I to speak such words in other sects, or even within our own, had your grandmaster still been alive, he would undoubtedly condemn them as heretical nonsense. Ha ha. Su-yi laughed above, appearing almost mad, while the disciples below exchanged glances, pondered, and expressed confusion. Only Jiang Mu, seated in the corner, genuinely resonated with this sentiment. For he had indeed experienced the very scenarios Su-yi described. When a killing intent filled his heart, the sword energy would truly boil and explode. From this perspective, Su-yi possesses some unique insights. From my experience, 3 essential elements must be mastered in sword combat. Firstly, you must possess an exceptional life-saving flying sword, ideally forged from exquisite shin iron, as this will enhance your combat capability at least 2-fold. Secondly, you must learn to control your emotions, not to become a placid pool, devoid of feeling, but to maintain calmness while filling your heart with determination and killing intent. Emotions will not affect your magical power, yet they will influence your life-saving flying sword. Thirdly, your heart must have a focus, or rather, a standard. Without a standard, the moment you draw your sword, your resolve will falter, you will hesitate and falter. A sword wielder must understand that the moment a sword is drawn, life and death are in the balance. Hesitation leads to defeat. However, while this may be easy to articulate, it is challenging to execute. I have traveled across the 9 provinces and 10 regions for over a century, engaging in thousands of battles. Yet I have only succeeded in the second of these 3 aspects. As for the first, let us not even discuss it. Regarding the third aspect, having a focus should not stem from external impositions, nor should it be a product of mere whimsy or self-deception. It must arise from a genuine inquiry into your own heart, forming your own standard, which may take years or even a lifetime to cultivate. For now, let us proceed. Control the sword. First, control the heart. Only when you comprehend this shall you be qualified to learn techniques. After Su-yi concluded his remarks, he departed, leaving over 60 disciples in the training grounds, with at least half of them utterly perplexed. Among the remaining, only a few appeared to have gleaned any insight, while the true beneficiaries were few and far between. Notably, Jiang Mu, who merely sought to fill the ranks, found resonance in Su-yi's insights, which, when stripped of their embellishments, conveyed a singular truth. The sword's elemental force is excessively domineering, arriving like thunder and departing like lightning. Even the mental control over it appears sluggish, necessitating reliance on the mastery of one's heart. In the heat of battle, one cannot afford the luxury of observing the enemy's actions, formulating a response, and then issuing a mental command to the flying sword. Even the briefest lapse in thought renders one too slow. Thus, Su-yi's solution is to maintain absolute calmness, infused with a spirit of combat and a sense of lethality. For it is only in such a state that one can afford fewer thoughts. The sword, once drawn, determines life and death. There is no time to ponder the likelihood of victory or the elegance of one's moves. Reflecting on a prior endeavor to eliminate Dong Yushu, Jiang Mu recognized that he had stumbled into error. The desire to slay Dong Yushu ignited an immediate response from the sword's elemental force, requiring no conscious thought. However, his mental deliberation on how to execute the act ultimately hindered him. It is that simple. Having discerned the source of his dilemma, Jiang Mu now understands the path to resolution. Although Su-yi's approach may seem unconventional, it holds some merit for lower-tier disciples. While Jiang Mu himself recognizes that the best method is to hone his mental acuity. Chapter 26. The promise of the ancient immortal. The mental acuity is unique to cultivators. The externally focused spirit is the divine, while the internally confined essence is the intention. Thus, Mortals possess awareness but lack mental acuity. In a certain sense, mental acuity serves as the key for cultivators to unlock the treasures of the cosmos and the path to immortality. Yet, mental acuity can both access the celestial treasury and attract malevolent forces, opening portals to calamity. Jiang Mu is acutely aware of this principle, prompting him to visit the Winda library of the Floating Cloud Sect. With a legacy spanning over 3 millennia, the Floating Cloud Sect possesses profound depth. For instance, the few remaining treasured artifacts in the sect's repository, safeguarded by the core protective formation, remain concealed within the Winda library. This library houses the cultivation philosophies, insights, and meticulously organized spells, divine abilities, and doctrines of the sect's esteemed predecessors. Su Yi's previous discourse, if he were to compile it, could also be included in the Winda library. In fact, even the eldest disciple, Yao Cheng, before entering seclusion, documented his life's insights, experiences, and various events, along with some forbidden knowledge, within jade slips and placed them in the library. The Floating Cloud Sect has produced a single transcendent entity, 15 golden core masters, and 197 nascent souls, all of whom are qualified to leave behind their insights in jade slips. If these insights were succinct, it would be manageable. But in reality, each elder seems eager to encapsulate their entire life's experiences within. Hence, although every disciple who has reached the foundation establishment stage is granted monthly access to the library, comprehensively reading all the jade slips is nearly an impossible task. Beyond the insights, there are also slips containing scenic descriptions, anecdotes, lineage records, techniques, historical documents, and more. Though others may remain unaware, Jiang Mu seldom frequented the Winda library. However, now he felt compelled to delve deeply into the insights left by the elders of his sect, searching for superior methods to refine his mental acuity. The first slip he examined was that of the sect's founding ancestor, despite having previously perused it several times. The ancestor's jade slip is remarkably concise, containing 3 methods: 1 doctrine, 3 divine abilities, 3 seals, and 18 spells, alongside fewer than 1,000 words of insights, which serve as earnest exhortations for future generations. Jiang Mu could recite it from memory. Yet, even so, he bowed sincerely before proceeding to read it word by word, not daring to overlook a single detail. Although he has deviated from the teachings left by the Tao ancestor, rendering himself somewhat irreverent, this does not diminish his admiration for the founding ancestor of the Floating Cloud Sect. Soon, having completed the reading, as expected, he found no flaws in the jade slip left by the Tao ancestor. Jiang Mu once again bowed sincerely, returning the jade slip to its rightful place, and then proceeded to read the insights in order from the second-generation Tao ancestor downwards. However, upon reaching the 4th, he was met with a headache. The founding ancestor of the Floating Cloud Sect had 4 disciples, famously known as the 4 heroes of Floating Cloud, all at the nascent soul stage. The first 3 were conventional and exuded the demeanor of masters, but the 4th, well, while others' insights were merely the size of a palm, his was as large as a grinding disc. Within it were recorded every detail of his life, with copious meaningless scenic descriptions, ramblings, family matters, often jumbled and illogical, spanning several billion words. Jiang Mu had attempted to read it several times before, but had ultimately fled in dismay. It was simply unbearable. Yet, he resolved this time to treat it as a form of cultivation. Jiang Mu determinedly embarked on this endeavor, reading it for 3 entire days and nights until he finally completed it, nearly losing his sanity in the process. I must take a break. Jiang Mu nearly crawled out of the Winda library, his mind dulled. Yet, as the mountain breeze brushed against him, he inexplicably sensed something amiss. The seemingly illogical and disjointed musings recorded by the ancestor, after being forcibly read through, began to reveal strange nuances. It was as if the ancestor had concealed a crucial piece of information amidst the chaos. Jiang Mu was astonished. He could hardly ponder the ancestor's peculiar sense of humor and hurried back to the Winda library, opening the jade slip to attempt to rearrange the information into the correct order. He initially anticipated a challenge, but to his surprise, it proved quite easy. It appeared to be nothing more than a prank. However, upon arranging the information correctly, he uncovered a simple yet profound depiction. I once perused a fragmented, unnamed ancient text, which stated, "In ancient times, an immortal once prayed to the heavens and vowed that those who sought immortality against the natural order would be met with divine disfavor. Therefore, one must take it upon themselves to protect the common folk, internally cultivate the great Tao, and externally vanquish demons. Should one violate this vow, they would incur heaven's wrath, thus leaving behind the lineage of the Tao. I know not its authenticity, I sought counsel from my master, who replied, I too do not know, but seek to bear no shame. This passage, seemingly ordinary, was evidently imbued with the ancestor's distinct perspective, leading him to document it in such a manner. Now, having read it, Jiang Mu felt a swell of emotions. No wonder the regulations of the Floating Cloud Sect are so stringent, and why the rhetoric of taking the common folk's welfare to heart is so frequently espoused. It may very well be related to this. Yet heaven's wrath? Jiang Mu's heart flickered with an illuminating thought, as if he had grasped something. Just then, the protective bell tolled, signaling that someone had successfully advanced to the golden core stage. Without further contemplation, Jiang Mu swiftly returned, only to discover that his direct disciple, Su Lin, had effortlessly broken through to the golden core stage in just 2 days. The Floating Cloud Sect has welcomed another member into the golden core realm, bringing the total number of its golden core cultivators to 7, including the nominal Jiang Mu. The sect is indeed thriving. Jiang Mu's gaze shifted as he reflected on the 9 months that had passed since his rebirth. He had initially grasped the Sword Yuan force, reclaimed the sect's power, summoned back his disciples, annihilated the Iron Mountain sect, and avenged the grievances of his previous life. The progress was commendable. Contemplating his next move, Jiang Mu hesitated, his eyes directed towards the direction of Yunhu Town. Should he establish a city there, and under what pretext should it be constructed? The Floating Cloud Sect has always maintained a benevolent attitude towards mortals, even upholding the ideal of slaying demons and protecting the common folk. However, due to insufficient strength, the number of mortals under their protection remained limited to around 100,000. This did not grant him the liberty to construct a city for mortals without a valid reason, unless he could devise a legitimate excuse. Lost in thought, he was soon approached by Lu Taizhu, Zhang He, and Li Ying, who rushed in, exclaiming, Master, urgent news. The Ming Mountain sect has occupied Iron Mountain City and taken control of its market just an hour ago. We request permission to engage in battle. What? Jiang Mu was taken aback. The Ming Mountain sect's actions were audacious. However, this was precisely the moment to assert the Floating Cloud Sect's reputation. Issue an order to activate the protective formation. All disciples who are not in seclusion are to enter a state of readiness. Lu Taizhu, Zhang He, Li Ying, you 3 must head to Iron Mountain City immediately. Under no circumstances should we allow the Ming Mountain sect to monopolize it. Having said this, Jiang Mu swiftly bestowed upon each of them 3 pieces of high-grade spirit jade, each containing defensive seals. In terms of market value, this equated to an investment of 5,000 spirit stones. Protecting their lives with 5,000 spirit stones was indeed worthwhile. Master, the 3 exclaimed in surprise. Go swiftly. We must not tarnish the reputation of the Floating Cloud Sect. I shall arrive shortly with reinforcements. In a flash, Jiang Mu formulated a comprehensive strategy. As dawn broke, the first rays of sunlight streamed forth, illuminating the winding Qin River, its azure waters flowing for miles. The Grand Elder of the Ming Mountain Sect, Sikong Yu, stood upon the 7-star drum, basking in the morning glow while surveying the vast landscape and the ancient Iron Mountain City. Geographically, this city was well deserving of its title as a place of spiritual beauty. The Qin River encircled it, with the southern bank lined by mountain ranges rumored to harbor celestial beings who sang, giving rise to the name Qingu County. The northern bank was fertile, dotted with mortal villages. 5,000 years prior, this area had served as a camp for the cultivation world during its expansion into the southern territories. Later, the founding patriarch of the Iron Mountain sect claimed it, establishing their stronghold among the mountains to the south and Iron Mountain City to the north. For millennia, it has governed over 2 million mortals, alongside numerous scattered cultivation families, making it a coveted prize. Yet this territory had always belonged to the Iron Mountain sect, which had long established a power structure known as the 5 Tyrants of Qingu County. Their sects had united multiple times to confront crises, fostering deep-rooted connections. However, in recent centuries, the 5 sects had failed to produce any powerful cultivators beyond the late nascent soul stage, making collaboration even more essential to fend off external threats. Unexpectedly, the Iron Mountain sect had angered a nascent soul master for reasons unknown and was annihilated in a single strike. This was a fortuitous opportunity for the Ming Mountain sect to absorb the Iron Mountain sect's territory and resources without conflict. Sikong Yu believed that with these additional resources, his chances of advancing to the mid-nascent soul stage would significantly increase. Thus, after 5 days of silence, he decisively led the core disciples of the Ming Mountain sect to seize Iron Mountain City. Now, he merely needed to deal with the Qiushan sect. The Floating Cloud Sect and Donghu Manor posed no threat without nascent soul cultivators. Suddenly, Sikong Yu gazed towards the northern bank of the Qin River. where the sky was clear and devoid of clouds. Yet, he sensed several waves of sword energy approaching with great speed and intensity, an ominous aura of impending confrontation. Could it be the Floating Cloud Sect? Sikong-yu couldn't help but chuckle. He had heard tales of a golden core master adept at forging high-quality dark iron, who often led his disciples in crafting it and refining jade talismans, managing the sect as if it were a struggling mortal family. Now, they dared to contend for Iron Mountain City, truly commendable audacity. He promptly instructed several Golden Core disciples to intercept them, deeming these jesters unworthy of his effort. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to others, he had already discerned the Iron Mountain Sect's intentions to annex the Floating Cloud Sect, having yet to find the right excuse. Now, the Ming Mountain Sect was more than willing to fulfill the wishes of the Iron Mountain Sect. However, moments later, he sensed something amiss. The fluctuations of sword energy were not as expected. Retreat, he commanded, abruptly rallying the seven-star drum. The drumbeat resounded like thunder, shaking the heavens and earth, sending colossal waves surging along the Qin River, causing landslides on the southern bank. Although a minor protective formation existed in Iron Mountain City, it had not been activated in time. The walls crumbled, houses shattered, and countless mortal citizens suffered grievously, with many scattered cultivators also sustaining serious injuries. Yet, Sikong-yu was unconcerned, for if he did not intervene, his 3 intercepting disciples would likely meet a dire fate, as the 3 incoming sword lights were ferocious and swift, exceeding the speed of ordinary Golden Core flying swords by a factor of 2. These were flying swords forged from exceptional dark iron. When had the impoverished Floating Cloud Sect become so affluent? While Sikong-yu marveled, the 7-star drum harnessed the Earth's energy to unleash a terrifying dragon roar that echoed over 100 miles, exploding the ground and soaring into the heavens. A phantom of a golden dragon projected into the sky. With a resounding roar, the sound wave was heard clearly for hundreds of miles, overwhelming the sword energies of Lu Taizhu, Jiang He, and Li Ying. They had intended to strike decisively against the 3 intercepting cultivators from the Ming Mountain Sect. This was their plan and intention, for in the struggle for Iron Mountain City, there could be no expectation of cordial negotiations. Without bloodshed, who would yield? However, they were unprepared for the formidable challenge posed by a nascent soul cultivator, which proved to be far more daunting than anticipated. With a single strike, the opponent shattered their sword momentum from over 100 miles away. Despite their intent to kill, the sheer force of the attack left them in disarray. As panic gripped Jiang He and Li Ying, Lu Tieju's resolve only strengthened. No more hesitation, onward. Awakening from their momentary confusion, Jiang He and Li Ying ceased their worries about the Ming Mountain Sect's nascent soul cultivator and rallied their sword energies, charging toward the 3 retreating Ming Mountain Sect cultivators. The opposition, however, was already gripped by fear, particularly as Sikong-yu's voice echoed ominously, extinguishing their last remnants of fighting spirit. Lu Taizhu and his companions surged forward, their intent fierce, their flying swords wielding absolute advantage, and within mere moments, they dispatched the 3 Ming Mountain Sect disciples, rendering any resistance utterly futile. At such a speed, even if Sikong-yu, in a fit of rage, rushed in to provide aid, it would be far too late. He truly did not anticipate that the 3 young rascals across from him would strike so mercilessly, showing no mercy and adhering to no rules. Thus, let them perish. In that moment, Sikong-yu harbored thoughts of annihilating the entire Floating Cloud Sect without leaving a trace. With a furious roar, a beam of golden sword light soared into the sky, more radiant than the blazing sun. It was Sikong-yu's life-bound flying sword, forged from supreme black iron. Upon its emergence, the surroundings dimmed within a radius of dozens of miles, as the sword shadows flickered and the sword chi surged, swiftly transforming into an inescapable net that descended upon Lu Taizhu and his 2 companions. Yet, at that moment, the 3 no longer displayed any signs of fear. They summoned their utmost strength, activating their life-bound flying swords, disregarding their own safety, and charged towards Sikong-yu like 3 shooting stars, intent on a mutual destruction. Sikong-yu, furiously indignant, scoffed at the notion that mere Golden Core practitioners would dare to play such tricks with him. Today, even if it meant sustaining injuries, he was determined to reduce these unruly little rascals to mere pulp. However, just as this thought crossed his mind, a sudden chill gripped his heart. But there was no time to ponder. He hastily split his focus, controlling his life-bound flying sword to create an expansive sword net while employing various techniques to intercept the trio's suicidal sword lights. In an instant, Lu Taizhu, Jiang He, and Li Ying were enveloped by the sword net, yet defensive seals illuminated their bodies, These were the divine-grade spirit jades Jiang Mu had provided in advance. Nevertheless, even so, the residual force of Sikong Yu's full-power strike was more than sufficient to severely injure the three, sending them crashing to the ground. Meanwhile, Sikong Yu unleashed a total of 8 divine-grade spirit jades in one breath, believing that with additional defensive measures, he would only sustain minor injuries. But just as the 3 sword lights were upon him, a faster and more concealed dim sword light flashed, obliterating all 8 divine-grade spirit jades and dismantling all of Sikong Yu's defenses, clearing the path for the 3 sword lights. As the sword lights descended, daylight turned to darkness, and when the world was once again illuminated, Sikong Yu was nowhere to be found, having fallen like petals in the rain. Simultaneously, Jiang Mu, hidden beneath the surface, glanced at Lu Taizhu and the others, confirming they were unharmed. Upon seeing Wang Junshan and Zhao Wu had arrived, he quietly retreated. Indeed, shortly after Lu Taizhu and the others set off, he had stealthily followed. The trio flew through the air on their swords, creating significant disturbances in the sword chi. While Jiang Mu's flying sword emitted only a minimal fluctuation, further masked by his liquid black iron covering and the use of concealment talismans, rendering him undetectable to the trio. Sikong Yu might have sensed him, but the distance was too great. The trio's sword chi was sufficient to veil Jiang Mu, and Sikong Yu was overly complacent, thus granting Jiang Mu the final opportunity for a surprise attack. "Ah, the glory belongs to you. My master is a beloved figure, adored by all. I shall take my leave." Chapter 28. The Wrath of Heaven. Half an hour later, amidst the devastated Iron Mountain City, Jiang Mu, accompanied by dozens of disciples, was tirelessly aiding the severely injured mortals, with some wandering cultivators and many unscathed mortals joining in the effort. Above, the leaders of the Qiushan sect and the Donghu manor arrived with their respective groups, silently observing. Beneath their seemingly calm exterior, they were filled with profound astonishment. Sikong Yu was dead, a figure of early nascent soul, one whose mere presence could shake the very earth in Qinggu County, had perished at the hands of 3 golden core cultivators. Many had witnessed this scene, in broad daylight, before countless eyes, making it irrefutable, a truly inconceivable occurrence. When did the Floating Cloud Sect become so formidable? However, that seemed irrelevant now, with the death of a nascent soul and 3 golden cores. The combat strength of the entire Ming Mountain sect was nearly obliterated, necessitating a shift in the power dynamics of Qinggu County. In unison, the Qiushan sect and Donghu manor members promptly departed. "Master, the injuries of the 3 senior brothers have stabilized." Zhao Wu quickly approached, excitement evident in his voice as he reported to Jiang Mu. After this battle, Lu Taizhu, Zhang He, and Li Ying had become figures of admiration and reverence among all disciples of the Floating Cloud Sect. To unite and slay a nascent soul cultivator at the risk of their own injuries was a feat that invigorated spirits. In fact, not only the disciples, but even many wandering cultivators in Iron Mountain City regarded the members of the Floating Cloud Sect with admiration. "Has the teleportation array in the market been repaired? We must expedite their return to the mountain gate for recuperation." "Yes, master." Zhao Wu complied and departed, while Jiang Mu beckoned the busy Cheng Banjin, realizing that only someone of his caliber could manage the current chaotic situation. However, Jiang Mu desired more, as he perceived an opportune moment. "Banjin, what is the current status?" In response to the master, "The situation has improved somewhat. On behalf of the Floating Cloud Sect, I have hired over 100 wandering cultivators, organizing them into teams of 10, led by the most reputable among them, to provide aid to the injured throughout the city. We expect to complete the rescue by this evening." Hearing this, Jiang Mu furrowed his brow, surveying the ravaged Iron Mountain City. Sikong Yu had unleashed his treasures above the city, resulting in at least 10,000 casualties. And activating the Earth Vein Dragon energy had caused a massive earthquake spanning hundreds of miles, claiming no fewer than 100,000 lives both within and beyond the city. Despite such devastation, even the typically benevolent members of the Floating Cloud Sect wore expressions of joy, with Cheng Banjin believing that rescuing the injured from the ruins was a monumental act of kindness. Observing the mortals, who had lost their innocent loved ones yet dared not weep aloud, cautiously expressing their gratitude, Jiang Mu noted the eerie silence that enveloped the ruins. Even young children had their mouths covered by their parents, only able to gaze at a world they could not comprehend with fearful eyes. This should have been a place filled with wails of sorrow, yet it was hauntingly quiet. This scene, while deemed natural by the members of the Floating Cloud Sect and all wandering cultivators, and even accepted by the mortals, was understood by Jiang Mu, who had endured similar hardships in his past life, as a harbinger of doom. Cultivators regarded mortals as mere weeds, even when they occasionally vanquished demons. They did so from a lofty perch. They felt no need to comprehend the thoughts of mortals or to acknowledge the struggles that sustained their existence. Nor did they care for the joys or sorrows of the fleeting lives of mortals. A mortal's brief existence, be it filled with suffering or joy, was but a passing moment. Thus, cultivators could bestow aid and salvation without burden, and equally, they could bring destruction without remorse. The aftermath of their conflicts bore no consequence for them. It seemed all cultivators overlooked the fact that mortals also possessed memories, thoughts, souls, and even the capacity for resentment. When cultivators stood high above, no mortal dared to defy them, not even a wandering cultivator in the chi refinement stage. Their anger existed, yet it was muted by fear, as they lacked the strength to act upon it. But what if the chasm between cultivators and mortals no longer existed? In his past life, Jiang Mu had often pondered why, despite the overwhelming power among cultivators, they ultimately fell beneath the feet of mortals, even as they fought and declined. It wasn't until he married and had children, witnessing the brutal slaughter of his 3 living children, their bodies lifeless and devoid of spirit, that an indescribable agony shattered his reason, his soul, and everything he was, leading to a sudden understanding. If our deaths could grant you an eternity in hell, if our demise could ensure that you would never be reborn, if our passing could erase your existence from this world, and if our sacrifice could allow our descendants to live with a semblance of dignity, then indeed, we would willingly embrace death. The numbness and oppression of the present shall be met with an equal fury in the future. This is a raging inferno yet to ignite, merely lying in wait. Simmering with discontent, the phrase "the heavens are displeased" suddenly thundered through Jiang Mu's mind, conjuring an absurd possibility. If this were indeed a promise left by ancient immortals as a legacy for the cultivation sect, then clearly, it was these cultivators who had betrayed that trust. Thus, they had been stripped of their chance to defy fate, to cultivate the path, and to pursue immortality. Consequently, they found themselves crushed into the dust by mere mortals, meeting their end in the most humiliating manner. Decay. Master? Master? Cheng Banjin's voice jolted Jiang Mu from his reverie, leaving only terror in his eyes. Master? Cheng Banjin was taken aback. He had never witnessed his master in such a state of distress, as if calamity were imminent. However, Jiang Mu quickly regained his composure and spoke with a commanding tone. This disaster in Taizhan City is no act of heaven, but rather a man-made catastrophe. And my Floating Cloud Sect is among the chief culprits. The ley lines here have been disturbed by Sikong Yu's treasures, rendering this place uninhabitable for mortals. Banjin, I shall give you 10,000 spirit stones. Arrange for the relocation of all mortals in this area to the Yunhu Plain within a month and ensure their proper resettlement. I intend to build them a new home there. Master, I must respectfully object. Cheng Banjin instinctively retorted. Our Floating Cloud Sect has already performed the grand deed of rescuing the injured and pulling people from the ruins. What more do you desire? There are over 2 million mortals around Taizhan City, and the actual death toll from this disaster is only a few tens of thousands. Is it worth expending 10,000 spirit stones, Master? You must be mistaken. Get to work. Remember, I demand proper resettlement. If even a single family or individual encounters an issue, you shall bear the consequences. Jiang Mu's voice turned unusually stern, his gaze sharp as a blade. Yes, I shall ensure everything is arranged properly. Should there be any errors, I am willing to accept the sect's regulations. Cheng Banjin was taken aback, hastily bowing before departing. He was a clever individual. Though he did not fully grasp why his master was so insistent, he recognized the gravity of the situation. Thus, despite his reluctance to part with the 10,000 spirit stones, he quickly devised a solution. He first enlisted a few familiar, reputable cultivators known for their reliability and standing, essentially buying their cooperation with spirit stones. Following that, he set about mobilizing individuals from across Qinggu County. Relocating over 2 million souls to a location 800 miles away was no small task, especially with the necessity for meticulous resettlement. Every household and individual must be accounted for without fail. Fortunately, Qinggu County's unique geography made it a crucial route to the southern territories, attracting many local and passing cultivators. These cultivators, motivated by spirit stones, would undertake any task, no matter how daunting. Thus, within the span of a day, Cheng Banjin managed to recruit over 500 cultivators, with some even volunteering their assistance without any financial incentive. Not all cultivators were indifferent to the plight of mortals. However, the commotion that Cheng Banjin stirred caught the attention of both Qiushan Sect and Donghu Mountain Manor, who each sent 10 disciples to assist and brought along 3,000 spirit stones for the resettlement of Taizhan City's refugees. In just a few days, the echoes of this event subsided, with no one mentioning it further. The massive relocation of 2 million mortals paled in comparison to the stir caused by Qiushan sect and Donghu Mountain Manor's joint efforts to divide the Ming Mountain sect. The power dynamics in Qingu County thus shifted from 5 dominant factions to 3. Chapter 29. The Body Refinement Cultivators by the Shores of Yunhu. A massive mechanical flying vessel, hundreds of feet long, wide, and tall, descended slowly, laden with pre-cut stones and felled trees. When the hatch opened, hundreds of mechanical beasts leaped forth, swiftly transporting the stones down. They were guided by floating yellow flags, executing the construction process in an orderly and methodical manner. Meanwhile, on a small boat upon the tranquil lake, a young couple leisurely sipped spirit tea, taking in the picturesque scenery. The woman, unadorned by makeup, possessed striking features reminiscent of a celestial being, while the man exuded an effortless charm. "Brother, are you not bored? Have you come to this remote place to build houses for mortals? Do you truly lack a few hundred spirit stones?" she inquired with a smile, perplexed. For even if they had descended to wander, such labor seemed unnecessary. "I am not bored. I simply find it intriguing. This Floating Cloud Sect is quite fascinating." "In what way is it intriguing?" she pressed, but the man fell silent, his gaze drifting to the distance where simple, sturdy yet unadorned courtyards rapidly emerged, streets forming, and buildings coalescing into small towns. There were echoes of his childhood home there, yet he could never return. Further afield, a colossal flying vessel carried thousands of refugees from Taizhan City toward Yunhu. Inside, muffled sobs filled the air, and the eyes of the displaced were clouded with confusion and fear, uncertain of their fate. "Wah!" A baby, still nursing, suddenly cried out, startling everyone around. The infant's parents turned pale, fearing they had angered the capricious celestial beings. "Do not cover the child. What if it suffocates? We are not monsters. There is no need to fear. We are merely tasked with relocating you to Yunhu," called a towering body refinement cultivator, his fists larger than water buckets. "Look, below lies your new home, with each family receiving a small courtyard and an acre of land. You have encountered the benevolence of that kind-hearted soul from the Floating Cloud Sect." "Haha, Guoliang, that is no kind-hearted soul, merely a foolish old man. I heard he failed a critical trial, his meridians in disarray, leaving him somewhat out of sorts," remarked another cultivator nearby, chuckling. He too was a body refinement cultivator, but one who was agile and swift, capable of slipping through the narrowest of spaces. Despite their differing paths, they had collaborated for years, their bond not deeply rooted but undeniably interdependent. In the current cultivation world, body refinement practitioners were often looked down upon, regarded as the lowest tier, lacking the ability to directly absorb the essence of heaven and earth, rendering them inferior to those who could harness spiritual energy directly. Yet, who would willingly tread the path of body refinement if alternatives existed, devoid of sect teachings, protection, or recognition? They relied solely on menial tasks in the markets to earn a meager living. By year's end, they would barely gather a few dozen spirit stones. The current task of relocating mortals, however, proved lucrative, receiving 1 spirit stone for every 1,000 souls assisted, with additional compensation for hiring flying vessels. One could only marvel at the wealth of these affluent families. It was said that the kind-hearted soul from the Floating Cloud Sect had produced 10,000 spirit stones. My heavens, 10,000! How affluent must the Floating Cloud Sect be? Another cultivator interjected, filled with astonishment. "Hey, let us refrain from referring to each other as foolish old men. The Floating Cloud Sect is one of the prominent cultivation sects in the Qingu County, boasting a distinguished mountain gate, a rich heritage, and a revered reputation. Do you truly believe that the flying swords of the 3 heroes of Floating Cloud are ineffective? Even the early-stage nascent soul cultivator, Sikongyu, can contend with them head-on. Ha! In our company of a mere few, who would know otherwise?" A rogue cultivator chuckled softly, yet dared not utter the term foolish old man again. Once, the Floating Cloud Sect was indeed the weakest and most inconspicuous within Qingu County, but now it stands tall among the 3 great powers of the region. We, as rogue cultivators, can only seek recognition among mortals compared to these sects. We are akin to ants. "Ah, dear sister, I have advised you not to cover the child. What if harm befalls them?" Guoliang suddenly called out again, trying to keep his voice down, but it resonated like thunder within the flying vessel, startling more children into tears. His intentions were kind-hearted, yet the physique of body refinement cultivators rarely resembles that of normal individuals. They are mostly grotesque. Mortals, in their ignorance, perceive the majority of body refinement cultivators as dismissive of them. A formidable physique without a strong will to temper it, devoid of any regulations, leads to rampant misconduct, rendering acts of violence and plunder commonplace. It is those like Guo Liang, with a genuinely kind heart, who are the true anomalies. All right, Brother Guo. I understand your good intentions. Allow me to speak. A woman in her 30s stepped forward, appearing somewhat amiable despite a vivid scar on her face resembling a blood-red centipede. A souvenir from a previous hunt in the southern wilderness where she was wounded by a venomous insect. She simply could not bring herself to purchase the elixir to remove it. Let it go, insect mother. You are more terrifying. We are all the same. Let us remain silent. Once we arrive at Cloud Lake, these foolish mortals will understand the situation. Why waste our breath? Another burly man, resembling an iron tower, spoke in a low voice. He was clad in thick black iron, a fallen mechanist. The five of them appeared peculiar. Yet they formed a common assembly of lowly rogue cultivators in the realm of cultivation. Guo Liang, the body refinement cultivator, possessed immense strength and was impervious to blades, making him most suitable for leading the charge. Bai Shower, also a body refinement cultivator, was adept and nimble, serving as the scout. The destitute mechanist, Du Russian, took on the role of the primary attacker, capable of controlling up to 12 mechanical puppets in battle. He also engaged in construction, aiding affluent mortals in building homes. The insect mother was an alchemist, tasked with healing and detoxifying, while also administering poison when necessary. The sharp-tongued one was the sole, authentic golden core cultivator, Shui Cheng, currently at the initial stage of foundation establishment, serving as a versatile hand, proficient in many areas yet mastering none. None of them harbored expectations of achieving eternal life through cultivation. They were cultivators, not worthy of being called cultivators in the truest sense. Year after year, month after month, they toiled, often oblivious to the purpose of their labors. The flying vessel soon fell into silence, but after a moment of contemplation, Bai Shower could no longer restrain himself. Brothers, do you think the Floating Cloud Sect's lavish expenditures might signal the reopening of the market? What if the market reopens? The world is filled with darkness. The tasks within the market that yield the most spiritual stones prioritize the disciples of the sects, leaving us, the insignificant ones, to scramble for scraps. If the market manager has a kind heart, it may be bearable, but should we encounter that despicable Zhou from Iron Mountain Market, we would be compelled into bidding wars. I curse his ancestors for 18 generations. The current climate in Qinggu County is becoming increasingly inhospitable, and earning spiritual stones grows ever more challenging. What could be the cause? The destitute mechanist, Du Russian, sighed. I have heard that some sect spiritual stone mines are experiencing reduced output, while disciples from major sects claim that there are too many lowly rogue cultivators, necessitating a cleanup. Do they consider us as mere livestock? I curse their ancestors for 18 generations. Yet, this will hardly impact the cultivation sections. Look at the Floating Cloud Sect. It is insignificant in the cultivation world. Yet in Qinggu County, it remains beyond our reach. What do we amount to? What can we amount to? Certainly, nothing of significance. Chapter 30. A new hidden danger at the mountain gate of the Floating Cloud Sect. Within the Cloud Rest Hall, Jiang Mu led Li Ying, Wang Junshan, Zhao Wu, Su Lin, Qin Jin, Zhang Aniu, and Li Miran in paying homage to the ancestors of the sect, simultaneously announcing the formal acceptance of Li Ying, Wang Junshan, Zhao Wu, and Li Miran as his personal disciples. Thus, within the Floating Cloud Sect, there were now 9 cultivators at the Golden Core stage, aside from himself. The sect's revival seemed imminent. Everyone brimmed with confidence. Yet only Jiang Mu understood that such a flourishing state could not last long and was truly beyond recovery. The phrase heaven's wrath serves as the gravest curse. Recent events have only reinforced his conviction. Heaven may be defied, but self-inflicted calamities are inescapable. The first of these events involved the relocation and resettlement of 200,000 refugees from Iron Mountain City. Jiang Mu provided Cheng Banjin with 10,000 spiritual stones, hoping to ensure the task's successful completion, and indeed, Cheng Banjin accomplished it admirably. The resettlement of over 200,000 refugees was executed flawlessly, with no one left behind and no casualties. Every household was provided with shelter and farmland, with 500 households forming a small town and 100 forming a village, all centered around Cloud Lake, filling a radius of 300 miles. Not a single refugee expressed dissatisfaction. However, behind this accomplishment lay the involvement of over 2,000 rogue cultivators, some even brawling fiercely in competition for the resettlement tasks. Although no major disasters ensued, the spectacle truly shocked Jiang Mu, particularly when he inquired about the rewards for Cheng Banjin's specific resettlement tasks. He was astounded to learn that for every 1,000 individuals relocated, only 1 spiritual stone was awarded. This was sufficient to incite fierce competition among the lowly rogue cultivators. In his previous life, Jiang Mu had considered himself well acquainted with the lower tiers, yet he now grasped the extent of internal strife within the seemingly glamorous and mysterious cultivation realm. When he questioned Cheng Banjin, the latter proudly claimed that the compensation he provided was already quite generous. There was no danger involved. One merely needed to invest some time to earn a spiritual stone. What other task in the world could be so favorable? If not for the master's insistence on completing the resettlement within a month, the disciples would be eager to undertake the relocation themselves. This prompted Jiang Mu to inquire about the second alarming matter, the current scarcity of spiritual stones in the market. Spiritual stones are not essential for cultivators. They are primarily used as currency. Even lowly rogue cultivators do not utilize spiritual stones for cultivation, but rather to purchase various cultivation materials. Thus, logically, the supply of spiritual stones in the market should not be lacking. Consequently, Jiang Mu specifically ordered Cheng Banjin to investigate the marketplace, and the findings revealed that many spiritual stone veins were experiencing reduced yields, compounded by the fact that few new spiritual stone mines had been discovered in recent decades. This was the root cause of the issue. Of course, this matter had minimal impact, especially on sects like the Floating Cloud Sect, not to mention the major sections. When Cheng Banjin reported this to Jiang Mu in a casual tone, the latter could almost envision a sea of blood. Indeed, it would hardly affect the cultivation sects. For even a small sect possesses a certain reserve and a solid foundation, the accumulation of centuries, if not millennia, of heritage. But what of the lowly rogue cultivators? Their channels for acquiring spiritual stones were already scarce, and with the diminished circulation of spiritual stones in the market, their access would become even more limited. If that were all, they might endure it. But what would happen when the day comes when spiritual energy runs dry? In the realm of Qinggu County, there exists a multitude of lowly cultivators, numbering in the tens of thousands. Unlike ordinary mortals, who can find contentment with mere sustenance, these individuals require more. In ordinary times, the sects of cultivation may stand aloof, but with the cessation of spiritual energy, even the great protective formations can no longer endure for long. Without these safeguards, the impending consequences are all too clear. My previous plans were indeed lacking in foresight. It is not sufficient to stabilize the common folk. The primary concern must be to secure the allegiance of these lowly cultivators. As various thoughts swirled in Jiang Mu's mind, he eventually reached a resolute decision. After all, he had already acquired the infamous title of the first fool of Qinggu County, and the opinions of others held little significance for him. Have the 2,000 cultivators recruited by Taizhu and Cheng Banjin dispersed? Jiang Mu inquired. Lu Taizhu, Zhang He, and Liang had mostly healed from their injuries after a month of recuperation. Currently, Zhang He and Liang were collaborating with Cheng Banjin and Huolianshan to establish the marketplace for the Floating Cloud Sect. After all, the Floating Cloud Sect had become one of the three dominant forces in Qinggu County. Lacking a marketplace of its own would be a considerable loss of face. Lu Taizhu, meanwhile, was tasked with overseeing the mountain gate. Reporting to Master, they have not dispersed. In fact, their numbers have increased. As of yesterday, I observed nearly 3,000 individuals awaiting the opening of our floating cloud marketplace. These past years have been difficult for these lowly cultivators. However, please rest assured. Senior brother Huolianshan, senior brother Liang, and junior brother Zhang He have already selected 100 reliable and reputable individuals from among these cultivators to serve as guardians for our marketplace. In the next step, we will select an additional 20 outer sect guardians for the Floating Cloud Sect, ensuring that we leave no opportunity for troublemakers. Furthermore, my disciples and I will take turns flying on swords to patrol a radius of 300 miles, strictly enforcing the law. So far, there have been no disturbances or reckless behavior towards the common folk. Additionally, we have announced to everyone that any violation of the Floating Cloud Sect's regulations will result in a permanent closure of the marketplace to the offenders. With these measures in place, our safety will be assured. Upon hearing Lu Taizhu's report, Jiang Mu nodded in approval. His disciples had managed the situation exceptionally well, resolving many issues he had not anticipated, particularly the experienced and well-connected Huolianshan, who held considerable prestige among the cultivators. Together with Zhang He, Liang, and Cheng Banjin, they had successfully laid the foundation for the floating cloud marketplace. Although the initial investment was substantial, they were fortunate to have the resources from the Taishan sect. However, the direction of the marketplace's operations needed to be adjusted. Taizhu informed Zhang He, Liang, and Cheng Banjin that we shall no longer engage in transactions involving the Yuanying realm. There is no need to expend vast resources acquiring those precious materials. Our focus should instead be on the realms of Jindan, foundation establishment, and qi refinement. Jiang Mu pondered, considering that following the outbreak of the spiritual energy tide, all treasures and resources utilized by Yuanian cultivators would be rendered ineffective due to excessive consumption. This would only waste the dwindling supply of spirit stones. Conversely, items of lower tiers would become increasingly suitable. Master, this seems rather unorthodox. Lu Taizhu hesitated, realizing that the marketplace was established for higher-level cultivators. Not engaging in Yuanian trade might lead to losses and the ridicule of the Qiushan sect and Donghu Villa. As long as I remain the head of the Floating Cloud Sect and your master, my words are commands. Inform Zhang He, Liang, and the others that anyone who dares to oppose my directives shall not escape my wrath. Jiang Mu declared solemnly. Having painstakingly dealt with his elder brother Yao Cheng and incapacitated his second brother Su, to ensure he could assert his authority at this moment. Yes, I understand. I will ensure my junior brothers comprehend this. Lu Taizhu exclaimed, startled yet resolute, daring not to voice any further doubts. Moreover, inform them that starting today, the Floating Cloud Marketplace will repurchase unlimited quantities of refined meat-strengthening pills, Tai Mu, inferior Xian Tai, inferior blank spirit jade, inferior blank spirit talismans, and Na Yuan pills at market prices. Lu Taizhu was utterly bewildered. These were items that serious cultivators would disdain, all essentials for the survival of lowly cultivators. For instance, the strengthening pills made from beast blood and the Na Yuan pills were daily necessities for body refiners. Without them, their bodies would continuously weaken, as they lacked the spirit stones to purchase the elixirs required for body refinement and could not directly absorb the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth. Furthermore, if these items were openly procured, it could incite a frenzy among the cultivators of Qinggu County, potentially leading to the immediate downfall of the Floating Cloud Marketplace. He felt compelled to speak up, unwilling to allow his master to spiral further into folly. Master, this is a sum of 50,000 spirit stones, designated specifically for the acquisition of these items, and it will not be recorded in the marketplace's accounts. You are to oversee it. Is there any issue with that? And no, none at all. Chapter 31. Feasting on the rich. As Jiang Mu watched Lu Taizhu depart, he took a deep breath, striving to clarify his thoughts. His earlier plans had not overlooked the lowly cultivators, but rather had underestimated the proportion of body refiners within their ranks. Had it not been for the recent migration of refugees to Taishan City, he would not have realized that there were over 20,000 body refiners within Qinggu County alone. If this were to be extrapolated across the 9 provinces and 10 lands, the number of body refiners would likely be staggering. Perhaps this was due to the lower entry threshold for body refinement or the recent proliferation of body refinement techniques. Jiang Mu couldn't help but recall a secret regarding the marketplace shared by Chengban Jin. And scrupulous merchants would offer body refinement techniques to mortals in the southern regions to cultivate more body refiners. As the lowest-tier cultivators in the hierarchy of the cultivation world, there had yet to be any instances of body refiners breaking through to the Yuanian level. Their highest achievement was equivalent to that of the Jindan realm, and their lifespans could not exceed 300 years, while Jindan cultivators typically enjoyed lifespans of 500 years. Body refiners could not directly absorb the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth, necessitating daily consumption of beast blood or similar food containing spiritual energy. Naturally, the optimal choice was to consume spiritual herbs and elixirs. Thus, following the eruption of the spiritual energy tide, the strength of body refiners could be maintained for a considerable time. Only when demonic beasts devolved into mere animals, spiritual herbs turned into weeds, and spiritual rice regressed into ordinary grains would they swiftly descend from body refiners to mere mortals. However, this process would require over a decade, and this decade would coincide with the most chaotic period following the onset of the end of law era. Jiang Mu hesitated, even feeling a twinge of fear. Although the arrival of the end of law era ultimately saw mortals ascend to the highest echelons, initially, it was the revelry brought forth by lowly cultivators that instilled terror in most sections. There is a term called feasting on the rich. In his past life, Jiang Mu, along with his female disciple, had also been swept away in such feasting on several occasions. At that time, the issue of evil cultivators refining blood spirit elixirs from mortal flesh had yet to erupt, and desperate cultivators were experimenting with various cultivation systems. The most favored path was that of the body refiners, who could wield immense power without directly drawing on spiritual energy, an alluring proposition indeed. Jiang Mu and his disciples had also transitioned to become body refiners, and to their surprise, they advanced rapidly, gaining substantial strength. Amidst this backdrop, They found themselves caught in a chaotic army composed of over 5,000 lowly cultivators, who were simultaneously dragging along hundreds of thousands of ordinary mortals. Then, using these mortals as vanguards, they besieged a large cultivation sect that could no longer maintain its protective formation. Thousands of scattered cultivators disguised themselves as commoners, with 9/10 of them being body refinement practitioners or those who had switched to the body refinement system. They did not force the mortals to charge forward, but chose a night shrouded in darkness, creating terrifying sounds from behind the ranks, causing hundreds of thousands to flee like a herd of panicked cattle. Ahead lay the sect dedicated to cultivation. Ultimately, after depleting all mortal lives and exhausting the opponent's magical energy and spirit stone reserves, and after the deaths of over 2,000 foundational cultivators, the sect was utterly wiped out and thoroughly looted. The madness, the malevolence, and the uncontrollable chaos left a deep impression on Jiang Mu. In the end, whether alive or dead, all had lost everything. It could be said that the actions of these foundational scattered cultivators sowed the most crucial seeds for the impending rebellion of the mortals, who harbored deep-seated animosity towards cultivators. This tragedy, a calamity that swept through the cultivation realm, began not just now, but perhaps hundreds or even thousands of years ago. For mortals were seldom capable of exploring the intricate body refinement cultivation system. Those suited for the orthodox path of golden core cultivation were always a minority. Take the 5 overlords of Qinggu County as an example. The combined core disciples of the 5 sects did not exceed 200. Even among the great sects, core disciples numbered only in the hundreds. The Tianxian sect, one of the 5 super sects, had merely over 1,000 core disciples. Thus, the emergence of body refinement practitioners was initially for the purpose of gathering cultivation resources. Jiang Mu smiled wryly. For the first time since his rebirth, he began to doubt the rationality of his plans. He could not ascertain whether, in the age of the end of law, the Floating Cloud Sect could avoid being devoured by the powerful. He even entertained a reckless thought. What if he disregarded everything and took only his trusted disciples to flee to distant lands? Yet ultimately, Jiang Mu regained his composure. The power of sword essence was his greatest reliance, especially after he had previously obliterated the Iron Mountain sect's gate, leaving nothing within a 30-mile radius. Such might could annihilate not just 10,000 body refinement practitioners, but even 100,000. The energy he expended was merely 10,000 strands of sword essence, which could be replenished with a mere 10,000 spirit stones. He would continue to sell exquisite mystic iron in the black market, raising the necessary spirit stones. In 9 years, he could amass 500,000 spirit stones. Furthermore, beneath the Flying Waves cliff in the Endless Sea lay a small spirit stone mine. If Su Yi's words were truthful, it could provide him with at least 1,000,000 spirit stones in the future. As long as he had spirit stones, relying on sword essence, regardless of whether the incoming forces were rabble, body refinement armies, or demonic cultivators, he could vanquish them without hesitation. Moreover, Jiang Mu firmly believed that the chaos of the end of law era stemmed from one primary reason: the collapse of order. Before the surge of spiritual energy, every major sect had disciples spread across the land, renowned far and wide, suppressing the 9 provinces. Who dared to defy them? A single core disciple could eliminate dissenters at will. However, once the surge occurred, the major sects hastily swept away their own troubles, leading to a significant power vacuum. The ensuing chaos made resolution impossible. Thus, I must establish an order framework that encompasses mortals, foundational scattered cultivators, and sects, so that when turmoil arises, their first thought is not rebellion or flight, but obedience to my command. Yet, establishing such order requires either an iron-fisted approach akin to the founding emperor of the Qin, or an incentive-driven method supported by strict laws. To ensure the most basic sense of fairness, mortals, foundational cultivators, and mid to high-level practitioners must all possess fundamental rights to survival. Regardless of status, there must be corresponding order and laws to regulate and punish them. Perhaps this is the ultimate solution. With these thoughts, Jiang Mu's previously wavering resolve became as steadfast as a rock, and a surge of ambition welled within him. Cultivators ought to take it upon themselves to safeguard all living beings, since this is the promise that cultivators must fulfill. The grand aspiration bestowed upon this realm by ancient immortals, then upon his rebirth, even if it were merely a fleeting dream. He could not only think of surviving for himself or for close companions. In the age of the end of law, millions of lives suffer, and the righteous path of heaven and earth deteriorates. He must take action. Life and death, success and failure, are trivial matters. Chapter 32. The establishment of order outside the gate of the Floating Cloud Sect. A city rose from the ground, now named Yunhu City, the new marketplace of the sect. Over 3,000 foundational scattered cultivators gathered here, creating quite a lively atmosphere. No trespassing into mortal homes or fields. Violators will be fined 1 spirit stone, and in severe cases, will be expelled from Yunhu City for 10 years. No using spells or divine abilities to deceive, play tricks, or threaten mortals. Violators will be fined 1 spirit stone, and in severe cases, expelled. Maintain peace when interacting with mortals. Threats are prohibited, as is taking without notice. If mortals do not wish to sell their belongings, forced transactions are forbidden. No unjust harm, violence, or slaughter against mortals. Violators will be hunted down by the Floating Cloud Sect. No fighting in areas where mortals reside, farm, hunt, or fish. Haha. Is the Floating Cloud Sect truly becoming a fool-less sect? What absurd regulations are these? I cultivate for freedom and unrestrained living. Who do you think you are to dictate to me? A belligerent body refinement practitioner shouted from the crowd. The others began to murmur, deeming the Floating Cloud Sect's issuance of such regulations to protect mortals utterly incomprehensible. Mortals are but weeds. We only respect absolute power. Indeed, my fellow cultivators. Look at how the Floating Cloud Sect thinks it can act as it pleases now that it has become one of the 3 tyrants of Qinggu County. You may not know, apart from these regulations, the marketplace is no longer open to nascent soul cultivators. Haha. I truly wonder what kind of mind could come up with such a decision. Exactly. How does the higher-ups of the Floating Cloud Sect think? Without high-level cultivators, a marketplace is destined to fail. Everyone disperse quickly. The complaints and even curses from thousands of foundational scattered cultivators turned the situation chaotic, with many leaving on the spot. In a matter of moments, hundreds had departed, expressing their disappointment. Damn it. We were hoping for the Floating Cloud Sect's marketplace to be reliable. Yet who would have thought it would be just as dark as the rest of the world? Within Yunhu City, Cheng Banjin was flitting about like a distressed fly. Brother Hua, what should we do? Those scattered cultivators outside have already started causing a ruckus. While it's true that as long as the marketplace exists, there will be no shortage of buyers, without the scattered cultivators to gather materials, it cannot operate. Do not worry, junior brother. The actions of our sect leader must have a reason. Let us wait and see. Huolianshan consoled him, though he too felt uncertain. Historically, the success of a marketplace relied on 2 conditions: high-level cultivators and foundational scattered cultivators. Like 2 legs, high-level cultivators often require specific and rare cultivation resources, which largely come from foundational scattered cultivators who toil tirelessly to gather them from the wilds. Yet now, their sect leader intended to sever both legs of the marketplace. Perhaps he was indeed dull-witted and could not fathom the intricacies behind this. It's settled. Suddenly slapped his thigh and leaped onto the city wall of Yunhu City, gazing towards the mountain gate of the Floating Cloud Sect. In the next instant, 8 brilliant beams of sword light soared into the sky, their overwhelming sword aura filling half the heavens. In an instant, it quelled the agitation of thousands of lowly loose cultivators. Indeed, it was 8 cultivators at the Golden Core stage. What was the Floating Cloud Sect up to? Were they attempting to bully others with their might? The loose cultivators looked on with envy and jealousy, but primarily with trepidation. They had long been aware that cultivation sects stood high above, and while loose cultivators might be referred to as cultivators in a flattering manner, they were, in truth, like cattle or horses, mere slaves to the marketplace. Otherwise, how could one explain the plethora of inexpensive or even free body refining techniques available in the market? Mortals suffer. Yet the plight of these lowly loose cultivators was even more dire. They had come with dreams of cultivating immortality, only to find themselves ensnared, becoming the cattle and horse slaves of the marketplace. The marketplace monopolized all resources available for sale, including further cultivation techniques, powerful spells, strange divine abilities, and even artifacts and elixirs they could not concoct themselves. To obtain these, they had no choice but to venture into the wild, risking their lives battling the beasts and poisonous creatures there, only to return with a mere handful of spirit stones. This was not cultivation. Even the path of the dead could not be this miserable. In an instant, many loose cultivators felt despondent. If not for the greater suffering of being immortal, they would have considered returning home to marry and farm. Longevity? Bah! Who would believe such nonsense? Yet, more loose cultivators chose to submit, numbly bowing before the 8 golden core cultivators who rode the swords through the air, offering no thought of resistance. At this moment, Lu Taizhu, Zhang He, Li Ying, Wang Junshan, Zhao Wu, Su Lin, Qin Jin, and Zhang Aniu hovered above, their formidable sword aura suppressing the area within 100 miles. Subsequently, Lu Taizhu began to loudly announce the 18 prohibitions of the Floating Cloud Sect, his voice resonating through a voice transmission jade talisman, reaching a radius of 500 miles, where over 2 million mortals and all loose cultivators in the vicinity heard him clearly. The mortals could scarcely believe their ears. Was there truly such a blessing? The loose cultivators resigned themselves. They were no match for such might. However, after Lu Taizhu concluded the 18 prohibitions, he solemnly spoke again. The Floating Cloud Marketplace now issued the first employment task to all loose cultivators and mortals. The sect planned to construct a great wall along the banks of the Qin River, stretching 1,500 miles, to facilitate the encirclement of the entire Yunhu region. The conditions for constructing the wall were as follows. It should be built of massive stones, 10 zhang wide and 5 zhang high. For every mile completed, the Floating Cloud Marketplace would offer a reward of 30 spirit stones, with a construction period limited to 3 years. This task could be undertaken by both mortals and loose cultivators, but each individual was limited to claiming only 1 mile of construction. Wow! As soon as Lu Taizhu's voice fell, the gathered loose cultivators erupted in a frenzy, hardly believing their ears. 30 spirit stones for constructing a mile of wall. Oh, my ancestors, could I have misheard? This was far more pleasant than battling beasts in the wild. Quarrying stones to build a wall was quite the bargain. Yet, the limitation of 1 mile per person felt rather cruel, and allowing mortals to participate as well? What a joke. What could those frail mortals possibly do? Silence. Lu Taizhu bellowed, instantly bringing quietude. The Floating Cloud Sect Marketplace now issued the second employment task to all loose cultivators and mortals. The sect planned to divert the waters of the Qin River into the Yunhu Plain, constructing canals to irrigate millions of acres of fertile land. This task required a team effort, with a total reward of 5,000 spirit stones and a construction period limited to 1 year. Interested parties were to organize manpower and provide construction proposals, reporting to Hualianshan in Yunhu City within 10 days. Furthermore, beginning today, the Floating Cloud Sect Marketplace would purchase, at market price without limit, items such as spirit meat power pills, Na Yuan pills, ironwood, low-grade Xian steel, low-grade blank spirit talismans, and low-grade blank spirit jade. That would be all. I shall reiterate once more. In the territory of the Floating Cloud Sect, anyone daring to violate the 18 prohibitions shall face no leniency whatsoever. Having spoken, Lu Taizhu, Zhang He, and the other 8 activated their flying swords and returned to the mountain gate. The rules of the marketplace had been established, and the 100,000 spirit stones provided by their master were already in place. Given their strength and status, there was no need for them to remain in the marketplace. They could take turns overseeing it in the future. Meanwhile, the thousands of lowly loose cultivators below were grinning foolishly. No, they were both grinning and queuing up, or even rushing outside. Truly, the Floating Cloud Sect was a benevolent place. Such fortuitous events called for gathering friends. As for the Qiushan Sect and the Donghu Villa Marketplace, who would even bother with them? Chapter 33. Na Yuan Pills in the Grand Hall of the Floating Cloud Sect's Mountain Gate. Jiang Mu was convening a meeting with the core disciples. In recent days, following the destruction of the Iron Mountain Sect's Mountain Gate, a flurry of events had unfolded, and various incomprehensible orders had been issued. Notably, the allocation of 100,000 spirit stones required explanation, as the disciples needed to have a clear understanding. Speak up, what are your thoughts? Jiang Mu spoke solemnly, sitting in a manner that made the disciples feel somewhat unfamiliar. Were it not for a certain trump card, he himself would feel anxious. No rationale could justify the changes he had undergone and the multitude of orders issued during this period. Fortunately, although the disciples were perplexed, they diligently fulfilled the various commands to the best of their abilities. However, Jiang Mu needed to embark on a long journey soon, which would take at least half a year, if not a year. Therefore, it was imperative to resolve the doubts in the disciples' hearts. Only with united efforts could they weather the storm. At this moment, the disciples exchanged glances, and ultimately, Cheng Banjin stepped forward first. He did not express any opinions, but merely recounted what he was most adept at. Reporting to the master, thus far, we have obtained a total of 32,394 spirit stones from the Iron Mountain City's marketplace, which has a material value of approximately 320,000 spirit stones. In the initial phase, to establish the marketplace and relocate the refugees from Iron Mountain City, we expended 15,600 spirit stones and consumed materials worth about 57,000 spirit stones. Currently, there remain 12,674 spirit stones on the ledger. Based on the number of loose cultivators we have employed and the daily expenses of the sect's disciples, we require a monthly expenditure of 2,200 spirit stones. The sect's income, which includes Xian steel, spirit jade, spirit herbs, and the marketplace, is approximately 5,000 spirit stones monthly. However, if we consider the 2 tasks issued by the sect, we will need to spend at least 80,000 spirit stones over the coming year. Additionally, if we open up purchases for spirit meat power pills, na yuan pills, iron wood, low-grade blank spirit talismans, and low-grade blank spirit jade, the disciples estimate that this alone will necessitate a monthly expenditure of 2,000 spirit stones. Assuming the other loose cultivators from the 5 counties in the southern region do not come to sell. However, based on the disciples' years of experience in the marketplace, this is certain, as such items are essential for lowly loose cultivators. Spirit meat power pills and na yuan pills are necessities for body refining cultivators. And due to their simple preparation, every body refining cultivator will produce them, albeit with varying qualities. Iron wood and low-grade blank spirit talismans and jade are essential for mechanical cultivators. If the puppet mechanisms they create are used for everyday construction, it is manageable. But if employed in battle, the consumption is substantial. In summary, no marketplace has ever managed to profit from the spirit stones of lowly cultivators in this regard, as they can generally be self-sufficient, and many marketplaces either do not purchase or, if they do, they drive the prices to the lowest possible point. In this scenario, if we at Yunhu Fong were to openly initiate acquisitions, it would effectively provide a promising livelihood for those low-tier cultivators, allowing each of them to earn 10 spirit stones monthly with ease. Even if we were to suppress the prices, it is likely that not only the cultivators from the 5 southern counties would come running, but also those from the 6 southern counties, the 5 western counties of Shishu, and the 5 northern counties. Cheng Banjin calmly concluded his statement and retreated, merely presenting the facts. However, Jiang Mu, upon hearing this, was not concerned about the expenditure of spirit stones, but posed a singular question. What is the maximum shelf life of the essence meat power pill and the neighing pill? To respond, Hulian Shan stepped forward, as he had traveled for a century, collaborating innumerable times with other low-tier cultivators and having many friends among body refinement practitioners. He was well acquainted with the matter. The essence meat power pill is concocted from hunted demon beasts, venomous insects, and various common spiritual herbs, approximately 30 to 40 ingredients. Since body refinement practitioners begin their cultivation with their internal organs, followed by honing their muscles, bones, and marrow, supplementing with meat is of utmost importance. Their physiques are often as powerful as bulls and as resilient as iron. Such bodies differ vastly from those tempered by magical energy. It could be said that missing a meal leads to discomfort, while going without food for 10 meals results in emaciation. Consequently, each body refinement practitioner typically carries hundreds, if not thousands, of essence meat power pills, often stockpiling for a year or even over a decade, so long-term storage poses no issue. Conversely, the neighing pill represents a compromise devised by the more gifted body refinement practitioners who cannot directly absorb spiritual energy to transform it into magical power. They convert spiritual energy into primordial energy, utilizing their own essence and blood as a catalyst, ultimately forming primordial energy. However, this primordial energy, while addressing the issue of availability, possesses merely a fraction of the efficacy of magical power. Nonetheless, it allows body refinement practitioners to execute some fundamental spells and certain mystical abilities, particularly those of a dubious nature, which require substantial costs and rely on primordial energy as a medium. This explains the popularity of the neighing pill. Yet, with all due respect, this method of converting primordial energy is exceedingly crude. And since the primordial energy contained within a neighing pill can only be stored for a few years, there is truly no need for us to acquire it. Hulian Shan reluctantly offered this final suggestion, genuinely wishing to prevent the sect from investing significant spirit stones in such a futile endeavor. Jiang Mu, upon hearing this, pondered deeply. Although he had been reborn, he was not omniscient. After reflecting on Hulian Shan's explanation, he recognized the undeniable importance of the essence meat power pill. In this era of diminished laws, it serves as a means to restrain and control body refinement practitioners. Even those cultivating the golden core method could consume the essence meat power pill to mitigate the degradation of their physical form. If the neighing pill can only be stored for a few years, it is indeed less valuable than spiritual talismans, as even low-grade talismans can be preserved for a century while retaining 70 to 80% of their efficacy. The cost of a single low-grade talisman could procure 50 neighing pills. Thus, it was decided to forego the acquisition of neighing pills and instead to procure a substantial number of low-grade talismans. Jiang Mu's concession brought a collective sigh of relief among the disciples, as low-grade talismans could at least be utilized by proper cultivators, while neighing pills were deemed worthless. They hoped that all other irrelevant acquisitions would be abandoned as well. At this moment, however, Jiang Mu spoke once more. I understand your thoughts and the sentiments of most in the cultivation world. Those who practice the Golden Core method often disdain other sections. Nevertheless, our Floating Cloud Sect must maintain a spirit of tolerance. Therefore, I plan to recruit 50 morally upright and capable mechanical practitioners and 50 alchemical practitioners from among the low-tier cultivators. The mechanical practitioners will be tasked with creating mechanical puppets, while the alchemical practitioners will research and develop neighing pills with longer storage durations. Before Jiang Mu could finish his statement, Su Yi burst in, reeking of alcohol. This is sheer folly. Jiang Mu, are you intent on destroying the legacy of Floating Cloud Sect, built over 3,500 years, in one fell swoop? Our esteemed ancestors and our master, as well as our senior brother, are watching you from above. How dare you? You believe yourself to be compassionate, that you are a great benefactor by protecting the common folk and providing assurances to low-tier cultivators? Do you think they will be grateful to you? Obey you? All of this is nonsense, utterly inconsequential to the greater path. Millions of commoners combined with tens of thousands of cultivators cannot withstand a single nascent soul. We are a sect of cultivators, defying the heavens, not a charity organization. Jiang Mu, do not smirk. Do not think that just because our senior brother is no longer here, and I have yet to achieve my cultivation, that no one dares to restrain you. I still hold the position of elder in the sect, and Floating Cloud Sect cannot be dictated by you alone. Su Yi roared, his voice echoing throughout the grand hall. Chapter 34. The weight of authority. Jiang Mu sat at the head of the hall, a beam of sunlight illuminating his gaunt face, bestowing upon it a hint of color. Indeed, he had been in good spirits lately. Aside from his head of white hair, his overall condition had improved, and his aura remained intact. Who said that the essence of soared energy could not nurture a spark of life? In a daze, as he observed Su Yi's furious tirade below, he experienced a strange illusion. The figure seated there was no longer his seemingly honest, yet hypocritical junior brother, but rather an inscrutable mountain of depth. Looking to both sides, he saw Lu Taizhu, Zhang He, Li Ying, Wang Junshan, Zhao Wu, Su Lin, Qin Jin, Zhang Aniu, Huyan Shan, Zhou Jingwen, Chu Shu, Duan Heng, Huang Xing, and Cheng Banjing. Some were Jiang Mu's disciples, while others were disciples of Yao Cheng. Yet at that moment, they all became Jiang Mu's most loyal followers. Who would have imagined that this seemingly hypocritical individual possessed such a talent for winning hearts? Suddenly, Su Yi regained his composure, softening his tone as he earnestly advised. Junior brother, I am not reproaching you. Rather, with such a substantial expenditure of spirit stones, you could nurture 10 more golden cores. Moreover, Zhang He and Li Ying should begin preparing for seclusion. Our Floating Cloud Sect cannot afford to be without a nascent soul to oversee matters. Our sect's thousands of years of lineage must rely on a nascent soul for stability. Do not be deceived by our current glory. The 3 bulwarks of Qinghai County are merely a result of the rapid downfall of the Taizhan and Mingshan sections. Rest assured, I can wager that the Qitian sect in Chujian County will soon intervene. When the Taizhan and Mingshan sects were still operational, our 5 major sects of Qinghai County could muster 3 nascent souls, which barely sufficed to contain the ambitions of the Qitian sect. But, junior brother, do you not think? What if the one who eradicated the Taizhan sect was a transformation stage expert from the Qitian sect? What then? Su Yi's earnest words finally struck a chord among the disciples, who, lacking the experience of Su Yi, were unaware of the Qitian sect's ambitions. The Qitian sect, after all, was home to 2 transformation stage experts. Only Jiang Mu appeared to be lost in thought, and after a long pause, he finally spoke. Senior brother, your timing is impeccable. Please continue to impart your sword control techniques. This time, with the assistance of Taizhu, Zhang He, and Li Ying in vanquishing the old rogue Sikongyu. Your teachings have been invaluable. You younger disciples must remember, a single word can denote a teacher, and you must treat Master Su with the utmost respect. Furthermore, you have only recently advanced to Golden Core. There is no rush to enter seclusion. Here is what we shall do. Each of you will descend the mountain and recruit 10 disciples each. Not just you, but Huyan Shan, Zhou Jingwen, Chu Shu, Duan Heng, and Ziying. You shall all recruit 10 disciples as well. All disciples in the late foundation establishment stage must take on apprentices. At last, I have decided to select 100 cultivators of commendable character from the ranks of the lower-tier practitioners, free from any past blemishes, to be inducted into the Floating Cloud Sect as outer disciples after 1 year. I oppose this. Jiang Mu, do you dare defy the ancestral decree? Su Yi erupted in fury once more. Objections are futile, Jiang Mu replied lightly. causing Su Yi to tremble with rage. Damn it, if I had not been crippled, I would have stripped you of your position as sect leader today. Senior brother, your demise is truly tragic. Open your eyes and see. Master, please awaken. Behold your rebellious disciple. The Floating Cloud Sect is doomed. As Jiang Mu watched Su Yi's despondent figure depart from the grand hall of Floating Cloud, he sighed softly. He understood well that his actions would not be met with approval, not only from Su Yi, but also from numerous disciples under his command. However, this is the privilege of wielding power. Objections are futile. The primary reason being that, apart from Zhang He and Li Ying, who could advance to the Golden Core stage without assistance, all others were indebted to Jiang Mu's support. Currently, with 8 Golden Core practitioners, it was conceivable that within 2 years, the sect would boast 20, if not 30, Golden Cores. In light of this, even if they felt it inappropriate, they would not dare refuse. Suddenly, Jiang Mu called out the names of 5 individuals: Wang Junshan, Zhao Wu, Su Lin, Qin Jin, and Zhang Anyu. The disciples responded, present. This sect has acquired the Iron Mountain City Market and discovered 5 pieces of exquisite mysterious iron purchased from the Sword Sect. Since you 5 have advanced to Golden Core, you may each forge your own flying swords. What? Jiang Mu's calm tone reverberated through the grand hall like a thunderclap, leaving all disciples dumbstruck. Is this possible? The previously subdued spirits of the disciples skyrocketed. With 8 Golden Cores, they possessed 8 pieces of exquisite mysterious iron. While claiming it could withstand 3 nascent souls might be an exaggeration, withstanding 2 posed no challenge at all. Long live the Floating Cloud Sect. Long live the Master. Outside the hall, Su Yi, filled with rage and desolation, heard the announcement and collapsed to the ground. 5 pieces of exquisite mysterious iron. Why? Why is this happening? Meanwhile, within the grand hall, Jiang Mu hesitated, pondering whether to reveal the matter of the ancient immortal's oath. The 4th outstanding ancestor had concealed this in his heart's jade slip for a reason. However, after careful deliberation, Jiang Mu resolved that if the truth were to emerge, concealment would be futile. If false, then, borrowing the words of the sect's founding ancestor, one must seek a guiltless heart. I am aware of your thoughts. While you dare not defy my previous orders, you surely find them laughable, thinking that mortals have nothing to do with you. How absurd. Mortals are part of the living world. How can you remain indifferent to their suffering? I do not concern myself with other sects, but the Floating Cloud Sect, from top to bottom, must uphold this promise. He then solemnly produced a jade slip and handed it to Lu Taiju for dissemination. Here. Lu Taiju received the jade slip with equal gravity, quickly perusing it. His expression changed dramatically, filled with astonishment, as if he had discovered faith and found that which he sought, feeling as though he leaned against a towering tree. This was to be expected. Among Jiang Mu's disciples, Lu Taiju possessed the strongest sense of justice, and thus the ancient immortal's oath profoundly impacted him, potentially facilitating a breakthrough in his realm. When the jade slip reached Zhang He, his initial curiosity turned to a daze. He was exceptionally intelligent and quickly deduced Jiang Mu's true intentions behind his earlier actions. Any lingering dissatisfaction was swiftly replaced by shame. The jade slip circulated downwards, leaving the disciples astonished, some feeling shame, others calm, and yet others invigorated. Ultimately, they all became resolute, abandoning their confusion. This was Jiang Mu's intent. He could accomplish little alone. Thus, he needed a group of like-minded followers to form a united front, leveraging this collective strength to influence others and ultimately create a movement. His previous hesitance to explain arose from the current cultivation world, where excessive concern for mortals marked one as an anomaly. Such anomalies could easily be associated with sinister events. Fortunately, he had found the record left by the sect's founder. The ancient immortal's oath served as the perfect explanation and could also be regarded as their core belief. Su Yi often spoke of having something in one's heart. After a century of wandering, he remained oblivious to what that truly was. Failing to acknowledge the suffering of the populace or to feel their pain rendered his daily recitation of the duty to protect the common folk a mere farce. Do commoners truly regard mortals as mere weeds? Chapter 35. Each takes what they need. Has the Floating Cloud Sect gone mad? Within the gates of the Autumn Mountain Sect, the sect leader Yi Fei laughed heartily, having not experienced such joy in centuries, all due to the recent news regarding the Floating Cloud Sect. For the sake of millions of mortals, Jiang Mu, this kind-hearted man, had truly lost his senses, much to the disappointment of his spirited disciples. Yi Fei shook his head. Relocating and accommodating the refugees from Iron Mountain City was one thing, but to construct a great wall and canals for their settlement? This would require a staggering investment of 80,000 spirit stones. Setting aside whether the Floating Cloud Sect could even gather such resources, the influx of 4 to 5,000 wandering cultivators from the Qinggu County would leave the Autumn Mountain Sect's market devoid of manpower. This situation was intolerable. Yi Fei decided to teach the Floating Cloud Sect a lesson. They were not the Ming Mountain Sect, nor the unfortunate Iron Mountain Sect. However, he needed to be cautious of the fearless disciples of the Floating Cloud Sect who might come at him with swords. Master, the sect leader of the Floating Cloud Sect, Jiang Mu, requests an audience. What? That kind-hearted man. How dare he come to see me? Yi Fei's anger flared for a moment before he composed himself. Please. A moment later, Yi Fei welcomed Jiang Mu into the Autumn Mountain Sect's guest hall with a broad smile. Normally, they would exchange pleasantries. But Jiang Mu cut to the chase. The main spiritual roots of the 7-flame vermilion fruit and the heavenly machine grass, along with 5 acres of spirit field, are priced at 50,000 spirit stones, non-negotiable. Will you buy? What? For a brief moment, Yi Fei thought he had misheard. It took several breaths before he could stare at Jiang Mu in astonishment. Are you serious? Jiang Mu chuckled coldly, revealing the jade token of the sect leader of the Floating Cloud Sect, and then produced a Qianquan ring, releasing its seal. Both goods and currency were present. With no room for rebuttal, Yi Fei trembled as he extended his hand, a wisp of divine consciousness probing within. Indeed, there lay not only the 7-flame vermilion fruit and the heavenly mechanism herb, but also another spiritual herb from the Floating Cloud Sect, the azure cloud vine, which was an impressive 3,500 years old, planted by the sect's founding ancestor himself. It was unmistakable. Even the surrounding spiritual fields had been unearthed. Jiang, are you contemplating defection from the Floating Cloud Sect? Yi Fei's breath quickened, not due to a lack of composure, but because the situation was exceedingly peculiar and paradoxical. He could not have fathomed that matters would twist so unexpectedly. What defection? I merely require a substantial amount of spirit stones lately, Jiang Mu replied nonchalantly. I do not believe you, unless you furnish me with a genuine reason. Yi Fei heightened his vigilance. Simply put, that is the reason. Jiang Mu casually handed over a jade slip inscribed with the ancient promise of the immortals. Yi Fei quickly perused it, his expression peculiar. Is this it? You would squander the entire wealth of the Floating Cloud Sect for an ethereal, intangible legend, merely to show some kindness to mortals and lowly rogue cultivators? I only do what is within my capacity. Enough of the idle chatter. Does the Autumn Mountain Sect wish to partake? Yes, why not? However, the Autumn Mountain Sect currently lacks sufficient spirit stones for circulation. We can offset it with other resources at market value. Agreed. It's a deal. We shall also take the azure cloud vine. Regrettably, that particular item must be delivered to the East Lake Manor. In the future, I hope both of your sects will be accommodating. The Floating Cloud Sect does not aspire to dominate the Qinggu County. We merely wish to fulfill our promise. Now, Jiang, are you not concerned that your sect's founding ancestor might rise in anger to punish you? Yi Fei was genuinely astounded. The world was indeed vast, and every kind of oddity existed within it. My ancestor will only smile from the netherworld, whether in life or in cultivation. The most crucial aspect is to act with a clear conscience. Moments later, Jiang Mu departed hastily, leaving behind a contemplative Yi Fei. It seemed that a significant concern had vanished just like that. A self-diminished Floating Cloud Sect, having squandered its resources, could not endure for long. Within the Floating Cloud Sect, only 5 types of items held true value. 3 varieties of millennia-old spiritual herbs, along with dark iron and jade mines. Half a day later, when Jiang Mu appeared at the East Lake Manor, the enchanting manor mistress, Gong Xiaoxiao, had been waiting for some time. Though her smile was radiant, there was a trace of amusement in her demeanor. As a sect that thrived on intelligence, nothing escaped her notice within the Qinggu County. This was precisely why Jiang Mu had chosen to visit the Autumn Mountain Sect before coming to the East Lake Manor. Thus, without waiting for Jiang Mu to speak, Gong Xiaoxiao remarked, Jiang, may I inquire the price for your azure cloud vine? The East Lake Manor is not lacking in spirit stones. Jiang Mu cast a glance at Gong Xiaoxiao, who was said to have had a romantic entanglement with his master. A confidant. Hence, the relationship between the Floating Cloud Sect and East Lake Manor had always been amicable. Naturally, other sects held a similar sentiment, maintaining a delicate balance of mutual respect, a hallmark of East Lake Manor's approach. However, with the Iron Mountain Sect and Ming Mountain Sect annihilated, and the Floating Cloud Sect having diminished its own capabilities, only the Autumn Mountain Sect and East Lake Manor remained in the entire Qinggu County. In such circumstances, Gong Xiaoxiao could no longer afford to dance delicately. She had to either submit to the Autumn Mountain Sect or engage in a fierce struggle. How to choose was indeed a conundrum. Moreover, Eastlake Manor was not merely an intelligence dealer. It operated a marketplace and a black market, making it the wealthiest entity in Qinggu County. Jiang Mu estimated that Eastlake Manor's reserve of spirit stones must be at least 200,000, a testament to their different nature from other sections. For other sects, cultivation relied heavily on spiritual energy, and spirit stones served as currency. Saving stones was less prudent than accumulating tangible resources. Was 200,000 spirit stones a large sum? Even the Floating Cloud Sect, if it sold off its entire estate, could amass about 100 to 180,000, but no one would buy. Nor would they sell. At this moment, Jiang Mu gazed at Gong Xiaoxiao and suddenly produced an item, a green wooden step ornament. At first glance, it appeared rather plain. But upon closer inspection, one would be astonished to find it was alive, resembling a willow branch in spring, adorned with a tiny, tender green leaf. The more one looked, the more extraordinary it seemed, as if it contained the profound truths of heaven and earth. Gong Xiaoxiao initially paid it no heed, but soon she was startled. Leaping to her feet, her complexion changing, her chest rising and falling with excitement. This is a treasure left behind by our sect's founding ancestor, the Peach Blossom Fairy. This item is unsuitable for men. Currently, our Floating Cloud Sect, adhering to ancestral teachings, intends to sell it. Might the manor mistress be interested? Jiang Mu stated calmly. Recognizing this as the most significant and precious artifact of the Floating Cloud Sect, indeed the most formidable. For the Peach Blossom Fairy of your had also reached the transformation of divinity. However, the greatest feature of this Peach Blossom branch was its accessibility. It could be wielded by cultivators of any stage, golden core, nascent soul, or even transformation of divinity. A golden core cultivator wielding this treasure would need not fear a nascent soul arrival. This was because, once the treasure recognized its master and was activated, it required only half of the owner's spiritual power, while the other half would draw upon the spiritual energy of heaven and earth autonomously to attack, exhibiting remarkable sentience. Additionally, this treasure aided in cultivation, albeit limited to women. Were it not for the onset of the end of the Law Age and the cessation of spiritual energy in the world, this treasure would indeed be a formidable weapon. Gong Xiaoxiao, usually so eloquent, now stuttered, her legs weakening as she leaned against the table, her gaze fixed intently on Jiang Mu. You harbor ulterior motives. You do not have good intentions. You seek to incite conflict between Eastlake Manor and the Autumn Mountain Sect. Anyone who considers you a benevolent figure is a fool. Jiang Mu remained silent. This time, he needed no excuse of the ancient promise of the immortals. Name your price. After a lengthy pause, Gong Xiaoxiao spoke, her posture straightening. Her charming face slightly flushed, not from shyness, but rather from excitement. 300,000 spirit stones. If that is insufficient, we can substitute with cultivation materials at market value. Jiang Mu responded calmly, agreed. I will accept 350,000. The additional 50,000 will require your discretion until I can break through to the nascent soul stage. Without a moment's hesitation, Gong Xiaoxiao consented. Obtaining this treasure meant she could soon break through to the nascent soul stage, which was a highly advantageous deal. Agreed. Moments later, the transaction was completed, and Jiang Mu departed without looking back. As he did so, the total number of spirit stones in his possession reached 330,000. In addition to materials valued at 120,000 spirit stones. Of course, he had not sold the Azure Cloud Vine. That had merely served as a ruse to deceive Yi Fei. In Qinggu County, it was more suitable for two tigers to contend rather than for one to dominate entirely. After all, there were still 9 years until the next surge of spiritual energy tides. Chapter 36. The shift of conflict in Chujiang County, within that nameless valley. Jiang Mu donned a restrictive hat and a dark robe designed for suppression, enveloping himself in liquefied dark iron. Around his neck hung a bronze beast pendant that glimmered with a faint red light, subtly emanating the magical fluctuations characteristic of a golden core cultivator, just the right amount. To acquire this outfit, he expended a hefty sum of 20,000 spirit stones, for he had come to Chujiang County to undertake a significant endeavor. Chujiang County was the largest and most renowned among the 5 counties south of the mountains, with much of its fame derived from the formidable sect, the Qitian sect. This sect was anchored by 2 powerful transformation-level elders, boasting immense wealth and ambitious aspirations aimed at uniting the 5 counties south of the mountains. In his previous life, in just 5 years, the Qitian sect would subdue the neighboring Huilu County, leading to the obliteration of its 4 smaller sects. One would be exterminated under a pretext, another forced to relocate overseas, a third would become subservient, while the last would abandon its mountain gate, transforming all its members below the sect leader into rogue cultivators. Following closely, the Chitian sect set its sights on the Qingge County. However, at that time, witnessing the dismal fate of the Huilu County, the 5 sects of Qingge County promptly discarded all prejudices, uniting in solidarity to deny the Chitian sect any pretext to launch an attack, thus managing to sustain themselves for a few more years. In truth, their endurance was destined to falter eventually. Had it not been for the eruption of the spiritual energy tide, the so-called 5 overlords of Qingge County would not have fared much better. Therefore, what Sui previously stated was indeed correct. This time, without the Iron Mountain sect and the Ming Mountain sect, the Chitian sect would undoubtedly be the first to strike against Qingge County, despite the lingering hopes held by the Qiushan sect and Donghu Villa. Jiang Mu would not allow such a scenario to unfold. After arranging matters within his sect and setting aside a reserve of 100,000 spiritual stones for emergencies, while also subtly appeasing the Qiushan sect and Donghu Villa, he meticulously tidied up all potential traces that might be scrutinized later before taking a detour to Hulu County and arriving at Chujiang County. Merely the reverse engineering spiritual talismans and spiritual jade used along the way totaled more than 100. The reason for such caution was that the commotion he intended to create would be exceedingly significant. Of course, it did not involve assassinating the nascent soul or transformation stage cultivators of the Chitian sect. Such thoughts were out of the question. Instead, he sought to find an adversary capable of suppressing them adequately. At this moment, within an unnamed valley, Jiang Mu successfully acquired the date and temporary teleportation location for the black market event. He then departed via the teleportation array, awaiting quietly. 5 days later, he entered the black market through random teleportation, experiencing a journey devoid of any concerns. This unique confidentiality method employed by the Chitian sect would serve as Jiang Mu's most crucial advantage. Indeed, he would not dare to undertake such actions in any other black market. As before, Jiang Mu meandered through the black market, approaching suitable targets for transactions. But this time he did not settle for a single piece of top-grade mysterious iron. Rather, he began with 5 pieces. Moreover, upon completing each transaction, he would feign mystery and produce a set of techniques, notably the core technique of the Divine Sword Sect, the Yashinji Palm Sword Technique. Although he only revealed the first half, undoubtedly, all buyers would not hesitate, refraining from bargaining, and would purchase directly. Jiang Mu would then collect the spiritual stones or easily sellable materials, turning on his heel to seek further opportunities. Selling 100 pieces of top-grade mysterious iron equated to leaking the Yashinji Palm Sword Technique to 20 individuals, yet these individuals were certainly not affiliated with the Chitian sect. They belonged to various other forces. While acquiring top-grade mysterious iron produced by the Divine Sword Sect might have been perceived as a mere windfall, obtaining the core technique, even in its incomplete form, held an entirely different significance. Of course, they all maintained a facade of composure, patiently awaiting the conclusion of the black market before departing. One could only remark on the exceptional secrecy and security of the black market hosted by the Chitian sect. They could not fathom that someone would audaciously sell this information a full 20 times. Jiang Mu did not rush to leave. Instead, he opted to remain until the black market concluded, before leisurely departing through the teleportation array via random teleportation. He was aware that the so-called random teleportation could still be traced by the Chitian sect, with the only distinction being the cost involved. Thus, the earlier one departed, the more suspicious they appeared. Consequently, Jiang Mu lingered in the city of Chujiang County for 2 additional days, hearing various discussions about how Qingge County was faring, indicating that the Chitian sect was indeed preparing to take action against Qingge County. Following the pattern of his previous life, the emissaries of the Chitian sect had even reached Qingge County, granting the 3 sects a month to pack their belongings. A rather magnanimous gesture, wouldn't you agree? The Chitian sect also valued prestige. However, it was on the 3rd day at midnight, as Jiang Mu approached the border of the 5 counties of Western Shu, that the Chitian sect's mountain gate suddenly erupted with sword energy, its piercing sound reverberating through the heavens and shaking the earth, perceptible even from thousands of miles away. The specifics of the battle were unknown, but it was unlikely to be unfavorable. The Divine Sword Sect was founded by a wayward disciple of one of the 5 major super sects, boasting 5 transformation stage cultivators and dozens of nascent soul cultivators. They possessed the secrets to refining divine-grade mysterious iron, thus their combat prowess often surpassed that of other cultivators of the same realm. If, during this black market event, only 100 pieces of top-grade mysterious iron were revealed, the Divine Sword Sect would likely send merely a nascent soul cultivator to investigate. However, The involvement of core techniques. This was a matter of a sect's lineage, truly a life and death issue. At this moment, Jiang Mu stood atop a mountain peak under the night sky, gazing eastward, sensing the subtle fluctuations of soared energy beneath the myriad stars, his demeanor tranquil. Apologies, in my previous life, you urged me to disseminate the method of transforming soared essence, which I failed to accomplish. This time, consider it a reluctant fulfillment of that request. Jiang Mu mused silently. The Yashinji palm sword technique was not a method for transforming soared essence, and for now, he had no intention of spreading this technique, not even to his disciples. The reason was simple: he required order. The strength of an individual can foster order, but when two or more strong individuals gather, chaos inevitably ensues. After a considerable time, Jiang Mu retrieved the last reverse engineering spiritual talisman, activating it in place before summoning the newly forged flying sword. Gliding silently along the undulating mountain ridges at a height of merely 3 feet above the ground. This too served as a remarkably effective reverse engineering and tracking evasion technique. In the realm of cultivation, as long as one was willing to pay the price, it was nearly possible to leave traces wherever one tread. The fluctuations of spiritual energy and magical power perpetually existed, akin to a person's breath and heartbeat. One could only suppress and diminish them, yet complete isolation was unattainable. Although Jiang Mu had no magical power left within him, only sword essence, if he were to fly openly on his sword. Even if the sword energy fluctuations spanned merely a few dozen feet, traces would still be left behind. Thus, it was preferable to fly at such a low altitude, allowing for swift travel while perfectly concealing any traces. Of course, this assumption relied on the Divine Sword Sect maintaining smooth communication with the Chitian sect, promptly investigating and tracing the myriad of unknown cultivators who had entered the black market that day, meticulously comparing their traces. Regardless, the Chitian sect was undoubtedly bound to bear the brunt of this blame. When they found themselves in dire straits, they would naturally refrain from seeking trouble in Qingge County. Alas, it becomes painfully clear how crucial it is to be a benevolent person, a peaceful sect that seeks no conflict. Chapter 37. Disciple of the Shanhua sect. Mountains rise like divine dragons. Forests conceal fierce tigers. The deep valleys are tranquil, their locations unknown. Since his rebirth, Jiang Mu had always calculated his plans meticulously. Aside from inadvertently extinguishing the Iron Mountain sect, everything else had proceeded without error. Unexpectedly, he now found himself lost within these deep mountains. To call it being lost would not be entirely accurate. Rather, it was merely a few days past, and he had no desire to fly on his sword. Moreover, as he had never traversed these 5 counties of western Shu, he found himself wandering aimlessly within the mountains, unable to find his way out. If my conjectures are correct, this place should be Duanlong Mountain. Jiang Mu remained unhurried, observing the mountain terrain while seeking a way out, all while appreciating the scenic beauty around him. At present, he held nearly 700,000 spiritual stones and materials worth 200,000 spiritual stones, which certainly alleviated any sense of urgency. Duanlong Mountain was indeed a notably vast mountain range. In the realm of cultivation, the division of the 9 provinces and 10 lands was partially related to this mountain. For instance, the 5 counties to the north of the mountain, the 5 counties to the south, the 5 counties of western Shu, the 6 counties of Jiangnan, and the southern frontier all radiated out from Duanlong Mountain. This mountain stretches from the endless sea in the east to the Demon Prison Mountain in the west, spanning over 100,000 miles. Its main ridge and branching mountains rise and fall, presenting a complex topography and treacherous terrain. Historically a breeding ground for demons and malevolent creatures. For 5 millennia, the realm of human cultivation has relentlessly expanded southward, compelling the monstrous beings to gradually retreat into the heart of the southern territories. It is only after this extensive period of development that the present-day 5 counties of Shishu, 5 counties of Shannon, and 6 counties of Jiangnan have emerged. In a certain sense, the region north of Duanlong Mountain represents the fertile lands of the cultivation world. From the depths of the dense forest, a thunderous roar echoed, though it bore an undertone of fear. The flying sword beneath Jiang Mu's feet came to a silent halt, and he curiously peered into the distance. Over the past few days, he had encountered numerous fierce beasts in the mountains, even formidable demon beasts. However, he had shown little interest in slaying them. Cloaked in liquefied mystical iron, his presence was entirely concealed, and unless those beasts saw him, they would remain oblivious to his existence. Yet, what could instill fear in a demon beast might very well be a cultivator. With a casual wave, Jiang Mu activated a wooden spirit concealment talisman, enveloping himself and his flying sword in a thick veil of vines. Moments later, a colossal demon tiger, sporting a pair of wings, dashed past with the force of a tempest, clearly fleeing in panic. Drops of blood trailed behind, revealing that one of its wings was shattered, a sign of severe injury. Following closely behind was a figure, leisurely pursuing the tiger from several hundred paces away. This individual wielded a gourd artifact, capable of flight. And within its mouth, sword lights swirled ominously, exuding a frigid aura. Could this be a disciple of the Shenhua sect? Behind this person, a dozen or so others, clad similarly and wielding analogous artifacts, trailed in pursuit, while a middle-aged man, riding upon a colossal gourd, slumbered soundly at the rear, clearly a late-stage golden core cultivator. Upon witnessing this entourage, Jiang Mu felt a surge of relief. These were disciples of the Shenhua sect, and he could certainly inquire for directions. In his previous life, Jiang Mu had held a profound admiration for the Shenhua sect, which stood as a bastion of cultivation, with practitioners honoring the ancient promises. Thus, seeing these disciples stirred a sense of camaraderie within him. Without acting recklessly, he waited until the pursuing disciples of the Shenhua sect had passed, and the middle-aged caretaker flew by before emerging from the vines. Indeed, the man was astute. Immediately glancing over, and from within the gourd's opening, over 100 sword lights were poised to be unleashed at any moment. This detail revealed much. He had the restraint not to attack immediately, whereas less experienced disciples of the Shenhua sect might have unleashed a flurry of strikes by now. With a distant salute, Jiang Mu addressed the fellow cultivator. "Esteemed friend, I find myself lost in these mountains. I would be most grateful for your guidance to find my way out." "Lost?" The man responded with a peculiar expression, sizing Jiang Mu up. "It is indeed rare for someone to wander to the outskirts of the demon prison mountain. The terrain here is complex, influenced by the remnants of ancient formations left behind by immortal beings, often leading to a disorientation of time and space. Without experience, it is quite difficult to navigate these lands. However, our Shenhua sect has long established spiritual light restrictions in the vicinity of the demon prison mountain, which alert anyone who approaches." "Did you stumble in by chance?" "Spiritual light restrictions?" Jiang Mu was taken aback. Throughout his journey, he had encountered no such restrictions, but upon reflection, he understood the reason. The restrictions must be triggered by the fluctuations of magical energy, particularly those arising from flying swords and artifacts. However, as he possessed no magical energy and flew his sword merely inches above the ground, the fluctuations were minimal, thus avoiding detection. To clarify, he stated, "Esteemed friend, to speak candidly, I entered on foot and did not encounter any spiritual light restrictions." He then produced his artifact hat and the anti-detection cloak, both of which could indeed conceal magical energy. No need for concern, my friend. Stumbling into our territory is not a grave offense. The reason for our establishment of spiritual light restrictions is due to the inherent dangers surrounding the demon prison mountain, as there are still remnants of malevolent creatures. Since we have met, you are welcome to accompany us. Otherwise, relying solely on yourself, even with directions, would not suffice for your escape." The middle-aged man chuckled heartily, his demeanor refreshingly candid, embodying the essence of a Shenhua sect disciple. Jiang Mu quickly clasped his fists in gratitude. "If that is the case, I sincerely appreciate your assistance. Please, after you." Jiang Mu then released his flying sword, still maintaining a low flight, silent as a whisper. The middle-aged man, intrigued, remarked, "Esteemed friend, I am Shunli, a disciple of the Shenhua sect. May I inquire as to your sect, for your artifact possesses an intriguing nature?" "Please, call me Jiang Mu." Jiang Mu replied with an apologetic smile. "It is a pseudonym, and due to certain circumstances, I cannot disclose my sect. Not long ago, I committed a foolish act, and must remain cautious of pursuers. As for this flying sword, it indeed possesses unique attributes. I deliberately sacrificed certain functionalities during its refinement to optimize it for stealthy flight." Jiang Mu spoke earnestly, despite his admiration for the Shenhua sect. He felt the need to maintain some level of concealment regarding his identity. You are quite straightforward," Shunli responded, rather amused than offended. "By the way, a significant event recently transpired in Chuanjiang County. Might it be related to your affairs?" Jiang Mu paused, contemplating the sincerity of Shun Li's inquiry. He nodded, "Indeed. I visited the black market and procured 5 pieces of top-grade mystical iron along with a cultivation technique. Initially, I believed myself fortunate, but as I reflected further, my apprehension grew, leading me to flee to Duanlong Mountain, only to find myself lost." This revelation left Shun Li momentarily speechless. "I merely jested. And yet you spoke candidly. Quite the forthright individual you are." Do not be alarmed. To speak frankly, our Shanhua sect has disciples who also ventured to that black market, acquiring 5 pieces of top-grade mystical iron and the techniques of the Divine Sword sect. There is no cause for concern. The Divine Sword sect has declared that they seek only the main perpetrator. Those who innocently purchase their techniques out of curiosity will not be pursued. Really? Jiang Mu expressed skepticism. It is indeed true. While members of the Divine Sword sect may be somewhat hasty, they conduct their affairs with integrity. Moreover, since only half of the technique was leaked, the cultivation world is vast, and information travels swiftly. Even if they wish to pursue, how could they possibly track everyone down? It is far better to be magnanimous, though they will not spare the main culprit. Regrettably, as of now, there are no leads. Chapter 38. The spirit sealing seal. As night descended, a bonfire blazed brightly in a sheltered valley. Jiang Mu and the disciples of the Shanhua sect chose this location to set up camp. Shenli was quite talkative and open-hearted. Thus, Jiang Mu learned that these disciples were not only on an expedition, but also responsible for patrolling the outskirts of the Demon Prison Mountain. When pressed for reasons, Shenli spoke candidly, stating, since its inception, our Shanhua sect has existed to guard the Demon Prison Mountain. Once, for sects watched over the surrounding area. But time has been unkind, and the passage of millennia has seen the other 3 sects either decline or depart, leaving only the Shanhua sect to persist. Our sect's endurance is attributed to our adaptability. We have established markets for trade with the outside world and have invited fellow cultivators to join us in developing the wilderness, founding sects, and establishing schools. Thousands of years ago, the area beneath the Demon Prison Mountain was solely occupied by the Shanhua sect, yet today, it has blossomed into 5 counties in Shishu, comprising 12 sects and 1 million commoners. Thus, anyone who arrives in the 5 counties of Shishu is, in a sense, our guest. Shen Li's indirect introduction helped Jiang Mu grasp the reason behind their warm hospitality. Indeed, after nearly 5 millennia of development, the Shannon 5 counties boasted a population of 20 million, yet it remained a desolate land. The 5 counties of Shishu had even fewer inhabitants, totaling around 1 million. However, the southern 5 counties are characterized by their vast terrain and numerous plains, and the scarcity of ordinary people here is attributed to different reasons. The western Shu region is truly desolate and treacherous, filled with mountains, and there exists no so-called path out of the mountains. Even some of the larger cities are constructed amidst the ridges. Friend Shen, what is the purpose of guarding the Demon Prison Mountain? I recall you mentioned that remnants of an ancient immortal's grand formation linger in this area. Could it be that something is still being suppressed within the Demon Prison Mountain? Jiang Mu seized an opportunity to inquire. What could be so inconvenient to discuss? The truth is that the passage of time has obscured the details. Even our own Shinhua sect is unaware of the specifics, only that it pertains to a promise made by that ancient immortal. The promise made by the ancient immortal? Jiang Mu was taken aback. Indeed, you are familiar with this legend, Shenli noted without surprise. I came across it in the sect scriptures. I assumed it was merely a tale. Jiang Mu replied calmly, though internally he was stirred. In fact, many within the cultivation world should be aware of this legend. Those sects with a lineage of over 1,000 years are generally cognizant. In our sect's Hall of Inheritance, there is even an inscription that reads, in ancient times, an immortal prayed to the heavens and made a promise. Those who defy the heavens in pursuit of longevity violate the natural order and must, therefore, take upon themselves the duty of safeguarding all living beings, cultivating the great Tao within and vanquishing demons without, using great power to maintain order in the world. Should this promise be broken, the heavens shall be displeased. All disciples are required to recite it during our monthly morning lessons. Shenli spoke casually, indicating the truth of his words, though some details differed from Jiang Mu's understanding. Pondering this, Jiang Mu asked, what would happen if the heavens were displeased? Shenli paused for a moment. This is something I have yet to consider. We regard this matter as a sacred teaching. Of course, every disciple of Shenhua sect, without exception, upholds our ancestral tenets and would never commit acts that violate the natural order, as long as we move through the world with a clear conscience. Is that not sufficient? Jiang Mu found himself at a loss for words. He recalled a saying left by the founding master of the Floating Cloud Sect, as long as one has no regrets, regardless of others. It sufficed that his actions and those of his disciples were justifiable in their hearts. It was likely that many cultivators shared such sentiments within the cultivation world. However, they might not foresee that the consequence of the heavens' displeasure would be the severance of spiritual energy. Furthermore, it appeared that this was irreversible and destined to occur. At this moment, Jiang Mu could not help but recall, when he presented the record of the ancient immortal's promise, the bemused expression of Yi Fei. The leader of the Qiushan sect, as well as Gong Xiao, the master of Donghu Villa, a person well-versed in intelligence, who could not possibly be unaware of the legend. Thus, it was evident that in the cultivation world, any sect with a lineage would possess some documentation regarding this matter, and anyone with the will to seek it would know. Yet, knowing and caring were two entirely different matters. With a sigh, Jiang Mu lost interest in the conversation. Just then, the ground trembled slightly, and a deep rumbling emerged from beneath, followed by an extraordinarily peculiar roar. Merely hearing it made one feel as though their blood vessels were constricting, as if their consciousness were being drawn away. "Steady your mind." A commanding voice echoed in his ears, and immediately a surge of intense energy pressed against Jiang Mu's forehead. In that instant, he felt as though he beheld a crimson sun at the level of consciousness, its golden rays shimmering and enveloping his spirit, nurturing it. In a fleeting moment, he returned to normalcy. Upon opening his eyes, he saw Shunli retracting his right hand, a protective glow from a magical seal surrounding him. With no time to express his gratitude, Jiang Mu promptly closed his eyes again to attune himself to that radiant sun at the level of consciousness, which had a remarkably immediate refining effect on his spirit. Alas, this enlightening experience lasted but 10 breaths before it vanished. When Jiang Mu opened his eyes once more, he observed that Shen Li and the 12 disciples of Shanhua sect had already prepared themselves, none of whom had been affected by the earlier disturbance. "Thank you, friend Shen, for your timely assistance. What just transpired?" Shun Li smiled. "It was nothing significant, merely some tremors from within the demon prison mountain. We are quite accustomed to it. However, every time the mountain trembles, some ancient demon corpses are bound to escape, and we must capture and seal them, which may pose some danger. Though my strength is modest, I am willing to lend a hand." Jiang Mu quickly replied, foregoing acknowledgement of Shun Li's assistance, seizing the opportunity to strengthen ties with the Shanhua sect. "Yes, especially regarding the mind-stabilizing seal you just performed, I find it quite intriguing." "Very well," Shen Li nodded. "But the strange roars from beneath the demon prison mountain can be quite harmful to those with weaker minds. Our Shanhua sect possesses the mind-stabilizing seal, so we are unafraid. But you must exercise caution." Upon hearing this, Jiang Mu unhesitatingly produced 10 pieces of divine spirit jade, stating, "I kindly request that you seal 5 mind-stabilizing spirit jades for me." Shen Li was momentarily taken aback, then burst into laughter as he accepted them without hesitation. For the Shenhua sect, stationed beneath the demon prison mountain for millennia, resources were scarce, and if one did not adapt, they would have long since declined. Yet, this mysterious yet generous friend seems quite affluent, as he readily offers 10 pieces of divine spirit jade, worth 5,000 spirit stones in the market. In no time, Shen Li sealed 8 mind-stabilizing spirit jades for Jiang Mu, retaining 2 for himself as remuneration. However, he appeared somewhat fatigued, indicating a significant expenditure of energy. "Friend Shen, perhaps you should take a moment to rest?" Jiang Mu expressed concern. "Not at all. What you may not realize is that the unique nature of our Shanhua sect seals requires a simultaneous activation of spirit, energy, and mind, followed by the formation of the seal using magical power. Thus, while the consumption is considerable, recovery is swift. Time is of the essence. Let us move," Shen Li proclaimed, leading the way into the skies ahead. Chapter 39. Beneath the demon prison mountain in the night sky, Shen Li led the way, with the 12 disciples of Shanhua sect arranged in a peculiar formation of flight. Their gourds, evidently infused with array runes, made the 13 of them appear as a singular entity, enveloped in a radiant crimson glow, quite striking. Jiang Mu followed behind, his eyes widened in awe. For the sects within the cultivation world each have their unique traditions, and indeed, seeing is believing. The formation created by Shun Li and his companions could even withstand assaults from those at the nascent soul stage. Moreover, Jiang Mu noted that once the formation was established, their magical power fluctuations decreased by nearly 30%, while their flying speed increased by at least 40%. Calculated, their magical energy consumption was reduced by 30% compared to solo travel. This was a necessity in such a harsh environment. Otherwise, the grand sects situated in fertile lands would hardly expend such effort. As Jiang Mu contemplated this, he pressed a mind-stabilizing spirit jade against his forehead and secured it with a headband, fearing that the ominous roars from beneath the demon prison mountain might suddenly arise, posing a dire threat to him. Ahead, Shun Li and the others suddenly accelerated, as if they had detected something. Jiang Mu closely followed, his flying sword maintaining a dark and ominous demeanor, with only a faint wave of sword energy dissipating. This led Shun Li to glance back 3 times, nearly believing that this companion had fallen behind. How extravagant! Shunli harbored no suspicions. The cultivation world was vast and full of wonders, particularly among the core disciples of the grand sects who could afford to be quite indulgent. Perhaps this friend simply preferred a low profile. Yet, it was unfortunate that his spiritual sense seemed somewhat weak. After flying several hundred miles, Jiang Mu suddenly sensed a rapid drop in the surrounding temperature, accompanied by an intensely uncomfortable stinging sensation, as if a force was violently stirring within his mind. Without hesitation, Jiang Mu activated the spirit-settling jade on his forehead, and instantly, all discomfort dissipated. When he glanced around, he was struck by astonishment. The time was approximately midnight, the darkest hour of the night, yet upon arriving here, it felt as if he had stepped into an entirely different realm. The oppressive darkness had vanished, replaced by a ghastly pale gray light that enveloped the surroundings. The mountains and the heavens appeared unchanged, yet they felt unreal in this eerie illumination. Especially when Jiang Mu looked up, he beheld a colossal mountain, seemingly both near and far, looming ominously before him, pressing down on him with an almost suffocating weight. Were it not for the protective buffer of the spirit-settling jade, he might have succumbed to despair. In contrast, Shun Li and the others remained unfazed. Was it due to their spirit-settling seals? Jiang Mu speculated that frequent visits to this place might gradually hone one's spiritual awareness. Form the formation. Suddenly, Shun Li bellowed, and a crimson seal spontaneously activated from his body, resonating with a deep hum that spread across hundreds of feet, creating a protective barrier of crimson flames. The other disciples of the Shanhua sect swiftly followed suit, executing their own formations. Then, an earth-shattering roar erupted, not from the monstrous howls beneath the demon prison mountain, but from immense shadowy figures laboriously emerging from the ground, encumbered by heavy chains, charging toward the gathered group. Clearly, these were the ancient demon corpses. Although Jiang Mu felt discomfort in this environment and prepared to unleash his flying sword, Shunli called out to him, "No need to intervene, my friend. These ancient demon corpses possess bodies as hard as black iron, impervious to slashes, flames, frost, and lightning. Their very essence is tainted with demonic energy, and ordinary artifacts would be sullied upon contact. Only the demon-slaying seals can restrain them. We shall observe." As he spoke, Shunli directed the disciples of the Shanhua sect to unleash 8 seals in the 8 cardinal directions. These seals, either rising to the heavens or converging at mountain peaks, resembled grand lanterns illuminating the area as bright as day, simultaneously forming the foundational nodes of a demon-slaying formation. Upon entering the formation, the ancient demon corpses let out anguished cries, seeming extremely uncomfortable, yet it was merely discomfort. At this moment, Jiang Mu discerned the appearances of the ancient demon corpses. They resembled both humans and monsters, bizarre and grotesque. Each stood at least 10 feet tall, some with 7 or 8 heads, others sporting dozens of arms, while some were purely insect-like. Yet, without exception, they were bound by chains, which, for reasons unknown, had now broken, allowing them to escape. As for the demonic energy Shunli mentioned, it manifested as a layer of dark mist enveloping the corpses. Prolonged exposure to it would render anyone profoundly uneasy. Demon-suppressing seal. At this moment, Shunli's hand gesture shifted, and a demon-suppressing seal materialized as a towering mountain, crushing down upon one ancient demon corpse, pinning it in place. Unable to move, the other disciples of the Shanhua sect bit their tongues, gathering various other seals: spirit snake binding seal, earthly binding demon seal, mountain settling demon seal, golden light sealing seal. 12 disciples of the Shanhua sect unleashed 12 distinct demon-slaying seals, and within mere moments, the ancient demon corpse was bound tightly, resembling a dumpling. Shun Li then produced an ancient yellow gourd, chanting incantations, and in an instant, the ancient demon corpse shrank to the size of a mung bean. Ensnared by the seals and drawn into the gourd, immediately, Shun Li continued to cast the demon-suppressing seals, coordinating with the 12 disciples to seal each approaching ancient demon corpse. Jiang Mu watched in wonder, gradually understanding that these sealed ancient demon corpses would likely be taken back and placed within the Shanhua sect's demon suppression tower at their mountain gate. In a brief span of time, the 7 ancient demon corpses that had emerged were successfully sealed. Shun Li gestured, preparing to retreat, but at that moment, the towering demon prison mountain trembled violently once more, and the monstrous roars from the depths erupted with renewed ferocity. This roar was even more formidable than before, causing all but Shun Li, the strongest among them, to falter, while Jiang Mu had already replaced his spirit-settling jade with a second one. With a sharp crack, the jade shattered, saving his life. In a daze, he regained his senses, only to see Xunli bleeding from his orifices, his demeanor weak, evidently drained from the relentless release of the demon-suppressing seals. The other disciples of the Shunhua sect were all unconscious. To make matters worse, an ancient demon corpse towering over 100 feet emerged with a thunderous crash from the depths below. "Run!" Xunli shouted with difficulty. But before his command could fully escape his lips, massive iron chains came hurtling down with a terrifying shriek. If they were struck, each of them would be reduced to mere paste. In this moment, Jiang Mu maintained an unusual calm, bolstered by the spirit-settling seal that enveloped him, enhancing his spiritual strength. In an instant, he commanded his flying sword like a shield to block the incoming chains. Boom! The chains, imbued with an impact akin to 1,000,000 forces, struck, and the shockwave forced Jiang Mu to vomit blood, nearly dislodging his soul. Nonetheless, his mastery of the flying sword had improved significantly since half a month prior. Just as he was about to be thrown off the sword, he channeled 1,000 strands of sword energy into it just in time, merging with the sword once more, unleashing a terrifying explosive force that radiated without any remnants of power left behind. Yet even with this, the result was not a dazzling spectacle or earth-shattering waves. It was as if an invisible fist struck fiercely. Bang! The muffled sound echoed as several thick iron chains were sent flying, only to be firmly nailed to the ground, or more accurately, to Jiang Mu's flying sword. Despite its small size, bolstered by the sword energy, it remained as steadfast as a mountain. Roaring with fury, the 100-foot demon corpse attempted to drag the chains, but unexpectedly, Jiang Mu retracted his sword. In the instant the chains were swiftly drawn back, he propelled himself with the sword, injecting 3,000 strands of sword energy into it. Buzz! A terrifying brilliance erupted, then solidified into a point of cold light, seemingly drawing in the very fabric of space around it, as if the stars themselves were shifting. This was Jiang Mu's first time, in a state of clarity and conscious awareness, maximizing the sword's potential to its utmost limit. For he held absolute confidence. Everything was under control. "No!" Xunli cried out in a strained voice, warning against using the sword to pierce the demon corpse, fearing it would be tainted by demonic energy. Moreover, what manner of being was this brother? While other cultivators wielded flying swords from a safe distance, he had merged with his sword, as if surfing in the midst of chaos. But Xunli's warning came too late. Before his words could fully resonate, Jiang Mu had already pierced through the thick chest of the 100-foot demon corpse. The enveloping dark, demonic energy erupted in a plume thousands of feet high. What was once deemed as hard as black iron proved to be nothing in comparison. Jiang Mu felt an exhilarating rush, almost wanting to let out a triumphant roar. But the next moment, his expression faltered. Though the 100-foot demon corpse fell with a mournful cry, a torrent of demonic energy surged from within, clawing and thrashing. Unable to catch him, yet lunging toward Xunli and the others. In a moment of haste, he wielded his flying sword, swiftly turning and dashing forward. With a single thrust, he pierced through the malevolent aura, utilizing his extraordinary speed to shatter it once more. A series of rapid spins followed, dispersing the dark energy. Yet, almost instantaneously, the malevolent aura regrouped, resembling a living entity, ferociously brandishing itself, and even attempting to transform into massive tendrils to obstruct Jiang Mu. However, Jiang Mu would not grant it such an opportunity. He emanated a mist of sword energy around him to thwart the encroaching darkness. Simultaneously, his flying sword, akin to a swift serpent, spiraled and struck with incredible velocity, relentlessly tearing apart the sinister energy. In that fleeting moment, the arrogant dark energy appeared utterly helpless. Meanwhile, in the distance, Xunli, who had hurriedly rescued the disciples, turned to behold this scene and nearly lost his composure. Could this individual be a nascent soul master? Yet, the combat style was distinctly uncharacteristic of a nascent soul cultivator. Xunli found this ally increasingly enigmatic. The flying sword was undoubtedly a magical artifact, possibly forged from the legendary Xian iron, for it had effortlessly pierced through the chest of the towering malevolent corpse. Only a sword of such caliber could defy the corruption of dark energy. But why was he insisting on controlling the sword himself? Would it not be safer to manipulate it from a distance? Xunli was completely bewildered. It was his first encounter with someone capable of so violently tearing apart malevolent energy. It was as though the dark energy were a wronged maiden. However, his expression soon changed drastically, for after being shredded and blasted apart over 100 times, the dark energy began to shrink, coalescing into a droplet the size of a fist. This immediately reminded Xunli of a taboo within their sect, even linked to the entity at the bottom of the demon suppression tower. Fellow Taoist, retreat. It's dangerous. Shunli shouted in alarm, but it was too late. At that moment, Jiang Mu had reached his zenith, having fully grasped the essence of transcending the divine. Relinquishing active control and allowing his consciousness to merge with the sword's essence, penetrating the darkness without restraint. Buzz! The flying sword accurately sliced through the liquid dark energy. Yet this time, instead of exploding, it simply vanished into the sword, leaving no trace behind. In an instant, Jiang Mu sensed something amiss. Realizing the sword was slipping from his grasp, an eerie force attempting to seize control. To make matters worse, this force was simultaneously eroding his consciousness. Struggling to land the sword, Jiang Mu's eyes turned a crimson hue as he crushed a piece of spirit-stabilizing jade, regaining a slight advantage. He wished to discard the sword, but under the influence of that force, it felt as though it had fused with him. Concurrently, his exterior darkened to an inky black, as a wave of malevolent energy began to manifest, making him appear akin to a type of dark corpse. Brother Dao? Shunli rushed over, stunned by the sight. This was a clear sign of being possessed by dark energy, and it was not just any ordinary malevolent energy. It was a purer, liquefied form. Brother Dao, do you have any last words? Speak quickly. Once possessed by dark energy, unless one is above the transformation stage, no one can escape the fate of becoming a malevolent corpse. In this life, if you have family, sect, or resources, please entrust them to me. Rest assured, dear brother. Go in peace. Shunli wept bitterly, feeling a deep connection with this mysterious and genuine brother, lamenting the timing of their acquaintance. Now, to save their 13 comrades. This noble and selfless brother was willing to descend into the path of darkness. Such loyalty moved him profoundly. W8, Jiang Mu managed to utter. But the effects of the spirit-stabilizing seal were broken, and his vision was instantly engulfed in red. I understand, brother. Safe travels. The exorcism seal descended like a towering mountain, pinning Jiang Mu beneath it. Almost simultaneously, as the exorcism seal took effect, the force that had nearly consumed Jiang Mu's soul was suppressed. Yet, the sword energy within him was not passive. It actively surged into the flying sword, engaging in a fierce battle with the source of that eerie force. Remarkably, it began to gain the upper hand. If given a few more hours, he would surely obliterate it with his sword energy. However, in the next instant, seals descended as 12 disciples of the Shanhua sect awakened, each shedding tears and casting various exorcism seals, swiftly sealing Jiang Mu securely, with Shunli producing an ancient yellow gourd and muttering incantations. Jiang Mu was reduced to the size of a mung bean, trapped within the gourd. Brother, we will never forget your life-saving grace. Alas, we know neither your true name nor your sect's whereabouts. We are unable to repay you, and can only vow to seal more malevolent corpses in your stead. May you travel well. Shunli felt a pang of sorrow as he and the disciples bowed thrice to the gourd before returning to their sect, submitting the sealed gourd for the elders to suppress the malevolent corpse within the demon suppression tower. Meanwhile, Jiang Mu was still striving, unaware of the external circumstances, entirely focused on the arduous task at hand. The liquefied dark energy was particularly cunning and tenacious, even with the sharpness of his sword energy. He could only repeatedly shred it, watching helplessly as it swiftly reformed. Thankfully, the exorcism seal was in place, effectively safeguarding Jiang Mu's consciousness from taint, while his sword energy remained sufficiently pure. Even though he continuously sliced, shredded, and separated the dark energy, the consumption was minimal. Moreover, the liquefied dark energy could not erode his sword energy. It was a stalemate, with neither side able to overpower the other. Ultimately, Jiang Mu's sword energy prevailed in quantity. Although each act of shredding the liquefied dark energy left it unscathed, it gradually allowed him to regain control over his body and sword. After approximately the 30,000th slice, Jiang Mu successfully reclaimed control of his body. Ecstatic, he pressed on, slicing the liquefied dark energy another 30,000 times, forcing it to the tip of the flying sword. This was a definitive victory. However, Jiang Mu soon discovered an exceedingly awkward situation. He did not know what method Shunli had employed, but he was bound tightly, along with the sword, resembling a large dumpling. In an instant, he forgot everything else, feeling a desperate thirst. If this continued, he might starve to death. Fortunately, the issue was manageable. Jiang Mu continued to slice and shred, simultaneously dissolving half of the flying sword with his sword energy. This was a unique skill of his. By exceeding the threshold of sword energy infused, even a top-grade Xian iron would rapidly liquefy. Moments later, Jiang Mu found himself in a small space. He did not hastily destroy the iron chains binding him, for they bore hidden divine inscriptions that emitted a power effective against the liquefied dark energy. Taking out food and spirit tea from his Chinkoan ring, he indulged heartily, replenishing his sword energy with spirit stones. At this point, he was not in a rush to escape. Instead, he continued to exert his power, relentlessly slicing and shredding the liquefied dark energy. He was truly locked in a battle of endurance with this entity. Yet, even after slicing the liquefied dark energy 100,000 times, it showed little sign of depletion. Even when he attempted to amplify the magnitude of his sword energy, he could only achieve greater speed and finer fragments in his cuts. This dark energy was of unknown origin. Judging by its internal structure, it seemed even superior to his sword energy. Jiang Mu had to concede that fact. Under normal circumstances, he would have been utterly despaired. However, having experienced the transformation of sword essence, he possessed a deeper understanding of this liquefied demonic energy. Jiang Mu even speculated that this energy was a variant of the natural spirit energy, merely transformed to a more profound and challenging level of control. Based on this notion, he slightly altered his approach, opting for a more refined method of cutting rather than the crude severing he had previously employed. He concentrated his mental focus to intricately slice through the liquefied demonic energy. He refused to believe he could not find a flaw in it. To his surprise, this method proved effective. After his initial concentration, he managed to refine the liquefied energy into 100,000 segments, reducing its recomposition speed from 10 breaths to the time it takes to brew a cup of tea. This invigorated Jiang Mu, and he recalled how he had previously detonated demonic energy with a flying sword. With sufficient speed, he could not only shatter the mass of energy, but also avoid contamination. Speed and precision of cutting. He realized these were the weaknesses of the demonic energy. Jiang Mu mused to himself, invigorated, and began to refine his cutting technique further. However, the concentration required soon left him feeling dizzy and fatigued, his vision blurred and ears ringing. Even after a brief respite, he found it impossible to significantly enhance his precision, ultimately managing only to refine it to 110,000 segments. "It's my mental focus that is holding me back," Jiang Mu lamented. This was a flaw he had recognized early on regarding the sword essence. Its strength lay in its explosive power, capable of shattering anything and absorbing fluctuations. Yet it faltered in nearly every other aspect. Even worse, the method for honing mental focus was likely absent from the Floating Cloud Sect. He had perused the Taoist library nearly exhaustively, yet found nothing. The primary reason for this was that the Floating Cloud Sect practiced a golden core orthodox method, which did not necessitate additional mental honing. Once one reached the nascent soul stage, mental acuity would naturally strengthen. Upon advancing to the transformation stage, mental prowess could multiply several times over. This was the essence of orthodox methods. While lacking in standout features, they excelled in stability and comprehensiveness. Jiang Mu found himself in an awkward position. He had transformed his sword essence with the methods from the sword spirit sect, but had to relinquish all his cultivation, thus forfeiting the benefits of the golden core orthodox approach. Hence, although he could theoretically obliterate the Iron Mountain sect's gates and stealthily ambush Sikongyu, in reality, if a nascent soul cultivator detected him first, he would stand no chance. Not that he could not fight back. Rather, the opponent could easily leverage their superior mental acuity to anticipate and evade his attacks, while striking from a distance. If it came to a direct confrontation, the power unleashed from all 32 sword pills would rival that of a transformation stage cultivator, provided he encountered one willing to forfeit their life and refrain from countering. Were it not for the inherent advantage of his sword essence, which allowed him to encase himself in liquefied mysterious iron, rendering him undetectable, he would lack the courage to step outside the southern 5 counties. Thus, at this moment, he pressed on, resolutely cutting through the liquefied demonic energy. "You won't outlast me." Chapter 41. Kindred spirits calming his mind. Jiang Mu refrained from contemplating the likelihood of being sealed within the demon suppression tower. He focused solely on one task, cutting. Although he sensed no external spirit energy in this place, he possessed nearly 700,000 spirit stones, ample resources, and 30,000 strands of sword essence. He feared nothing. Again and again, he cared not whether the liquefied demonic energy diminished, or whether it was living or dead. "If you have the ability, exhaust me." This relentless cutting, seemingly fruitless, visibly enhanced his mastery over the sword essence. His mental strength remained unchanged, yet the harmony between his mental focus and sword essence had transformed entirely. Jiang Mu was astonished by this unexpected outcome. Gradually, he found that he no longer needed to expend excessive mental energy to cut through the demonic energy. A mere thread of focus could now mobilize hundreds, then thousands of strands of sword essence. Where he had once refined the energy into 110,000 segments, he now achieved 1,250,000. The demonic energy had become his whetstone, and he found a sense of camaraderie with it. Jiang Mu even set his sights on achieving the feat of cutting the energy into 200,000 segments. Yet, to his utter astonishment, the liquefied demonic energy, which had previously shown signs of continuous restoration, suddenly collapsed entirely. This collapse was unmistakable, akin to rocks weathering into dust or trees reduced to ash. It was dead. Upon this realization, Jiang Mu broke out in a cold sweat. Although he had considered the demonic energy to be a form of life, he had leaned more toward viewing it as a peculiar force, much like his sword essence. Yet it had indeed been a living entity, a most bizarre one. Now, with the collapse and death of the liquefied demonic energy, a refreshing, spring-like liquid swiftly permeated Jiang Mu's mental focus, leaving him no time to halt or evade. In that moment, he suddenly realized this was not simply a spirit liquid, but rather a remnant essence of some form of consciousness. It not only failed to corrupt him, but instead, remarkably, bolstered his mental acuity. In a brief span, this essence enhanced his mental prowess by nearly 50%, akin to utilizing 500 pieces of spirit-settling jade. Jiang Mu was astounded, scarcely able to believe it. Who would have thought that the sinister, troublesome, enigmatic, and mysterious liquefied demonic energy could yield such pure essence upon its annihilation? Was this the proverbial principle of extremes giving rise to opposites? Jiang Mu felt a mix of trepidation and excitement, an increase in mental strength by 50%. From the perspective of the Golden Core Orthodox method, this equated to the mental acuity of a late-stage Golden Core cultivator. Yet the method he employed was utterly desperate. Conventional means of extinguishing such a mass of liquefied demonic energy were virtually hopeless. With the power of sword essence at his disposal, he had spent 10 long days, slicing through it millions of times. Were he not trapped in the demon suppression tower, he would have given up 1,000 times over in a different environment. Next, Jiang Mu began to reassess his current predicament. He found himself still encased within what resembled a shell-like sealed environment. Outside this shell were chains inscribed with divine runes. Merely brushing against them evoked a sense of being suppressed and repelled, making a forceful breach futile. However, the good news was that with the dissolution of the liquefied demonic energy, the various seals placed upon him also lost their efficacy. With the remaining half of his flying sword, he gently scraped the shell, which peeled away entirely, revealing the external surroundings. He beheld a completely enclosed space. Yet it was not shrouded in darkness. Rather, divine light flowed and runes shifted, exuding an aura of majesty and mystery. He realized he was no longer the size of a Hmong being. Evidently, the spatial spell that had diminished his form had a time limit. Thus, he now found himself within a semi-enclosed cage, suspended against the wall and bound by chains. Surrounding him were numerous sealed demonic corpses, all grotesque in appearance. Looking up, he saw he was situated at the highest level of the demon suppression tower, surrounded by 532 demonic corpses. Peering down, he noted only 7 levels below, though there should be an additional level beneath, sealed away. In total, there were approximately 5,000 demonic corpses. Regarding the export, it is neither visible nor detectable. Jiang Mu shouted loudly, but his voice was swallowed by the array surrounding him. He extended his divine sense, which reached only 30 zhang. Yet it too could not penetrate the outer walls of the demon suppression tower. A sense of despair began to envelop Jiang Mu. Was it truly his fate to spend 9 years trapped within this tower after his rebirth? Had all his prior arrangements at the Floating Cloud Sect been in vain? However, upon reflection, it was not entirely hopeless. According to Shenli, patrols were dispatched to the base of the demon prison mountain every month. Should any new demon corpses be sealed, he could call for help then. A flicker of hope ignited within Jiang Mu. After all, he was no longer a demon corpse. Yet, as he sensed the palpable increase in his divine sense, he could not help but cast a glance at the multitude of sealed demon corpses surrounding him, which oddly bore an appearance of delicate beauty. For if all went well, each of these demon corpses contained a trace of demonic energy. Thus, by extinguishing just a sliver of it, he could augment his divine sense's strength. Was this entire demon suppression tower not his treasure trove? Overjoyed, Jiang Mu instinctively reached for his flying sword, only to be thwarted by the divine patterns unleashed from the chains. The sword rebounded, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood, nearly injuring himself severely. Yet, rather than dismay, he felt exhilaration, for just moments ago, he had sensed an immensely vigorous, dense, and pure flow of spiritual energy. Such a phenomenon was unparalleled in his 2 lifetimes. Suddenly, a thought struck him. The 5 prefectures of Shishu had long been known for their barrenness. This region was not only deficient in spiritual energy, but also rarely harbored spiritual herbs or medicines, and even demon beasts were disinclined to dwell here. Consequently, even the venerable Shenhua sect struggled to sustain itself. However, what he now witnessed and felt indicated that the 5 prefectures of Shishu did not lack spiritual energy. Rather, a significant portion of the celestial spiritual energy had been siphoned by this demon suppression tower, all to suppress the ancient demon corpses within. More accurately, it was to quench the difficult-to-extinguish demonic energy. Such a grand undertaking was beyond Jiang Mu's comprehension, awakening him to the realization that the cultivation world he once thought he understood concealed innumerable secrets. Murmuring about the unknown entities beneath the demon prison mountain, the ancient promises of immortals, demonic energy, and the tides of spiritual energy, Jiang Mu suddenly felt a sense of uncertainty regarding the impending end of the Dharma era. In his previous life, aside from hearing tales of the Shenhua sect's annihilation in their battle against evil, he had never encountered news concerning the demon prison mountain. Yet, that could not be the case. The unknown entities beneath often emitted eerie howls, and ancient demon corpses continuously emerged. After the end of the Dharma era, who would oversee the demon prison mountain in the absence of the Shenhua sect? The Qin dynasty? Chapter 42. The second dispersion and rebuilding of power. A delicate embroidery needle appeared in Jiang Mu's hand. A specially crafted flying sword designed to pierce through the outer shell of the demon corpses. The process of extinguishing demonic energy was excruciating, yet the rewards were delightful. As Jiang Mu's divine sense shifted, the diminutive flying sword silently soared, cautiously navigating through the iron chains adorned with divine patterns, all without triggering even a single pattern. Just as he anticipated, the vast scale of the demon suppression tower implied that its construction had been meticulously planned with specialization in mind. This structure was intended to subdue demonic energy, not to suppress the living, much less cultivators. Hence, spiritual energy, divine sense, and small artifacts untainted by demonic energy remained unaffected by the grand suppression array, provided they did not make contact. In an instant, Jiang Mu successfully pierced through the seal of a neighboring demon corpse with his flying sword. Such an act was remarkably straightforward, as the seal functioned inwardly, from the outside. It was akin to a mere sheet of paper. Upon the seal's destruction, the demon corpse swiftly awakened, yet before it could struggle or roar, the flying sword lunged forward, puncturing its head with dozens of holes. A surge of demonic energy erupted, but before it could assert itself, Jiang Mu deftly manipulated the sword to slice and tear it apart. Thanks to the significant enhancement of his divine sense, he maneuvered efficiently within this exceedingly confined space. In mere moments, the demonic energy, provoked by such savage stimuli, rapidly contracted into a droplet of liquefied demonic energy. Though it was still several hundred times smaller than the liquefied demonic energy Jiang Mu had previously extinguished. Whoosh! The flying sword skillfully penetrated this liquefied demonic energy, simultaneously being enveloped by it, thus losing control by nearly 70 to 80%, mirroring previous experiences. Jiang Mu felt no trepidation. On the contrary, he was filled with anticipation. Just as the flying sword was about to be completely wrested from his grasp, it successfully returned to his hand. Thousands of strands of sword essence surged forth like a fierce tiger descending a mountain, mercilessly stabbing into the liquefied demonic energy. In the blink of an eye, he divided this liquefied demonic energy into 125,000 fragments. The swiftness of his actions and the proficiency of his technique rendered any attempt by the liquefied demonic energy to erode his divine sense utterly futile. There was no need for any suppression seal to control it. Had Jiang Mu possessed such cutting speed at the base of the demon prison mountain, he would never have been mistaken for an ancient demon corpse and suppressed by Shenli. Reflecting on this, he chuckled heartily 3 times, expertly continuing his precise cuts. Bolstered by his enhanced divine sense and growing adeptness, repeatedly surpassing his previous limits for precise division. In an astonishingly short time, he managed to cut this small mass of liquefied demonic energy into an unprecedented 23,000 pieces. Thus, after a series of approximately 80,000 cuts, it was completely extinguished, allowing a modest essence to be absorbed successfully. Yet, Jiang Mu still felt unsatisfied. The sensation of his divine sense growing stronger was truly delightful. With the sword essence remaining substantially unchanged, his strength had dramatically increased. Next, he accelerated his pace, effortlessly luring more streams of demonic energy, which he then relentlessly extinguished, continuously expanding his divine sense. Unbeknownst to him, an entire layer of ancient demon corpses had been resolved through this method, all within merely a span of 10 days. Jiang Mu's divine sense had now doubled in strength compared to a year prior. If compared to the Golden Core lineage, his divine sense intensity had already reached the level of early Yuanian cultivators. Previously, his divine sense could only extend to 30 zhang. Now, he could effortlessly reach 100 zhang. This was explosive progress for both controlling sword essence and the flying sword itself. With the reach of his divine sense, he could now manipulate objects at will. Beyond merely extending his range, the ability to control objects through divine sense was of paramount importance. Jiang Mu was now prepared to craft his second flying sword, as his divine sense was ample enough to manage it. This would grant him additional offensive and defensive capabilities. Sensing the robustness of his divine sense, Jiang Mu pondered for a moment, deciding against further extinguishing demonic energy and instead focusing on further refining his sword essence. This was a path he must traverse, for in the past, he had been eager yet insufficiently empowered. Now, he was more than ready. He resolved to disperse his power and rebuild. This audacious decision stemmed from his desire for more. The Demon Suppression Tower, aside from the bottommost layer and the one he had cleared, still contained 7 layers. If he continued extinguishing demonic energy at his current pace, the process would take much longer. However, if he upgraded his sword essence once more, the results would be even more favorable. As the saying goes, sharpening the knife does not delay the woodcutter's work. Subsequently, he first entered a state of tranquility, then activated his intellect, becoming completely absorbed. As his formidable spiritual consciousness effortlessly connected with the surrounding world, it was remarkably smooth and exceedingly effortless. Steadying his state, Jiang Mu concealed himself within the sword's essence, extracting the first strand of primal sword energy he had previously transformed. This energy served as the foundation and benchmark for all sword energies. With Jiang Mu's current spiritual perception, the flaws and shortcomings that had eluded him in the past became starkly clear. Indeed, while one could deceive for a moment, they could not deceive for a lifetime. With a sigh, Jiang Mu promptly retrieved the 3,500-year-old spirit herb, the azure cloud vine, from his Qinkuan ring. This vine had been personally cultivated by the founder of the Floating Cloud Sect and his enchanting companion, the peach blossom fairy. Although it was not considered a top-tier spirit herb, its aesthetic appeal was undeniable, adorned each year with clusters of purple flowers, exuding a rich fragrance and creating a breathtaking scene that endeared it to the peach blossom fairy. However, after being enveloped in dense spiritual energy for 3,500 years, even a humble weed could evolve into a spirit herb. How much more so for the azure cloud vine? The sap from its main root was an exceptional spiritual liquid, capable of reviving the dead with ease. The elders of the Floating Cloud Sect had spared this vine not out of favor for the peach blossom fairy, but because it was the finest herb for breaking through to the divine transformation realm, offering instantaneous restoration of the physical body, a fact not to be taken lightly. Unfortunately, aside from the founder, no subsequent elders of the Floating Cloud Sect had the opportunity to advance to the divine transformation realm, leaving this chance for Jiang Mu. Next, Jiang Mu took out 3,000 pieces of superior black iron. He intended to disperse his energy and undergo a recultivation. The 32 sword pills contained 30,000 strands of sword energy that needed to be expended. Seizing this opportunity, he aimed to forge a piece of divine black iron. Currently, he found it quite easy to refine high-quality black iron, capable of producing a piece in the span of a single incense stick. However, divine black iron was a different matter altogether. He began by refining the 3,000 pieces of superior black iron into 300 pieces of exquisite black iron. He then selected one piece of exquisite black iron, infusing it with 3,000 strands of sword energy, causing it to liquefy almost instantaneously. Following this, he added another piece of exquisite black iron to the liquefied iron, and it solidified immediately, improving its quality slightly. He continued this process, injecting 3,000 strands of sword energy, causing it to liquefy again, and adding exquisite black iron repeatedly. Yet, despite exhausting all his sword energy, the divine black iron remained elusive. However, the heavy, unremarkable black iron before him had transformed entirely, requiring at least 10,000 strands of sword energy to melt. This was an excellent foundation for a flying sword, or perhaps it could be termed a quasi-divine product. Jiang Mu decided not to continue further. With all his sword energy depleted, he directly dispersed his energy for recultivation. Chapter 43. 72 Sword Concealment Chambers. Jiang Mu's spiritual consciousness resembled a tranquil lake, undisturbed and silent. With all thoughts dissipated, his body, the external world, and even the heavens did not manifest within this serene expanse of consciousness. This level of tranquility could only be achieved through a formidable spiritual strength. A flicker of spiritual light gradually illuminated the surface of this mental lake. As Jiang Mu's intellect communicated with the cosmos, the light cascaded like boundless moonlight, yet the lake remained unaffected. The radiance intertwined with the mental lake, creating myriad shifting halos reminiscent of the aurora. Such a wondrous sight, within the context of the golden core Taoist lineage, signified the foundation of the divine transformation realm. But Jiang Mu utilized it solely to disperse his energy. At last, a strand of sword energy emerged from the mental lake, akin to a playful fish, shimmering faintly, leaping, and gradually dissipating until it vanished completely. Soon after, a series of sword pills and sword concealment chambers began to materialize within the mental lake, dispersing with serene precision, vanishing in a manner that was breathtakingly exact, akin to a manifestation of the Tao. This required an understanding of oneself to reach a relative pinnacle, alongside a corresponding intensity of spiritual consciousness. Otherwise, even the slightest misstep could result in severe injury or worse, death. Ultimately, as the last sword concealment chamber disappeared, Jiang Mu severed his connection to the intellect, retracting his spiritual consciousness and opening his eyes. Apart from his somewhat pale complexion, he appeared unharmed. Nevertheless, Jiang Mu consumed a piece of the azure cloud vine's main root. The accumulated medicinal power of 3,500 years activated instantaneously. In an instant, he resembled a boiled lobster, on the verge of igniting due to the overwhelming potency of the herb. Just as he felt he might lose control, Jiang Mu remained calm, reigniting his intellect to communicate with the cosmos. His spiritual consciousness expanded, akin to a tranquil lake. Boom! A torrent of spiritual energy surged in, shattering the tranquility of the mental lake. In that moment, his consciousness transformed into a finely woven net, precisely, stably, and delicately ensnaring the influx of spiritual energy, ensuring that each influx was meticulously controlled by a strand of his consciousness. Then, in the critical moment between life and death, Jiang Mu, with the sheer force of his consciousness net, sliced, compressed, and refined the overwhelming torrent of spiritual energy into a strand of sword energy. His mastery was so profound that it could bring tears to the eyes of liquefied demonic energy and cause demonic corpses to tremble. As this technique mirrored the obliteration of liquefied demonic energy. Unbeknownst to him, Jiang Mu's understanding and control of sword energy had achieved remarkable enhancement. After all, anyone who swings a sword millions of times will inevitably improve. At this moment, this same strand of sword energy was more than 3 times as refined as the previous strand. When this strand of sword energy descended, it coincided with the pinnacle of the azure cloud vine's medicinal power explosion, representing the utmost limit that Jiang Mu's body could withstand, on the brink of imminent destruction. Effortlessly, he divided this strand of sword energy into 72 strands, channeling them through his meridians, akin to discovering 72 flood discharge channels at the moment a formidable dam was about to burst. The prodigious medicinal power infused alongside the sword energy nourished these meridians, transforming what might have exploded Jiang Mu's body into a surge of vitality. The extraordinary meridians, internal organs, 36 celestial orbits, and 72 chambers were all unified in a single breath. His once white hair instantaneously regained its deep black hue, and his entire being returned to the peak of his 20s. At that moment, had Jiang Mu chosen to forsake this strand of primal sword energy and transition to magical power, he would have instantly become a nascent soul realm cultivator, able to advance to divine transformation within 3 months. Yet, he resolutely opted for a different path. Without attempting to open more meridians or chambers, Jiang Mu chose to seize the moment, maintaining his body in optimal condition, and began to draw upon the celestial energy of the world, converting it into sword energy in reference to that strand of primal sword energy. Previously, he could divide a strand of sword energy into 32 chambers. Now he could divide it into 72. This implied a substantial increase in potency. Consequently, the consumption was significantly reduced, as the residual medicinal energy flowed through his meridians. Jiang Mu fully activated his intellect, drawing massive amounts of celestial energy. With the assistance of his formidable spiritual consciousness, he swiftly transformed it into sword energy. Just as he anticipated, the energy equivalent of a single spirit stone that once yielded 1 strand of sword energy now required the energy equivalent of 10 spirit stones. Moreover, what initially required 100 strands of sword energy to condense a sword concealment chamber now demanded 1,000 strands. Thus, after condensing 10 sword concealment chambers, Jiang Mu was astonished to find that he could no longer draw celestial energy. More precisely, There was a temporary absence of spiritual energy within a 300-mile radius surrounding the sect. In a fleeting moment, Jiang Mu nearly believed that the tide of spiritual energy was surging prematurely, only to promptly realize that it was due to the influence of the demon suppression tower. The grand formation of the tower necessitated an immense quantity of spiritual energy to sustain itself, which rendered the 5 prefectures of Shishu perpetually impoverished. At present, the recent surge of absorbed spiritual energy, coupled with the consumption by the Divine Hua sect, had temporarily depleted the spiritual energy surrounding it. What to do? Although Jiang Mu possessed a substantial number of spirit stones, these could not be utilized to replenish his sword essence without incurring significant losses. Thus, he turned his gaze toward the outer walls and the cage of the demon suppression tower, the very foundation of the grand formation, where the spiritual energy was undoubtedly ample. However, should he attempt to draw from it, he risked being entirely suppressed by the grand formation itself. It was akin to a person attempting to carry a sack of grain. If one could manage it, the grain was theirs, but if one could not, it would crush their legs. Jiang Mu was not particularly concerned about being suppressed by the grand formation. For as long as the supply of spiritual energy diminished to half, or even 30%, the formation would begin to falter, allowing him to break free at will. The sole dilemma was that if the grand formation collapsed, the demon corpses imprisoned within might also rebel. Nonetheless, he resolved to use spirit stones for replenishment. His conscience weighed heavily upon him. Each strand of sword essence required 10 spirit stones, and a single sword concealment channel demanded 1,000 strands of sword essence, amounting to a staggering 620,000 spirit stones just to coalesce 62 concealment channels, his entire fortune. Ultimately, after replenishing 26 concealment channels, Jiang Mu could no longer continue. For the pain was beyond mere discomfort. It was excruciating. Infuriated, he vowed to unleash a massacre within the demon suppression tower. Feeling a surge of murderous intent, he resolved that since the grand formation's energy could not be extracted, he would annihilate all demon corpses. Even if the tower were to collapse thereafter, it would be of little consequence. With a flick of his hand, he fashioned a flying sword the size of a needle from a piece of quasi-divine black iron, and sent it soaring along the chains into the next layer of the demon suppression tower. There, he gently awakened the sealed demon corpses before violently shattering their skulls, obliterating their demonic essence until it liquefied. The entire process was executed with a proficiency that was nothing short of astonishing, especially during the obliteration of the liquefied demonic essence. Whereas previously he had employed meticulous cutting and patient grinding, akin to finely dicing meat, now it was a matter of smashing walnuts, one blow for each. Jiang Mu himself was not surprised. The sword essence he had recondensed was far more furious than mere volatility could describe. What cutting? What grinding? A hammer would suffice. What once required tens of thousands of cuts could now be accomplished with merely thousands of hammer strikes, effortlessly yielding the precious essence within. Had any members of the Divine Hua sect been present, they would have been horrified to witness the sealed demon corpses they had guarded so meticulously being dispatched like roasted soybeans, one after another, crunchy and delightful. In the demon suppression tower, after clearing yet another layer of sealed demon corpses, Jiang Mu amassed a remarkable 589 pieces of essence, far exceeding the previous layer's yield. However, his mental strength had only seen a slight increase of less than 20% from its original state. Concerned that he might have fallen prey to some trickery, he took a moment to rest, and upon confirming there were no abnormalities, he pressed on. At his current pace, Jiang Mu could clear a layer every 2 days. Yet the essence absorbed still only augmented his mental strength by less than 20%. Initially suspicious and paranoid, he eventually chose to disregard such thoughts and continued diligently through to the second layer. As for the first layer, for reasons unknown, it remained sealed off. With the grand formation failing to extend its reach, Jiang Mu speculated that the true great demon was imprisoned beneath. However, he could not afford to wait any longer. Clearing the 8 layers of the demon suppression tower, while his mental strength could not yet rival that of a transformation god, it was undoubtedly comparable to any late-stage nascent soul practitioner. His mental projection could extend over 1,000 feet. Coupled with the renewed sword essence he possessed, modestly speaking, he could be considered invincible within the nascent soul realm. As for transformation gods, such considerations were best left aside. Unless the opposing transformation god consented to forego the use of their mystical arts and allowed him to approach within 100 feet. At that distance, he could unleash a sudden barrage of 100,000 strands of sword essence to annihilate them, having grown extraordinarily powerful at such proximity. Yet in reality, he would never have the opportunity to approach any transformation god, not a single chance. Firstly, their mental strength was superior, and secondly, those above the transformation realm could wield mystical arts, an entirely different echelon, a true distinction between mortals and divine beings. The silver lining, however, was that without the presence of spiritual energy, no transformation god would dare to employ mystical arts. No matter how many spirit stones they possessed, they would be rendered futile unless they were prepared to commit suicide. Indeed, even that would be impossible. For mystical arts, especially those that could shift mountains and drain seas, summon meteorites, conjure thunderous prisons, and command the winds and rains, could effortlessly siphon spiritual energy from a radius of thousands of miles. Thus, Jiang Mu remained steadfast in his original intent. Striving for superiority was meaningless. In the end, conserving strength during the age of dwindling spiritual energy was far more prudent. There were countless transformation gods who had fallen into destitution, like the former master of the divine sword sect. Of course, Jiang Mu also believed that aside from a few who genuinely took the burden of heaven and earth upon themselves, seeking ways to unravel the crisis and unwilling to abandon their disciples, the remaining transformation gods, one and all, would undoubtedly find a concealed refuge following the surge of spiritual energy, as long as they refrained from recklessly wielding their powers and avoided conflict. With their cultivation and reserves of power, they could endure for 500 to 600 years, even 700 to 800, or a millennium without issue. Once spiritual energy returned, they would once again emerge as formidable practitioners of the celestial path. They had little interest in trifling with mortals. This, too, likely explained why the major sects had initially refrained from intervening, and why the 5 super sects later allied with the Qin dynasty to scour the land for practitioners. For in those times, any hidden transformation god discovered would be a veritable treasure trove, a living millennium elixir. Therefore, accumulating spirit stones, gathering resources, and amassing sword essence while organizing mortals to shield oneself was the most fitting course for Jiang Mu. He sighed deeply. The disappearance of spiritual energy represented not merely a loss of energy, but also the regression of all things. Beasts would devolve into mere animals, spiritual herbs would become weeds, and practitioners would not be exempt. A physical body upheld by magic was perfect and flawless, yet without such support, the passage of seasons would subtly corrode the body and erode the spirit. Moreover, without spiritual energy, even the act of consuming the wind and dew became a challenge. With the degradation of all things, where would one find sustenance? To forego food would lead to starvation, while consuming mundane fare would yield little value compared to a mere morsel of one's own flesh. In the absence of a perfect body, the spirit would inevitably suffer the same fate of fragmentation. The golden core lineage was revered as the orthodox path precisely because it emphasized the perfection of the body, leading to longevity. Conversely, those who trained their bodies lacked longevity, for their paths had become distorted and mutated. Not only were they imperfect, but they were fundamentally flawed. Even the most formidable divine consciousness, without a corporeal foundation, remains but an ephemeral illusion within the recesses of his mind. As he recalled the myriad events of the Dharma-ending age, the fleeting sense of pride that had momentarily flared within Jiang Mu swiftly dissipated. One must eschew arrogance and impatience, for the path ahead is fraught with responsibility and challenges. Centering his thoughts, Jiang Mu entered a prolonged state of reflection, purging all distractions from his mind. With all preparations in place, the time had come to act. It is noteworthy that over the past few months, the Divine Hua sect had not dispatched any sealed demonic corpses. Had they done so, his endeavors would not have unfolded with such ease. To my fellow cultivators of the Divine Hua sect, I extend my apologies. You may curse me today, but in the future, you will surely be grateful for the life-saving grace I have provided. Silently reciting this sentiment, Jiang Mu proceeded to fashion 5 flying swords from a piece of quasi-divine black iron, a testament to the advantages bestowed by his formidable consciousness, one for flight and the remainder for combat. Perfection. Subsequently, he enveloped himself in liquefied black iron, donned a black robe of restraint, affixed a concealed hat, and readied all his hidden spiritual jades. He had no intention of encountering the members of the Divine Hua sect. After all, what would he say? I have toppled your demon suppression tower, but fear not, for I have vanquished all the sealed demonic corpses within. However, do keep a close watch on the bottommost layer. Such a notion was wholly inappropriate. Stealthily retreating was the wisest course. After all, he was merely a harmless, kind-hearted individual. In the next moment, Jiang Mu placed both hands upon the cage that confined him. A tremendous force surged forth, nearly toppling him. Had he not been prepared, he would have been thrown aside. This was the protective mechanism of the demon suppression great array. The demon suppression tower was not merely a sealed entity. It frequently received dispatched demonic corpses from the divine Hua sect. What if an accidental trigger occurred? Thus, the sealing mechanism of the Great Array specifically targeted demonic energy and any entities tainted by it. Even an inadvertent contact would result in little more than a minor tumble. Jiang Mu cunningly exploited this very fact, feeling a twinge of shame, yet recognizing he had no alternative. In an instant, the liquefied black iron surged forth, temporarily obscuring a chain emblazoned with divine symbols. The next moment, he fervently channeled his sword essence, corroding a small hole into it. Following this, the protective mechanism of the demon suppression Great Array activated fully, casting him outward. Haha, success! Jiang Mu laughed heartily. His flying sword and sword essence were indeed capable of severing the chain cage, provided no array was in operation and no terrifying currents of spiritual energy were circulating. By utilizing the protective mechanism of the demon suppression Great Array, he had successfully infused a minuscule amount of liquefied black iron into the chain, effectively damaging the array's foundation. This disruption would impede the flow of spiritual energy, akin to a river becoming choked with sediment, preventing its waters from effectively reaching downstream. At that moment, Jiang Mu turned back and lunged once more, gripping the cage with both hands. Just below the damaged obstruction, he cut open a slightly larger aperture, pouring in a thumb-sized amount of liquefied black iron, further exacerbating the damage to the array's foundation and impeding the flow of spiritual energy. Excellent. In rapid succession, he carved out 7 or 8 holes, resulting in severe damage to the array's foundation. The next moment, with a mere thought, his sword essence surged forth and severed the chain. He promptly retrieved 10 pieces of divine spiritual jade and 3 intermittent spiritual talismans to commence repairs on the damaged foundation. Indeed, repairs. In the realm of cultivation, formations are commonplace but often prone to damage. Given their complexity, it is typically challenging to summon a skilled array master for repairs in a short time. Thus, as long as the primary foundation remains intact, branch foundations can be repaired through such methods. Even if repairs were not feasible, it mattered little. Array foundations are generally composed of jade, with other materials as adjuncts. Spiritual jade is particularly resonant, capable of transmitting the spiritual energy of heaven and earth with minimal loss and no delay, an exemplary material for array construction. The divine spiritual jade Jiang Mu had produced was of the finest quality. There was no reason it could not connect. In fact, the situation proved even better than he had anticipated. The 3 intermittent spiritual talismans automatically evolved, infusing the divine spiritual jade with intricate array communication symbols. This talisman recorded a total of 18 divine patterns, suitable for offense and defense, advance and retreat. As long as one aligned, success would follow. In less than 10 breaths, as a divine pattern emerged, the 10 pieces of divine spiritual jade radiated a kaleidoscope of light, signaling the pure spiritual energy was cycling. The damaged portion of the demon suppression Great Array had been successfully repaired. However, its nature had changed. Jiang Mu had successfully deceived the core foundation of the demon suppression Great Array and outwitted its operational symbols. At this moment, he could effortlessly place his hand upon the divine spiritual jade, drawing in the pure spiritual energy with ease. In the span of a single day and night, Jiang Mu had successfully condensed the remaining 36 sword concealment orifices. Without delay, he transformed the liquefied black iron into gaseous form, ultimately producing sword pills. These sword pills were unlike any previous iteration, just as the current sword concealment orifices were transformed from their former selves. Initially, the sword concealment orifices could only accommodate sword pills without storing sword essence. Now, although they still could not store sword essence, they could contain 2 sword pills. Each sword pill could now store 10,000 strands of sword essence, culminating in a total of 1.44 million strands. To replenish this vast reservoir of spiritual energy, one would require 14 million spirit stones. Such an immense supply of spiritual energy, when converted into magical power, could sustain 10 experts at the divine transformation stage. In this regard, regardless of combat prowess, Jiang Mu had indeed achieved his initial objective, to possess a degree of deterrent power in the Dharma-ending age, thus avoiding a wretched fate at the hands of mortals. As torrents of spiritual energy surged forth, the sword pills successfully condensed. In the initial days, the demon suppression Great Array functioned normally, but as the total amount of spiritual energy diminished, its might rapidly waned. Many cages sealing demonic corpses dimmed. Yet since Jiang Mu had obliterated the demonic corpses within, no demonic energy escaped, nor did any alarms trigger. Yet, an unexpected occurrence transpired. Just as Jiang Mu successfully condensed the 65th sword pill, the operational speed of the demon suppression great array slowed by 30%. Suddenly, the very heavens and earth trembled. The entire demon suppression tower and the great array were breached by an overwhelming force, unleashing a torrent of blood into the sky, accompanied by the chorus of myriad demonic sounds. The echoes were strikingly reminiscent of the monstrous roars Jiang Mu had heard beneath the demon prison mountain, where he had been nearly overwhelmed by the demonic sounds, his very soul almost swept away, saved only by Shun Li's grounding technique. However, Jiang Mu's divine consciousness had since grown immensely powerful, rendering him impervious to such influences. Not only that, but he was no longer the inexperienced novice he once was. In the very moment the blood torrent and demonic sounds erupted, 100,000 strands of sword essence surged forth with an even more ferocious, violent, and brutal momentum. Wherever his consciousness reached, the sword essence transformed into a vast net, sealing every gap, before the demonic sounds and the blood torrent could even touch the outside world. They were shredded, severed, and obliterated. He remained unaware of the true nature of what lay sealed beneath the demon suppression tower. Nor did he grasp why such a being could emerge with only a 30% slowdown of the great array's operations. But such details were inconsequential. For as long as you remain by my side, that is more than enough. In the present day, Jiang Mu is in a position of formidable strength. Even a being at the transformation stage would find little solace if they dared to enter the range of his divine consciousness. In an instant, the terrifying demonic sound was silenced, the river of blood severed and shattered. Yet, within this sanguine torrent, no discernible figures could be seen, as if the river itself was the very essence that the demon suppression tower sought to seal. Thus, it became an inconsequential matter. Jiang Mu deemed it beneath him to wield a flying sword, for within this sphere, the sword's elemental force proved to be the most effective. At that moment, both the demon suppression tower and the grand formation dissipated without a trace, leaving no remnants behind. The surrounding peaks, trees, and even the disciples of the divine splendor sect guarding the tower's perimeter were rendered utterly silent, annihilated. After all, this was the eruption of 100,000 strands of sword energy. If a single stone remained, it would signify my defeat. However, Jiang Mu was unperturbed. The demonic sound was extinguished before it could reach the outside world, yet the river of blood proved to be far more troublesome than liquefied demonic energy. It was possible that this entity was an advanced form of liquefied demonic energy itself. Therefore, Jiang Mu dared not act carelessly, regardless of its origin or its formidable abilities. He resolved to wield his sword energy to cleanse the field. With every depletion of energy, he promptly replenished it, maintaining the highest intensity and density of slicing and shattering against that river of blood. Presently, his divine consciousness could only control 100,000 strands. Exceeding that limit would push him beyond his capacity, and he had no desire to inadvertently obliterate his allies in the divine splendor sect. Yet, even as the river of blood was continuously sliced and crushed into fragments, it stubbornly reformed with remarkable tenacity. It was indeed a bizarre phenomenon. But since it emerged so close to Jiang Mu, any resistance it mounted was futile, feeble, and meaningless. Before it could launch an attack, it was once more sliced, crushed, and reduced to pulp. Under such relentless assault, it had no opportunity to utter a cry of despair, much like a meek lamb. Meanwhile, the divine splendor sect was already in a state of alarm. The two transformation stage elders, who had been in seclusion, rushed out, only to be left dumbfounded by the scene before them. What was happening? The demon suppression tower had collapsed, and the Blood River Demon Lord, suppressed for thousands of years, had escaped. But what was this terrifying sword energy? Could it be a comrade from the Sword Guardian sect? Elder Tai Russian of the Divine Splendor sect exclaimed in astonishment. He knew he could not withstand such fearsome sword energy unless he invoked a powerful spell that would induce cataclysmic upheaval. Yet, while powerful, such spells required considerable preparation time. In a battlefield confrontation, this was not a concern, but in a duel of experts, such moments were often insufficient, allowing the enemy to escape miles away. The 5 transformation stage experts from the Sword Guardian sect were familiar to him. Yet none could wield sword energy so keen as to suppress the Blood River Demon Lord from lifting its head. Another elder, Su Lingzong, voiced his confusion, but despite their doubts, the current situation was favorable. The demon suppression tower had long been a source of significant concern for them, necessitating the constant siphoning of 70% of the spiritual energy from the 5 counties of Shishu, resulting in a life of hardship for both mortals and cultivators alike. If they could obliterate the Blood River Demon Lord in one fell swoop today, the Divine Splendor Sect would be immensely grateful. Brother, let us prepare ourselves. Regardless of the circumstances, we must eradicate the Blood River Demon Lord today, Tai Russian declared solemnly. How do we prepare? Should we invoke spells? At the current concentration of spiritual energy, we would need to wait until tomorrow evening to carry out such an invocation. Look, our friend seems to be handling the situation with ease. Let us have the disciples retreat while we hold the line, Su Lingzong replied, shaking his head. In theory, they possessed the capability to eliminate the Blood River Demon Lord, but only if the spiritual energy was abundant. Without the Grand Formation, the Demon Lord would not be foolish enough to remain in combat. A single escape technique would allow it to flee miles away, unless one of them was willing to sacrifice themselves to hold the Demon Lord in place, while the other invoked a spell or similarly sacrificed themselves to unleash the Divine Splendor Sect's most treasured artifact. The best outcome would require 2 transformation stage cultivators to vanquish the Blood River Demon Lord. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise, it might necessitate 3 transformation stage cultivators sacrificing themselves alongside the Demon Lord. Hence, for tens of thousands of years, no elder of the Divine Splendor Sect had ever mentioned this matter unless absolutely necessary. No one wished to undertake such a foolhardy endeavor. Little did they expect today to witness such a profoundly skilled ally appear and resolve their predicament. What a good person. At this moment, Jiang Mu remained unaware of the situation outside. Even if he were informed, it would be difficult to retreat as planned, for although he had trapped the Blood River, it too ensnared him. He was uncertain of the entity's nature. Despite having cut and shattered it thousands of times, it remained unharmed and capable of recovery. In contrast, every time he shattered the Blood River, he lost a strand of sword energy. If this continued, he feared for his safety. Glancing at his 65 sword pills and the scant 65,000 strands of sword energy, Jiang Mu was filled with trepidation. Chapter 46. Blood River Demon Lord. From dawn until dusk, Jiang Mu had sliced the Blood River a staggering 250,000 times, resulting in a loss of an equal number of sword energy strands. The toll was indeed severe. Nevertheless, he had no intention of surrendering. Releasing this Blood River today could mean the death of millions tomorrow. He was resolute. Yet, he pondered the consciousness of the Blood River. Did it possess awareness? Did it feel fear? At that moment, Jiang Mu caught sight of the 2 transformation stage elders from the Divine Splendor Sect, one of whom was yawning, appearing rather complacent. Just then, a piercing wail suddenly echoed deep within Jiang Mu's heart. The Blood River, which had remained unscathed just moments before, was now obliterated by his sword energy after being ground down a total of 250,007 times. In that instant, the malevolent, bizarre, chaotic, bloodthirsty, and frenzied aura of the Blood River vanished entirely, leaving behind an exceptionally pure essence that silently merged into Jiang Mu's divine consciousness, swiftly doubling his consciousness strength. This meant that his divine consciousness could finally stand shoulder to shoulder with an ordinary transformation stage elder. Jiang Mu stood there quietly, 100,000 strands of sword energy silently revolving around him, enveloped in a mist of sword energy that rendered him akin to a figure shrouded in fog. He had yet to formulate an explanation for the individuals of the Divine Splendor Sect. Suddenly, he felt a stirring in his heart. Under the cover of his divine consciousness, he discovered an ancient black token beneath the suppressed Blood River. It was unclear whether it had fallen during the obliteration of the Blood River or had been there all along. Remarkably, this artifact remained unscathed amidst the ravaging sword energy, indicating its divine nature. Reaching out, he grasped the token and examined it. It appeared unremarkable, with one side inscribed with the character for suppression and the other with prison. Suppression prison? Demon prison mountain? Unable to comprehend its significance, Jiang Mu reversed the token and intended to return it, recognizing it as belonging to the Divine Splendor Sect. Before the 2 transformation stage elders, he felt it inappropriate to keep it. I am Su Lingzong, and this is my junior brother Tai Russian. We thank you, esteemed friend, for your assistance in resolving this calamity for our Divine Splendor Sect. On behalf of the sect, the 5 counties of Shishu, and all living beings, we express our gratitude. Should the Blood River Demon Lord escape, our negligence would be minor, but the chaos it would unleash upon the world would be a tragedy beyond measure. Jiang Mu nodded slightly, expressing that gratitude was unnecessary, as he had reaped considerable rewards. As for the Blood River Demon Lord, the fact that he could vanquish it this time was indeed fortunate. In another setting, he would have found himself powerless against it. It is worth mentioning that in his previous life, The reason the two ancient beings from the Divine Hua sect managed to perish alongside the Blood River Demon Lord might have been due to the severance of spiritual energy, which equally affected the Demon Lord. Given the current circumstances, he truly did not believe that simply relying on two ancient beings devoid of any energy replenishment could resolve the issue. However, dwelling on such thoughts was futile, so he clasped his hands together, attempting to project an air of a wise sage. We must not forget the ancient pledge. Please, esteemed ones, do not take your leave just yet. Perhaps we shall meet again by fate another day. He intended to slip away, having acquired substantial gains, and wished to avoid any unnecessary complications. Of course, if tomorrow marked the day of the spiritual energy tide's eruption, he would certainly issue a warning, for there were few sects as responsible as the Divine Hua sect. Esteemed friend, please hold on. May I inquire if you hail from the Divine Sword sect? At that moment, Su Lingzong suddenly interjected. The Divine Sword sect? Jiang Mu was taken aback, quickly realizing that his sword's elemental force had revealed some clues to these two ancient beings. Yet, he wished to say no more on the matter, neither confirming nor denying, and summoned his flying sword, soaring into the air. He was concerned that they might attempt to intercept him, but instead, they merely gazed at him with peculiar expressions as he departed. It seemed that 5 months ago, at the black market in Chujiang County, it was indeed this fellow who had leaked the core techniques of the Divine Sword sect. It must be so, Iron Mountain suddenly remarked, seemingly out of nowhere. The sword energy that extinguished the Demon Lord, though peculiar and fierce, undoubtedly stemmed from the Divine Sword sect's Divine Machine sword control technique. There can be no mistake. Thus, he had intentionally leaked this technique, not to mock the Divine Sword sect, nor to frame the Qi-Tian sect, but rather to encourage more individuals to study it. After all, the sword energy produced by this technique could extinguish demon lords. The mysterious figure brought back by their disciple, Shin Li 5 months ago, was surely he, infiltrating the demon suppression tower in an attempt to see if he could subdue the demon lord. Indeed, this is a friend who harbors the well-being of all sentient beings, yet walks an unconventional path. It is a pity he remains unwilling to reveal his true identity or to elaborate further. Is there any need for speculation? This fellow must be an elder of the previous generation from the Divine Sword sect, perhaps someone rumored to have passed away or gone missing, especially with such a unique and eccentric character. Could it be him? Su Lingzong suddenly thought of someone. Iron Mountain promptly came to the same realization. Indeed, there was such an eccentric elder among the previous generation of the Divine Sword sect, who had mysteriously vanished over 1,000 years ago. They exchanged glances, reaffirming their conclusion. Then, brother, should we discreetly inform the Divine Sword sect? They have been relentlessly hunting down the mastermind for these past few months. There's no need. If it is this individual, there may be deeper intentions behind his actions. We need not interfere. The obliteration of the Blood River Demon Lord is indeed a boon for the many sects in the 5 prefectures of Shishu. Let us take this opportunity to recuperate. The heavens are merciful. Ever since the suppression of the Blood River Demon Lord, the spiritual energy in the 5 prefectures of Shishu has never been more abundant. It is time for those who follow the Divine Hua sect, as well as many mortals, to prosper. Indeed, with the profound heritage of our Divine Hua sect, we shall surely ascend to the immortal realm within a millennium. Furthermore, we can arrange for some disciples to transition to studying the Divine Machine sword control technique. Junior brother, we must also find time to delve into this, so as not to waste the goodwill of this esteemed friend. Our Divine Hua sect has been tasked with suppressing the demon prison mountain. If we master this fierce sword energy, vanquishing demon lords and monarchs in the future will become significantly easier. Excellent. In Chujiang County, the black market, which had originally convened monthly, had been suspended for a full 5 months. Several large trading markets had closed their doors indefinitely, and sightings of cultivators had become exceedingly rare. The Qi-Tian sect had also sealed its gates indefinitely. This turn of events was both unjust and tragic for them. The two ancient beings had suffered severe injuries, leaving everyone within the sect in a state of panic. The Divine Sword sect, in a fit of rage, demanded they hand over the thief responsible for stealing their core techniques. We know nothing. They were humiliated that a prestigious sect had been bullied to their doorstep, forced to endure a 9-day search within their own gates, a profound disgrace. This grievance would not be forgotten. Master, there is new information. A disciple rushed in, bringing glad tidings that several elders from the Tianyin sect had successfully deduced the whereabouts of the mastermind behind the chaos. Where has this person gone? The Qi-Tian sect's leader, who had been in a state of despair, was elated, nearly moved to tears. It had been a tremendous effort. They had nearly exhausted half of their resources, deploying every available means to trace back each individual present at the black market 5 months ago, their expenditures flowing like water. Reporting to the mastermind is suspected to have gone to the 5 prefectures of Shishu. However, there is a concerning aspect. This individual seems to be an experienced habitual offender. He employed numerous counter-reverse spiritual talismans, and due to the time elapsed, even the Tianyin sect's divination methods could only ascertain that he is in the Divine Hua sect, but who precisely he is remains uncertain. The Divine Hua sect? The once burning desire for vengeance instantly cooled. The Tian sect's leader sat in silence for a long while, his expression grim, before suddenly waving his hand in annoyance. Relay this news to the Divine Sword sect. From this point onward, the Tian sect shall have no further involvement in this matter. If the Divine Sword sect has the capability, let them go to Shishu and settle the score with the Divine Hua sect. The Divine Hua sect, though possessing only 2 ancient beings, bore the crucial responsibility of guarding the Demon Prison Mountain and the Demon Suppression Tower. They were not to be trifled with. And it was likely the Divine Sword sect would feel the same. Merely imagining the Divine Sword sect's predicament, ultimately rendered powerless, lightened his mood considerably. Excellent. Chapter 47. Southern Wilderness. In the southern wilderness, amidst the wilds, a dark golden giant python, stretching dozens of feet in length, writhed violently, repeatedly crashing into trees and shattering massive boulders. Yet, despite its ferocity, it remained ensnared by a towering figure nearly 2 yards tall, akin to an iron tower. Its vital point was firmly grasped by the giant's powerful hold, rendering it incapable of escape. Beyond this tumultuous battlefield, 20 mechanical puppets occupied elevated positions, relentlessly launching frost crossbows, each as thick as an arm, accurately striking the dark golden giant python. The master of these mechanical puppets was the mechanist Du Russian, hundreds of feet above ground. A foundation-building cultivator aboard a flying artifact observed the battlefield's dynamics, casting various supportive spiritual talismans and occasionally unleashing spells. Outside this battleground stood 4 individuals. One was a pill-refining cultivator named Insect Mother, another a scout physical cultivator named By Shower, while the remaining 2 were towering physical cultivators over 2 yards tall, all intently watching the fight, ready to intervene at a moment's notice. This was necessary, as beastly creatures often possessed greater strength than humans and exhibited remarkable vitality. Even severely wounded, they could continue fighting for an extended period. Thus, a rotating strategy was essential. Tengen go. At the command of the foundation-building cultivator Shui Cheng, a burly physical cultivator on the periphery of the battlefield charged in, crashing into the dark golden giant python like an ancient behemoth. With fists the size of water tanks raining down, the rampaging python was momentarily subdued. As the nearly exhausted body-refining cultivator Guo Liang seized the opportunity to retreat, it became evident that while body-refining practitioners are often dubbed as mountain-moving titans, possessing immense strength and invulnerability to blades and bullets, the reality hinges on the opponent's capabilities. Once faced with an equally formidable adversary, particularly one endowed with extraordinary endurance and vitality, a stalemate is likely, leading to eventual exhaustion. Previously, Guo Liang and his small team had not dared to provoke a beast of the dark golden python's caliber, but since the Floating Cloud Sect altered market regulations, their small group had reaped substantial rewards. Each of the 5 had achieved breakthroughs, acquired new magical implements and charms, and even had the resources to recruit 2 familiar body-refining practitioners into their ranks. Having retreated to the battlefield's edge, the elixir practitioner, Insect Lady, swiftly approached, first drenching Guo Liang with a vial of exorcism water, then affixing a low-grade vitality talisman to his forehead. Following this, dozens of 1-foot-long golden needles rapidly pierced Guo Liang's meridians, expelling stagnant blood. Although body-refining practitioners are reputed to be impervious to weapons, neglecting to clear internal injuries after each battle can lead to chronic ailments, culminating in dire consequences. Thus, a qualified elixir practitioner is indispensable in their team. Insect Lady. Thank you, Guo Liang said in a deep voice, acknowledging her renowned healing techniques, which were unparalleled in their circle. When the Floating Cloud Sect sought to recruit outer disciples, they aimed to enlist 50 elixir practitioners, and due to Insect Lady's reputation, the market overseer, Huo Lianshan, even personally extended an invitation, which she declined. Enough with the nonsense. Insect Lady admonished, her hands flitting like butterflies, efficiently tending to Guo Liang's wounds. Hee. Guo Liang chuckled foolishly, casually retrieving a potent essence meat pill and swallowing it. The battle had drained him, and ordinary food was utterly inadequate for someone of his caliber. He required at least 3 pills daily, or even 8 or 10 if engaged in frequent battles. Jiang Sun, step up. In a brief moment, Tang En, exhausted, was replaced. Battered yet triumphant as the dark golden python lay powerless, swiftly dispatched. Quickly, seal its lifeblood. Bai Shower, who had been vigilantly watching from the periphery, darted over like a monkey, wielding a small blue knife of unparalleled sharpness, adept at handling beast carcasses. With practiced ease, he produced several talismans, affixing them to the dark golden python's body. These, known as blade-severing talismans, ensured that the blood, flesh, and meridians within the corpse remained largely unchanged post-mortem, while also sealing the spiritual energy within. With a flurry of swift cuts, Bai Shower efficiently dismantled the massive python, ensuring that not a drop of precious blood was wasted. The renowned demon blade Bai Shower was equally famous in their circle. Within a mere incense stick's time, the several thousand-pound giant python was entirely disassembled. Meanwhile, the foundation-building practitioner Xue Cheng meticulously applied sealing talismans to various jars, preparing them for sale in the market. The remainder would be managed by Insect Lady, who would combine the extracted flesh and sinew with various spiritual herbs and medicines to concoct essence meat pills. The entire process saw everyone treating the materials with utmost care, wary of any missteps. However, 5 months prior, the scenario was entirely different. Back then, hunting a beast meant that after extracting the sellable parts, only a few body-refining practitioners would show interest in the remaining flesh and sinew, which they relied upon for sustenance. Now, these remnants represented a lucrative opportunity, with high-grade essence meat pills fetching 1 spirit stone for 50, medium-grade for 100, and the low-grade generally relegated to personal consumption as the market showed little interest. It was estimated that this dark golden python could yield a staggering 210 spirit stones in the floating cloud market. TSK. If this were sold in the market of the 5 prefectures of Shishu, it could fetch at least 250 spirit stones, Xue Cheng remarked, clearly dissatisfied. Oh, give it a rest. The market of the Divine Splendor sect in Shishu has no need for essence meat pills. Besides, getting there requires traversing through the districts of Huilu and Chujiang and scaling the Broken Dragon Mountain. The arduous journey alone would be exhausting. The mechanism practitioner Du Russian scoffed, looking down on Xue Cheng's greedy demeanor. If only we could find a talisman maker to collaborate with. As long as we can produce low-grade blank spirit talismans, whether for personal use or sale in the floating cloud market, we could earn at least 300 spirit stones. Insect Lady suggested. Stop dreaming. Talisman makers have become highly sought after. That old fox Huolianshan has recruited 200 from among the scattered practitioners, along with an equal number of weapon refiners, specifically to create various basic spirit talismans, low-grade magical implements, and protective charms. We have profited significantly from the floating cloud market. Yet to acquire these basic talismans and mid-tier magical implements, we have had to relinquish our spirit stones in return, ultimately benefiting the floating cloud market. Bai Shower interjected, straightening up and gleefully twirling the blue knife in his hand, which he had purchased as a mid-grade magical implement tailored to his specifications. And despite its cost of 100 spirit stones, he felt entirely satisfied. Not only he, but during these past 5 months, they had earned and spent considerably. While their current spirit stone reserves were meager, the reality was that he had acquired a new magical knife. Guoliang had obtained a Dragon Tiger Essence Pill to aid his advancement. Insect Lady had secured a mid-grade alchemical artifact, and Xue Cheng was on the verge of gathering enough spirit stones to purchase a 9 apertures spirit connecting pill, while Du Russian had upgraded to a superior set of mechanical puppets. Each had reaped ample rewards, their futures brimming with hope. Brothers, stop dawdling. Let us get everything packed. We need to hurry back. The Qitian sect from Chujiang could take over Qingge County at any moment. At that point, who knows if the floating cloud market will even survive, urged Jiang Sun, the body-refining practitioner who had recently joined the team, emphasizing the urgency of returning to trade for supplies and convert spirit stones into necessary resources. Upon hearing this, a shadow fell over everyone's previously buoyant spirits. Although rumors had circulated in recent months regarding a rift between the renowned sect, the Divine Sword sect, and the Qitian sect, claiming that 2 formidable cultivators had been severely crippled, it remained a powerful sect, and once they regained their footing, they could easily reclaim Qingge County. Such matters were beyond the reach of these lowly scattered practitioners, who lacked the status to gather intelligence, let alone form alliances. They could only await anxiously. Chapter 48. The hypocrite Jiang Mu. After a 5-month absence, Jiang Mu returned quietly to Qingge County. His hasty departure had transformed into a markedly different return. Not only had Jiang Mu changed, but so had Qinge County. The Qitian sect from Chujiang had ultimately faltered in their expansion efforts, suffering immense losses after being ruthlessly beaten by the Divine Sword sect, rendering their hold over Chujiang precarious. In Qinge County, the Qiushan sect had become notably subdued, while the master of Donghu Villa, Gong Xiaoxiao, had recently successfully advanced to the nascent soul stage. Wielding a treasured peach blossom branch and commanding an impressive presence, emerging as the dominant force in Qinge County. As for the Floating Cloud Sect, it had gained a reputation as the unwitting fool, due to Jiang Mu's promulgation of several rules 5 months prior, coupled with extensive development efforts. Scattered practitioners from Chujiang, Hui Lu, Baiyu, and Heishan had flocked to the area. At one point, the floating cloud market was bustling with nearly 300,000 low-tier, scattered practitioners engaged in trade. Jiang Mu could hardly fathom how his disciples had endured the trials they faced. However, it seemed that no significant disturbances had arisen in his absence. As he soared over Donghu City with his sword, he pressed down on the clouds and changed into a different attire, still enveloped in liquefied mysterious iron. He then made his way to Donghu Mountain Villa to procure intelligence from the past 5 months. He understood the wisdom of an outsider's perspective. It had been over 5 months since Lu Taizhu, Zhang He, and others likely realized he was no longer at the mountain gate. Therefore, it was imperative for him to acquire comprehensive intelligence at this juncture. I require all relevant intelligence regarding the Floating Cloud Sect. Additionally, I wish to know how many individuals have sought information on the Floating Cloud Sect in the past 5 months, and specifically, your own internal records. Seated in an inconspicuous tavern, he encountered the innkeeper, a charming woman of mature grace, whose every smile and frown seemed well-practiced. In reality, she was the third in command at Donghu Mountain Villa, known as Lady Xian. She had once had an affair with his elder brother, but such details were inconsequential. What mattered was the internal records of Donghu Mountain Villa. In this line of work, those who consumed the information of others would inevitably become targets of their own intelligence analysis, leading to a comprehensive set of conclusions based on extensive analysis. Typically, Donghu Mountain Villa would not sell this information externally, nor would it allow it to be easily known. Even if someone offered a substantial sum for the internal records, they would ultimately only receive external summaries. Those who engaged in the trade of information were often unscrupulous. Upon hearing Jiang Mu's request, Lady Xian shot him a sidelong glance. Adjusting her hairpin with a delicate motion, she then smiled sweetly. Those who are privy to the internal records are esteemed guests of mine. As per our usual arrangement, you must either provide a token or pay a flat fee of 50,000 spirit stones. Wasn't it always 10,000 before? Jiang Mu inquired. Times have changed, she replied. Though the Floating Cloud Sect is colloquially referred to as the Sect of Fools, it has indeed been flourishing in recent months. That dead man Jiang Mu has been as elusive as a turtle withdrawing into its shell, yet he has managed to gather a remarkable number of talented disciples. TSK. 15 golden core practitioners. It's enough to frighten me. Lady Xian feigned a dramatic expression, clutching her heart. Jiang Mu regarded her with intent, and suddenly produced an elder's token. Not from the Floating Cloud Sect, but from the former nascent soul elder Sun Wanshan of the Iron Mountain Sect. On that fateful day, he had inadvertently annihilated the Iron Mountain Sect and granted Sun Wanshan a death, most gruesome. However, this elder's token had been acquired by Sikong Yu of the Ming Mountain Sect, who, unfortunately for him, also met his demise at Jiang Mu's hands, rendering the token an unexpected trophy. For a brief moment, Lady Xian's face paled as though she had seen a ghost, and she was rendered speechless. Naturally, she recognized the elder's token of Sun Wanshan. Those who dealt in intelligence were always well informed. Yet, wasn't Sun Wanshan supposed to be utterly destroyed? Why was this token in Jiang Mu's possession? Could it be? She felt a shiver of fear. Is this token not sufficient? Jiang Mu's voice suddenly mirrored Sun Wanshan's. Cold and piercing. Lady Xian trembled, her legs weakening beneath her. This was a nascent soul practitioner. Even her own master, who had recently elevated to that level, did not mean she could contend with him. Please wait, I shall return shortly. With a quivering bow, Lady Xian hurried away. Moments later, she reappeared, accompanied by Gong Xiaoxiao, the master of Donghu Mountain Villa. Ah, son, how have you fared? Gong Xiaoxiao commanded the room with an aura of authority, starkly contrasting her previous delicate and enchanting demeanor. Jiang Mu remained silent, observing her. Speak, why do you seek intelligence on the Floating Cloud Sect? Otherwise, I may pay my respects to your memory on this day next year, Gong Xiaoxiao threatened, her tone fierce and unyielding. You have also ascended, Jiang Mu noted. betraying neither anger nor displeasure, his tone rather melancholic. Do you doubt me? Gong Xiaoxiao chuckled, relishing the power she felt, especially in the presence of someone familiar. I believe. Jiang Mu hesitated, caught in a conflict of emotions, while Gong Xiaoxiao regarded him with an intensity akin to a cat eyeing its prey. I narrowly escaped calamity that day. For the past 6 months, I have been on edge, sleepless and fearful of capture by the Qitian sect. Now, I seek a tranquil and secure refuge. Frankly, I do not trust the Qiushan sect, nor do I trust Donghu Mountain Villa. Though Jiang Mu may be a stubborn fool, at least he is a man of his word. I hope to be welcomed as a guest elder at the Floating Cloud Sect. However, the turmoil of the past 6 months has left me bewildered. I wonder if the master could offer some guidance. You wish to seek refuge at the Floating Cloud Sect? Gong Xiaoxiao's expression was one of sheer incredulity, followed by uproarious laughter. She gestured for the internal records regarding the Floating Cloud Sect to be handed to him. Yes. Lady Xian quickly retrieved a jade slip, and upon inspection, Jiang Mu recognized it to be the genuine internal record. Yet, upon opening it, the first piece of intelligence sent chills down his spine. Master of the Floating Cloud Sect, Jiang Mu, has sold Millennium Spirit Herbs to the Qiushan sect and precious peach blossom branches to Donghu Mountain Villa, claiming it is to fulfill an ancient promise made by a celestial being to benefit mortals and lowly cultivators. In truth, this is a strategy of retreat disguised as advance. For the past 5 months, this individual has purportedly been in seclusion, but in reality, he has ventured to the endless sea in the southern wilderness to seek a vein of spirit stones. Source: Elder Su E of the Floating Cloud Sect. Method of acquisition: gleaned from his drunken lamentations through the dream-weaving technique. However, the specific location of the spirit stone vein remains unknown. Su E of the Floating Cloud Sect secretly harbors feelings for Chu Feiyue, a talented disciple of the Tianxian sect, though he is currently unaware of her identity. His cultivation foundation was destroyed by the Tianxian sect, which could be leveraged to provoke their ire against the Floating Cloud Sect. The news of a small spirit mine discovered by the Floating Cloud Sect has already reached the Qiushan sect and several target sects, including the Gray Willow County and Black Mountain County. They have dispatched capable individuals to the endless sea in the southern wilderness to locate the whereabouts of the Floating Cloud Sect's master. In the past 6 months, the Floating Cloud Sect has acted unconventionally, under the guise of settling commoners and invoking the name of the ancient celestial promise, yet they have shamelessly attracted lowly scattered cultivators. Currently, over 100,000 such cultivators reside in the Floating Cloud Sect's market, with the spirit herbs and beasts hunted from the southern wilderness being sold there. Although purchasing high-grade spirit pills incurs significant losses, the daily transactions of numerous scattered cultivators have brought substantial profits to the Floating Cloud Sect's market. Already, 2 markets in Gray Willow County and Black Mountain County have begun to emulate the Floating Cloud Sect's model. To date, aside from Chujiang County, sects in Gray Willow County, Black Mountain County, and Whitefish County have expressed disdain and contempt for the hypocritical and rule-defying business practices of the Floating Cloud Sect. Given time, they may unite against it. Thus far, the Floating Cloud Sect's development has been rapid. Aside from the hypocrite Jiang Mu, the sect now boasts 15 Golden Core practitioners and has recruited over 500 external protectors from the ranks of scattered cultivators. The market has also formed a protective group of 200 lowly cultivators, and with the incentives provided by the Floating Cloud Sect's market, the support of scattered cultivators is formidable. This malignant tumor must be eradicated at the earliest opportunity. Chapter 49. The Celestial Patrol boat The Jade Slip contained a plethora of information about the Floating Cloud Sect, likely numbering in the hundreds. Encompassing nearly every aspect of the sect, including every core disciple, external protector, their strengths, origins, families, and preferences, all meticulously detailed. After perusing the contents, Jiang Mu was left in a state of shock. He could hardly comprehend how the Floating Cloud Sect had become such a thorn in the side of other sections. It was not by a sudden inspiration that he sought to observe the overall intelligence at Donghu Mountain Villa, nor did he disguise himself as the elder son Wanshan of the Taishan sect, and it was not the intent of Gong Xiaoxiao to draw him in. Thus, under any circumstances, he would have remained oblivious to the internal records concerning the Floating Cloud Sect. The scenery was resplendent, the fire was fierce. How could it come to this? Jiang Mu sighed in a voice laden with age and sorrow, appearing to express sympathy for the Floating Cloud Sect, which, of course, could also be seen as a shared plight. Observing his demeanor, Gong Xiaoxiao revealed a satisfied expression. Indeed, those who recognize the times are truly wise. Sun Wanshan, If you wish to evade the pursuit of the Chitian sect and seek refuge as a guest elder in the Floating Cloud Sect, you would do well to come to Donghu Mountain Villa. In truth, I shall not hesitate to inform you that in the present Qinggu County, the Floating Cloud Sect is but a shadow of its former self, akin to a grasshopper after autumn. Do you know why I sent Jiang Mu to seek news of small spirit stone veins? Gong Xiaoxiao chuckled, while Jiang Mu stood dumbfounded for a long while before finally exclaiming, "You wicked woman! Do you not fear that such manipulations of hearts and grand schemes may ignite flames that consume you, leading to your own calamity? Remember, all things are bound by cause and effect. Enough of your rambling. My patience is limited. Sun Wanshan, will you comply or not?" Gong Xiaoxiao coldly demanded. Since her ascension to the nascent soul stage, her ambition had swelled immensely, for she discovered that the treasured peach blossom branch could be further fortified, albeit at the cost of immense resources. Thus, everything must yield to her interests. Jiang Mu regarded her, a flicker of murderous intent rising within him, only to be swiftly quelled. The Floating Cloud Sect supported the common folk and grassroots practitioners, and their movements were already substantial enough to attract the attention of the major sections. Only schemers like Donghu Mountain Villa could shield him and stir the waters to obscure his grand designs. After a prolonged silence, Jiang Mu reluctantly nodded. Very well. I have nowhere else to turn. Becoming a guest elder at your Donghu Mountain Villa is not out of the question. However, Gong Xiaoxiao, let me make this clear. I shall only act if Donghu Mountain Villa encounters a formidable enemy. Do not expect me to partake in your schemes. That is sufficient. Those intrigues do not require your involvement. However, for the time being, you must remain hidden and must not disclose your status as a guest elder of Donghu Mountain Villa. When the time is right, you may reveal yourself. Xingyangzi. Allocate 1,000 spirit stones and a token of our sect's guest elder for elder son to establish a manor in Donghu City. Yes. Just as Jiang Mu was about to depart with Xingyangzi, Gong Xiaoxiao suddenly spoke up. Elder son, are you truly Sun Wanshan? Jiang Mu slowly turned, internally unperturbed. Although his form and speech bore no resemblance to Sun Wanshan, cultivators excel at altering their physical appearance and even their countenance. Moreover, Sun Wanshan had narrowly escaped, losing his magic tools and life-saving sword, which was hardly unusual. What truly mattered was the elder's token. Hence, he felt no need to respond. Gong Xiaoxiao scrutinized him for a moment before bursting into a delicate laugh, an undercurrent of intrigue wafting through her mirth, as if she wielded countless transformations. This woman was indeed cautious. She was probing him with her divine sense. Jiang Mu remained steadfast. Soon, Gong Xiaoxiao laughed even more joyfully. Elder son, welcome to Donghu Mountain Villa. As dusk fell over the Yunhu plain, a steady autumn rain had persisted throughout the day, showing no signs of abating. Vast mists enveloped the villages, fields, roads, streams, and lakes. Amidst the fog, dim lanterns flickered to life. Though small and weak, they nevertheless illuminated the way home. Outside a small town of 500 households, a group of 50 young mortals clad in raincoats, brandishing torches and armed with harpoons, swords, and bows, patrolled the roads outside the town. Though they were on patrol, these youths were filled with trepidation, frequently checking the talismans affixed to their bodies to ensure they remained unlit and undamaged, which offered them a modicum of reassurance. For they were not guarding against beasts or demons, but against the divine beings. To speak candidly, they dared not act rashly. Even if a celestial being were to take an interest in their daughters, sons, or even themselves, it would be considered an immense fortune. These common folk, who tread the earth, would never dare to offend. Yet, the celestial beings of the Floating Cloud Sect insisted on issuing orders, relocating them from Taizhan City to this place, providing them with spacious residences, fertile lands, plowing oxen, and seeds, and now they were to patrol the town. As for the talismans they bore, it was said they were meant to detect any divine disturbances in the farmland. Alas, this was a troublesome affair. They worried, felt anxious, and trembled day by day as time passed. Crops grew in the fields. They could see that this year brought bountiful weather, and they were on the verge of having their fill. Such a dreamlike life lay just ahead. They hoped that those strange, powerful celestial beings would truly refrain from troubling them. When they encountered them, they would smile as best they could. We must be dreaming. Meanwhile, above the heavy, brooding clouds lay a clear sky, where the golden rays of the setting sun bathed the entire cloud layer, with waves of clouds rolling like a dream. A small celestial patrol boat gently glided through the air, its flag, shrouded in divine light, bore prohibitive characters and served as the core of the formation, merging seamlessly with the vessel. This was a recent addition to the floating cloud market, custom-made from the Tai sect of the 6 southern provinces. priced at 2,000 spirit stones each, with 10 commissioned for the purpose of patrolling the Yunhu Plain. On board this celestial patrol boat were 10 outer gate protectors of the Floating Cloud Sect, all of whom had previously been grassroots practitioners, laboring for decades with little progress. However, they were grateful that they had remained true to their hearts over the years. Though not paragons of virtue, they bore no significant faults. Their reliability had enabled them to be successfully recruited as outer gate protectors of the Floating Cloud Sect, a feat once unimaginable. Now, as patrol protectors, they worked in teams of 10, serving one day every 2 days, receiving 10 spirit stones as a monthly stipend, and enjoying the privilege of purchasing various magical tools and elixirs at half price. They were also allowed an hour each month to consult the scripture repository. They could see their cultivation entering a promising trajectory. Each of them felt grateful to the Floating Cloud Sect, firmly identifying themselves as part of it. As they witnessed the prosperity of the floating cloud market, they shared in its glory. Yet, this morning, they inadvertently overheard a piece of gossip suggesting that the Floating Cloud Sect had discovered a vein of spirit stones. There was no mention of location or time, merely a vague statement that filled them with unease. It was clear that this news must have originated from Donghu Mountain Villa, laden with malice and ill intent, eager for chaos to ensue. Indeed, it seems that a large tree attracts the wind, Kong Yu lamented, just as the Floating Cloud Sect begins to flourish. It becomes the target of underhanded schemes. I hold great respect for the Floating Cloud Sect, particularly its compassionate attitude toward mortals. After all, who among us does not come from humble beginnings? How can one, upon gaining magical prowess and stepping onto the path of cultivation, turn to exploit the very mortals they once were? Everyone, remain vigilant. In the coming days, we may encounter many opportunists. Do not allow them to cause a ruckus. Kong Yu spoke with fervor, his words resolute. This time, he was willing to advance and retreat alongside the Floating Cloud Sect. As soon as his words fell, a magnificent rainbow emerged from the northwestern horizon, its fierce sword aura causing the dark clouds to churn and halting the incessant rain that had plagued the land for days. The ground was swept by a fierce wind, injuring many pedestrians caught outdoors. Yet, that was merely the beginning. The crops, spanning tens of millions of acres and on the verge of harvest, were entirely obliterated by the radiant sword light. This devastation was deliberate, or perhaps not entirely so, for these nascent soul cultivators had always acted in such a manner. The 5 southern counties, with their expansive terrain and fertile soil, had only seen over 20 million mortals in the 5,000 years since their reclamation, and this scarcity was not without reason. A single battle of magic could result in hundreds or thousands of mortals perishing from starvation. Such occurrences had long become commonplace. Kong Yu ground his teeth in frustration but dared not meet anyone's gaze. He hurriedly maneuvered the sky patrol vessel to retreat. This vessel could only contend with golden elixirs, not the formidable nascent souls. In the face of absolute power, what was a mere dog worth? Chapter 50. I hear you are looking for me? Ding ding ding. Within the gates of the Floating Cloud Sect, the protective bell tolled loudly, signaling a grave event within the sect. All disciples, save those in secluded meditation, were urgently summoned. In an instant, 8 sword auras shot into the sky, followed by 7 streams of spiritual light, and then hundreds of flying magical artifacts ascended. 15 golden elixir cultivators and hundreds of foundation establishment practitioners of the Floating Cloud Sect surged forth, heading directly for the marketplace of Cloud Lake City. At that moment, no horrific scene had unfolded within the city. However, the hundreds of guardians and tens of thousands of low-ranking cultivators engaged in trade fell silent, paralyzed by fear. This was due to the presence of an elderly man in a black robe with red hair, standing atop the city walls, his eyes gently closed, appearing as if he were savoring a delightful melody. Behind him, a flying sword hovered, surrounded by swirling purple flames that emanated a terrifying pressure. Within 100 paces, the air shimmered with scorching heat, and mystical fire runes gradually rotated, forming an offensive formation, with the purple fire sword at its core. The mere movement of this sword, in conjunction with the formation, could obliterate the entire Cloud Lake City. The usual mountain-protecting formation would not withstand for long. This was a late-stage nascent soul cultivator. 100 paces away, kneeling before him, was Duan Hong, the executing steward of Cloud Lake City for the month, seemingly crushed by an invisible force. His head swollen beyond recognition. In the distance, many scattered cultivators recognized the identity of the red-haired elder but dared not speak, retreating further. For such a being could slaughter tens of thousands with but a glance. A fierce wind swept in, led by Zhao Taizhu, Zhang He, Li Ying, and followed by Wang Junshan, Zhao Wu, Su Lin, Qin Jin, Jiang Mu, and others. 15 golden elixir cultivators soared into the air, firmly locking onto the red-haired elder. This represented the current strength of the Floating Cloud Sect. Hee hee, the red-haired elder cackled, his black robe billowing as if stirred by a tempest. In that instant, a mountain-like aura descended, unseen yet felt by all, as if struck by a mighty hammer to the chest. Instantly, over 10,000 weaker cultivators bled from their orifices, gravely injured. The foremost among them, Lu Taizhu, Zhang He, Li Ying, and the other 15, shuddered violently, their flying swords flickering in light. With some of the newly advanced golden elixirs even showing signs of instability. Late-stage nascent soul, as rumored. Jiang Mu, where are you? Come forth and face me. The red-haired elder bellowed, his voice not loud, yet resonating across 100 miles. Senior, the Floating Cloud Sect has never wronged you. Why harm my disciples and insult our sect master? We may lack strength, but we are willing to shed blood. Lu Taizhu shouted, his spirit undeterred despite his shortcomings. As his voice faded, Zhang He, Li Ying, Wang Junshan, Zhao Wu, and others activated their life-bound swords, prepared to fight. Haha, with just you lot. I wouldn't deign to bully the weak. Call your sect master out. I am in dire need, and that spiritual stone vein you found will serve as a tribute to me. I shall not take it for free, from now on. The Floating Cloud Sect will be under my protection, and even the Praying Heaven Sect must give our Wanling Sect due respect. Is that not excessive, Sang Muyuan? A voice drifted in from afar, revealing an elderly man with white hair, seated upon a flying artifact. He bore no discernible cultivation or imposing aura. Yet the red-haired elder frowned at the sight. Old merchant of the Tai sect, what, do you intend to meddle in this matter? I was merely invited to assist the Floating Cloud Sect in setting up the mountain protecting formation. Fellow Taoists sang, we seek the Tao and the laws of heaven. Let us not push matters to an extreme. A joke indeed. Seeking the Tao and the laws of heaven requires qualification. Resources in this world are limited. What you obtain, I lose. With the path to immortality at stake, who dares to claim they will not fight? The 5 major sects dominate the resources of heaven and earth, occupying 5 or 6 parts. Why do you not call them out for their extremities? A minor sect like the Floating Cloud Sect has no right to control a spiritual stone vein. If they cannot keep it secret, it invites disaster. Today, I will remove their source of calamity, and they should be grateful. The red-haired elder laughed boisterously, his arrogance palpable. Yet the old man from the Tai sect remained composed. Regardless of your claims, I have promised to assist the Floating Cloud Sect in establishing the mountain protecting formation. This matter is settled, should you dare to disrupt it. You will tarnish the reputation of my Tai sect. Upon hearing this, the red-haired elder sneered thrice. Very well, if the Tai sect values its reputation, I am not unreasonable. A mere mountain protecting formation can be established in half a month. I shall return in half a month. The juniors of the Floating Cloud Sect had better find their sect master quickly, lest I be forced to act unreasonably. Boom. The earth trembled as the red-haired elder arrogantly soared away, and in an instant, the city walls and ground transformed into molten lava, where his sword aura passed. The heavens and earth surged with chaos, and with that one passage, the labor of millions of mortals over a year was swept away in a tempest, vanishing without a trace. However, at that moment, the Floating Cloud Sect's members disregarded all else, hastily expressing their gratitude to the elder of the Tai sect. No need for thanks. You procured the mountain protecting formation first. My Tai sect values integrity. However, this formation will be completed in 5 days. You must find another solution. Furthermore, forgive my candor, but if the spiritual stone vein is genuine, abandon it. You will not be able to hold on to it. With that, the elder named Shang turned to leave, leaving the members of the Floating Cloud Sect exchanging glances, their expressions filled with despair. Their sect master had gone missing 5 months ago, supposedly secluding himself, but the truth of his whereabouts was uncertain. When the Praying Heaven Sect dispatched envoys demanding the Floating Cloud Sect vacate the Qingge County within a month, they were all left dumbfounded. Fortunately, the Praying Heaven Sect encountered a major incident shortly thereafter. Otherwise, for months prior, the Floating Cloud Sect would have been cast out onto the streets, forced to become scattered cultivators. Yet who would have thought that their erratic second uncle, Su Yi, had carelessly leaked the news of the spiritual stone vein after a drunken night? Although he later expressed remorse and took his own life before the ancestors in the Yunqi Great Hall as an apology, the calamity had already been set in motion. Master, where are you? As despair settled over the hearts of the Floating Cloud Sect members, unbeknownst to them, 800 miles away in a desolate wilderness, Jiang Mu's indifferent gaze intercepted Sang Muyuan. He arrived a moment too late. Believing that his identity as Sun Wanshan would better allow him to grasp the overall intelligence while hidden in Donghu Mountain Villa, he lingered in Donghu City for a night. Today, he disguised himself as a wandering cultivator, leisurely boarding a passenger airboat to return to Floating Cloud Sect, hoping for an on-site investigation to gain profound insights rather than merely skimming the surface. Little did he expect that, in such a brief period, he would be confronted by a late-stage nascent soul cultivator. "Who are you?" Sang Mu Yuan demanded. Facing a figure adorned with a restrictive hat and clad in a black robe of suppression, standing atop a dark wooden board, with 4 additional boards strapped to his back, was this a coffin? He had not encountered such a character in the realm of cultivation. Yet, caution was imperative, for he feared that this might be another competitor seeking to seize the spirit stone veins of Floating Cloud Sect. At that moment, the figure spoke in a gentle and courteous tone, reminiscent of a refined gentleman. Even through the cloak, one could envision a radiant smile. "I heard you were looking for me." Chapter 51. No change of name, no change of surname. What? Sang Mu Yuan was taken aback, momentarily puzzled, but soon realized. Baring his teeth in a sinister grin. "A clever ploy, using Jiang Mu's name to ambush me, while absolving yourself of any responsibility afterward. You seem to have claimed all the advantages in this world, but alas, you've miscalculated your target." Before his words faded, a grand heavenly fire array crashed down, flames raging and divine patterns shifting. Suddenly, a cacophony erupted as 72 flying swords, engulfed in flames, shot forth. Not only that, but a crimson banner appeared in Sang Mu Yuan's left hand, adorned with peculiar runes and the image of a mysterious fire deity, while his right hand wielded an ancient bronze mirror, faintly radiating light. At that moment, when Sang Mu Yuan directed the mirror towards Jiang Mu, he felt his spiritual consciousness forcibly diminished by about 10%, as if the entire world had grown sluggish, obscured by a veil of dust. Following this, he waved the fire deity banner, chanting incantations in the heavenly realm from all directions, with profound fire at 9-3, a deity resides here. Red flames and black infernos. Burn my essence, sacrifice my rare treasures. I beseech the divine power to vanquish my foes, swiftly as commanded. This was indeed a borrowed divine ability. As the fire deity banner swayed, 8 strange flame spirits sprang forth, each exuding the aura of early nascent soul cultivators, further enhanced by the heavenly fire array. Sang Mu Yuan, a late-stage nascent soul practitioner, demonstrated his wealth of experience by unleashing various techniques without any intention to hold back. However, Jiang Mu remained motionless, as if merely spectating, until the 8 flame spirits charged forward, until the fiery swords whizzed through the air, until Sang Mu Yuan's consciousness expanded, firmly locking him in from all directions. Only then did Jiang Mu's own consciousness unfurl at a leisurely pace, devoid of any earth-shattering force or tempestuous flames, yet as imposing as towering mountains and the weighty earth, enveloping a radius of 3,000 zhong, naturally including Sang Mu Yuan and all his methods, the heavenly fire array, the fiery swords, the flame spirits, and even the ancient bronze mirror capable of diminishing consciousness, all rendered trivial under such overwhelming spiritual pressure. A sword flew forth, devoid of sharpness or malice, yet akin to a divine sword from the heavens, extinguishing Sang Mu Yuan's momentum in an instant, quenching his heavenly fire. The 8 flame spirits were obliterated before they could even utter a cry. Subsequently, the board-like flying sword hovered above Sang Mu Yuan's crown, resembling a coffin lid. Drip, drip, cold sweat cascaded down like beans, and Sang Mu Yuan's complexion turned ashen, his gaze filled with despair, devoid of even the slightest ambition to fight to the death. He could not fathom that he had inadvertently provoked an ancient being of transformation. "Do you wish to die, or do you wish to live?" Jiang Mu remained suspended on his sword, as if he had done nothing, his voice as gentle as ever. "Senior, I was blind and offended you. Please consider that I have not committed a grave error and spare me." Sang Mu Yuan cried out, yearning to kneel in supplication. Yet the chill of the sword energy surrounding him rendered him immobile. "Not committed a grave error? Huh, you soared through the skies. Your residual sword energy sweeping across hundreds of miles, annihilating countless acres of crops belonging to 3 million common folk. While you insulted my Floating Cloud Sect, doesn't this constitute a grave error?" Jiang Mu continued, initially filled with murderous intent, but ultimately opting for a different approach. "Senior, I was reckless. I am willing to compensate with 100,000 spirit stones, and vow never to set foot in Qinggu County again. Should I break this oath, may I meet a wretched end." Sang Mu Yuan hastily proclaimed, already contemplating that perhaps this mysterious transformation elder had some connection to his sect, hence his leniency. Your life is worth merely 100,000 spirit stones. No, 200,000 spirit stones. I sincerely admit my wrongdoing. Jiang Mu remained silent. 500,000 spirit stones. Please show mercy, senior. This is all I can gather. Sang Mu Yuan despaired. Even as a late-stage nascent soul elder, ranked among the top 5 in the Wanling sect, 500,000 spirit stones would still be a considerable burden for him, especially given the dwindling circulation of spirit stones in recent times. Otherwise, he would not have fallen for that wretched woman's lies and come to extort the damned Floating Cloud Sect. Very well, 500,000 spirit stones it is. I will also accept other items in lieu. Remember, when venturing outside, do not be too ostentatious. Though mortals possess limited strength, they are not mere ants. Cultivators should focus on their cultivation, not flaunt their power before the common folk. Jiang Mu finally nodded, finding the arrangement satisfactory. While he could easily slay Sang Mu Yuan with a single sword, he was not particularly adept at plundering spoils. Selling them on the black market would be laborious and might not yield sufficient value. Additionally, in this season, it was prudent to maintain a low profile. As Wanling sect was indeed a large sect protected by an ancient transformation expert, and unnecessary conflicts should be avoided. As expected, Sang Mu Yuan possessed only 50,000 spirit stones, yet carried numerous spirit pills, spirit jade, and spirit talismans, along with a dozen precious millennium spirit herbs. Even so, Jiang Mu insisted on acquiring the ancient bronze mirror capable of weakening consciousness. Overall, he felt quite satisfied. Finally, he sincerely informed Sang Mu Yuan, "You may go. You can still come to Qingge County in the future. Moreover, I remain unchanged in name and surname. I am Jiang Mu, the master of Floating Cloud Sect. Should you have any grievances, feel free to seek me out." Senior jest. I would never dare to act rashly. I shall take my leave now and return to my mountain for seclusion, never to disturb mortals again. Sang Mu Yuan was on the verge of tears, thinking to himself, what nonsense, Jiang Mu. Who would believe it? From this point forward, he would never dare to fly on his sword again, wisely opting for a flying artifact that was both low-key and urgent in his departure. That's quite sensible. Jiang Mu smiled faintly, then switched to a flying artifact himself, leisurely heading toward Floating Cloud Sect. Along the way, he passed through the Yunhu Plain, observing the barren fields and the countless common folk trembling in despair, their faces numbed by hardship, having long since grown accustomed to such suffering. Many of them had even begun foraging for wild vegetables and stripping tree bark. However, Jiang Mu found solace in knowing that his disciples had already dispatched individuals to comfort the mortals, albeit in a manner that was merely symbolic. Soon, Jiang Mu descended upon the chaotic Yunhu city. The atmosphere here was rather somber, with many struggling cultivators wearing frowns and sighing deeply. Countless individuals were leaving, for the threat posed by a late-stage Yuaning cultivator was no trifling matter. These lower-tier cultivators, who were scarcely better off than ants, certainly had no standing to intervene. Thus, it was wiser to depart early, lest they be caught in the crossfire. Observing this scene, Jiang Mu felt no urgency to reveal himself. He watched how his disciples managed the situation while awaiting the sifting of the sands to see if anyone would choose to remain. This was truly a mere minor incident. Fortunately, his disciples did not disappoint him, swiftly maintaining order with spirited resolve, vowing to share the fate of the Floating Cloud Sect. Even some lower-tier cultivators spoke out with righteousness, expressing their willingness to join the Floating Cloud Sect as outer disciples. A small surprise was that the Floating Cloud Sect had finally begun to replace its protective mountain array, indicating that the profits from the market over the past few months had been quite favorable. After observing for several hours, Jiang Mu felt quite satisfied. Just as he intended to enter the sect's mountain gate and reveal his true self, a piece of news suddenly arrived, causing a sensation throughout the Yunhu market. The Donghu Manor had been annihilated, and its master, Gong Xiaoxiao, had perished in battle. The perpetrator was Sang Mu Yuan of the Wanling sect. The reason cited was the fabrication of falsehoods regarding spiritual stone mines, disturbing the tranquility of the cultivation realm and troubling the mundane, thus deserving of execution. All properties were confiscated to compensate the afflicted mortals. Chapter 52, Master of the Divine Sword Sect in West Shu, at the mountain gate of the Shenhua sect, a figure, suffused with sword energy, approached like the moon in the sky. After a prolonged interval, a faint ripple of sword energy spread outward, stirring the mountain winds and rustling the pine forests, the sound of the pines echoing for miles. The visitor stood at the former site of the demon suppression tower, silent for a time. Presently, the elders of the Shenhua sect, Su Lingzong and Tai Russian, arrived in unison. Faced with this unexpected guest, they exhibited no surprise nor discontent at the intrusion, for the Shenhua sect lacked a protective array, being too impoverished to maintain the demon suppression tower. Taoist Fan Tian, it has been a long time since we last met. I have heard that you ascended to the position of master of the divine sword sect a century ago. Congratulations. Su Lingzong exclaimed heartily. The unexpected guest raised his head, his white beard and eyebrows accentuating a peculiar aura, with a sword mark between his brows. My arrival is hasty, and I apologize for disturbing you, esteemed brothers. However, when was your sect's demon suppression tower breached? I observe no signs of battle around, nor the aura of the Blood River demon sovereign. Has this demon been extinguished? Hee, Taoist Fan, why not take a guess? Tai Russian replied with a peculiar grin. He understood the visitor's intentions, but deemed the matter too sensitive to disclose. Why is that? Since when did you two learn to speak in riddles? Fan Tian inquired, increasingly bewildered. Yet, he did sense a familiar sword intent within the great pit, suggesting a slight connection to his divine sword sect. Su Lingzong and Tai Russian exchanged glances and shook their heads. Although you, Taoist Fan, are the master of the divine sword sect and possess the transformation into divinity, you are still no match for that elder of your sect, while you managed to suppress nearly 70% of the sword energy upon your arrival. That elder could suppress 99%. Without such prowess, one could not hope to extinguish the Blood River demon sovereign. Ahem, Taoist Fan, what brings you to our sect? Su Lingzong shifted the topic. I have come regarding the leak of our core cultivation method in the black market of Chuanjiang County 5 months ago. We have pinpointed the prime culprit through the calculations of the Tianyin sect, and he resides in West Shu. Thus, I hastily seek your assistance in capturing this criminal. Fan Tian spoke earnestly. Though the Shenhua sect is impoverished due to its role in suppressing the Demon Abyss Mountain, it holds a unique status in the cultivation realm. Your divine sword sect possesses 5 transformation into divinity masters, yet you cannot confront us as you would the Qitian sect. This must be approached with courtesy first. Su Lingzong replied. In truth, Fan Tian had mentally prepared himself, should the culprit indeed be from the Shenhua sect. He was merely inclined to inquire about the reasons and did not intend to provoke conflict. This matter does not concern our Shenhua sect. It is a personal issue for your divine sword sect. Taoist Fan, I can only say this much, Su Lingzong stated with a shake of his head. Upon hearing this, Fan Tian was momentarily taken aback, then his gaze shifted, filled with incredulity. For the implication of Su Lingzong's words was clear. Both he and Tai Russian were evidently aware of the identity of the leaker, but were unable to speak of it. This immediately ruled out the possibility of the leak being caused by lower-tier disciples, as Su Lingzong and Tai Russian were of far greater standing. Even a mid-tier disciple from the Divine Sword sect would not have the privilege to encounter these two. Could it be that one of the 5 transformation into divinity masters was responsible for the leak? That seemed even less likely. Unless, Fan Tian's heart trembled as he glanced at the vanished demon suppression tower and the large pit that bore the marks of sword energy, along with the faint trace of sword intent. It couldn't be. Was there still an elder of significance within his sect? As his gaze shifted, Fan Tian observed Su Lingzong and Tai Russian, who appeared to be napping, clearly unwilling to divulge anything. In a flash of inspiration, Fan Tian suddenly burst into hearty laughter, gesturing toward the moon and stars above, boldly proclaiming, "Not long ago, I secluded myself for 50 years, expending countless resources, and finally forged a piece of divine-grade black iron. Brother Tai Russian, I have heard you lack a transformation into divinity flying sword. I shall generously gift you this piece. Then I must express my gratitude." Tai Russian exclaimed with delight. Divine-grade black iron is not easily forged. With the capabilities of the Divine Sword sect, it would take 50 years to produce one piece, let alone the impoverished Shenhua sect. However, Fan Tian merely smiled enigmatically, concealing the divine-grade black iron from view. This cunning old fox. Tai Russian could only look to his senior brother for assistance. Su Lingzong felt a headache coming on. He possessed a transformation into divinity, flying sword crafted from such material. Yet it was a relic from the Shenhua sect thousands of years ago. Very well, Taoist Fan, I can only say this. Do not pursue the prime culprit. Be cautious not to suffer a beating. On that note, our sect must also thank your Divine Sword sect for your assistance in this matter. Su Lingzong subtly remarked once more, but this was already sufficient. Fan Tian was utterly astonished. Could it be true? Was there indeed an elder from his sect still alive? Such recklessness to leak core cultivation methods upon emerging? With such an eccentric character, it must be that deranged uncle. No, he must be brought back. Thank you. Fan Tian extended his hand, producing a piece of dark, unremarkable black iron. However, when he passed it over, the surrounding air rippled like water waves. And Tai Russian inadvertently cut his palm. Good heavens, the invisible sword aura can even easily breach my protective divine seal. This is indeed divine-grade black iron. The divine object had tasted blood, a good omen. Brother Tai Russian, please treat it with care. On the day I successfully forged this piece of divine-grade black iron, I had a premonition. This shall be the last piece I can forge in this world. Fan Tian sighed, filled with emotion. How could this be? Now it was Su Lingzong's turn, while Tai Russian was astonished. Do divine objects possess spirits? The moment they emerge, they possess awareness. I fear I shall never break through to the realm of virtual refinement in this life, and fate may bring about my untimely demise. Perhaps this is due to the Divine Sword Sect having forged too many divine objects, incurring heaven's disdain. Fan Tian wore a forlorn expression, yet soon his spirits were lifted. If he could locate that eccentric master uncle, the curse of the Divine Sword Sect might be lifted, for over a millennium ago. It was this very master uncle who vanished in an attempt to resolve the sect's affliction. Very well, your esteemed master uncle has headed towards the southern 5 counties. Having departed for less than 2 days, you may still be able to catch up. However, I must advise you, your master uncle's temperament is unpredictable. Do not turn a fortunate event into misfortune. Tai Rushan added a word of caution, for they were also familiar with the curse of the Divine Sword Sect. It is said that each god transformation practitioner can forge only a limited number of divine-grade mysterious iron throughout their lifetime. Exceeding this limit would invite divine retribution. Thank you both, I understand. Fan Tian expressed his gratitude with a clasped fist, neglecting his own return, and swiftly transmitted this information across great distances to the Divine Sword Sect. In just a few hours, the sect's intelligence network uncovered crucial leads. Naturally, due to the warning from the sect leader, they dared not search directly, nor could they afford to create any disturbances in the southern 5 counties. For the ancestors' temperament was notoriously capricious. Fortunately, they had a vital witness. In the Dragonbreak Mountain, the elder Jiang Mu Yuan of the 10,000 Spirits sect was piloting a flying artifact discreetly. Although he had already left Qingge County, he remained apprehensive that the kind-hearted god transformation elder might suddenly appear to capture him for extortion. The mere recollection of his previous experience felt like a nightmare. Far more terrifying than being defeated and pursued in a battle of wits. His opponent had effortlessly bested him, as if merely blowing a breath. Alas, how pitiful I am. Just then, 3 white-haired elder Taoists appeared ahead without warning. Though they emitted no discernible aura, their distinctive Taoist robes unmistakably identified them as members of the Divine Sword Sect. Furthermore, they were the 3 great god transformation elders of the sect, one of whom he recognized. Thud! Jiang Mu Yuan decisively dismounted and prostrated himself, presenting all his belongings. Pleading for the preservation of his wretched life, he vowed never to return to Qingge County again. No, never to set foot in the southern 5 counties once more. Chapter 53, Master of Formation. Slap. A resounding slap echoed through the air, transforming Jiang Mu Yuan's head into a swollen visage, teeth scattering across the ground. Presumptuous. Our elder of the Divine Sword Sect is certainly not one to covet a mere small spiritual stone vein. Speak another word of nonsense, and I shall tear out your tongue to feed the dogs. Thundered a formidable elder, one of the 5 great god transformation practitioners of the Divine Sword Sect. Upon receiving Fan Tian's distant transmission, they learned of the reappearance of the long-missing eccentric master uncle and dared not delay. In a short time, they locked onto Jiang Mu Yuan, initially intending to inquire about the whereabouts of the eccentric master uncle, only to find this scoundrel daring to boast. Although, in truth, he somewhat believed it. The eccentric master uncle was capable of anything. After all, why had their core techniques been leaked at the black market in Chujiang County? Oh dear, senior, it was my indiscretion. That elder is a noble person, truly. He acted out of compassion for the 300,000 commoners. Jiang Mu Yuan quickly recanted. Having previously thought that the Divine Sword Sect was interested in that spiritual stone vein and sought to pit them against that wretched old thing, only to realize they were in league. How unfortunate I am. Relate the entire sequence of events, word for word, if you dare to conceal anything. Do you think my flying sword cannot punish you? Another god transformation elder of the Divine Sword Sect said impatiently, as time was of the essence. They needed to swiftly understand what the eccentric master uncle intended and his current disposition to formulate a countermeasure. Otherwise, would they merely await a slap across the face? Junior brother Fan Tian mentioned that the eccentric master uncle is on the verge of breaking through to the void refinement stage. Therefore, we cannot contend with him. Why waste breath? Just capture his soul. Senior, please spare me. Jiang Mu was nearly terrified to death after soul capture, even if he emerged unscathed. His consciousness would suffer significant damage, and after such an ordeal, he might never hope to break through to God transformation. Forget it, second brother. We of the Divine Sword Sect are not of the demonic path. Boy, speak quickly. Yes, yes, thank you, esteemed elders. Jiang Mu hastily recited the entire tale in the swiftest manner of his life, from the moment he received the invitation from that wretched woman, Gong Xiaoxiao, to the slaughter of the Donghu villa. Upon hearing this, the three God transformation elders found it unbelievable. This did not align with the eccentric master uncle's typical conduct. At the very least, the eccentric master uncle had never cared for the lives of mortals. Would he truly act for the sake of a mere few tens of millions of acres of farmland damaged by sword energy? And to claim the title of the Floating Cloud Sect Master Jiang Mu? Could it be that junior brother misinterpreted? Difficult to say. Let us not jump to conclusions. The eccentric master has been missing for over a millennium. Who knows what he has experienced? I would even believe he has been reincarnated as the master of the Floating Cloud Sect. Shall I visit the Floating Cloud Sect to investigate? No, absolutely not. We three have met the master uncle. Who knows what his intentions are? Let us wait. Junior brother Fan Tian will arrive shortly. He joined the sect later. Let him visit the Floating Cloud Sect to find this Jiang Mu and subtly inquire. Indeed, that is wise. What shall be done about this boy? Forget it. Cultivation is arduous. Let him keep his life, but these ill-gotten gains must remain. The Yunhu Bazaar became vibrant once more, with many previously fleeing low-level cultivators returning exuberantly, almost ready to celebrate with lights and songs. Master, could it be that you disapproved of Jiang Mu's arrogance and took action in secret? In a tavern within the bazaar, the elder Shang Yu of the Tai Yi sect sat inconspicuously in a corner, savoring spirit wine, half-drunk and content. Although he was summoned by the Floating Cloud Sect to arrange the Mountain Gate formation, such trivial matters were best left to his disciples. Nonsense. Shang Yu shot a glare at his direct disciple, who, despite being a formation genius, lacked worldly wisdom. Do you not consider that I am not a God transformation elder? How could I possibly divide my attention to cause trouble so far away in such a short time? However, he too found it peculiar that Jiang Mu would prefer to slaughter Donghu Villa rather than seek trouble with the Floating Cloud Sect. Was the old Taoist reputation truly so effective that it could deter such a ravenous wolf? There might be deeper implications. Do not hastily draw conclusions. Qinglu, go and urge your fellow disciples to expedite the deployment of the Mountain Gate formation for the Floating Cloud Sect. Do not stir up trouble. Master, is it not just the discovery of a small spiritual stone vein? What trouble is that? Pang Qinglu, Shang Yu's disciple, replied dismissively. The Tai Yi sect already possessed a medium-sized spiritual stone vein, and based on some secrets unknown to low-level cultivators, there was little concern about depleting the vein. What do you know? Out in the world, regardless of background, one must remain vigilant at all times. You may consider yourself significant, but others may regard you as insignificant. Get lost. After dismissing his disciple, the old man Shang Yu was about to close his eyes for another round of spirit wine when he vaguely saw a figure approaching. In the blink of an eye, an even older man had cheerfully seated himself across from him. For a moment, Shang Yu's hair stood on end, looking around. The bustling crowd, including himself, seemed oblivious to any anomaly. Yet, he, being in the late stage of yuanying, could sense the imminent threat of the newcomer. Of course, the most important thing was that he recognized this person. If I recall correctly, you are Shang Yu of the Tai Yi sect. Indeed, I am but a junior. What instructions do you have for me, esteemed senior? Shang Yu felt a chill of sweat coursing down his back, entirely frightened. He began to regret his decision to personally undertake this transaction. He could have easily sent some disciples in his stead. Alas, here he was, caught in a predicament. Do not be anxious. I merely wish to inquire if Jiang Mu, the leader of the Floating Cloud Sect, is within these mountain gates. Fan Tian inquired with a smile. Though a tinge of apprehension lingered, he was primarily concerned that his eccentric master might be hiding amidst the throngs of people in the bustling Floating Cloud Sect. Goodness! With over 10,000 individuals present, what on earth was the Floating Cloud Sect doing? In the past, with a mere sweep of his divine sense, he could unveil any lurking demons or spirits. Yet now, he lacked the courage even to ascend the mountain to investigate. It mattered little if he failed to encounter his mad master. The repercussions of inadvertently sabotaging an uncontrollable scheme could be terrifying. Fortunately, he encountered an acquaintance in the marketplace. Reporting to you, esteemed senior, I have been here for 2 days and have not seen sect leader Jiang Mu. Would you like me to inquire further? Shang Yu asked cautiously, genuinely unsure where to begin. What on earth was going on? That rascal Jiang Mu Yuan's desire to seize the Floating Cloud Sect's minor spirit stone vein was one thing, but you are the master of the Divine Sword Sect. Fan Tian, a being of legendary status. Everything had become a chaotic mess. Do not worry. I am simply asking out of curiosity, nothing of great consequence. You were to arrange the Mountain Gate's grand formation for the Floating Cloud Sect, correct? It is fine. Take a few more days to see if you can encounter that sect leader, and then discreetly, remember, discreetly, bring him down the mountain. I shall wait for you at the ruins of Iron Mountain City, and treat him with respect. Do not alarm others. Understood? Xiang Yu opened his mouth, nodded swiftly. How could he not understand? Rest assured, esteemed senior, I shall take charge of this matter. Chapter 54. Xiang Yu's imagination. Autumn rain fell in a gentle drizzle, painting the mountains with vibrant red leaves. The back mountain of the Floating Cloud Sect remained as it once was, save for the addition of a solitary grave. Cultivators, in their quest for immortality and enlightenment, often regarded life and death with indifference, seldom opting for earthly repose. Yet, now, Su Yi was an exception. Jiang Mu stood before the grave, the fine rain cloaking him like mist, his figure seemingly dissolving into the ethereal haze. The day prior, he learned of the spirit stone vein's breach at Donghu Mountain Manor, though he was vexed by Su Yi's drunken folly, even contemplating confining him to the back mountain indefinitely upon his return. He did not expect Su Yi to weep bitterly in the Cloud Rest Great Hall upon hearing the news, ultimately taking his own life in a fit of despair. Leaving no room for reaction, Jiang Mu felt a tinge of disdain towards Su Yi, viewing him as deluded for disregarding the path to immortality for the sake of a woman. Such folly. Yet, it was only upon hearing of his demise that Jiang Mu realized he had never truly comprehended the absurdity of his second senior brother. In life's fleeting moments, like the passing of autumn leaves, what is it all for? Jiang Mu had not been a stranger to profound sorrow, nor to overwhelming joy. He bore blood feuds yet felt powerless, having traversed the realms of despair, chaos, and bloody purgatory. Yet, in this instant, a sense of melancholy washed over him. Gazing upon the mountains adorned in crimson foliage, the scenery remained unchanged, but the familiar faces were nowhere to be found. In the distance, several figures soared towards him but halted at 100 paces away, reluctant to intrude. They were Lu Taizhu, Zhang He, Li Ying, and others. Over the past few months, they had endured immense pressure, yet their performance had been exemplary. Casting away his sorrow, Jiang Mu turned and walked towards them. Amidst the misty rain, clad in a blue robe, his tall figure appeared as he had in memory, though Lu Taizhu, Zhang He, and Li Ying felt as if their master had become one with the mountains, the rain, and the very heavens themselves. Had their master truly been in seclusion for the past half-year, and had he now achieved a breakthrough? Was he at the late stage of golden core, or the early stage of nascent soul? It was utterly unfathomable. Disciple, we respectfully welcome you from seclusion. Lu Taizhu and the others hurriedly bowed in greeting, their burdens and grievances dissipating swiftly. You have performed admirably. Rise, Jiang Mu said with a calm voice, a smile of approval gracing his features. Taizhu, share the developments of the past 6 months. Yes, master. 6 months ago, due to the strategy you devised, our floating cloud marketplace unexpectedly attracted over 30,000 grassroots cultivators from all corners. Although we acquired copious amounts of useless items such as essence meat and gathering yuan pills, this inadvertently provided grassroots cultivators with sufficient spirit stones, encouraging them to purchase higher quality magical artifacts, elixirs, and talismans, resulting in a significant surge in marketplace profits. Moreover, because of our large-scale acquisition of these items, grassroots cultivators willingly sold us goods they had hunted and gathered from the southern regions. Consequently, our floating cloud marketplace has emerged as the largest in the 5 counties of the southern mountains, a result also influenced by the misfortunes of the Zhejiang County's Qitian sect over the past half-year. 5 months ago, our marketplace suffered a loss of 150,000 spirit stones, but within 2 months, we began turning a profit. To date, our total profit has reached 320,000 spirit stones. After discussions, we boldly propose to renovate the Mountain Gate's protective formation, which will require 12,000 spirit stones. We seek your approval, master. Lu Taizhu succinctly summarized the past 6 months, leaving Jiang Mu astonished. The situation differed notably from the intelligence gathered at Donghu Mountain Manor, indicating that his disciples had excelled in maintaining secrecy. As for the expenditure of 12,000 spirit stones on the protective formation, it was regrettable. Once the age of the end of law arrived, the formation would undoubtedly become obsolete. Originally, he planned to travel to the 6 counties of Jiangnan to consult with formation masters from the Tai sect to craft a formation that required fewer spirit stones and only the most basic defensive capabilities. However, his journey to Shishu had delayed him for 5 months, an unavoidable circumstance. The protective formation has not yet been completed? In response, Master, it will require 5 more days. We have invited the formation master Jiang Mu, who is presently leading his disciples in expediting the deployment, they replied. Excellent. Take me to him. Jiang Mu thought perhaps there was still time. Moments later, with the support of his disciples, Jiang Mu arrived at the northern mountain of the Floating Cloud Sect, where the core foundation for the protective formation had been chosen by Formation Master Jiang Mu. Given the current developmental pace of the Floating Cloud Sect, limiting the protective formation to a 50-mile radius would be insufficient. Thus, after deliberation, they had decided to expand its scope to cover 300 miles. As Jiang Mu arrived, he beheld an elderly man with white hair leisurely seated on a floating magical artifact, drinking wine and admiring the view, while over 50 disciples from the Tai sect busily attended to their tasks. It seemed the man was leading a team for practical training while also earning some spirit stones. This must be the renowned sect leader Jiang. Shan Yu chuckled, initiating the greeting. He too was at the late stage of the nascent soul realm. Yet unlike the aggressive presence of Sang Mu Yuan, he exuded the aura of a friendly neighbor. I am unworthy of such praise. I was previously in seclusion and could not attend to you, esteemed senior. I beg your forgiveness for my rudeness. Jiang Mu offered a slight bow, his words sincere. Shan Yu scrutinized Jiang Mu, a flicker of relief and surprise crossing his features, accompanied by a hint of curiosity. He observed the man's demeanor, which was calm and composed, yet exuded an air of confidence. How could such a remarkable individual possess such a poor reputation in Qinga County? An old fool. A kind-hearted man. Goodness, who would believe such nonsense? Furthermore, it appears that Jiang Mu has likely advanced to the nascent soul stage. The techniques he has mastered seem to embody a seamless unity, betraying not a hint of spiritual insight. Could it be that he has cultivated a body that does not leak treasures? That would indeed be formidable. He is destined to progress to the transformation stage, and perhaps even further to the refinement of void. Such a remarkable talent. How could he possibly fall into the hands of a minor sect like the Floating Cloud Sect? However, recalling the master of the Divine Sword Sect, Fan Tian, whom I encountered last night, all my doubts find resolution. So, it was Fan Tian who frightened off Sang Mu Yuan. Yet, the esteemed master of the Divine Sword Sect would certainly not be interested in a mere small vein of spirit stones. He must have his eyes on this person, perhaps seeking to take him as a disciple? Wait, what disciple? Could it be that Fan Tian has an illegitimate son? My thoughts were in disarray. Yet Shang Yu's demeanor grew earnest. He stood, clasped his fists in greeting, and laughed heartily. The path to enlightenment has its order. The accomplished ought to be teachers. Friend Jiang, you are overly modest. I am but a few years your senior, and cannot be considered a predecessor. I have come in haste, and was unaware of your exit from seclusion. My apologies, my apologies. This piece of mysterious jade is merely a token of my congratulations. Predecessor. You flatter me. This is hardly acceptable. Jiang Mu was taken aback. What was this old man's intention? Presenting gifts upon first meeting. Could he truly be an even more benevolent soul than myself? It is quite acceptable, Shan Yu insisted with sincere warmth. After some polite exchanges, Jiang Mu and this old man became as close as old friends, referring to each other as brothers. This scene left Lu Taizhu, Zhang He, Liang, and the other disciples of Shang Yu utterly astonished. Was this truly our former reserved, honest, socially awkward master? Was this still our senior uncle, who held himself aloof and despised socializing, known for his foul temper? Dao brother, my disciples are inexperienced and have acted thoughtlessly, causing you to witness a farce. Jiang Mu smiled, having confirmed that this old man surely sought something from him. In this world, aside from himself, where could one find so many genuinely kind-hearted individuals? Nonsense. Your disciples are all clever and bold, unafraid of authority, each a dragon among men. I envy them greatly. Just look at my own disciples. Some are foolish, others clumsy. If you have the time, I would appreciate your guidance. Guidance is too much to ask. It is merely that our Floating Cloud Sect is small and shallow-rooted, having suddenly come into wealth, and it is only natural to become overconfident. Thus, I implore you to adjust the protective formation of this mountain gate. All expenses will be settled without fail. Jiang Mu quickly redirected the conversation. Haha, expenses are a trivial matter. How does my friend intend to adjust it? Jiang Mu pondered briefly before responding. Using this mountain as the foundation for the formation, it should cover a radius of 500 miles, without absorbing spiritual energy. Without accommodating seasonal changes, without adjustments for rain, snow, wind, or frost, impervious to thunder, lightning, meteors, and the like, resistant to all mid to high-level spells, arrows, stones, venomous creatures, and dark arts, without restrictions on airspace, and ideally, it should operate with minimal spirit stones. Let us say 100 spirit stones for a year of operation. What do you think, Dao brother? As Jiang Mu finished speaking, a profound silence enveloped the surroundings, so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. The old man Shang Yu's eyes widened in disbelief. Had he not seen the sincerity in Jiang Mu's expression, he would have thought the young man was mocking him. Even if you were Fan Tian's illegitimate son, such demands were utterly intolerable. I am a dignified master of formations. Do you look down upon me? With the ability to articulate your thoughts again, I would grant you this opportunity. Thankfully, Jiang Mu quickly interjected with a low voice. Dao brother, I seek to establish a new mountain gate, and only wish to use this area for a marketplace and residence for mortals. Now that made sense. The old man Shang Yu chuckled. He himself did not think highly of the Floating Cloud Sect's territory. What a desolate place. It hardly befits such an elegant and extraordinary friend. However, using it as a dwelling for mortals and a trading ground for lower-tier cultivators posed no issue at all. Jiang, my dear brother, you have presented me with a perplexing challenge. Despite your modest request, covering a radius of 500 miles, even if only to defend against low-level spells, it would be impossible for just 100 spirit stones to sustain it for a year. Such a formation would require hundreds of spirit stones merely to deactivate and reactivate. Then do you have a solution? Jiang Mu asked anxiously, as this was a field where expertise was paramount, and he felt out of his depth. Haha, Shang Yu laughed. For others, it would indeed be impossible. No, across the land, no one could fulfill such a request, for it had never been asked before. Only you, Jiang, with your compassion for mortals and the wealth of your sect, would undertake such a commendable folly. Fortunately, I have been idly researching a unique divine pattern. You do know about divine patterns, right? Jiang Mu could only nod in confusion, observing the sudden transformation in Shang Yu, beginning to grasp something. Divine patterns are the most significant and historically undervalued form of magic in the cultivation world. In truth, they can be compared to the authentic methods of the Golden Core. I do not mean to imply that the Golden Core methods are inferior. Rather, they act upon oneself, while divine patterns operate on objects. I hope you do not take offense to my words, dear brother. Of course not. I find it quite reasonable. The universe is filled with myriad spirits, and thus there must be myriad laws. While seeking longevity in life is admirable, one should also pursue different aspirations. Jiang Mu replied naturally, for he had forsaken the Golden Core methods himself. If he deemed Shang Yu's perspective as heretical, what would that make him? Indeed. I dare to voice such thoughts outside, but within my own sect, I would undoubtedly be chastised by my elder brother, treated as a heretic and utterly irrational. Oh, I digress. Jiang, my dear brother, allow me to explain. Divine patterns involve infusing spiritual energy into objects through a methodical approach, thereby bestowing extraordinary power upon them that they would not otherwise possess. This applies to formations, magical tools, spirit pills, talismans, and more. Divine patterns are essential in numerous areas. By adjusting the underlying principles, one can achieve different types of divine patterns. For instance, the divine pattern I have recently developed allows for minimal consumption. However, dear brother, you should brace yourself, for even with this less efficient divine pattern, it cannot meet your demanding requirements. Your formation is simply unreasonable. Could we perhaps consider an alternative approach? For example, forming several arrays or limiting the formation's protection to the perimeter, leaving the central zone unguarded, akin to a city wall? Jiang Mu suggested, recognizing the excessive nature of his original demands. If that is the case, then certainly, it would be relatively easy. But brother, do you truly lack spirit stones? Do you lack spiritual energy? Although Qinggu County is not the most fertile land in the 9 provinces, it still possesses a decent concentration of spiritual energy. Why waste spirit stones when you have free spiritual energy available? As Shang Yu spoke, a realization dawned upon him. Observing Jiang Mu's serene silence, he mused that this young man appeared to be burdened with heavy thoughts. The truth was that he had nearly led him astray. This young man clearly sought to exploit the rumored vein of spirit stones, hence his preference for a formation that consumed spirit stones rather than absorbing spiritual energy. What benevolence towards mortals! What care for the marketplace! All mere facades. The minds of the youth are truly too cunning. Of course, this was before he realized that this young man had a father in the master of the divine sword sect. Very well, I shall maintain the pretense and feign ignorance. It is most important to keep the young man pleased. If that is the case, it is indeed feasible. Shang Yu feigned contemplation, stating, I only seek a 3-dimensional barrier akin to a city wall, rather than an overhead dome. Just this aspect alone can save a substantial amount of spirit stones. I wonder, how high do you wish the barrier to be? 100 zhang will suffice, replied Jiang Mu. After a moment's thought, he felt unconcerned about other sects causing trouble during the end of the law era, as he was capable of handling such matters himself. His only concern lay in the potential influx of large numbers of people, including mortals and scattered cultivators, making it difficult to discern friend from foe. He had no desire for widespread slaughter. Yet, in this era, no one would dare to fly using magical tools, much less through sword flight. Even using magical artifacts for attack was considered a luxury. The most mana-efficient approach would be to use lower-tier spells. The maximum attack range of such spells was merely around 50 zhang, which was more than adequate. As for the weapons of mortals, such as bows and catapults, they could naturally be dealt with using ordinary means. That settles it then, Jiang Mu declared, promptly retrieving spirit jade to inscribe the array's divine patterns. However, he was stopped by Jiang Mu, who produced 100 pieces of high-grade spirit jade. The array can be simple, but the materials must be luxurious. Good heavens! Jiang Mu exclaimed in understanding. He then personally undertook the inscription, showcasing his prowess as a master of formations, completing the 100 divine patterns in no time. By heavens! Inscribing such divine symbols has tarnished the dignity of a distinguished master like myself. Jiang, my dear brother, with these divine patterns, the deployment of the formation will be straightforward. Now, should I have my disciples assist, or would you prefer to involve your own? Jiang Mu inquired subtly, fully aware of the implications. This is a trivial matter. There is no need to burden your disciples, Jiang Mu chuckled, reclaiming the 100 divine patterns. Clearly, these would not be utilized immediately. They could wait until the next surge of spiritual energy after the cessation of its flow. Exchanging knowing smiles, both men understood each other well. Brother, I have another query regarding divine patterns. Is there a formation that can store the spiritual energy of heaven and earth? Jiang Mu asked, humbly seeking enlightenment. Indeed, there are formations such as the Spirit Reserves Array and the Spirit Hiding Array, among roughly a dozen others in the cultivation world. However, the stored spiritual energy can only last a few months, making it rather impractical. The optimal method remains the fabrication of spirit stones, Jiang Mu explained, lowering his voice suddenly. Jiang, do you not realize that spirit stones are not inherently present in the world? Rather, it is the dense spiritual energy that permeates certain pure rocks, ultimately forming spirit stones. This has long ceased to be a secret in the higher echelons of the cultivation world, and the techniques for producing spirit stones have matured. They involve drawing spiritual energy from existing spirit stone veins to create new stones. If you wish, I can provide you with a set for free. Good heavens! Jiang Mu grasped the implications. Jiang Mu, momentarily taken aback, quickly expressed his gratitude. This was knowledge he had not possessed in his previous life. Jiang Mu was truly generous. After a moment's thought, he decided to voice a concern. Brother, if I may be cautious, does not this method of producing spirit stones risk a gradual depletion of the world's spiritual energy, potentially leading to its ultimate disappearance? Yet another who fears the worst. Such apprehensions are not uncommon within the cultivation community, particularly among those at the Yuanling sect, who have even relocated their sect overseas to cultivate in isolation for over a millennium. Yet, in truth, such fears are utterly unfounded. The world is vast and expansive. With the celestial realm above for ascension and the path of longevity below, there is no need for concern. Chapter 56. You address me as Master Uncle? Jiang Mu and Jiang Mu enjoyed a spirited conversation, feeling an instant camaraderie. After discussing matters of formations, it was only natural that Jiang Mu would invite the delegation from Tai's sect to a banquet. He sought to uncover what secrets Jiang Mu held, as the method for producing spirit stones was immensely valuable, something not to be disclosed lightly, especially not to sects like Floating Cloud Sect, which was hardly deserving of such knowledge. Even a sect like Qitian Sect from Chuanjiang County barely qualified. This was of utmost importance. Jiang Mu, perceptive to unspoken intentions, readily accepted the invitation. During the feast, after dismissing others from the table, Jiang Mu wasted no time in speaking. Jiang, my dear brother, I am here at the behest of another and cannot refuse nor act hastily. Thus, I shall take the liberty of adding a counterformation divine pattern to your sect's Mountain Gate array as a complimentary gift, with the sole request that you promise to comply. Jiang Mu was genuinely taken aback, yet he felt no fear. He smiled. Brother, you are far too gracious. Whatever I can do within my abilities, do not hesitate to ask. Indeed, it is not a matter of danger, dear Jiang. There is someone who wishes to meet you. Who? I cannot divulge that, but I can assure you of your safety. Think about it. If the other party wishes to meet you, it is quite easy. However, They insist on meeting you in Taizhan City and require me to extend the invitation, indicating some pressing concern. Xiang Yu spoke earnestly. Concern? Very well. I shall accompany you to Taizhan City. Jiang Mu smiled slightly, recognizing that for Xiang Yu, a late-stage nascent soul cultivator, to convey such a message and offer benefits implied significant importance. This individual must be a formidable transformation stage elder. Yet therein lay the mystery. Why should such a being treat Floating Cloud Sect with such deference? Unless, of course, the Divine Hua Sect had uncovered his true identity. Jiang Mu could only surmise this, as the entire situation felt exceedingly peculiar. Without delay, Jiang Mu required no further instructions. He and Xiang Yu took to the skies. One utilizing a flying magical tool, the other a flying artifact, making their way leisurely toward Taizhan City. Upon nearing Taizhan City, they found it deserted. From a distance, Jiang Mu sensed a cautious divine consciousness approaching. Soon, atop the city walls, appeared an elderly man with flowing white hair. Upon seeing him, Jiang Mu instinctively called out, Fan Tian, how could it be him? But then he realized the impropriety of addressing him by name at such a moment, as Xiang Yu's face turned pale, wishing he could sprout wings and flee far away. Meanwhile, Fan Tian appeared somewhat taken aback, displaying a hint of formality, even appearing slightly startled. Goodness, why the formality? Thankfully, Fan Tian quickly spoke. Thank you, young friend Xiang Yu, please proceed. Xiang Yu was already bewildered, hurriedly bowing in gratitude before hastily departing. I know nothing. I have seen nothing. Yet it was in vain. He could not forget that Jiang Mu had dared to call Fan Tian by name. What a nightmare this was. He wished to awaken swiftly. Soon, only Jiang Mu and Fan Tian remained. Fan Tian had regained his composure, exuding an air of calm and dignity. Jiang Mu, however, felt no fear. What was there to fear? At this distance of 97 zhang, he could easily crush him. Moreover, this was Fan Tian, the very same man he had encountered in his 50th year, a once great figure reduced to a beggar. Jiang Mu recalled how his wife had found the famished Fan Tian outside their door, dragging him back and reviving him with mere water and a bowl of rice porridge. Upon returning from the fields, he had instantly recognized the man as the master of the sword sect, a true figure of significance. Even in his emaciated state, the sword mark on his forehead was unmistakable. In that moment, gazing at the old man, Jiang Mu felt a wave of nostalgia wash over him, tinged with sympathy. Who could have imagined? A once great master reduced to the status of a beggar. Such a tale was almost unbelievable. Yet, the compassionate gaze and demeanor he exhibited did not go unnoticed by Fan Tian, who seemed to believe it wholeheartedly, especially after the earlier address of Fan Tian. In the present day, there are perhaps a few hundred individuals bold enough to utter the name of Fan Tian, but among them, this one, said to be a small sect leader at the Golden Core stage, is certainly not included. At this moment, he cannot even discern Jiang Mu's cultivation level. Coupled with the nostalgic expression that reflects a sense of compassion and warmth, there is even a hint of familial affection. If this person is not a senior relative, then who could be? Indeed, although the senior brothers claimed that he joined the Divine Sword Sect only after his little master had gone missing, rendering it impossible for him to know him, such matters are not so easily dismissed. After all, if the little master recognizes him, he must be the reincarnation of the little master. There can be no other explanation, right? With this thought, Fan Tian gritted his teeth and decided to speak plainly. Yes. He knelt down, adopting a sincerely respectful demeanor. Disciple Fan Tian, congratulations on the awakening of your past wisdom, dear master. I am reckless and have disturbed your quietude. Please, I implore you to punish me. What? Jiang Mu was taken aback, nearly doubting his own ears. Hey, Fan Tian, have you taken the wrong elixir? Why on earth am I the reincarnation of your master? This was utterly absurd. Jiang Mu felt a twinge of anxiety. Yet, he soon comprehended the misunderstanding's origin. Should he admit it or deny it? His identity had already been exposed, along with the entire Floating Cloud Sect. Admitting it might not lead to any trouble, but denying it could provoke the Divine Sword Sect's wrath. No, he needed to remain calm. First, he had to ascertain why Fan Tian was convinced he was the reincarnation of their master. Was there any evidence? Oh no. Jiang Mu suddenly realized he was in a predicament from which there was no escape. The sword energy within him served as the best evidence. After much contemplation, Jiang Mu sighed deeply. Perhaps this was fate. In his previous life, Fan Tian had fallen to ruin, collapsing at his doorstep, and now, less than 2 years later, the fellow had returned like an unwelcome specter. Moreover, becoming the esteemed ancestor of the Divine Sword Sect would bring many advantages. With this in mind, Jiang Mu calmly said, You may rise. Thank you, master. Fan Tian bowed respectfully before standing up, behaving as dutifully as a child. What is my name? Huh? What is my name? Did you not say, I am the reincarnation of your master? What was my name before my reincarnation? Jiang Mu was quite straightforward. Having considered that rather than pretending to be the so-called esteemed master, it would be better to adopt an unconventional approach. I am who I am, believe it or not. Reporting to master, your name is Li Xian, a third-generation disciple of our divine sword sect, who supposedly entered the demon prison mountain about 1,200 years ago. With no knowledge of his life or death, who would have thought that you could be reincarnated? Chapter 57. Again, the demon prison mountain, the demon prison mountain? Jiang Mu felt a strange sensation arise within him at the mention of that colossal mountain, which seemed unlike any earthly range. Why must I go to the demon prison mountain? He inquired again. Fan Tian was momentarily taken aback. How could he possibly know the answer to that question? Moreover, shouldn't Jiang Mu be asking himself that? He even began to doubt whether he had truly found the genuine reincarnation of his master. However, upon reflection, if this madcap little master did not possess some eccentricities, he would not truly be the madcap master. Within the sect were numerous legends and records regarding this individual, all of which were utterly absurd. Reporting to master, I believe you wish to seek the 3 oaths of the ancient immortal, rumored to be located within the demon prison mountain. The 3 oaths of the ancient immortal? Is there not only one oath? Jiang Mu was astonished, realizing that in his previous life, he had barely scratched the surface of such matters. Reporting to master, this is merely an old tale. Currently, there is no direct evidence to prove the existence of the ancient immortal or any oaths attributed to him, let alone the 3 oaths. We do not even know what the remaining 2 oaths are, aside from the first. However, the existence of the demon prison mountain and the 4 major sects that once guarded it is a matter of fact. Even though the divine sword sect itself is unaware of why they were tasked with guarding it or when their sect was established. Yet, various signs indicate that the ancient immortal likely did exist. If he left behind the 3 oaths, they must be within the demon prison mountain. Thus, many who had attained the god transformation stage, or even the void refinement stage, ventured into the demon prison mountain, some returning unscathed while others vanished without a trace. I see. Jiang Mu nodded, recalling the Blood River demon lord he had eradicated in the demon suppression tower of the divine sword sect, stirring within him a sense of nostalgia. The demon prison mountain was indeed the ideal place to refine and strengthen one's divine sense. However, for the time being, he needed to reorganize and adjust the Floating Cloud Sect. That was his foundation. As for the divine sword sect, they should not assume that just because he had become their reincarnated master, he could act with impunity. The larger the sect, the more rules it had. In the case of the divine sword sect, while Fan Tian was indeed the sect leader, he was still subject to the opinions of 4 senior brothers who served as elders, along with various other elder titles. For any significant matter, at least 20 or 30 individuals would need to confer, and a majority must agree. All right, do you have anything else? If not, you may leave. Jiang Mu waved his hand dismissively. Reporting to master, I wish to respectfully invite you back to the mountain. I am not your master. You have mistaken your identity. Jiang Mu outright denied it. He still hoped to live a bit longer before reaching the mountain of the divine sword sect. Disciple is reckless. Please do not hold it against me, master. However, I have a lingering question that I hope you may clarify. Fan Tian urgently called out, not genuinely wishing to bring this madcap master back, for that would likely throw the divine sword sect into turmoil. Yet, he needed to maintain a respectful attitude, and his words had to be precise. This expression of filial piety was sincere. As expected, this madcap master began to speak in a frenzy. Oh, then speak. May I ask, master, why did you leak our sect's core technique, the divine mechanism sword technique, in the black market of Chujiang County? Fan Tian quickly inquired. Upon hearing this, Jiang Mu turned around, quietly observing Fan Tian until he felt a chill run down his spine, then slowly replied, do you not think this technique requires some improvement? Please enlighten me, master. Fan Tian suppressed his excitement. Could it be that his master had devised an even better technique? Jiang Mu gazed at Fan Tian, hesitating for a long while before finally relenting. He infused a jade slip with the method for transforming sword energy, which included many of his own improvements, particularly regarding the crucial point of dispersing and reconstructing energy. Throwing the jade slip to Fan Tian, Jiang Mu turned and activated his flying artifact, gracefully departing. In the distance, the sound of song could still be heard. In my past life, I was who I was. In this life, who am I? A millennium is but a dream, and in this dream, there is no such person. Fan Tian listened to the song, lost in thought for a long time, before once again kneeling in reverence and bowing 9 times. He seemed to have gained a deeper understanding. However, when he examined the improved technique within the jade slip with immense gratitude and reverence, he was rendered utterly speechless. Dispersing and reconstructing energy? This is more terrifying, arduous, and despairing for cultivators than the notion that one must first castrate themselves to practice this technique. At least after castration, one can regrow. But if one's cultivation is lost, how many years would it take to recover? Indeed, this madcap master never failed to astound. Sighing internally, Fan Tian instantly destroyed the jade slip into dust. This information was too perilous to be known by the other senior brothers. After all, there were still some who crazily revered this madcap master within the Divine Sword sect, especially his second senior brother. If he were to have a moment of madness and disperse his energy to reconstruct, the Divine Sword sect would suddenly lose a formidable god transformation elder. Fortunately, it was he who personally arrived this time. Had it been any other senior brothers, the situation would have undoubtedly spiraled out of control. Indeed, the position of the sect leader requires a person of prudence and steadiness. Fan Tian sighed and recalled the words left by his master, which rang true. Half a day later, Fan Tian convened with several other transformation elders of the Divine Sword sect at the summit of Dragon Break Mountain. The situation was thus: it could be ascertained that Jiang Mu, the sect leader of the Floating Cloud Sect, was the reincarnation of his junior master. He had awakened a portion of his past memories, yet many remained lost. However, it was evident that he had regained a considerable degree of his normalcy, though he harbored no intention of returning to the Divine Sword sect. In my opinion, we should refrain from excessive intrusion. As for the matter concerning the black market in Chujiang County, he admitted to his involvement, though he provided no explanation. I dared not press further. Perhaps he wished to reminisce about the Divine Sword sect in this manner? Wait, junior brother sect leader. Did you not say that our junior master's strength was on the verge of breaking through to the void refinement stage? Perhaps, one replied. Otherwise, he could not have vanquished the Blood River Demon Lord, as confirmed by the two esteemed elders of the Divine Hua sect. It cannot be false. However, given our junior master's temperament, I believe we must wait a while longer. Upon our return to the mountain, I shall issue a Divine Sword decree in my capacity as sect leader, stating that Jiang Mu, the sect leader of the Floating Cloud Sect, is indeed our sect's revered predecessor in reincarnation. I hope all major sects will show him due respect within the 5 counties south of the mountain and refrain from disturbance. Additionally, let the Qitian sect in Chujiang County relocate. They may choose their destination freely, with 1 year granted for this transition. Agreed. Agreed. Excellent. Furthermore, let us dispatch a nascent soul disciple to remain stationed in Qinga County. Our junior master should primarily focus his energies on the Floating Cloud sect, and we can discreetly tend to affairs here. As for when our junior master wishes to return to the Divine Sword sect, that shall depend on his own inclinations. After Fan Tian spoke, the transformation elders nodded in agreement, acknowledging the unpredictable nature of that eccentric junior master, whose actions had always been difficult to decipher. In their youth, they had endured much torment and ridicule at his hands, yet the respect they held for him had only deepened over time, akin to an unyielding river. Perhaps it is best not to meet, lest we invite our own inner demons. Chapter 58. Raw Spirit Stones. When Jiang Mu returned to Floating Cloud Mountain, the lights of myriad homes twinkled in the early evening. To his surprise, the aged merchant Jiang Yu from Tai sect awaited him outside the Yunhu market. The old man now regarded Jiang Mu with a palpable wariness, which was understandable. Anyone bold enough to call Fan Tian by name was not someone to be trifled with. Esteemed sect leader Jiang, here is the method of spirit stone preparation that I mentioned. Please take a look, Jiang Yu said, adopting a somewhat respectful tone. Jiang Mu paid little heed to this detail, his curiosity piqued regarding the method of spirit stone preparation. However, as he swiftly perused the contents, his brow furrowed slightly. It turned out that the so-called method of spirit stone preparation revolved around a formation centered on antipath divine patterns, which continuously drew in the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, artificially increasing its concentration. After immersing relatively pure stone blocks for a period, fresh spirit stones would emerge. Friend Shang, does Tai sect also engage in the deployment of such formations? Jiang Mu inquired thoughtfully. Indeed. Moreover, if sect leader Jiang is interested, we can offer a 20% discount, Shang Yu replied. What is the quality of the spirit stones produced? Jiang Mu pressed. 10 out of 10. The quantity and quality of spiritual energy within these prepared stones are indistinguishable from raw spirit stones. Given such excellence, there must undoubtedly be drawbacks. Sect leader Jiang, your insight is remarkable. Indeed, The most significant difference between prepared spirit stones and raw spirit stones lies in their storage duration. Inferior raw spirit stones can typically be stored for a century, medium-grade stones for several centuries, superior ones for over a millennium. And premium raw spirit stones can last for tens of thousands of years. Regrettably, in today's world, premium raw spirit stones have long been exhausted, becoming exceedingly rare. Conversely, even the most conscientious prepared spirit stones can only be stored for approximately 20 years, with others lasting perhaps 17 or 18, or even as little as 10 years for unscrupulous merchants. Tai sect would never stoop to collaborate with such individuals. Jiang Mu spoke openly about these secrets, perhaps due to the reputation of Fan Tian as the sect leader of the Divine Sword sect. However, Jiang Mu's heart sank into despair, for if this were the case, then the nearly 500,000 spirit stones he held, along with the 200,000 in the Floating Cloud Sect's market, were all merely prepared stones. He had lived 2 lifetimes without ever realizing this truth. Yet, upon reflection, he understood that the spirit stones circulating in the market were primarily used as currency, with few people storing them. Even if they did, they would typically exhaust their reserves within a few years, making it difficult to uncover this secret. After all, aside from the difference in storage time, the effects of prepared spirit stones were nearly identical to those of raw spirit stones. However, this meant that sects possessing spirit stone mines would never lack for resources for cultivation. They could effortlessly reap the wealth generated by the entire cultivation world. Contemplating the 5 great super sects and the servile existence of the lower-tier loose cultivators, the disparity became all too apparent. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Mu steadied his thoughts and asked, given this, spirit stones in the market should be proliferating. Why then do I sense a recent decline in their availability? Well. Jiang Mu glanced around, hesitating before responding. It's quite simple, really. Within the major sects, there are indeed masters who understand the drawbacks of prepared spirit stones. Thus, every century, they reduce the quantity of spirit stones flowing into the markets, a process that lasts for about a decade. This has become customary. Additionally, the cultivation world is divided into territories controlled by the major sections. For instance, the 6 counties of Jiangnan, 5 counties of Shannon, 5 counties of Shanbei, and much of Dragon Break Mountain are all under the auspices of the Divine Sword sect. This is also an established norm. Forgive me, sect leader Jiang, but had it not been for your significant ties to the Divine Sword sect, I would never have divulged this information. Throughout the southern province, only the Divine Sword sect, Qitian sect, Wanling sect, and Mai Tai sect engage in the trade of prepared spirit stones. However, the Qitian sect, Wanling sect, and Mai Tai sect only permit 500,000 prepared spirit stones to flow into the southern city market each year. Should any other sects attempt to stir trouble in the southern province, they would be opposing the Divine Sword sect. After hearing Jiang Mu's explanation, Jiang Mu could not help but break into a cold sweat. Indeed, the level he had experienced in his previous life was woefully inadequate. Now, in this lifetime, he was on the verge of colliding with the threshold of the Divine Sword sect. He had been overly self-assured. This cultivation world was far deeper than he had imagined. Yet, this also elucidated why, during the recent surge of spiritual energy tides, the major sects chose to hide away. It was simply because their stocks of raw spirit stones were dwindling. Though prepared spirit stones might be plentiful, they could only sustain operations for about 20 years. He needed to promptly adjust his plans. Brother Shang, thank you. Should I wish to pursue this matter in the future, I will certainly seek the assistance of your esteemed sect. As his thoughts raced, Jiang Mu smiled in gratitude. No problem at all. In the future, I hope sect leader Jiang will lend us his support in Qinga County. Jiang Mu laughed heartily. Having achieved his purpose regardless of the nature of Jiang Mu's relationship with Fan Tian. In the cultivation world, harmony was essential for prosperity. Once Jiang Mu departed, Jiang Mu did not return to the mountain gate. He stored away his flying artifact and alighted upon the 1,000-mile-long wall built along the banks of the Qin River. Seeking a moment of tranquility, strolling atop the Great Wall, one side reveals the rolling river, while the other is illuminated by countless flickering lights. A profound awareness unfurls. As if I can hear the heartbeat of this realm. It feels decayed and heavy, reminiscent of an era that is inevitably drawing to a close, irretrievable. At this moment, Jiang Mu is resolute in this conviction. The notion of cultivating spirit stones is indeed splendid. Without lifting a finger, the lower-tier wanderers and minor sects will continuously deliver resources to my doorstep, enabling mid to upper-level cultivators to elevate their realms and ultimately break through to the great ascension. Soaring into the heavens. It is akin to effortlessly harnessing the essence of the world, compelling countless lower-tier individuals to toil for my ascent, rendering the journey to the celestial realm almost effortless, truly a bountiful prospect. Jiang Mu smiles bitterly, suddenly reminded of the ancient immortal's promise. He increasingly perceives this promise not merely as a commitment or a warning, but rather as a prophecy. This thought strikes his mind like thunder, becoming an inescapable notion. He recalls Fan Tuan's previous words, that it is rumored the ancient immortal left behind 3 prophetic sounds at the demon prison mountain. If the first promise is indeed a prophecy, it implies that the second and third promises are also prophetic. What will they foretell? An irresistible urge to visit demon prison mountain wells up within him. He believes many share this sentiment, including elderly Arcane of the Divine Sword sect, who ventured into perilous territories. What compelled them to brave such dangers? Curiosity? Devotion? Or perhaps a sense of resentment? The realization that he contemplates the ancient immortal's promise as a potential prophecy suggests that others are likely doing the same. In that moment, a profound sense of vigilance arises within Jiang Mu. He suddenly perceives that if this is true, the entire realm of cultivation, the vast cosmos, and countless living beings may be under meticulous orchestration. After a long pause, he retracts his awareness, restoring tranquility to his heart, yet a singular thought begins to solidify. Regardless of the circumstances, he must journey to Demon Prison Mountain before the imminent surge of spiritual energy. This may be the moment closest to uncovering the truth. Jiang Mu remains lucid, aware that the spiritual energy is still relatively stable, allowing him to replenish his sword essence. Once the surge arrives, severing the flow of spiritual energy, it will be too late. Without spiritual energy to transform into sword essence, he is nothing. Of course, he is not foolish enough to charge in recklessly. At the very least, he must topple a few demon suppression towers and undergo several rounds of recultivation, gathering several million strands of sword essence before he dares to confront Demon Prison Mountain. He does not wish to become the next Arcane. Chapter 59. Aspiration. Within the Grand Hall of the Floating Cloud Sect, Jiang Mu convenes the disciples and numerous outer sect protectors after a 6-month hiatus. He owes gratitude to the elder Jiang Mu Yuan. Without his coercion and persuasion, the effect would not have been as profound. The disciples of the Floating Cloud Sect are unwavering, ready to stand with their sect through thick and thin. Remarkably, even the outer protectors, market guardians, and seemingly inconsequential lower-tier wanderers are willing to step forward. Acknowledging the peril of death, they still choose to fight for justice or gratitude. And those who remain in Yunhu City during these tumultuous times are truly trustworthy. Although this perspective may be somewhat skewed, after all, the fear of death is a natural human instinct. Jiang Mu is determined to invest heavily to bolster the reputation of the Floating Cloud Sect through this endeavor. The overall strength of the sect must be consolidated through this event. It is imperative for Floating Cloud Sect to become a rulemaker, at least within Qinggu County. Jiang Mu hopes such trials of human sentiment will not recur, for human hearts cannot withstand relentless examination, and what emerges may not be genuine. Thus, despite the heartache over the 12,000 spirit stones, Jiang Mu instructs the Tai sect members to deploy a substantial protective formation around the mountain gate. With 8 years and 5 months remaining until the end of the Dharma era, he cannot allow cultivators like Jiang Mu Yuan to run rampant, seeking recognition. The Floating Cloud Sect must embody the grandeur of a major sect, at least in appearance. As for leveraging the Divine Sword sect, he remains uncertain. After all, he is but a counterfeit. If his identity as a master uncle can ensure the Divine Sword sect refrains from interfering in Qinggu County, he would be more than satisfied. Disciples, pay your respects to the master. Disciples, pay your respects to the sect leader. 2 waves of voices resonate, echoing throughout the Grand Hall, which can comfortably accommodate 300 individuals but is now filled to capacity. Among them are 156 disciples of the Floating Cloud Sect, half of whom are newly recruited. The remainder comprises 587 protectors and courageous lower-tier wanderers, all selected through this trial of human sentiment. They are filled with excitement and admiration for Jiang Mu, as 2 significant pieces of news recently reverberated throughout Qinggu County. One spoke of the annihilation of Yunhu Mountain Manor, while the other heralded Jiang Mu's successful advancement to the nascent soul stage. The former signifies that the late-stage nascent soul cultivator, Jiang Mu Yuan, no longer casts a shadow, having demonstrated through action that the Floating Cloud Sect's failure to discover spirit stone veins was merely the fabrication of the deceivers from the East Lake Mountain Manor. The latter confirms the Floating Cloud Sect's ascendance as the undisputed sovereign of Qinggu County. Particularly comical given the Autumn Mountain sect leader's gullibility in pursuing the so-called Jiang Mu in the southern seas. While many lower-tier wanderers lament their failure to stand up during those crucial moments, a greater number express joy, preferring not to take sides, voice their opinions. or uphold any sense of justice, as they feel unworthy and fear dying without purpose. Nonetheless, the floating cloud market has been the most benevolent to lower-tier wanderers in the past few centuries. Simply put, the floating cloud sect's willingness to treat millions of commoners kindly compels them to cooperate. At this moment, seated at the head of the hall, Jiang Mu gazes at everyone. His emotions complex. Since his rebirth, reaching this point is commendable, especially considering his ignorance of the spirit stone preparation matter. Thus, he seeks an answer. Only this answer can serve as his foundation. Once, he mocked his second brother, Su-yi, for being devoid of ambition. Now he comprehends the difficulty of remaining pure in this world. His second brother is not foolish or blind. Rather, he understands this truth more clearly than Jiang Mu. To possess ambition, one must hold steadfast convictions. To master the sword, one must first master the heart. To pursue cultivation, one must first be a person of integrity. Many comprehend this principle, yet few can actualize it, not for lack of desire, but due to the immense cost, requiring a courage akin to that of a solitary warrior facing a multitude. With these thoughts in mind, Jiang Mu finally speaks. His calm voice resonating throughout the grand hall like the soothing toll of a bell, awakening the minds of all present. Since our founding ancestor established the Dao lineage in Qinggu County, we have endured 3,500 years. Time flows inexorably, giving rise to countless talents amid the tumult of existence. We, the mediocre and unremarkable, have maintained this lineage not through exceptional talent, extensive connections, or mere fortune. No one can escape. Humanity suffers, cultivation is arduous, and all beings endure. Mortals envy the cultivators, cultivators without sects envy those with sects, and lower-tier cultivators admire those of higher realms. As this cycle of envy perpetuates, it seems that only the immortals who achieve the fruit of eternal life and ascend to the celestial realm are truly worthy of admiration. Thus, we all seek longevity. I, Jiang Mu, too desire to pursue immortality, but first, I must embrace my humanity. Is it so difficult to be human? All present are human, step outside, and the world is filled with humanity. But what does it mean to be human? Those who birthed me are my parents. Those who nourished me are the grains of the earth. Those who educated me are my sect. Those who accept me are heaven and earth. I cultivate amidst the serene mountains and clear waters, and I endure trials in the mundane world. I must discern good from evil, distinguish right from wrong, comprehend the hardships of life, and mourn the fleeting nature of existence. I find joy in singing with wine, rage in wielding my sword against evil, love in the beauty of a cherished one, and delight in the peace of the world. For the suffering of all beings, I shall always harbor a compassionate heart. Perhaps one day I will depart, leaving no trace behind, and no one will remember me, yet I shall harbor no regrets, for I have walked alongside heaven and earth. My senior brother Su-yi once said, before mastering the sword, one must master the heart. The heart must possess substance, lest one become ensnared by mere things. Yet, he ultimately could not transcend, and after 2 centuries of arduous cultivation, he was reduced to mere dust. However, I wish to add a line to his words. Before mastering the sword, one must first be human. This is the essence of our practice at the Floating Cloud Sect. From this day forth, from the sect leader to the disciples, we shall adhere to this teaching. Words and actions must be unified. We must recognize that in this world, there are things that we should pursue and things we should not. On the path of cultivation, besides trudging alone in the quest for the way of longevity, there may be matters of greater significance. Jiang Mu's voice resonated, leaving many astonished, many contemplative, and many pondering. For this discourse was novel, yet starkly contrasted with the principles they had previously upheld, even being entirely contrary. Is cultivation not for the sake of the path of longevity? What is wrong with striving for this goal? Of course, we shall not commit evil or indiscriminately slay mortals. But why should we concern ourselves with the hardships of others? The suffering of all beings is none of my concern. You are the sect leader of Floating Cloud. Your words are pleasing. Your strength is unmatched. We heed your command. Yet this matter will surely provoke diverse opinions. Within the depths of the cloudy hall, silence reigned. Upon witnessing this, Jiang Mu smiled, not demanding unanimous agreement. He merely clarified his stance. This is Floating Cloud Sect. This is the answer he sought in his heart. He also understood that even among the disciples of Floating Cloud, many would struggle to comprehend this notion, which is entirely normal. He only hoped that his words would serve as a foundation for cultivators to accept and embrace mortals, allowing room for coexistence. There are always those who believe that power can crush all. There are always those who think they are superior. They indulge in scorn and derision. Convinced of their invincibility, destined to endure forever. Yet, who truly knows whether an accident or tomorrow will arrive first? As the sun dipped below the horizon, Jiang Mu stood atop Floating Cloud Mountain, contemplating the great fiery orb that slowly sank. The unforeseen variable of the original Mind Spirit Stone had wreaked havoc upon his overall plans, transforming many of his strategies into mere castles in the air. For without the original Mind Spirit Stone, all his current deployments could only sustain him for 2 decades. This marked the pivotal moment when the extraordinary era concluded, and mortals began to rise. An even graver reality was that without the replenishment of spiritual energy, no matter how formidable the sword essence he could conjure, it would ultimately be exhausted, leaving him to revert to mortality, especially since he had abandoned the Golden Core lineage. He even found himself with a shorter lifespan than in his previous life. It is crucial to understand that had he not been injured or pursued in his past life, even subsisting solely on mortal sustenance, he could have lived at least another 50 years. The Golden Core lineage is indeed the foremost path to longevity. Thus, last night, he even hesitated over whether to revert to the Golden Core lineage. With his current psychic strength, he might hope to elevate his cultivation to the late stage of spirit transformation before the tide of spiritual energy arrived. Then, once the end of the Dharma approached, he could seal his cultivation, forsake everything, and retreat overseas to some remote corner where no one could find him, sealing himself within a coffin, which would allow him to endure for at least 3,000 years. 3,000 years, surely enough to last until the next tide of spiritual energy arrives, right? In truth, this would be the most prudent choice, the choice of most high-tier cultivators. Yet Jiang Mu could not bring himself to do so, nor was he willing to resign to such an outcome. Some things, once witnessed and personally felt, cannot be ignored. Thus, he chose the path of purity. To be a true human, no longer evading, even if the price he paid would be profoundly severe. He would face ruin, death, and decay, ultimately returning to dust. Yet he harbored no regrets. Therefore, I must adopt a more radical approach. Jiang Mu pondered, silently adjusting some plans. The first of which was to eradicate the demon sect at all costs, especially the notorious Qi Shui Lao, the master of the blood sect. He was a supervillain responsible for the deaths of 30 million during the end of the Dharma. In his previous life, 3 years after the outburst of the spiritual energy tide, the Xinhua sect sacrificed themselves to suppress the Blood River demon sovereign, perishing together. In the months that followed, Qi Shui Lao led thousands of demonic cultivators, quickly slaughtering the 5 counties of Shishu, leaving no survivors among mortals, scattered cultivators, or sects alike. Subsequently, Qi Shui Lao conducted a mass sacrifice of millions at the Demon Prison Mountain, attempting to unleash the unknown entities imprisoned within. In an instant, a vast blood river manifested at the periphery of Demon Prison Mountain, with rumors suggesting it connected to the underworld, and whispers claiming that the Golden Core had perished, paving the way for the emergence of demonic beings. Yet later, the illusion of the blood river dissipated, and the so-called rumors proved to be nothing more than fabrications. During the end of the Dharma, even the secret arts of the demon sect were powerless to alter fate. The infamously bloodthirsty Qi Shui Lao thereafter brazenly crafted blood spirit pills from the flesh and blood of mortals. 50 years later, the 5 major sects formed an alliance with the Qin dynasty, establishing the Qin Demon Capture Division to scour the world, inadvertently capturing Qi Shui Lao, who had been hiding as a brothel keeper. This incident conclusively demonstrated that without spiritual energy, no secret technique held any significance, for after being apprehended, the demon was kept in secret confinement for over 20 years, during which it was rumored they sought the true method of crafting blood spirit pills, a gruesome recipe utilizing the flesh of mortals as a catalyst, which became the last hope for many desperate cultivators. 72 years after the outburst of the spiritual energy tide, the Qin dynasty publicly executed Qi Shui Lao outside the capital, subjecting him to 1,000 cuts, announcing to the world that blood spirit pills were ineffective. Otherwise, this historical figure, responsible for more deaths than any other, with 30 million lives claimed, would not have resorted to posing as a brothel keeper. This incident had far-reaching implications, and even Jiang Mu, who had become a destitute beggar to escape the pursuit of the Demon Capture Division, had heard of it. From that point on, those fortunate enough to remain hidden lost all desire for cultivation. Jiang Mu might disregard his own future, but Qi Shui Lao must be eliminated. Even if the future does not improve as a result, at least it will not worsen. As for the second task, Jiang Mu planned to slay the demon dragon in the endless sea of the southern frontier before the end of the Dharma arrived. This creature was the last demon king of the ancient demon clan in this realm of cultivation, as humanity rose and the demons fell, having been driven from the north of Broken Dragon Mountain all the way to the southern frontier on the brink of extinction. Yet, with the advent of the end of the Dharma, this demon dragon became the unchallenged ruler of the mountain. The physical cultivation methods of the demon race surpassed those of the human race, and coupled with their inherently more robust flesh and blood, the impact of the severance of spiritual energy is somewhat mitigated. In the previous lifetime, under the coordination of the Tai sect, the cultivation sects of the 6 counties in Jiangnan formed a defensive alliance, effectively maintaining order and stability in the region during the initial 2 years. This was partly due to the scarcity of lower-tier loose cultivators in Jiangnan, with the number of sects reaching 34, fostering a sense of decorum among them. The Tai sect, being particularly affluent and specializing in the sale of formations, was notably prosperous. Aware that the preparation of spirit stones had a limited shelf life of only 20 years, they distributed a substantial quantity of these stones among the various sections. While stabilizing the situation, they also reassured the common folk, sheltered refugees, constructed cities, and distributed weapons to the populace, demonstrating exceptional management by quelling several large-scale riots. However, the dilemma arose when 2 venerable experts from the Tai sect, shortly after the severance of spiritual energy, each left a letter and departed, declaring that in the face of a great calamity, one must fend for oneself. Though this was understandable, it left the alliance of the 6 counties in Jiangnan bereft of high-level combat strength. Merely 2 years later, a demon dragon from the endless sea led millions of beasts, on the brink of regression into feral creatures, in a desperate assault, targeting Jiangnan first. In the absence of the venerable experts to counter the demon dragon, the alliance formed by the Tai sect disintegrated almost instantaneously, with some sects engaged in fierce battles while others fled in the chaos. By the time Elder Yuanjun of the Divine Sword sect, riding a tamed demon tiger, arrived, Jiangnan had transformed into a sea of blood, with 7 sects having retreated in the face of danger, and the 27 sects led by the Tai sect annihilated, resulting in tens of millions of commoners becoming prey to the beasts. Elder Yuanjun, in a fit of rage, fought valiantly against the demon dragon, ultimately perishing alongside it due to the exhaustion of his magical energy and spirit stones. Their remains were subsequently seized by the blood demon, who refined them into blood spirit pills. This event marked one of the 2 most significant impacts on the cultivation world of Southern Province during the end of the Dharma era. It is noteworthy that none of the 5 venerable experts from the Divine Sword sect chose to seclude themselves, while Elder Yuanjun perished with the demon dragon. Sect Master Fan Tian and the other 3 venerable experts sought alternative paths, exhausting their last reserves of spirit stones. The 2 venerable experts from the Shanhua sect were even more resolute. Although the 2 venerable experts from the Wanling sect, the Tai sect, and the Qitian sect chose to retreat, Southern Province fared relatively better compared to other regions of the 9 provinces and 10 territories. The issue concerning the demon suppression tower for the Shanhua sect was already resolved, and with the elimination of the blood demon and the demon dragon, a coalition of the Shanhua sect in the west, the Divine Sword sect in the north, and the Tai sect in the east, along with Jiang Mu's preparations in Qingu County, the situation appeared significantly more favorable than in the previous lifetime. In due time, the 21 counties of Southern Province, with nearly 200 million commoners, could establish an empire centered around cultivation sects, branching out from loose cultivators and grounded in the populace, provided they withstand the upheaval and control the insurrections of lower-tier loose cultivators. Even if Dragon's Severing Mountain were to collapse extensively due to the disappearance of spiritual energy, shrinking from thousands of feet to merely 1,000, it would still secure an advantageous position. Subsequently, they would aim to establish a military primarily composed of commoner warriors, utilizing cultivators as high-level deterrents, gradually encroaching upon surrounding territories. If they endure for another 20 years, a favorable conclusion awaits. With a stroke of luck, they might even witness the revival of spiritual energy. Chapter 61, Shoring Up Weaknesses. My specialty lies in Deception Dragon. Severing Mountain stretches over 100,000 miles from east to west, its peaks soaring and perilous. Once the sacred domain of the demon race, before being vanquished and expelled by the human cultivation world. However, the mountain is vast. Aside from portions occupied by cultivation sects and those that have become thoroughfares, the remainder is largely wild and uninhabited. At this moment, deep within Dragon's Severing Mountain, in a desolate area devoid of birds and beasts, 2 groups of individuals appeared. Both factions donned masks, wore restrictive hats, and cloaked themselves in dark robes, giving the impression that they were numerous incarnations of Jiang Mu, highlighting their mutual wariness. What is this place? If your Yuanling sect does not wish to trade, you may cancel at will, but do not treat my demonic sect as mere jesters. A melodious voice rang out, imbued with irritation yet remaining exquisitely charming. My sincerest apologies. The matter is of great importance. You must understand. Our Yuanling sect has been secluded on a remote island in the deep sea for over a millennium and is not well acquainted with the cultivation world of the 9 provinces and 10 territories, making each step fraught with peril. Moreover, trading with your demonic sect entails significant risks should word of this leak. Our Yuanling sect would be reduced to dust even before the end of Dharma arrives. A voice, emanating from an honest and earnest man, echoed in response. Enough with the trifles. I care not for your end of Dharma nonsense. Do you have the precious original spirit stones? Present them. The woman from the demonic sect seemed exceedingly impatient. Damn it. I've changed the trading location more than 10 times across the realms. I did not come here to listen to your prattle. If it weren't for the Yuanling sect's excessive caution, I would have long since dismantled you all, given the number of false figures and puppets you have. Very well. Finally acquiescing to the trade, the Yuanling sect agreed, and the 2 parties exchanged their desired items amicably, just as they were about to depart. A resounding shout echoed from afar. Who dares to sow discord on the territory of my Yuanling sect? As the words were spoken, a red-haired elder in the late Yuanying stage charged forward with a fierce demeanor. It was Sang Mian, who had been robbed by the Divine Sword sect. Since returning to his sect, he had grown increasingly agitated, and after acquiring a new set of flying sword artifacts, he decided to venture out for a respite, primarily to augment his resources. As the saying goes, shoring up weaknesses against one another is my specialty. Is it shameful? Not at all. Can the matters of cultivators be deemed robbery? Unbeknownst to him, fortune favored him as he stumbled upon the 2 groups clandestinely meeting, particularly drawn to their distinctive restrictive hats and dark robes, which could fetch a handsome price on the black market. Delighted by the prospects of these demonic youths, who were affluent and capricious, Sang Mian first sent a message to his sect over 1,000 miles before charging forth with determination, confident that as a late Yuanian cultivator, he could sweep away the majority of foes. Did he truly believe that the world was brimming with venerable experts? The old man is determined to gamble and take risks, refusing to believe that his luck could be so abysmal. However, why do these 2 groups gaze at him as if he were a fool, a late-stage nascent soul? Even the timid members of the Yuanling sect exhibit a hint of astonishment, as if he were an unexpected grasshopper that had suddenly appeared. They do not flee, yet neither do they appear ready to act. The members of the demon sect similarly observe as Sang Mian brandishes his flying sword and charges forward, as if they were watching a spectacle. Buzz. The anti-magic spiritual treasure in the hands of the demon sect woman suddenly activates, instantly draining the spiritual energy within a radius of several dozen miles. Sang Mu, initially imposing and filled with murderous intent, soaring joyfully, suddenly plummets like a plucked goose, crashing down from hundreds of zhang in the air. Thankfully, he reacts swiftly, pulling out a flying artifact and attempting to escape, but after barely fleeing 1,000 zhang, the flying device crashes down as well. Without the support of the earthly spiritual energy, the consumption of this rapid escape artifact is extraordinary, depleting his spiritual stones entirely. Bang! The formidable late-stage nascent soul master crashes to the ground, disheveled and covered in dirt. The only recourse available to him is to draw out hundreds of spiritual talismans, which is all that remains of his dwindling magical power. In truth, if he were granted even 10 breaths of time, he could muster enough strength to fight back. But would his adversaries allow such an opportunity? Moreover, what manner of contraption is this? The anti-magic formation should not be mobile. If it could be fashioned into a treasure, then truly, the most unfortunate beings in this world would be the transformation stage old monsters. Splash. Spare me. I possess vital intelligence. I am willing to join the demon sect. I only ask for my life. Sang Muyuan reacts quickly. If this information were to leak, it would undoubtedly provoke all 5 of the greatest super sects to dispatch their most skilled fighters to annihilate the demon sect and anyone capable of creating anti-magic spiritual treasures. It is over. This is truly the end. Soul capture, refine into blood spirit pills. The woman from the demon sect states coldly, showing no interest in Sang Muyuan's pledge of allegiance, as if to say the demon sect is a mere cesspool where anyone can come and go at will. I know of a spiritual stone vein. Humph, a spiritual stone vein. Is it the one rumored by Gong Xiao Xiao of the Floating Cloud Sect in Qinggu County? Bah. Do you think my demon sect is a bunch of beggars? Soul capture. It is a medium-sized vein, a genuine medium-sized spiritual stone vein. That elder from the Floating Cloud Sect, Su Yi, concealed it out of fear of alarming his junior brother Jiang Mu. As a result, he was deceived by Gong Xiaoxiao using dream-weaving techniques. That vile woman wishes to collaborate with my Wanling sect, and this information is her token of allegiance. Sang Muan feels on the verge of tears. Why must he be so unfortunate? That wretched woman is truly attempting to ruin him. Medium-sized? The demon sect woman finally shows interest, for a medium-sized spiritual stone vein has the potential to yield a substantial quantity of high-quality raw spiritual stones, which are the favorite of the Yuanling sect. Do not look at me. My Yuanling sect does not engage in karmic entanglements. We do not even harm mortals, let alone scheme for wealth and lives. However, we are willing to trade. Beyond this anti-magic spiritual treasure, what has your Yuanling sect researched over the past 1,000 years? Not much, just 3 types of treasures capable of dealing with the end of the Dharma. If you desire them, you must exchange them for raw spiritual stones. Very well, it is settled. The woman from the demon sect nods, but she no longer casts a glance at Sang Muan. Chapter 62. Only with benefits can hearts be won. You are all my most trusted disciples. Although your talents are not exceptional, they can be considered above average. Given time, each of you has the opportunity to advance to the nascent soul stage. To speak frankly, the current situation in our sect's marketplace has opened up. Rules have been established, and there are few strong competitors around. Thus, based on the marketplace's revenue, within the next 100 years, we can at least help 5 of you advance to the nascent soul stage. In the Qingxi courtyard, Jiang Mu once again gathers his core disciples. He opens with words that elicit surprise and excitement among them. The nascent soul stage. With a lifespan of 1,000 years, one could be deemed an immortal on land. Who wouldn't desire that? With a smile, Jiang Mu contemplates plans to eradicate the demon sect and slay the demon dragon. Many strategies must be prepared in advance. This is, in fact, unwise, so he must use benefits as a cover. Within 10 years, our sect aims to cultivate a second nascent soul. Of course, success is not guaranteed, but we must establish a system. All golden core disciples can be ranked based on merit, talent, and cultivation. Every 10 years, the sect will concentrate resources on one individual, and so forth, establishing a perpetual practice. Do any of you have differing opinions? Upon hearing this, the disciples feel warmth in their hearts. Our master has not changed. He remains the same kind-hearted individual, capable of proposing such a generous initiative. Floating Cloud Sect is mighty. Master, the sect leader, is mighty. In unison, all the disciples declare, we shall abide by the sect leader's edicts. Needless to say, no one is foolish enough to reject such an offer. With one person selected every 10 years, they have just recently advanced to the golden core stage, and with their lifespan still abundant, they will surely have a chance. This is the harmonious Floating Cloud Sect, where brotherhood prevails. Little do they know, this will be the last nascent soul of the Floating Cloud Sect. And it is merely a bait cast by Jiang Mu. As the Floating Cloud Sect flourishes, even the most trusted disciples harbor their own ambitions. It is unethical to work tirelessly without reward, and such discontent could sow the seeds of unrest, detrimental to the cohesion of the hearts. Thus, by offering a single spot and ensuring that others feel they can compete for it, there is hope for the future, a promising horizon. This will tighten their bonds around Jiang Mu, compelling them to follow his every unusual command without hesitation. Similarly, this also explains why Jiang Mu refrains from teaching the method of transforming sword energy. It necessitates the dispersal of power and recultivation. A heavy price no one is willing to pay, even if it is from a beloved father. Moreover, Jiang Mu is merely a sect leader, just a master. Loyalty from disciples does not equate to blind loyalty. Sect leader, I am already satisfied to have ascended to the golden core stage by sheer luck. I do not dare to covet the nascent soul. Let this opportunity be given to my fellow disciples. Hua Lianshan is the first to speak, expressing his sincerity. He has recently and successfully ascended to the golden core stage, so it is only fitting that he refrains from advancing further at this moment. Following suit, Lu Taizhu, Zhang He, Li Ying, and others also decline, aware of the importance of maintaining a harmonious atmosphere, even if their inner thoughts differ. Let us draw lots. This is not the time for modesty. A slot every 10 years does not require you to advance to the nascent soul stage. It can also serve as preparation for a breakthrough. Jiang Mu proposes the simplest method, retrieving a pile of bamboo sticks that he had prepared, each sealed with divine thought to ensure no one cheats. Who can be selected will purely depend on his arrangement. It can only be said that he is truly devoted to boosting morale and uniting hearts. A moment later, 15 golden core disciples from the next generation of the Floating Cloud Sect take turns to draw lots. When Jiang Mu releases the seal of divine thought, the results are revealed. Li Ying has been chosen. Fortune smiles upon him. Li Ying feels somewhat embarrassed, yet the others congratulate him with unreserved sincerity. Truly sharing in the joy, it is indeed a collective achievement, and that is wonderful. Very well, Li Ying, from today onward, you shall relinquish all duties. Set aside worldly affairs, and prepare for seclusion. For the time being, you will receive an additional allowance of 10,000 spiritual stones per year, so do not feel pressured. Yes, disciples shall obey the master's orders. Li Ying solemnly paid his respects to Jiang Mu, recognizing this newly acknowledged master as exceptional. As a core disciple, he was already entitled to 1,000 spirit stones annually, along with resources valued at 2,000 spirit stones. Now, with an additional allocation of 10,000 spirit stones, the prospect of 100,000 spirit stones over 10 years indeed demonstrated remarkable ambition. It is worth noting that even the core disciples of major sects seldom receive such generous provisions. Once this matter was settled and spirits were high, Jiang Mu's smile faded. He reminded them that the achievements of the Floating Cloud Sect were hard-won. If it weren't for the progress made in the marketplace, even his goodwill to provide sufficient resources for their cultivation would have been futile. Therefore, starting today, apart from Li Ying, the others were required to exert 80% of their efforts toward managing the marketplace. Only by excelling in this endeavor could the Floating Cloud Sect hope to rise again. Lu Taizhu, heed my command. Disciple is here. Effective immediately, you are to personally oversee the formation of a Sky Patrol Corps, comprising 500 members, primarily utilizing Sky Patrol vessels. Their mandate is to uphold the laws, remain loyal to the Floating Cloud Sect, protect the common folk, and respect the lower-tier cultivators. Should any threaten the core interests of our sect, they must be prepared to fight and kill. You have 1 month to select your team. Remember, talent can be found in many forms, but character is paramount. Individuals with a tarnished reputation are to be dismissed. For the Sky Patrol Corps will be the foremost representation of our sect to the outside world. We must not appear weak nor behave oppressively. Understood, disciple shall comply. Lu Taizhu responded solemnly, his resolve to execute Jiang Mu's orders unwavering. The other disciples, while initially perceiving Jiang Mu's command as somewhat exaggerated, soon recognized the burgeoning floating cloud marketplace's significance. With hundreds of thousands of lower-tier cultivators, effective management was critical. Without a formidable core to instill fear, the potential for chaos loomed large. The Sky Patrol vessels, being intricate artifacts of both formation and flight produced by the Tai sect, could contend with a golden core cultivator. Thus, 500 individuals organized into teams of 10 would equate to 50 golden cores, more than sufficient to manage the lower-tier cultivators. Jiang Mu was pleased with his disciples' performance. He knew that the 15 golden core disciples present were not to be underestimated. During his absence, they had diligently advanced the floating cloud marketplace to its current stature. Their insights into the marketplace and the lower-tier cultivators were irreplaceable. Hence, despite his esteemed position as the sect leader, Jiang Mu understood the necessity of employing subtle strategies rather than a direct approach, as such bluntness was not the hallmark of wisdom. At this juncture, Jiang Mu's gaze fell upon Zhang He. Among the next generation of disciples within the Floating Cloud Sect, 3 prominent figures emerged: Lu Taizhu, Zhang He, and Li Ying. In terms of ability, Li Ying ranked first, though he was overly cautious and astute. Zhang He, while ranking second, was too youthful, impetuous, and stubborn, often clashing with Jiang Mu when his temper flared. Lu Taizhu, though ranked lower, demonstrated unwavering loyalty and tenacity, allowing him and Jiang Mu to tenuously hold a position of influence. Thus, Jiang Mu had previously assigned Li Ying the task of striving for the infant transformation stage. Now, it was Zhang He's turn. Zhang He, disciple is here. Your aptitude is, in fact, unparalleled within our sect, Jiang Mu began, bestowing high praise upon the youth. Knowing that Zhang He would likely oppose some of his forthcoming plans, it was best to keep certain matters discreet. Master, I am not in a hurry to pursue the infant transformation, Zhang He interjected hastily. I am aware of that. Therefore, I encourage you to travel beyond the mountains. Temper your impulsive nature. Regardless of the outcome, after 30 years, you must dedicate yourself to seclusion and strive for the late golden core stage. 50 years from now, you must prepare to challenge the infant transformation. Currently, only you and Li Ying possess the qualifications to break through to the god transformation stage. Whether we remain at the golden core or infant transformation stages, ultimately, it will be you two who carry the banner forward for our sect. You two truly represent the future of the Floating Cloud Sect. Therefore, learn from Li Ying and Huolianshan, and temper your impulsive tendencies. Of course, your travels can also serve the sect by delivering goods to the marketplace, and occasionally you may bring younger disciples to witness the wonders of the cultivation world. Disciple obeys. Jiang Mu's heartfelt words deeply moved Zhang He, bringing tears to his eyes. He recognized the sincerity in his master's sentiments. Feeling the weight of responsibility for the future of the sect, though reluctant to travel, for he had many ideas regarding the expansion of the floating cloud marketplace. He understood that the future of the sect rested on him and Liang, a truth he never doubted. After all, both his grandmaster and second master had sought him as their personal disciple, recognizing his exceptional talent. Rising from his seat, Jiang Mu placed a reassuring hand on Zhang He's shoulder before continuing. Huolianshan, disciple is here. Jiang Mu regarded him. Recognizing the cunning and experience of this adept observer, who shared a strong rapport with Liang. Their close ties were evident from the intelligence gathered from Donghu Mountain Manor. Zhang He and Cheng Banjin were allies, forming one faction within the floating cloud marketplace, while Liang and Huolianshan constituted another. Over the last 6 months, these two factions had effortlessly sidelined Lu Taizhu. Notably, Jiang Mu had entrusted Lu Taizhu with a significant sum of spirit stones for safekeeping, along with the management of accounts, demonstrating that Lu Taizhu's capabilities were lacking in that regard. In the coming decade, Yu, Cheng Banjin, Su Lin, Qin Jin, and Zhou Heng will be responsible for the management of the marketplace. Unless a significant issue arises, decisions can be made with the agreement of just 3 of you. After 10 years, we shall appoint another 5 to oversee the marketplace. Jiang Mu spoke calmly, confident in their individual strengths and proven capabilities in managing the marketplace. We will establish a new alchemy hall, with Huang Xing in charge, allowing for the recruitment of no more than 500 alchemists to refine the resources acquired in the marketplace into various spiritual elixirs. Additionally, we shall create a new artifact refining hall, led by Zhou Jingwen, also with a cap of 500 cultivators, tasked with processing materials such as Xian iron, spirit jade, and ironwood, prioritizing the needs of the marketplace while ensuring that our products are affordable to lower-tier cultivators, an effective strategy for attracting them. Finally, we will establish a machinery hall, overseen by Wang Junshan, with a similar recruitment limit, responsible for crafting and developing mechanical puppets. The flurry of commands left the disciples in a daze. Although Li Ying and Zhang He, who should have raised objections, remained silent. They understood their elevated positions and the imperative to strive for the God transformation stage to revitalize the Floating Cloud Sect, leaving little room for distraction over the marketplace. Oh, the exceptional must learn to balance sacrifice with gain. Chapter 63. The Alchemy Hall. As autumn's high clouds drifted, the scenery was simply splendid. On the southern mountain of the Floating Cloud Sect, a grand alchemy hall is being constructed with great urgency. This structure is not akin to a mere mortal dwelling, which typically seeks only sturdiness, warmth, or comfort. Instead, this hall for alchemical practices must be equipped with various formations to ensure dryness, sealing, and the cultivation of medicinal vapors. The entire hall is divided into 5 sections, 2 main alchemical chambers, 2 auxiliary chambers, and a medicinal storage room, all of considerable scale. The head of the medicinal hall, Huang Xing, recently condensed her golden core, demonstrating her prowess in alchemy. Her previous concoction, the 5-spirit pill, successfully facilitated the advancements of Huolianshan, Zhou Jingwen, Chu Shu, Zhou Heng, and herself. Just half a year ago, she was a gray-haired old woman, but she has now regained the appearance of a plump beauty. In less than 10 days, Huang Xing has recruited a total of 500 alchemical practitioners, filling all available positions. This rapid growth has led Zhang Anu, the head of the sect's administrative hall, to express his grievances to Jiang Mu, citing excessive numbers and mounting expenses, as all these individuals become outer disciples of the Floating Cloud Sect. Remarkably, in such a short span, the number of disciples in the Floating Cloud Sect has surged toward 2,000. Even with substantial earnings from the market, the sect's expenditures are struggling to keep pace. Reporting to my master, I considered that since you have mentioned treating mortals with kindness and that more will migrate here, the number of mortals in the Yunhu Plain is likely to increase. As mortals consume grains, illness is inevitable. Even the most basic cultivators require the healing services of alchemical practitioners. Thus, I believe our medicinal hall should not only manage the market, but also regularly assist mortals with diagnoses and treatments. Of course, I understand the rules. Mortal ailments are to be treated with mortal remedies, and I would never use spiritual pills for such cases. Additionally, I envision cultivating healers among the mortals, as it is said that teaching one to fish is better than giving them fish. This notion is commendable. No, it is extraordinarily insightful. With millions of mortals, There is indeed a significant need for a substantial number of healers. You may pursue this initiative freely. Furthermore, seek out clever and perceptive children among the mortals. Each of you should take a few as named disciples. There is no need to impart your methods, just educate them on pharmacology and ailments. And take them along for consultations. In a few years, they will be equipped to handle common illnesses. Jiang Mu felt pleased. If all disciples of the Floating Cloud Sect were like Huang Ziying, he would have far fewer worries. Yes, Master, I shall exert my utmost effort. By the way, what is the name of that alchemical practitioner who significantly enhanced the quality of the power-building pill and the essence-conserving pill? Can she now be recruited into our medicinal hall? Jiang Mu inquired, having come here specifically for this matter, as those two pills are crucial resources for confronting the end of the Law era. In response, Huang Ziying replied, her voice tinged with admiration. Her name is Chong Yang. Brother Hua had previously benefited from her assistance and made numerous attempts to invite her, but to no avail. It was only after I personally approached her and brought several of her friends that she agreed to join our medicinal hall. Huang Ziying spoke with respect, understanding the difficulties faced by lower-tier practitioners. After establishing her foundation in the sect, she ventured out as a wandering cultivator. Fully aware of the struggles faced by those at the bottom, she had the sect's backing, making it relatively easy for her to undertake tasks and negotiate in the market. However, for the lower-tier practitioners, life was akin to servitude in the marketplace. Consequently, many resorted to extreme measures to achieve their goals, leading to frequent conflicts, thefts, and betrayals, one moment collaborating, the next turning against each other, a common occurrence. To remain unscathed in such an environment is truly remarkable. Master, I dare to suggest appointing Chong Yang as the deputy head of the medicinal hall. For in matters of alchemy and the mastery of medicinal properties, I cannot compare to her. This is your medicinal hall, you shall decide. Additionally, the medicinal hall may retain half of the profits from the spiritual pills created for the market. How you utilize this is at your discretion. Jiang Mu smiled, adding that this policy also applies to the mechanism hall and the refining hall. These three halls, even in the end of the Law era, remain of utmost importance. And thus they must possess independent authority and financial autonomy to fulfill their vital roles effectively. Master this. Huang Ziying was taken aback, fully aware of the significance of retaining half the profits for the medicinal hall. Currently, the floating cloud market sells tens of thousands of various spiritual pills to lower-tier practitioners each month, and for reasons that cannot be disclosed. Each pill yields several spirit stones in profit, sometimes even a dozen or more. If half of this profit were to be shared, there might be dissent among the sect's other disciples. Having traversed the world for over a century, Huang Ziying understood that no sect could truly be harmonious unless interests were equitable and a strong leader was at the helm. The prospect of monthly earnings in the tens of thousands of spirit stones would surely incite envy. This matter shall be trialed for 10 years, and then we will reassess. With this statement from Jiang Mu, Huang Ziying refrained from further protest, recognizing that 10 years is but a fleeting moment, and objections would likely diminish over time. Soon after, she personally went to bring Chong Yang to the hall. Junior Yang Mei, I pay my respects to the esteemed elder. Chong Yang appeared somewhat anxious, bowing her head and performing a deep bow. This reaction was entirely understandable, as she was not only in the presence of the sect leader but also an ancient figure of the nascent soul stage. Her ability to refrain from trembling in fear was commendable. No need for excessive formality, Jiang Mu said with a gentle smile, gesturing for Huang Ziying to help Chong Yang rise, who was already flustered and at a loss. Tell me about your companions. I understand that during this recent disaster, you managed to procure a substantial amount of grain from Jiangnan Prefecture to distribute among the common folk. I also heard that you brought back seeds of edible fruits and vegetables from the mountains of the southern wilderness. Could you elaborate on this? Though I am the sect leader, I may not have the full perspective you do. Jiang Mu spoke kindly, intending to bridge the gap, yet Chong Yang's face flushed deeply, and she bowed her head even lower. I dare not claim such praise for myself. Jiang Mu found her response amusing and after a moment's thought, said, rest assured. I have already dispatched disciple Zhang He to the northern 5 prefectures to acquire grain and seeds. The 300,000 common folk of Yunhu will not suffer from cold or hunger. The Floating Cloud Sect treats mortals, wandering cultivators, and cultivators alike with equal regard. Having said this, he took his leave, for he needed to visit the refining hall on the back mountain. Many matters required his personal guidance to ensure they were managed properly. It was unrealistic to expect tasks to be completed effectively through mere commands from the Grand Hall. Moreover, many of his directives, if proposed openly, might provoke even core disciples to exclaim in alarm, "Who dares to disturb our peace?" In the forthcoming 8 years, He must strive to minimize potential internal strife. Chapter 64. The Refining Hall. The Refining Hall is located at the original site of the Refining Hall on the back mountain of Floating Cloud, yet it still requires expansion. Disciples pay their respects to the master. Upon seeing Jiang Mu's arrival, Zhou Jingwen, the head of the Refining Hall, hurried forward to pay his respects. He is among the elder brothers of Huo Lianshan, Huang Xing, Chu Shu, and Duan Hong, sharing the same age as Jiang Mu, possessing considerable insight into the art of refining. The reason Jiang Mu entrusted Zhou Jingwen and Huang Xing with the management of the Refining Hall and the Medicinal Hall is largely due to their extensive experiences, ensuring that their approach to tasks is grounded in reality rather than idealism. Especially after their advancement to the Golden Core stage, their potential had largely been realized, and they were content with their current circumstances. Thus, matters that cannot be openly addressed can be delegated to them. Jingwen, no need for excessive formality. How are things progressing on your end? Respectfully reporting to the esteemed master, the manpower has been duly assembled. Within the Xian iron ore vein, a new set of mining automatons has been installed, now yielding a daily output of 2,000 inferior-grade Xian iron, 300 medium-grade Xian iron, and 50 superior-grade Xian iron. The disciples recruited for refining can currently produce 50 custom medium-grade magical artifacts, 100 non-custom medium-grade artifacts, and 500 consumable inferior-grade artifacts each day. Once transported to the market, they are sold out within a few days. Once the new artifact refining hall is completed, we shall be able to customize superior-grade artifacts, which will yield even greater profits. Zhou Jingwen responded swiftly, demonstrating his profound understanding and unwavering dedication to the task at hand. Jiang Mu nodded, then casually remarked, from this point forward, set aside 500 pieces of inferior-grade Xian iron each day to forge armor, shields, swords, spears, bows, and arrows suitable for mortals. Once completed, do not send them to the market. Instead, store them safely in your refining hall until we accumulate a total of 500,000 pieces. Furthermore, keep this matter confidential. Upon hearing this, Zhou Jingwen initially appeared bewildered, followed by astonishment, yet he did not question the directive. Yes, rest assured, master, there will be no mistakes. Jiang Mu smiled, pleased, and patted Zhou Jingwen on the shoulder before departing. This was the advantage of a cautious elder, never prying into matters that do not concern him. Unlike Lu Taizhu, who would undoubtedly demand clarification, or Zhang He and Li Ying, who would be even more inquisitive. Thus far, Jiang Mu had no intention of revealing the impending arrival of the end of the Law era. Next, he proceeded to the mechanism hall situated at the foot of the Floating Cloud West Mountain, instructing the overseer Wang Junshan to select mechanism cultivators to create various types of automatons. Once crafted, they too would be stored in the mechanism hall, away from the eyes of others. These automatons, in truth, hold no significant advantage in secrecy, and could even be considered inferior to the commonly found automatons on the market. Presently, the strongest automatons rival Golden Core cultivators, while others equate to Foundation Establishment cultivators. Some are forged from Xian iron, possessing immense strength and formidable defenses, capable of replacing body-refining cultivators. Others can emit flames or ice, launching enchanted crossbows from a distance. Some can charge forward, while others can self-destruct. All are formidable in their own right. However, the automatons Jiang Mu commissioned Wang Junshan to create are weaker than Qi refinement cultivators. Their power diminished to the utmost degree, retaining only two advantages. Firstly, their construction is simple, allowing ordinary artisans to assemble them. As long as the core divine pattern remains intact, other components can be easily replaced, making them entirely usable by mortals. Secondly, their consumption is minimal. These exceedingly weak automatons can patrol and guard for 3 months on a single spirit stone, and can endure a day of moderate combat. Naturally, if they were to confront a mortal army, they could last a month without issue. Jiang Mu's requirement was to stockpile 100,000 units. In addition to these automatons, he also tasked Wang Junshan with researching the celestial patrol boats, akin to those of the Tai sect. However, there was no need to replicate the formations aboard nor achieve great heights or speeds. A flight altitude of 100 zhang and a range of 300 miles per spirit stone would suffice, provided the quality did not exceed this limit. Frankly, in the current environment, these patrol boats would not even qualify as targets, yet once the end of the Law era arrives, these vessels capable of carrying 10 soldiers into the sky at a slow pace will determine the course of a battle. Even if the soldiers on board possess no magical skills and merely fire arrows downwards, they could decimate body-refining cultivators. Alas, Due to the limited storage capacity for spirit stones lasting only a decade or two at most, these automatons and patrol boats, along with their outer formations, can only be sustained for that duration. By then, it is likely that the precious meat-strengthening elixirs and essence-gathering pills in his possession will be nearly exhausted, signaling the end of the glory of body-refining cultivators. However, 20 years is ample time to cultivate a new generation of spirited, potential-laden, and well-trained mortal warriors. Next, he contemplated the mortal realm. Jiang Mu recalled that over 6 months ago, he had instructed Lu Taizhu to judiciously train 3,000 mortal warriors and select those of good character and public esteem to lead them. The rationale was clear. Mortals are not mere livestock. Familial disputes often arise, and it cannot be expected that the Floating Cloud Sect must intervene in every trivial matter, for that would not be protection, but rather the keeping of pets. Now, half a year later, although each mortal town has established patrol teams, something still feels amiss. After personally surveying the situation, Jiang Mu understood. His disciples were adept at their tasks, yet they were also excessively perfunctory. This was neither their fault nor Lu Taizhu's. It was merely a matter of differing perspectives at various stages, unable to harmonize or comprehend. Thus, Jiang Mu directly arranged for Li Ying and Zhang He to assist. The results were immediate. Mortals must govern themselves. Ideally, they should have officials. Jiang Mu pondered. In the current cultivation world, there has never been an opportunity for a dynasty to exist, nor a foundation for mortals to establish one. Firstly, the treacherous terrain and raging rivers, along with the menace of demons and monsters, render a mortal dynasty incapable of survival without the extraordinary might of cultivators. Secondly, the various cultivation sects have long established their territories. For instance, the southern province is the domain of the Divine Sword Sect, with other sects merely as their subordinates. And their founding ancestors are all honored figures who followed the Divine Sword Sect in pioneering and expanding the border centuries ago. Those who come later wishing to establish sects, they might as well dream. While I may not manage the territory here, my subordinates may engage in conflict, but outsiders seeking to claim land as their own will find it nearly impossible. Thirdly, the abundance of spiritual energy has led to an excess of scattered cultivators at the lower levels. The elites among mortals choose to pursue cultivation, leaving the remaining mortals far too weak to resist. The establishment of the future Qin dynasty will stem from multiple factors. The cessation of spiritual energy is one aspect. Internal strife among cultivators is another. Additionally, many cultivators have devolved into mere mortals. Of course, there may be reasons unknown to Jiang Mu at present. Therefore, I can attempt a small-scale initiative without establishing a dynasty. First, arrange for some leading officials among the mortals, akin to the lowest-level village heads in the Qin dynasty. Chapter 65. The village head of the mortal world. Since the Yunhu city market was ravaged by Sangmu Yuan, it has undergone rapid repairs and has been expanded to twice its size overnight. Hence, even with a surge of over 10,000 people, it does not feel crowded or chaotic. There are two primary reasons for this. Firstly, the operational order of the market is exceptionally mature and adept, with thousands of merchants and attendants from other markets swiftly contributing to the seamless flow of daily transactions, whether it be procurement, assessment, or scheduling appointments. Every aspect creates a welcoming atmosphere. Which market in the southern province could rival this? Secondly, the rules of the Floating Cloud Sect are not merely based on brute force, but rather on reasoned principles, which greatly inspires confidence. Thus, many who have committed misdeeds elsewhere find themselves behaving properly here. However, not everyone can find hope in this place. Brother Qi, I sincerely apologize. It is not that we do not wish to take you along, but the demon beasts in the southern frontier have recently become quite rampant. Our team requires a swifter and more agile pace of movement. Please accept these 5 spirit stones. When a safer task arises, I will certainly seek you out. Within the bustling city of Yunhu, the white-haired Qi Cheng wore a bitter smile. He was a practitioner of body refinement, having spent his life navigating the markets and either heading out to hunt demon beasts or returning from such excursions. This path was all he had. Decades of trials and tribulations had left him scarred, and despite his efforts, he had not managed to break through in strength. With only a decade of life remaining, he had accumulated little for his twilight years, and tragically, he left no descendants behind. Such lamentable fate. If the Floating Cloud Sect's market had opened 20 years earlier, he might have had a chance to strive and contend. Now, with one foot already in the grave, his spirit had faded. Sleepless nights were spent reminiscing about his hometown, yearning for a return to his roots, haunted by memories of his parents' smiles and the shadow of the neighbor's young girl. Alas, there were no kin or neighbors left to return to. A decade passed, several golden core cultivators had clashed, triggering a landslide that buried several villages. By the time Qi Cheng received the news, a year had already passed, and he dared not even harbor thoughts of vengeance. What right did a mere ant have to seek revenge? He could not even locate his parents' graves. All he could do was weep foolishly atop that great mound of earth. In a moment of despair, he surveyed the lively crowd and the dazzling city of Yunhu, questioning where he could possibly belong. Qi Cheng felt utterly despondent, devoid of any desire to continue living. What was the point of cultivation? This wretched world. Have you heard? The Floating Cloud Sect has issued new tasks, calling for the recruitment of 100 village heads. What is a village head? The name sounds peculiar. I too am uncertain, but it is said they are to act as leaders for the mortals, mediating disputes among them. You know well that these mortals resemble quails before us. Yet when they fight, they can be vicious, bullying the weak, engaging in debauchery, and committing petty thefts. I reckon the celestial beings of the Floating Cloud Sect must find it quite vexing. Alas, an old man's whim sends the underlings racing. This task does not seem enjoyable, managing mortals. Just the thought is utterly tedious. No killing, no fighting, and if a fair maiden crosses your path, you cannot even indulge. What a torment! However, it is said the rewards are quite generous. 1 spirit stone a month along with provisions worth 4 spirit stones, with little risk involved. Yet, I shall not participate. I can earn at least 20 spirit stones from my monthly journeys to the southern frontier. The murmurs gradually faded, and Qi Cheng, who had initially resolved to return home and resign himself to death, found a flicker of interest. For a frail practitioner of body refinement like him, the predicament was dire. Unable to fend off demon beasts, with empty pockets, he awaited his demise. Even the wild dogs would be his only mourners. However, managing mortals? That seemed far too easy. At this moment, Qi Cheng harbored but a single thought. He sought not a breakthrough in his cultivation, but at least to heal his hidden wounds, ensuring that, when death came, it would be peaceful, a final dignity for his life. He followed the crowd and squeezed into the task release area of Yunhu Market, where throngs of people gathered, all drawn towards that task, without exception, either elderly men or women, most of whom were practitioners of body refinement. It was a scene of desolation. This reminded Qi Cheng of an afternoon decades prior when he was merely 15, exchanging glances with the neighbor's young girl. When his father, exuberant as if intoxicated, rushed home, proclaiming he had found a cultivation method. Ah, the pursuit of cultivation. Time flies, and a lifetime passes in the blink of an eye. Those who distributed body refinement methods freely met with unfortunate ends. While frustration brewed within him, Qi Cheng felt a twinge of concern. There were at least 400 or 500 people here. He had little hope, yet he did not wish to leave. So he continued to wait. The elderly in front of him seemed unsure of how to respond to the call, yet most emerged with smiles, which only deepened Qi Cheng's worries. This task was supposed to be simple, and now it seemed doomed. Yet, the recruitment was not yet concluded. Was it not only 100 they sought? As he pondered, Qi Cheng found himself less perturbed. It mattered not, for he had already resigned himself to death. At last, the queue opened before him, and seated across was a young man with a gentle smile. Upon seeing that smile, Qi Cheng inexplicably felt a sense of calm wash over him. Please, have a seat. The young man's voice was not loud, yet it radiated warmth. He offered no further words, but swiftly took Qi Cheng's pulse. Here is your assigned village, number 392. The village comprises 547 mortals. You are to establish laws and regulations for them based on this list, mediate disputes, uphold justice, and care for the weak. Should any grievances arise, you must report them immediately to the Celestial Patrol. Additionally, you will need to train 50 young men as village guards. The necessary equipment will be provided shortly. As the village head, you will be assessed annually and promoted based on your performance. Lastly, if you discover anyone clandestinely distributing body refinement methods to mortals, you must report it at once. Do you have any questions? No, none at all. Qi Cheng, somewhat dazed, could hardly comprehend it all. Yet suddenly found himself no longer desiring death. Perhaps it was his fear of dying or the young man's casual mention of upholding justice and caring for the weak that stirred something within him. But could grievances truly be resolved? He thought of his hometown, of the villagers buried beneath the rubble. Gaining courage, Qi Cheng could not restrain himself from asking, what if there are grievances? How should one address them? Grievances will be dealt with according to the law, irrespective of whether one is a mortal, a loose cultivator, or a practitioner at the golden core stage. All are treated equally. This, I can assure you. The young man smiled gently, exuding a confidence that was immensely reassuring. Qi Cheng dared not inquire further, his heart ablaze with fervor. Grievances will be addressed according to the law. Those 8 words became his lifeline. He had lived a muddled existence, committing many foolish acts, yet this time, he was willing to embrace his humanity. 672. Master, is that not a bit excessive? Inside the market, Jiang Mu, having concluded the recruitment, was in high spirits. Indeed, he had come personally to oversee the proceedings. Only by witnessing it himself could he feel at ease. Mortals require governance, even at the most basic levels. The structure of this world had previously been quite simple. At the lowest tier were the mortals, with families possessing cultivators, and among them were those who had reached the golden core or nascent soul stages, dominating the region. Families that produced transformation, void refinement, or even great ascension cultivators formed the powerful elite, while the sects directly controlled the market. With large sects and the top-tier sects monopolizing territories, Jiang Mu was now drawing inspiration from the village head system of the Qin dynasty. Mortals need to organize themselves to cultivate the foundation of an army, which is of utmost importance. Is that too many? Not at all. With each person managing 500 mortals, it amounts to merely 300,000, a manageable number. Should more come forth, you are to accept them without question. Furthermore, our sect will establish a rule forbidding the indiscriminate donation of body refinement methods to mortals. The mortals are ignorant, believing cultivation to be glorious, unaware of the arduous path to enlightenment. They toil tirelessly, bearing wounds, merely to enhance the fortunes of others. Such a life is not worth living. Chapter 66. Divine Patterns, please, Taoist brother. Jiang Sect Master, please. In the serene expanse of Cloud Lake, the venerable elder Jiang Mu was orchestrating the arrangements for the mountain's protective formation with his disciples. Unlike the previous day, today he even provided guidance on their deployment, occasionally taking matters into his own hands, underscoring the importance he placed on this task. Jiang Mu, though aware of the underlying dynamics, maintained a sincere demeanor. Esteemed brother, as a master of formations, your presence at our Floating Cloud Sect truly elevates our humble establishment. I find myself grappling with certain doubts regarding formations and would be grateful for your insights. To seek advice is too much. You, the leader among men, and I, are merely engaging in an exchange of ideas. Jiang Mu replied with a hearty laugh, displaying both politeness and a keen understanding. Encouraged, Jiang Mu pressed on. Recently, I heard you mention the subject of divine patterns, and I found it immensely enlightening. Might you further elucidate this matter for me? Divine patterns, you say? Jiang Mu stroked his beard, leaning back slightly, his eyes narrowing momentarily before relaxing. This aspect was his forte, one he took pride in. To boast was acceptable. Yet to divulge centuries of accumulated wisdom was a different matter entirely. Even if Jiang Mu shared a connection with Fan Tian, the leader of the Divine Sword sect, such knowledge would remain closely guarded. However, in the next moment, Jiang Mu discreetly presented a storage jade, containing 2 precious herbs aged 1,500 years, borrowed, it seemed, from Sangmu Yuan. Ah, Jiang Mu mused, momentarily taken aback, contemplating how to sidestep the awkwardness of the situation. Yet, Jiang Mu's generosity was notable, and the herbs appeared to be cultivated by the Wanling sect. Recalling Sangmu Yuan's fierce demeanor from days prior, followed by the appearance of Fan Tian, Jiang Mu connected the dots. Quietly accepting the storage jade, he cast a sound-dampening spell before smiling. Jiang, you have indeed approached the right person if you wish to master the art of divine patterns. In the southern province, I humbly assert that I am the foremost authority on this subject. The reason is simple. Divine pattern techniques have long been considered a component of formations, and while many may possess knowledge, few truly excel. Why is that? Jiang Mu inquired curiously, noting that while the Floating Cloud Sect also practiced several divine techniques, they paled in comparison to Jiang Mu's artistry, particularly in terms of spirit stone consumption. Why? It is quite simple, Jiang Mu chuckled. The abundance of spiritual energy in this world allows even the most mediocre practitioners to claim expertise in grand formations. Many sects boast of their formidable arrays, and while they speak truthfully, their power is achieved through sheer accumulation of resources. Despite the richness of spiritual energy, the true mastery lies in the ability to control energy consumption while maximizing potency and ensuring sustained operation. Achieving this requires more than mere accumulation. One must delve into the core divine patterns. The reason my Tai sect excels in formations, even being summoned by the Divine Sword sect for our expertise, is due to our exceptional work with divine patterns. Moreover, Jiang Mu continued, it is crucial to understand that formations, divine patterns, talismans, seals, and jade symbols, all these external methods serve a singular purpose: to facilitate our communion with the world's spiritual energy. Grasping this core concept will illuminate the path for your efforts. enabling you to make adjustments at will and apply your learning effectively. Thus, the divine pattern technique requires a potent spiritual will. Without a robust will, one cannot intricately sketch or communicate with the spiritual energy of the cosmos. My master often said, "The visage you present to the heavens will determine their response. If your vision is benevolent, all you perceive will reflect goodness. If it harbors malice, all will seem wicked. A heart full of thorns finds no peace." Furthermore, the divine pattern technique must adhere to universal principles. Life, death, growth, decay, the cycles of day and night, the seasons, all follow certain laws. The absence of sight does not imply the absence of existence. The same applies to spiritual energy. The manner in which you wish it to operate must be predetermined. In my view, our cultivation parallels the flow of spiritual energy through meridians, and the crafting of divine patterns is akin to crafting an external network of pathways. Lastly, the divine pattern technique hinges upon the integration of spiritual entities. Many schools overlook this aspect, treating objects and individuals as separate. I can draw a talisman and hand it to you, or deploy a formation for you to use, and while that suffices for everyday transactions, true personal use should differ. The process of employing a divine pattern should be unique to the practitioner. This is why a personal flying sword or artifact is so vital, as it binds to one's life and spiritual will. Why not endeavor to create a personal talisman, formation, or divine pattern? At this juncture, Jiang Mu fell silent, adopting a more comfortable position on his flying artifact, savoring a spiritual fruit, and sipping spiritual wine, becoming somewhat intoxicated and lost in thought. Yet, his discourse had profoundly impacted Jiang Mu, opening a remarkably valuable perspective. It is essential to recognize that Jiang Mu was not practicing the orthodox golden core technique, but rather cultivating the soared elemental force, treating himself as a tangible entity. This posed a significant drawback. Formidable as his combat prowess may be, he remained bound to mortality. However, following Jiang Mu's insights, a new avenue appeared promising. Resolute, Jiang Mu produced another storage jade and an ancient bronze mirror, the former containing 2 millennia-old herbs, and the latter a treasure capable of dimming one's spiritual awareness by a tenth, also borrowed from Jiang Mu Yuan. He handed them over, and Jiang Yu's eyes widened in surprise. Had he not received news that Jiang Mu Yuan had returned to the Wanling sect, he might have thought the man had met his demise. Yet, accepting such treasures was too good to refuse. Then, esteemed leader Jiang, your understanding of divine patterns is truly exceptional. I believe I must start from the beginning. Perhaps you have some exquisite divine patterns in your possession that are not for sale? If you could part with a few, it would be greatly appreciated. Jiang Mu earnestly proposed, aware that acquiring these representations of Jiang Yu's highest caliber would allow him to study, learn, and ultimately refine his own techniques, leveraging the formidable spiritual will akin to that of a transcendent being. Jiang Yu blinked in disbelief, nearly bursting into expletives. He had thought he had found a kindred spirit, only to realize Jiang Mu was merely circling back to purchase his cherished collection. What do you mean not for sale? Nonsense. Since you acknowledge their unsellable nature. What sort of absurdity is that? Yet, this Jiang has been far too generous. One word, sold. As for the possibility of Jiang Mu acquiring his most prized and adept divine patterns for reference and ultimately surpassing him, that remained to be seen. He chuckled. For that was but a dream. The culmination of centuries of effort was nothing short of his pinnacle achievement, a divine pattern he held in high esteem. Unafraid to utter the most audacious claims, if Jiang Mu were to master even 30% of it, he could write his name in reverse. Chapter 67. Too weak to display 3 days later, the grand formation at the entrance of the Floating Cloud Sect was successfully deployed, enveloping a radius of 300 miles and incorporating anti-spiritual patterns. Additionally, it was equipped with 12 killing arrays, 2 fire arrays, 2 wind arrays, 2 thunder arrays, and 2 ice blade arrays, all designed for area damage without the need for precise control. The remaining 4 were essence sword arrays, requiring precise manipulation for targeted strikes. With such a formidable array, not even the likes of Jiang Mu Yuan could breach it, nor could even the most powerful of beings, those at the divine transformation stage. However, constructing such a grand formation cost at least 250,000 spirit stones, rather than the previous 120,000. Old man Jiang Yu was quite accommodating, only charging 150,000 spirit stones, a testament to the immense profit involved. After bidding farewell to Jiang Yu and his entourage, Jiang Mu instructed his disciples to disseminate the rough data of the new grand formation, not disclosing its actual cost of 250,000 spirit stones, but rather inflating it to 400,000 spirit stones, approaching the level of a major sect. This was primarily to deter any troublemakers from attempting to cause disruption. As for whether this deception would be uncovered, Jiang Mu was unperturbed. Who would dare to question Shan Yu, or even challenge him directly? Moreover, in just 8 years, this formation would cease to function. Thus, it was imperative for him to replicate the divine patterns at a higher level and apply them to himself. Shan Yu had sold him 3 supreme divine patterns, which, while resembling jade talismans in appearance, were crafted from spirit jade, a suitable medium for transmitting spiritual energy. However, the intrinsic nature varied significantly. The first divine pattern represented a shield, an amalgamation of various schools of thought, refined through Shan Yu's extensive experimentation over 50 years to create this intricate pattern. According to his theory, the communication between man and the heavens relies on the meridians within the human body, while the communication between objects and the heavens depends upon simple lines. Through the transformation and arrangement of these lines, intricate and minuscule rule arrays are formed, which can then combine to create a cohesive whole. For instance, the rule of the shield divine pattern allows for the instantaneous formation of 200 magical shields at designated locations with the infusion of spiritual energy, making it exceptionally versatile. The magical shield is an essential spell for every cultivator, usable even by those at the nascent soul stage, requiring instantaneous activation. The recognized standards are Foundation Establishment Stage, 1 shield per breath, Golden Core Stage, 5 shields, and Nascent Soul Stage, 30 shields. Nonetheless, no nascent soul cultivator could release 200 magical shields in a single breath. Such a feat was unattainable. However, with the aid of this divine pattern, provided there is sufficient spiritual energy, it becomes possible. Shan Yu lamented, or perhaps boasted, that his mental strength was limited, preventing him from inscribing more rule arrays within the divine pattern. Otherwise, the number of magical shields would have been even greater. The second divine pattern sold by Shan Yu represented a sword, possessing offensive capabilities, with principles akin to those of the shield divine pattern. With the infusion of spiritual energy, it could instantaneously manifest at least 1 and up to 36 protective swords. The protective sword is a common spell, comparable to the protective bell of the Floating Cloud Sect, with effects similar to those of 36 protective swords when activated. However, the protective bell towers 5 zhang high, resembling a small mountain, adorned with an intricate array of divine patterns, appearing ancient and enigmatic, yet ultimately rather mundane. In contrast, the divine pattern sold by Shan Yu was merely the size of a fingernail, a clear distinction. At present, this object held little significance for Jiang Mu, as his formidable mental prowess was sufficient for protection. Yet, in the era of diminished laws, possessing this divine pattern, fully charged with spiritual energy, would enable him to silently eliminate 3,600 mortals. Furthermore, it could counteract demonic energy, functioning similarly to the divine Hua Sect's spirit-binding seal, albeit lacking the seal's subtle enhancement of mental strength. Overall, the utility of this divine pattern for Jiang Mu lay primarily in its reference value. The true revelation came with the third divine pattern, which Shan Yu seemingly believed would never surpass the divine transformation stage, thus crafting a pattern of longevity. This longevity spell, while a form of magic, was rather trivial, extending life by merely 1 hour when the end approached, an optimal choice for delivering final words, as it could only be used once per day per individual. For mortals, it might be a precious celestial technique, but for cultivators, it scarcely surpassed the efficacy of a minor cultivation pill. However, once the spell was inscribed into a rule array through Shan Yu's divine pattern, its effects transformed significantly. As Shan Yu stated, once filled with spiritual energy, it could extend life by 10 hours upon the arrival of the end. In certain respects, this represented a flawed divine pattern. Otherwise, Shan Yu wouldn't have offered it. Nonetheless, it proved to be immensely beneficial for Jiang Mu. He then set aside all distractions, dedicating himself solely to the study of these 3 divine patterns within the clear stream courtyard. Jiang Mu's foundation in this area was rather weak, yet his mental prowess surpassed Shan Yu's by nearly 6-fold. Thus, what Shan Yu deemed complex and top-tier divine patterns, Jiang Mu replicated effortlessly in just half a day. Indeed, it was a replication. Jiang Mu lacked the ability to redraw a different divine pattern. These 2 processes are fundamentally distinct. He could perfectly replicate it in half a day, but comprehending the rationale behind the arrangement would require at least 10 years, and attaining Shan Yu's level would demand a minimum of 300 years. Fortunately, he did not require such complexity. Within the quiet chamber, after 10 consecutive attempts, Jiang Mu successfully recorded the divine pattern for the protective sword. Then, taking out a flying sword, he began to inscribe the divine pattern upon its blade, relying solely on memory, using his mental energy as sight and sword essence as a measuring tool. The entire process unfolded smoothly, though the result was somewhat bizarre, resembling a stamp affixed to the large flying sword, evoking a sense of humor. Yet, the greater amusement lay ahead. Jiang Mu did not even infuse sword essence, and solely relying on the exquisite material of the sword, crafted from divine-grade mysterious iron, along with its inherent sharpness, the stamp endured merely 3 breaths before being forcibly obliterated, leaving no trace behind. Being too powerful can indeed be a burden. Jiang Mu was not deterred. He continued to experiment. This time, he abandoned the inscribing method, instead employing sword essence as the composition of the divine pattern. First, he infused the sword with essence, then made meticulous adjustments with his mental energy. Initially, the process progressed smoothly, as his sword essence had achieved a 99% compatibility with his mental energy, and no matter how sharp the sword essence, it could not harm his mental energy in the slightest. However, Jiang Mu had underestimated the complexity of the matter. Even if he could weave the sword essence into the form of a flower, it did not imply that he could execute the intricate array of divine patterns. It was utterly impossible. The sword essence itself was inherently unstable. Its apparent stability was merely maintained by the potent divine consciousness that upheld the balance. This led to an awkward predicament, as he would have to continuously expend his divine consciousness to sustain such an array. The moment he retracted his divine consciousness, the sword essence would coalesce chaotically, akin to playful children, disregarding any semblance of order. What did the array matter to him? Jiang Mu labored tirelessly, only to find himself at an impasse, conclusively proving it was a futile endeavor. With a deep sigh, he unconsciously arranged the protective sword divine pattern in his mind, having long since memorized it. In that instant, the sword essence within him seemed to respond to an unspoken command. A full 3,000 strands of sword essence surged forth, merging with the arranged protective sword divine pattern in an unfathomable manner, giving rise to an entirely new force. This newfound power reverberated through Jiang Mu's divine consciousness, as well as throughout the 72 sword reservoirs and 72 sword pills within him, ultimately causing all of his sword essence, vitality, flesh, and life force to resonate in unison. This resonance harmonized in a remarkably brief moment, compelling Jiang Mu to utter a syllable he had never contemplated before, Ling. Yet, upon escaping his lips, it transformed into an incredibly terrifying sound of sword-howling thunder. Jiang Mu found himself unable to control it, his own bewilderment mirroring that of a child. Then, the entire peak of the Floating Cloud Sect began to tremble violently. Was it an avalanche? The protective bell atop the main peak seemed to resonate with the sound of the sword-howling thunder, but it shattered after only half a toll. Alas, it was too frail to withstand the display. Fortunately, the resonance of the protective bell diverted much of the thunderous sound's force. As Jiang Mu burst forth from his secluded chamber, he beheld waves of clouds dispersing above, ultimately revealing that the mountain's protective formation had withstood it all. Author's note: greetings to all. Thanks to your unwavering support, this book will officially launch around noon today. As per tradition, I present a Lucky 8 updates. Now, allow me to share a bit about this book. Having journeyed through the realm of writing, I find myself akin to a seasoned bird, with little accumulation of knowledge, yet a sharper tongue and thicker skin. Initially, I dabbled in the genre of immortal fantasy, naive and unaware of its true essence, merely emulating works like Floating Cloud, Ordinary People, and Immortal Rebellion. Looking back, I shudder at my past naivete. Over these years, like a foolish wild boar, I have whimsically penned various disordered genres, yet I no longer dare to touch immortal fantasy. As I grow older, becoming increasingly disheveled and polished by the world, I fear I am unworthy of my youthful dreams, apprehensive of being tainted by the mundanity of life. However, during those quiet, solitary nights, drifting between dreams and wakefulness, I sometimes ponder, what is immortal fantasy? I am dull, foolish, lacking in skill, and my heart is clumsy. In truth, I do not know. I am unworthy of a definition. To me, immortal fantasy resembles a desert of the end times, far beyond my reach. It mirrors my youth, a divide between my former self and the present. Unfortunately, I can no longer recall my youthful state. I feel aged. Middle age brings sorrow to all endeavors. At times, I even forget that I once knew youth. When I read phrases like the sword is not yet properly paired, stepping into the world of rivers and lakes. 1,000 sails have fallen, yet I remain youthful. I merely respond with indifference. Ultimately, I am but an ordinary mortal. Yet, surprisingly, in my utmost despair and desolation, upon recognizing my state, I find a flicker of clarity. I still do not know what a mortal fantasy is, nor can I remember the dreams of my youth. Yet that does not hinder my quest. I shall commence from this very moment. My pen is my eyes, my thoughts my direction. Along the way, I hope to meet you all. Until we meet again, let us not part ways. Chapter 68. The Ancestor's Diary Master. Master. Although the main peak of Floating Cloud Mountain did not truly collapse, the commotion startled everyone, even the 4 disciples who were in seclusion striving for their golden core. However, no one knew what had transpired, as all gathered before the shattered protective bell, filled with uncertainty. Could it be that a demonic entity had invaded our sect, prompting the protective bell to sound the alarm? When Jiang Mu appeared, Liang hurriedly inquired, for he was the sect's sole nascent soul, and if a demon had truly emerged, it was likely due to his master attempting to break through and attracting inner demons. Yet, it did not appear so. The disciples gazed at their master, who descended gracefully, with sword-like brows and starry eyes, exuding an aura so vibrant it seemed to radiate light, capable of purifying even 100 female demons in the depths of hell. In such a state, anyone claiming otherwise must surely be deluded. Liang suddenly felt a wave of confusion. He had always believed that he and Jiang He possessed the greatest talents in their sect. But in that moment, he wavered, realizing he had never noticed the extraordinary presence of his newly accepted master. It is said that one's demeanor is born from within, yet cultivators, especially those of golden core, can easily alter their outward appearance with the passage of time. However, true presence and spirit cannot be enhanced merely by changes in appearance. Wait a moment. Liang suddenly rubbed his eyes. In that fleeting moment, it seemed as though his thoughts had been momentarily suspended, as if his divine consciousness had plunged into a quagmire. When he finally struggled free, he observed his radiant master, now revealing slight imperfections. Could it be that I have grown too old? All disciples of Floating Cloud Sect, maintain your focus, do not create disturbances, nor entertain distracting thoughts. Uphold the righteous spirit. Jiang Mu bellowed, unconsciously reverting to the state he had just experienced, instantly forming the array of protective sword divine patterns in his divine consciousness. However, this time he controlled the resonance of the sword essence, limiting it to 36 strands. Ding, including Liang. All present felt as if a bell had resonated within their minds, instantly clearing all distractions and filling their hearts with clarity, preventing idle chatter and questions. Disperse. The protective bell has fallen into disrepair. I shall forge another. Watching the disciples obediently retreat, Jiang Mu could not help but display a hint of resignation. He had never anticipated this outcome. Forming a divine pattern array through divine consciousness was not an extraordinary feat, as others must have attempted it, especially array masters like Shangyu. Thus, what was truly remarkable was that the sword essence could resonate with such a method, leading to this astonishing and divine transformation. Jiang Mu was uncertain how to classify this newfound power. Yet, the effects it produced were indeed delightful. From the brief test, it became evident that this power could be unleashed through any utterance, establishing a command that would solidify the spirit. Just this alone equated to carrying a protective bell with him at all times. The benefits of the guardian bell are well known among cultivators. With this precious artifact's protection, whether in practice or seclusion, one's sense of security rises exponentially. Beyond its external effects, the potency of this force is equally remarkable within. Jiang Mu speculated that consuming 36 strands of sword essence should yield an effect equivalent to 10 binding talismans, both externally and internally. However, this consumption seemed somewhat impractical. When he vanquished the Blood River Demon Lord, it required merely a single strand of sword essence to shatter it. Perhaps this was due to its connection with the soul? Jiang Mu pondered, feeling a rush of excitement. This could indicate that sword essence could broaden its applications in the realm of the soul. Not that it couldn't invoke spells, but rather that it required new methodologies, such as divine pattern arrays. Though this force is ignited by sword essence, it could aptly be renamed as sword soul power, with sword essence responsible for direct physical attacks, while sword soul power could indirectly trigger spells. The extent and level to which this sword soul power could reach do not depend on the sword soul power itself, but rather on the caliber of the divine pattern array. With this realization, Jiang Mu felt a surge of clarity. He then glanced at the guardian bell. Crafting this artifact is not overly complex, yet he saw no need to forge it himself, for its greatest attribute lies in its ability to protect designated individuals. Previously, this guardian bell had shielded his elder brother Yao Cheng, his second brother Su Yi, alongside Jiang Mu and the troublesome Ji Yao. At that time, all 4 had left their blood essence and aura within the bell. Thus, Jiang Mu directly communicated with 50 members from the new generation of the Floating Cloud Sect, instructing them to imprint their blood essence and aura into the new guardian bell, exempting himself from the crafting process. Subsequently, Jiang Mu returned to the Qingxi courtyard, eager to experiment with the shield divine pattern and the health divine pattern, which he believed could pave a new path. Memorizing the rules of these two divine patterns proved no challenge, as he easily committed them to memory within half a day. However, when he attempted to form the shield divine pattern with his consciousness, the response from sword essence was notably apathetic, failing to resonate, resulting in a failed attempt. This left him with an unsettling feeling. Indeed, when he tried to form the health divine pattern, the sword essence remained indifferent, showing no regard whatsoever. Was it the case that only spells akin to the guardian sword would resonate? Jiang Mu was not disheartened. He felt quite satisfied as the sword's soul power generated from the resonance of the guardian sword divine pattern could effectively safeguard his soul. As for the shield divine pattern, no defense could surpass the legendary dark iron. Determined to seize the moment while his energy was abundant, Jiang Mu resolved to enhance the materials of his 5 flying swords. Previously, within the demon suppression tower of the Shenhua sect, due to time constraints and insufficient sword essence, he had only managed to elevate the swords to the level of quasi-divine dark iron. Divine dark iron has always been a legendary material, with many transformation experts failing to acquire even a single piece in their lifetimes. Now, he was eager to witness it firsthand. After preparing and replenishing his sword essence, Jiang Mu melted down his 5 flying swords as if it were a commonplace task. It should be noted that each of these swords, if taken out, would be comparable to artifact-grade divine weapons in the current realm of cultivation, yet under the tremendous pressure of 100,000 strands of sword essence, they were swiftly liquefied. He then promptly introduced the high-quality dark iron pieces he had prepared into the mixture. Once the liquefied dark iron solidified again, he continued to infuse it with sword essence. Although this process appeared brutal and devoid of sophistication, it was indeed that way. He was leveraging the terrifying characteristics of sword essence to comprehensively press the dark iron, with each solidification and liquefaction signifying a slight enhancement in quality. Initially, Jiang Mu found it astonishing, but as time went on, he grew accustomed to it. In total, he had utilized 500 pieces of high-quality dark iron and infused it with a staggering 144,000 strands of sword essence, enough to obliterate 6.5 Blood River demon lords. However, despite such a monumental cost, the quality of this piece of dark iron, though gradually improving, had yet to reach the legendary level of divine dark iron, remaining merely quasi-divine. This was perplexing to Jiang Mu, who couldn't help but retrieve a record from the Dao-seeking library that detailed divine dark iron, meticulously reviewing it word for word. This treasured record was penned by the founding ancestor of the Floating Cloud Sect, ensuring its authenticity. The elder Zhang Yunyang of the Tianxian sect, upon advancing to the great ascension stage, was invited to a ceremony in his honor. At that moment, auspicious colors filled the sky, radiant lights illuminated the surroundings, and auspicious clouds floated about, accompanied by celestial music. After a brief moment, the heavenly gate opened, releasing an aura of divine spirit that surpassed earthly spiritual energy 100-fold. Within the gate, one could glimpse the sun, moon, and stars, along with countless wondrous entities. Zhang Yunyang laughed heartily 3 times, bidding farewell to his old friends. Enveloped in divine spirit, riding the clouds and ascending into the celestial realm. As the heavenly gate closed, those present were left dazzled and deeply moved. During this time, the Divine Sword Sect, whose founder was a discarded disciple of the Tianxian sect, presented a piece of divine iron after the ceremony. This divine iron measured approximately 3 inches square and was concealed within a divine pattern formation. Although he was a transformation expert, he had never encountered divine iron in his life, prompting him to inquire curiously, "What is divine iron?" The response was that it requires special methods and decades of refinement, consuming countless resources before one might occasionally attain it. Upon the birth of divine iron, auspicious colors descend, and extraordinary phenomena occur, accompanied by heavenly seals that transform into the divine patterns of heaven and earth. Divine iron is not an ordinary substance. It is said that anyone below the nascent soul stage who approaches it will be harmed, and nothing in the world can contain it, rendering sword sheaths useless. It must be stored within a divine pattern formation. Jiang Mu shook his head with a wry smile, convinced that what he had refined was far from the divine iron described in the records. There were no radiant lights, no auspicious colors, no heavenly seals, and the size was vastly disproportionate. True divine iron was only 3 inches square. Yet, due to his continuous infusion of high-quality dark iron. This block had swelled to the size of a room. Furthermore, the founder's records clearly stated that divine iron is extraordinary, even if not forged into a flying sword. Its inner sword energy remains exceedingly sharp, impervious to all materials in existence. However, Jiang Mu's block of dark iron no longer exhibited any semblance of sword energy. More accurately, the sword energy had receded, its sharpness concealed. It was hard to believe that nearly 2 million strands of sword essence had been infused within it. It could obliterate the Blood River Demon Lord 8 times over. Was it possible that the heat had not been sufficient? Jiang Mu fell into deep contemplation. The founder could not be mistaken, nor could the Divine Sword Sect. Clearly, the error must lie with him. Without hesitation, Jiang Mu dove into the dark iron vein in the back mountain, handcrafting another 500 pieces of high-quality dark iron in one go. Alas, the difference between high-quality and divine was merely a word, yet the gap was vast. He completed the task of 500 pieces of high-quality dark iron in just a day. Then, he successfully transformed the 144,000 strands of sword essence over 3 days, thanks to the protective formation established by the old man Yushang. The supply of spiritual energy flowed like a torrent. Otherwise, in the impoverished regions of Shichu's 5 counties, it would have taken a month to gather enough. With renewed vigor, Jiang Mu felt optimistic, believing this time would be different. The Divine Sword Sect's process for refining a piece of divine iron typically took only 50 years. However, his sword essence had the benefit of additional enhancement. With unwavering focus and an unyielding pursuit of excellence, Jiang Mu approached the task with an unprecedented level of seriousness, all in service of the modest piece of divine iron. Despite being intimately familiar with every detail, he endeavored to achieve perfection and continuously sought to transcend his limits. Without divine iron, what could one claim to be a master of transformation? He yearned for the radiant dawn, for auspicious omens, for celestial decrees. As he infused the exquisite dark iron, liquefying and solidifying it repeatedly, the chunk of quasi-divine iron steadily grew larger. Yet perhaps, following the celestial decree, it would shrink to the size of 3 inches square. Perhaps he was merely a final effort away from success. 3 days later, a peculiar black stone, towering over 3 zhang and approximately 5 zhang wide, appeared in the Qingxi courtyard. Not only was it massive, but it was also unsightly. Even disciples passing nearby hardly took notice of it. Jiang Mu had squatted beside this grotesque stone for half the night, perplexed and bewildered. Why? Where were the promised radiant dawn, the auspicious omens, the celestial decrees? At that moment, he could not fathom that he had erred. He had processed a total of 1,500 pieces of exquisite dark iron, almost 350,000 strands of sword essence, enough to obliterate 14 fully powered Blood River Demon Lords. Was this merely a jest at his expense? Thus, he concluded that it must be the impending end of the law that was to blame. His forging methods were indisputably correct. Jiang Mu sighed deeply. It appeared that divine iron was not destined for him. Alas, he had wasted too much time and had pressing matters to attend to. 3 days later, having restored his sword essence, he set about recutting the massive chunk of dark iron. It was laborious. Originally, a mere 100,000 strands of sword essence could liquefy it. But now he had to inject 200,000 strands locally just to manage a rough cut. Consequently, Jiang Mu firmly believed he had forged divine iron, despite sensing no trace of sword aura or glimmer of sharpness. Yet, given its hardness, it should withstand the laws of the universe, right? After an arduous 15 days, Jiang Mu managed to carve out 12 board-like flying swords, along with 36 legitimate flying swords from the leftover materials. The remaining scraps were re-liquefied and fashioned into garments, which served excellently for concealment. Notably, the 36 authentic divine iron flying swords were small enough for him to wield with surprising ease. The board-like flying swords, however, he dared not send beyond 3,000 zhang, as they were too large and heavy to return once launched. Despite his formidable mental prowess, it could not sustain them. Observing others of the nascent soul stage dispatching their flying swords over vast distances, he could only smile ruefully. But now, that was no longer an issue. The combined weight of the 36 divine iron flying swords was merely 360 pounds, allowing Jiang Mu to effortlessly manipulate them with his mental threads. When not engaged in combat, the flying swords could effortlessly surpass an attacking range of 100 miles. This method of attack, colloquially termed flying a kite, was commonplace among the Golden Core sections. The board-like flying swords were relegated to flight and defense. Indeed, with just 5 board-like flying swords, when brought together, they formed an impenetrable iron coffin. Aside from the inability to sleep, it it was remarkably convenient. Jiang Mu even speculated that it could withstand the laws of the universe, though he dared not test it. Even if confronted by an enemy unleashing their laws, he felt assured the laws required at least 10 breaths to manifest, providing him ample time to flee 1,000 miles away. Come chase me if you can, he mused, satisfied with his preparations. With his soul protected by the power of the sword spirit, all assaults on his spirit could be disregarded. Armed with 36 divine iron flying swords, he felt fearless in combat. With board-like flying swords providing unmatched defense at close range, he could unleash a torrent of sword essence within 100 zhang, leaving no retreat for his foes. On a particular day, as Jiang Mu readied himself for departure, he suddenly looked up to see Zhang He, who was supposed to be out adventuring, returning. What trickery is this? He wondered. Master, during my travels in Chuanjiang County, I learned a monumental piece of news. The Chitian sect is relocating from Chuanjiang County, vacating the entire area, even abandoning their mountain gate. What? Is this true? Indeed, Master. According to the latest reports, it is the esteemed Elder Su Ling of the Shenhua sect from the 5 counties of Shishu, who has personally extended the invitation and granted permission for 3,000 miles of territory to be designated as the new mountain gate for the Chitian sect. They have already dispatched personnel to construct the grand formation, with the relocation expected to be completed within 6 months. Zhang He was visibly excited, as Chuanjiang County was situated upstream of the Qin River, with both the Chuan and Qin rivers originating from the Broken Dragon Mountain. If the Chitian sect were to relocate, the greatest beneficiary would undoubtedly be Qin County, currently led by the Floating Cloud Sect. However, upon hearing this, Jiang Mu's expression grew complex, and he sighed internally, realizing the situation was orchestrated by his nephew Fan Tian. The claim of an invitation from the Shenhua sect, the impoverished 5 counties of Shishu, restoration would require centuries even without the burden of the demon suppression tower. This was clearly the sword sect exerting pressure. Yet, this was not without its advantages. It practically ensured that the Floating Cloud Sect would no longer have to worry about external pressures, and Jiang Mu had already streamlined internal operations, requiring only a steady progression. Enough of this matter. You need not concern yourself further. Even if the Chitian sect departs from Chuanjiang County, it is not an opportunity for us at the Floating Cloud Sect to interfere. We remain solely in Qin County. Do not be misled by transient advantages. I shall soon seek a place for seclusion, and all matters within the sect will be managed by Lu Taizhu. You and Liang must remember to assist and cooperate with him. Jiang Mu spoke slowly, subtly hinting that the next sect leader would likely be Lu Taizhu, as he was unlikely to progress to the nascent soul stage, an established custom. Yes, disciple understands. I shall not disappoint master nor cause any trouble for senior brother, Zhang He replied, hesitating as if wishing to say more, but ultimately took his leave. Jiang Mu stood in the Qingxi courtyard, gazing at the sky, watching the clouds drift leisurely, as if an eternity had passed, contemplating the indifferent nature of the universe. With a soft sigh, he sealed the sect leader's order within the mountain protection formation, leaving behind the customary succession command. He then enveloped himself in liquefied dark iron, donned a restrictive hat, and the antidemonic black robe, extending his mental presence outward as he strode forth, unnoticed by disciples or wandering cultivators alike. This was due to Jiang Mu isolating their 5 senses. When they would see or hear him, their perceptions were diverted, creating a genuine effect of invisibility. Such a feat could only be achieved when one's mental strength reached the level of transformation. However, this state could not be sustained indefinitely. Jiang Mu traversed from the Qingxi courtyard to the marketplace, and then flew out of Qin County at a half speed on his sword, nearing his limit. Continuing beyond this point would be taxing. His mental strength would rapidly decline. If he did not rest, forcing himself further would lead to a plunge into mortal limitations, ultimately rendering him utterly dull-witted. Thus, upon exiting the Yunhu plane, he withdrew his mental presence and began to rely on the antidemonic black robe and restrictive hat to obscure his form. Yet, this was merely auxiliary. His true method of concealment lay in the flying sword, gliding just 3 feet above the ground, utterly devoid of presence. Even when reaching speeds capable of traversing 10,000 miles in a day, the area of sword energy fluctuation extended only about a yard in radius. This alone was sufficient to render most detection methods within the cultivation world utterly ineffective. Moreover, given the vastness of the world, with its boundless wilderness, dense forests, and rolling mountains, the difficulty of pinpointing his location is akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Jiang Mu, being exceedingly cautious, harbors concerns that his unscrupulous disciples might devise schemes to lure him back to the Sword of God sect. Additionally, He is en route to the endless sea in the southern wilderness to slay the demon dragon, while also extracting the spiritual stone vein left behind by his second brother. Sui. Since learning of the existence of the original spiritual stones, this task has become paramount. An undiscovered vein of spiritual stones would yield only the purest ore. To ordinary cultivators, or even to the sects that lack the qualifications to know the secrets of spiritual stone preparation, this may seem like a trivial matter. However, within the upper echelons of the cultivation world, should there be a cultivator in dire need of original spiritual stones, one must remain vigilant. A day later, as Jiang Mu traversed through Baiyu County, then Haishi County, and entered the southern ranges of Duanlong Mountain, he continued eastward. Beyond the mountain lies the 6 counties of Jiangnan, and following the southern range further south leads to the southern wilderness. This route was deliberately chosen, while it is possible to reach the southern wilderness directly from Qinghai County. That path has become the most bustling route into the southern wilderness, with tens of thousands of low-tier itinerant cultivators traversing it daily. Yet, such a throng would hardly provide him with adequate cover, as the myriad of strange spells and unknown supernatural powers in the cultivation world are as numerous as the stars. Particularly the art of insect manipulation, which Jiang Mu has never comprehended in both his lifetimes. Thus, taking a detour of several thousand miles seemed far more prudent and comfortable. Chapter 70. The aftermath of the spiritual stone vein as Jiang Mu hastened through the night towards the endless sea in the southern wilderness. A chilling and desperate wail echoed from an unnamed isle near the endless sea. A bloodied man hung from a great tree, on the brink of death from torment. Had Jiang Mu been present, he would have been astonished to recognize this man as Yi Fei, the leader of the Qiushan sect, who had attempted to intercept the spiritual stone vein a few months prior. Yet, the fact that a nascent soul cultivator like Yi Fei could be so brutally humiliated was indeed peculiar. It appears he truly had no inkling of the vein's approximate location and foolishly sought to intercept Jiang Mu. Senior brother, why keep him alive? Allow me to take his yuan yang and refine it into a blood spirit pill. Nearby, a man and a woman conversed. The man wore a mask, while the woman was enchanting in appearance, possessing eyes that bore a sinister, blood-stained glimmer, exuding an eerie and malevolent aura. Even more unsettling, beneath her lustrous black hair, a grayish-white eyeball occasionally shifted, emanating a faint odor of decay, mingling with the overwhelming fragrance that surrounded her, creating a uniquely disturbing allure. This was evident as the suspended Yi Fei, despite being unconscious and barely alive, still reacted strongly. Patience, once the senior sister arrives. We shall extract this man's soul memories entirely. He has had close contact with Jiang Mu, and we cannot afford to overlook any details. The senior sister is coming. The woman, seemingly startled, closed her eye beneath her hair, revealing her apprehension. Senior brother, it's merely a small spiritual stone vein. Is such a commotion truly necessary? Small? Heh. You do not grasp the significance. Concerning original spiritual stones, the number of detectable veins in the cultivation world has dwindled. Even occasional discoveries are seized by major sections. It is rare for this to be a mere small sect involved, and the circumstances are quite convoluted, filled with serendipity. No one will suspect. The masked man shook his head slightly, choosing not to elaborate further. Although his expression was concealed, his sarcasm was palpable. Just thinking of Sang Mu Yuan from the Wanling sect elucidated the character of these so-called righteous cultivators. Original spiritual stones? Within the gates of the Sword of God sect. Fan Tian furrowed his brow, casting a stern gaze upon the nascent soul disciple reporting to him. He had been stationed in Qinghai County for over a month, only to return with such news. Master, I have been cautious and discreet in Qinghai County, daring not to reveal my identity, strictly adhering to your directives. Yet, I have also discovered that while the Floating Cloud Sect appears lively, there are indeed infiltrators from the demonic sects among them, along with unidentified outsiders, all likely drawn by that small spiritual stone vein. Is that so? Has the original spiritual stone become this sought after? Fan Tian found the situation absurd, for to him, a cultivator's daily practice only required the presence of spiritual energy from the heavens and the earth. Spiritual stones were merely currency, utilized for activating formations, mechanisms, flying artifacts, and in the crafting of tools and pills. Beyond that, the 20-year storage duration of prepared spiritual stones ensured their equivalence to original spiritual stones. Could it be that the Yuanling sect, which incessantly clamors about the impending end of the law, is secretly stirring the pot? Fan Tian quickly identified the crux of the issue. While the Sword of God sect also reserves original spiritual stones, they certainly do not subscribe to the notion of an impending end. Yet, Those who believe in the imminent end have been fervently hoarding original spiritual stones, causing the price of a low-grade original spiritual stone in the high-end black market to soar to 500 prepared spiritual stones. Where can one appeal to reason in such madness? These zealots refuse to engage in logic or reason, convinced of the approaching end, making them more troublesome than even the most malevolent of demons. Over 1,000 years ago, the Yuanling sect, with its hundreds of fervent adherents to the end-of-law theory, sold their mountain gates and relocated to remote islands in preparation. Who would have thought that after a millennium, this misguided fervor would only escalate? It is essential to recognize that in the past 1,000 years, there have been recorded instances of over 5 cultivators ascending to the celestial realm, and he himself has witnessed such an ascension. The existence of celestial gates and the celestial realm is undeniable, as is the awe-inspiring, exhilarating spiritual energy. The end of the law? Utterly ridiculous. Previously, he was aware of the Floating Cloud Sect discovering a spiritual stone vein, but deemed it unnecessary to issue a warning. His reincarnated master, capable of eradicating even the Blood River Demon Lord, hardly required his assistance. A mere spiritual stone vein could be handled however his master saw fit. And he had even commanded the Qitian sect to relocate, merely to provide space for the old man. Enough, you may return. Remember, I instructed you to observe with your eyes and listen with your ears. Unless absolutely necessary, do not interfere. Of course, if you encounter disciples of the Floating Cloud Sect, you may extend courtesies and assistance. As for others, be they from demonic sects or unknown forces, do not concern yourself. Fan Tian felt genuinely at ease. It was quite amusing to think that anyone would dare attempt to seize food from the mouth of his eccentric master. The old man had already eradicated the ancestors of those demonic sects. No matter how strange their methods, could they surpass the Blood River Demon Lord? A farce. As for whether other top sects, including the 5 major super sects, would express interest, that was even less likely. For those who had the privilege of witnessing the ascension of great cultivators to the celestial realm, this represented the utmost trust in the heavenly path. The path lies there, and the righteous laws of heaven and earth are evident. If one does not believe in the path, nor in the righteous laws of heaven and earth, and is filled with suspicion, then what purpose does cultivation serve? The essence of cultivation lies in unwavering determination. If one is indecisive, half-hearted, and consumed by unnecessary worries, how can they expect to cultivate? With such a lack of resolve, one would struggle to overcome the heart's demons. It would be wise to return home and embrace one's grandchildren. Beneath a precipice on the northern ridge of Duanlong Mountain, towering trees stretch skyward, and wild grasses grow thickly. Seemingly unremarkable. Only by venturing inside might one occasionally uncover fragments of stone statues hidden among the underbrush. As one progresses deeper along the cliff, should one take to the skies, they would behold a vast expanse of ruins, sprawling over 1,000 miles. Faint outlines of what once was a majestic mountain can still be discerned, but for reasons unknown, much of it has been laid waste. This is the holy court of the demon race on Duanlong Mountain, which was once known as Longwang Mountain. In a great battle of yore, the 5 great cultivators of the human race severed the mountain's veins with their Taoist arts and employed techniques to relocate 9 great mountains to suppress the 9 segments of the Dragon Emperor's remains. Thus, this place became known as Duanlong Mountain. The speaker is a white-haired elder, appearing unblemished save for a small talisman affixed to the back of his head. Clearly, he is no true human, but rather a puppet controlled remotely. Beside him stands a gaunt figure with a sharp visage, whose grin reveals 4 jagged fangs. Resembling a specter more than a man. His appearance is particularly bizarre. Despite his diminutive stature, he bears an enormous black coffin on his back. The weight not resting on his shoulders, but rather a dark chain piercing through his chest, with drops of pitch-black blood falling continuously, causing the surrounding flora to wither into ash in an instant. In this moment, the decrepit figure emits a hoarse, piercing laughter, akin to a knife scraping against the bottom of a pot, stirring a chilly wind around him. Although the sun blazes overhead, within 100 yards of his presence, numerous ghostly apparitions manifest. Chuckle, you of the Yuanling sect have made overtures to our demonic sect on several occasions. What is your true intention? I find it hard to believe your claims about gathering raw spirit stones. Friend Shishua, whether you believe it or not is inconsequential. We have reiterated our assertions regarding the impending arrival of the end of the Dharma era countless times. It is only natural that the righteous sects do not believe, and that you, of the demonic sect, would not either. As for why we wish to be cordial with your sect, it is simple. In the current cultivation world, few are willing to engage in trade with a group of madmen such as us. Although your demonic sect has lost all sense of morality and humanity, at least you conduct trade fairly. Huh? Are you not afraid of bargaining with a tiger for its skin? We fear not. What we fear is the imminent end of the Dharma, for all will be ensnared in intoxication. Upon hearing this, the Chishue old demon fell silent, evidently unwilling to continue debating this topic. The end of the Dharma has been proclaimed for over a millennium without fruition, truly a gathering of lunatics. What kind of cooperation do you seek? Simple. We need the cultivation world to descend into chaos. Chaos. Is that how you plan to realize your so-called prophecy of the end of the Dharma? You madmen have deceived yourselves for far too long. The Chishue old demon cackled, feeling utterly mocked. Here he was, a figure of great stature within the demonic sect, comparable to a transcendent being, taking time out of his day, risking interception by righteous forces, merely to hear this? Yet the puppet-esque laughter held an enigmatic quality, offering no further responses. Taking a deep breath, the Chishue old demon suppressed the rage within him and inquired patiently, and then? Our sect can facilitate cooperation between your demonic sect and the endless seas demon dragon. Once accomplished, it will reclaim the suppressed bones of the 9-section dragon emperor beneath Duanlong Mountain. Your demonic sect can then annihilate the Shanhua sect and rescue your ancestral blood river demon lord from that demon suppression tower. Thereafter, with 1,000,000 sacrifices to the demon abyss mountain, your sect's ultimate wish since ancient times can be fulfilled. The golden core is dead. The demon lord must rise. How does that sound? What do you desire in return? The Chishue old demon gasped. The notion of the golden core being dead and the demon lord rising was his fervent aspiration, yet it seemed exceedingly challenging. What do we desire? All we seek is the end of the Dharma. Chapter 71. The weaving of dreams above Yunhu City. Passenger airships flow incessantly, with numerous lower-tier cultivators returning from the southern frontier, replenishing their stocks of superior elixirs, magical artifacts, talismans, and spiritual jade in the market, embarking on new journeys with renewed confidence. Each day, tens of thousands of lower-tier cultivators come and go. Additionally, there are other renowned cultivators from various counties, not heading to the southern frontier, but seeking various cultivation resources. After a raid on the black market in Chujian County, a massive influx of customers has converged here. Particularly, with the Xinjiang sect remaining silent, the Floating Cloud Sect has become a force no one dares to provoke. In fact, such provocation is nearly impossible. A mountain-protecting grand formation equipped with anti-Daoist runes can deter any enemy below the transformation stage from making a move. With a Yuanying master, 15 golden cores, and 50 of the latest patrol vessels from the Tai sect, along with a 500-strong patrol army, this sect is poised for ascendance. Moreover, the Floating Cloud Sect's market maintains reasonable prices, fair transactions, and kindness toward mortals and lower-tier cultivators, offering rewards for various tasks and acquiring materials at prices 20% higher than those of the Xinjiang sect. Thus, the Xinjiang sect chooses to turn a blind eye, claiming there are no collusions between the two sects. Who would believe that? Brother Hua, Brother Chung, there's no need to see me off. Outside Yunhu City, Zhang He is bidding farewell to Hua Lianshan and Cheng Banjin, accompanied by 5 10-year-old children. After a month of travel, he hastily returned to report on the migration of the Chitian sect, initially hoping the Floating Cloud Sect could seize this opportunity to intervene in Chujian County. To his dismay, their master remains as unambitious as ever. Zhang He feels powerless in the face of his master's indifference. After a brief exchange with Li Ying, his hopes dimmed further, as Li Ying is solely focused on closed-door cultivation, neglecting all other matters. Within the Floating Cloud Sect, only Li Ying and Lu Taizhu hold any sway regarding this matter. Given Li Ying's disposition, one can only imagine Lu Taizhu's rigidity. He is as steadfast as a rock, unwavering in the direction set by their master. Yet, such inflexibility is precisely why he is the next candidate for the sect leader. What can Zhang He do? He is filled with thoughts, yet feels unable to express them. Returning, he senses that in just over a month, the Floating Cloud Sect has become somewhat unfamiliar. Everyone is busy, yet he cannot discern the nature of their busyness, feeling as though he has missed some crucial event, leaving him with an empty feeling. Junior Brother Zhang, do not take it to heart regarding Chujian County. Our master possesses far-reaching foresight and must have arrangements that we do not comprehend. Hua Lianshan interjects, as he and Cheng Banjin are, in some sense, the strategists among this generation of disciples in the Floating Cloud Sect. He excels at harmonizing sentiments and coordinating the whole, while Cheng Banjin is adept at managing market affairs, possessing an almost instinctual sense of the fluctuations in the supply and demand of resources. Thus, no one in the Floating Cloud Sect understands the potential of the market better than the two of them. for they have effectively monopolized the markets and black markets of the 5 southern counties. The profits within are daunting to contemplate. They wish to advise hastily securing a robust ally for the Floating Cloud Sect, yet their master seems disinterested in such pursuits. Alas, the flames of prosperity burn brightly. Perhaps, Jiang He replies, somewhat disenchanted with the topic, and thus truly intends to embark on a journey, taking along 5 promising junior disciples. In times past, the esteemed master personally guided them on journeys, overseeing their mining and cultivation with persistent reminders that could be quite bothersome. Now, however, the master has neglected them for months, leaving them in a state of unease. Junior brother Jiang, I recommend you travel to Tsongshan County. Noticing that Jiang He had not grasped the implication of his words, Huolianshan felt compelled to be more forthright. Tsongshan County? That is where the Sacred Sword Sect is based, teeming with formidable experts. What purpose would I have there? Jiang He instinctively replied, for he was not like his audacious second uncle Su Yi, who dared to challenge disciples of the Sacred Sword Sect. The Sacred Sword Sect is the paramount authority in the southern states. Surely this is a jest. Junior brother, you are adept at forging friendships. There must be many noble souls among the disciples of the Sacred Sword Sect. The more allies you gain, the more paths you will have. Huolianshan discreetly placed a storage ring in Jiang He's hand. Ah, junior brother, do you not understand the significance of gifts? A clever person like you holds the future of our Floating Cloud Sect in your hands. Jiang He finally comprehended, nearly leaping in shock. Old Hua, are you plotting rebellion? However, upon glancing at the silent Cheng Banjin, he realized both men were in accord. As the stewards of the marketplace, they could indeed manage this matter with utmost discretion. Under the eaves, one must bow their head. Junior brother, you understand my intentions, do you not? Our Floating Cloud Sect holds a monopoly over the 5 counties south of the mountains, and we find ourselves in fear. The sect master is truly a celestial being. So I implore you, should any trouble arise, I shall bear the responsibility alone. Huolianshan's tone was grave. Jiang He was touched. He could not stand to see his fellow disciples burdened. They were all good people, and he did not regret his decision to join the Floating Cloud Sect. Rest assured, Brother Hua, I understand. Until we meet again, take care on your journey. Junior brother, the 2 senior brothers, Huolianshan and Cheng Banjin, solemnly advised. Remember to behave yourself and learn diligently from your brothers and sisters. Thank you, brothers. Please, do not see me off. The 5 young disciples, appearing quite refined, bowed in unison, each one more astute than the last. Their master had indeed chosen a remarkable group of pupils. As Jiang He ascended his flying artifact with the 5 young ones, Huolianshan sighed nostalgically. This scene feels hauntingly familiar. It has been over 200 years since I first journeyed with the master. Back then, both the sect master and I were merely 10 years old, and now, we find ourselves aging. Junior brother Cheng, you may return to your tasks. I must visit the artifact refining hall. Very well, brother Hua, take care. Cheng Banjin bowed, and, after seeing Huolianshan off, hurried back to the marketplace. He had numerous matters to attend to, leaving him no time for cultivation. However, he was content with having successfully established his foundation. As he walked, many wandering cultivators greeted Cheng Banjin warmly, to which he responded with his usual politeness, embodying his principle of treating others with sincerity. Yet, as he brushed past a wandering cultivator, his consciousness momentarily drifted, only to return to normal as he continued at a brisk pace, greeting people naturally as he entered an inn. Once inside a room, he suddenly collapsed as if intoxicated, falling asleep on the floor. Hurry, we have but a moment. Fear not, it is sufficient. Within the room, 2 figures moved swiftly, placing Cheng Banjin on the bed. One waved their hand like lightning, producing 5 long needles that glimmered with a purple light. Meanwhile, a woman with a black fox tail hovered above Cheng Banjin, her presence overlapping with his. A faint silver light could be seen emanating from her eyes, mouth, and ears, slowly infusing into Cheng Banjin's body, then continually returning. If one were to observe closely, they would see that these silver rays contained images of Cheng Banjin's memories. Beside them stood a man with a copper bell, gently shaking it, though no sound emerged. Be cautious, Hu. Although Cheng Banjin has merely established his foundation, he is a core disciple of the Floating Cloud Sect. His 3 souls and 7 spirits are imprinted on the guardian bell. Any harm could alert it. Do not fret, my dream-weaving technique is highly refined. It is not your excessive caution. I could even entice that old fool Jiang Mu out, who appeared unconcerned, even taking the time to converse. The man with the copper bell, though resigned, ceased urging her on, for it was indeed the case. Both were mid-stage nascent soul cultivators, and had it not been for the direct order from the senior sister, they would not have deigned to come to this remote corner of the world, especially to deal with a mere Foundation establishment disciple. How absurd. In less than a moment, Hu lightly landed and swiftly withdrew the 5 purple needles from Chung Banjin's head. The next second, Chung Banjin stood up like a zombie, rubbing his eyes as if he could not see the 2 figures, and walked out unperturbed. Engaging in casual conversation with the innkeeper and several guests, he strolled several hundred feet down the street before he began to feel a sense of awareness. Yet he quickly forgot what had transpired, heading straight to the destination he had intended. The entire episode took no more than a moment. Yet the most critical secrets of the Floating Cloud Sect had been thoroughly extracted. Most importantly, Chung Banjin remained completely oblivious, even feeling invigorated, anticipating further advancements in his cultivation. The guardian bell of the Floating Cloud Sect remained silent, and no one was the wiser. This technique of dream-weaving far surpassed the one employed by Gong Xiaoxiao on Su Yi back in the day. In truth, Hu had successfully used this technique on early-stage nascent soul cultivators more than once, with the targets completely unaware. Of course, the most formidable dream-weaving techniques belong to the likes of the Azura Real Person, one of the 4 sovereigns of the Demon Sect. The Demon Sect thrived amidst the relentless pursuits of the various powers in the cultivation world, largely due to such methods. All is set. Chung Banjin is closest to Jiang He, who is the most favored disciple of Jiang Mu. Yesterday, after Jiang He returned from Chuchang County and reported on the relocation of the Qitian sect, Jiang Mu announced his seclusion shortly thereafter. Hence, I suspect he has already departed the Floating Cloud Sect and is en route to the southern frontier. As for the route, there are only a few. The senior sister will ascertain it. Once the message is sent, we shall retreat. It is likely that Jiang Mu has some connection to the Sacred Sword Sect. If anything were to happen to him, the Sacred Sword Sect would not take it lightly. Understood. The 42nd principle of the Demon Sect: strike decisively. Then retreat without a glance back at your masterpiece. Now let us depart. Chapter 72. Sister of the Demon Sect. The moon hung high in the clear night sky, and the birds took flight. On a modest cliff of the southern ridge of Broken Dragon Mountain, 5 individuals quietly awaited. At the forefront stood a tall woman clad in black, her skin fair as snow and her beauty radiant. Even the thick darkness of night could not obscure her elegance. The other 4, both male and female, were busily engaged, among them an elderly hunchback, wielding a compass artifact, continuously calculating the shifts of the Earth's energies and the changes in the landscape. The compass intermittently displayed illusions of mountains within a radius of several thousand miles, seemingly encapsulating the entire region's movements within its small confines. Another woman, whose visage was exceedingly unattractive, resembling the bottom of a pot, and with a rotund belly akin to a spider, emitted fine, dark threads from her mouth, dispersing them into the cool mountain breeze. The delicate threads of the spider fall upon the flora as if they have come to life, swiftly penetrating the vegetation. In no time, numerous spiderlings, no larger than grains of rice, emerge, motionless upon the trunks and stems, often eluding even the keenest of eyes. A man and a woman, each wielding shimmering golden flags, deftly manipulate several ethereal detection formations, spanning hundreds of miles in distance, hovering at altitudes ranging from dozens to thousands of feet. Any cultivator soaring by on their sword, regardless of their efforts to conceal their spiritual energy, would find it impossible to escape detection. These 5 individuals belong to the demonic sect, intent on ambushing Jiang Mu. Over a month ago, they attempted to strike, but retreated upon learning that the master of the Divine Sword Sect, Fan Tian, had appeared in Qinggu County, opting to bide their time for a more opportune moment. They had not anticipated that the Floating Cloud Sect would be so extravagant as to deploy a formidable mountain-protecting formation at the cost of 400,000 spirit stones, further diminishing their chances. Originally, they believed Jiang Mu would remain sequestered within the sect's gates indefinitely, but just as they were about to abandon the endeavor, he stealthily departed, evading even the spies of the demonic sect stationed in Yunhu Market. Had it not been for their senior sister's early recognition of the situation, hastily summoning 2 adept dream weavers, they would remain oblivious to Jiang Mu's departure. They resolved to wait 3 more days. Should Jiang Mu fail to appear, they would abandon the pursuit. In the dark of night, the senior sister spoke calmly, devoid of anger. Although the demonic sect is known for its ruthless demeanor and enigmatic, low-profile operations, they are far from the foolish, blinded by greed, as rumored. They had guarded this medium-sized spirit stone mine for over a month, expending vast resources. To continue would be to incur greater losses. As for Jiang Mu, his cautiousness and ability to evade their 7-layered blockade mark him as a noteworthy individual. Henceforth, unless absolutely necessary, It would be prudent to avoid contention with someone of his caliber. Victory would be costly, and defeat detrimental. For instance, she had no desire to ever deal with the Yuanling sect again. With these thoughts, a sense of ease washed over her. Yet, at that moment, the hunchbacked elder's compass revealed a shadow silently traversing mountains and rivers, skimming just 3 feet above the ground, like a swimming fish. The target had appeared. Remarkably, Jiang Mu was flying just 3 feet above ground level. With his sword energy almost imperceptible, he was exceedingly cunning. The hunchbacked elder exclaimed, for this area was monitored by the mother spider's eye spiders, yet Jiang Mu's passage went undetected. Had he not fortuitously checked this region with the mountain river compass, he would have been unable to discern Jiang Mu's presence, as he would only survey the area every 20 breaths. If luck were not on his side, by the time Jiang Mu completely crossed this region, he would remain none the wiser. Master, I have locked onto Jiang Mu. Please, give your command, the elder implored. Interesting, yet hardly remarkable, the senior sister chuckled lightly. Had he remained undetected, she might have regarded Jiang Mu as a formidable figure. However, now that he was locked in, regardless of his ties to the Divine Sword sect or his status as a talented youth, he could not escape death. Teleport. In an instant, a radiant light enveloped the 5 individuals atop the mountain, transporting them 300 miles away, precisely positioned in Jiang Mu's path. They had strategically placed small teleportation formations at various crucial points across this area, demonstrating a level of meticulousness rivaling that of the Yuanling sect. Activate. The senior sister produced a counter-method spirit treasure, a true artifact for combat, capable of draining the surrounding spiritual energy in mere moments, rendering even the most formidable techniques ineffective. The brilliance of this treasure lay in its ability to leave no trace of the battle, ensuring that post-conflict analysis would be futile, while also mitigating the risk of alarming disturbances from the fierce fluctuations of spiritual energy during combat. Thus, despite the reported fact that Jiang Mu was merely at the early stage of the nascent soul realm, the demonic sect's senior sister was willing to employ the counter-method spirit treasure, denying this unfortunate soul any chance for retaliation or even a plea for help. In a brief time, the spiritual energy within a 50-mile radius was wholly siphoned, creating a desolate zone for cultivators, seemingly unchanged yet transformed into a death trap. Simultaneously, Jiang Mu's flight speed gradually decreased, ultimately gliding down over 20 miles before landing atop a hill, facing the 5 members of the demonic sect across the mountain. Yet, to their surprise, this individual, presumably Jiang Mu, appeared unusually composed. Are you Jiang Mu? The senior sister inquired, seeking clarity to avoid wasting effort. It is I. Are you here for me, or for the spirit stone mine? Jiang Mu replied, displaying clarity of thought. Your very existence does not warrant our full force. If you surrender the location of the spirit stone mine, you may yet escape with your life, the senior sister suggested. Although she had never fulfilled such promises in the past. Preposterous. The demonic sect strikes without leaving survivors. This is our hallmark, she thought. Unexpectedly, after a moment of contemplation, Jiang Mu produced a jade slip, holding it in his hand. All information regarding the spirit stone mine resides within, even regarding my life. You may take it whenever you wish. I am merely curious. What is your name, and who is your master? Jiang Mu spoke earnestly, his eyes concealed beneath the hat's brim, reflecting sincerity as he gazed intently at the demonic sect's senior sister, as if captivated at first sight, content even in death. A tinkling laughter echoed through the mountains, yet in the next moment, a sword of dark hue, the size of a door, pressed against her throat, silencing her laughter. The 5 members of the demonic sect felt as though they had plunged into an icy abyss, cold sweat trickling down, their minds blank, unable to comprehend the unfolding events. Why was the counter-method spirit treasure ineffective? The area within a 50-mile radius had been drained of spiritual energy. Moreover, the 5 of them, with the senior sister at the late stage of the nascent soul realm and the others at the early stage, each possessing bizarre abilities, should not have been so easily subdued. The enormous, dark flying sword pressed against the senior sister's throat evoked an icy sensation in the others, as if their very lifeblood was being stifled, akin to the predatory laugh of death itself. They dared not entertain any thoughts, rendered powerless, consumed by trembling and despair. The demonic arts they had cultivated, once so mysterious and malevolent, now felt utterly insignificant and pathetic. Senior, I am Tang Rui, a disciple of the Crimson Blood True Person. We are here under the orders of our master and have never harmed the innocent. Though I belong to the Crimson Blood sect, I am but a pawn, an orphan since childhood. Senior, I mean no offense. Should I have caused any transgression, I am willing to make amends at any cost. The demonic sect's senior sister finally regained her composure, her voice trembling with desperation, recognizing this as her only chance for survival, despite having heard similar pleas countless times before. Once entertained, such words now felt painfully hollow. Jiang Mu smiled gently. Fear not, we can converse openly. Chapter 73, Friends of the Demonic Sect. Please roll up as starlight cascaded and the evening breeze blew softly. A subtle fragrance wafted through the air, marking a moment of exquisite beauty. On the mountaintop, the atmosphere of violence had long vanished, with Jiang Mu seated cross-legged and Tang Rui kneeling opposite him, gracefully pouring tea with delicate hands, embodying the essence of a celestial beauty. If she were not harboring a terrifying demonic fetus within her womb, she would have inquired about the esteemed name of her elder. Tang Rui smiled sweetly, striving to secure her survival. This individual was both fearsome and exceedingly self-assured. She had already utilized a unique method of her sect to send a message for assistance, which would arrive shortly. Particularly, her master, the Crimson Blood True Man, was situated at Dragonbreak Mountain. Once he arrived, there would surely be a turning point. Until then, she was willing to employ any means necessary to buy time. I am Li Xin, the elder declared. Jiang Mu was known for his honesty, as transparent as the most virtuous sage in the mortal realm. He seemed to be in a lively mood and casually inquired, "Young girl, what kind of demonic arts does the Crimson Blood Sect practice?" In response to your inquiry, esteemed elder, the Crimson Blood Sect cultivates the true demonic blood sky opening technique, which comprises 17 levels. Regrettably, I am rather dull and have only attained the 9th level. Equivalent to the Yuan-Ing realm of the Golden Core orthodoxies, Tang Rui replied candidly. Jiang Mu then asked, the Golden Core orthodoxies emphasize the awakening of spiritual awareness, drawing in the essence of heaven and earth, condensing magical power, enhancing the physical body, and strengthening one's mind until one reaches the Golden Core, the Yuan-Ing. The transformation of spirit, the refinement of void, the great ascension, culminating in the transcendence to the celestial realm. What realms does your demonic art encompass? Tang Rui smiled radiantly, akin to a spring breeze that stirs 100 charms into life. In response, esteemed elder, our paths converge despite their differences. The Golden Core orthodoxies have long been marked by ancient immortals descending to the world, leaving behind promises and warnings for sentient beings, and sharing legends of cultivation. Similarly, my demonic sect has its own narratives, recounting the 4 great celestial demons, Blood River, Azura, Nether Knight, and Whitebone. These 4 celestial demons established the 4 great orthodoxies in this world, which are the origins of our demonic sections. The Crimson Blood Sect descends from the Blood River lineage, the 100 Ghost Sect from the Nether Knight lineage, the Multi-Eyed Sect from the Azura lineage, and the Sinluo Palace from the Whitebone lineage. Unlike the elusive nature of the Golden Core orthodoxies, our 4 sects possess the true blood and physical forms bestowed by the 4 great celestial demons as foundational inheritances. We, the followers of the demonic path, diligently cultivate, embodying the myriad forms of the celestial demons, each distinct, which is why we are regarded as heretical by the ignorant. In the mundane world, we could quell a child's night terrors. How unjust it is. When we, the practitioners of the demonic path, attain the myriad forms of the celestial demons, we can gather the true blood of demons and ascend to the demon realm. How does this process differ from the Golden Core orthodoxy's ascension? Tang Rui spoke eloquently, presenting her arguments with apparent logic. Were it not for Jiang Mu having recently extinguished the Blood River Demon Lord, he might have been swayed. Furthermore, the cultivation world is home to 4 demon sealing towers, corresponding perfectly with the 4 great celestial demons. Well, no rush. When I find the time, I shall visit each of these celestial demons for a proper discussion. Jiang Mu mused. However, it seemed that the 4 demonic sects were unaware that the demon sealing tower of the Divine Radiance sect had already been destroyed. Otherwise, the Crimson Blood sect would not be so audacious. This reveals that these demonic offspring are not as formidable as they appear. They lack spies embedded within the major cultivation sections. Yet, these seemingly insignificant demonic disciples have caused the greatest destruction during the end of Law period. It is quite lamentable. The future mortal dynasty's boundless hatred for cultivators owes at least half its credit to these demonic sections. Contemplating this, Jiang Mu turned to Tang Rui and smiled. It seems no one is coming to your rescue. Thus, I present you with 3 choices. First, abandon the darkness for the light, renounce your demonic arts, and live as a mortal. I promise you a life free from worry. Second, you may gamble on whether your master, that crimson blood old demon, will truly come to save you. I can grant you another hour. If no one arrives by then, I shall make minced meat of you to feed the dogs. Third, fortune favors the bold. I will give you 3 days. Devise a plan of your own, any method you wish. As long as you can withstand a single strike from me, I shall spare your life. What say you? Tang Rui stood in stunned silence for a long moment before finally speaking. I do not believe you. Huh? You do not believe? I am Li Xian, the supreme elder of the Divine Sword Sect. Do you think I would waste time on a mere child like you? Divine Sword Sect? Li Xian. Tang Rui was once again taken aback, finally recalling why that name sounded so familiar. He was indeed the notorious lunatic who played by his own rules. If it were him, this kind of mockery would make sense. However, how to choose among these 3 options? Tang Rui gazed into the vast night. Having stalled this old monster for half an hour, the message had long since been sent. If her master truly wished to save her, with the speed of the blood escape technique, he should have arrived by now. Thus, hope seemed futile. Yet, she did not wish to become immortal. That would be akin to death. However, even given 3 days, she could think of no method to withstand a single blow from this old monster. She did not want to die? Esteemed elder, may I propose an alternative rule? Tang Rui decided to take a gamble. For Li Xian of the Divine Sword Sect was renowned in the cultivation world as an unpredictable madman. Were it any other orthodox cultivator, they would not have wasted words with her. One strike would have obliterated her spirit. Oh, do share your thoughts. If your proposal is more entertaining than mine, I shall consider it. Jiang Mu feigned excitement, realizing that she was indeed a clever little demon, falling into his trap. Tang Rui sighed with relief, sensing she had made the right gamble. With a man like him, pleading for mercy was futile, since he had offered 3 choices. She needed to make it more intriguing for him. In response, esteemed elder, my strength is limited, no matter how I devise a plan. I cannot withstand even one of your attacks. Should you kill me, it would be a victory unearned. Therefore, I shall find you an opponent of equal standing within 3 days. Intriguing, huh? Who do you intend to find? Jiang Mu laughed heartily, betting that she would not be able to locate her master. Upon hearing I am here, that little demon of yours has likely fled without a trace. Jiang Mu laughed boisterously, reveling in the effect. It was difficult to breach a fortress from the outside, but much easier from within. Those of the demonic sect were elusive, challenging to capture, compounded by various strange demonic arts. It was better to let them stir chaos on their own. Knowledge of both sides would make the conflict all the more thrilling. Not my master, but rather the lord of the Sanluo Palace. One of the 4 saints of the demonic sect, the white-boned true man. I am aware of his hiding place and his recent movements. However, this must be done swiftly. We must find him before dawn, or my master's message will reach him. Tang Rui spoke earnestly, her words containing a substantial truth, with just a hint of deception aimed at exhausting this old monster's strength. For she knew that the Yuanling sect had previously traded with the Sanluo Palace, and they certainly possessed counter-demonic treasures. She could hardly believe this old monster would be able to sustain himself through it all. Excellent. Where is this little white bug of the Sanluo Palace? Jiang Mu rejoiced, as capturing the white-bone old demon would suffice, even if the crimson-blood old demon eluded him. In response, esteemed elder, the white-bone true man should currently be at Taisui Mountain in Eastern Prefecture. However, it is approximately 80,000 miles to Eastern Prefecture. I suggest you head directly to Baiyu County, and from there take the teleportation array to Jiujian County in Eastern Prefecture. The remaining distance should only be 10,000 miles, and you should arrive before dawn. Moreover, everything I have said is true. If, after dawn, you cannot find the white-boned true man, I am willing to meet my end beneath your sword. Intriguing, intriguing. Then it is settled. Jiang Mu laughed heartily, gripping Tang Rui, summoning a dark, board-like flying sword, and soaring into the sky, vanishing into the vastness above. Meanwhile, the 4 remaining disciples of the demonic sect below rejoiced, astonished that the old monster had actually spared them. Without a doubt, the 4 individuals immediately resorted to their respective means, attempting to escape at the fastest speed possible. However, to their astonishment, once they moved, a swirling mist of sword energy suddenly enveloped them, swiftly reducing the 4 to a crimson haze, leaving not a single bone behind. Although Jiang Mu's spiritual sense could extend only 3,000 zhang at its fullest, when streamlined, it could reach hundreds of miles. Chapter 74. Please enter the trap in a single night. Traversing a distance of 80,000 li is no arduous task for any veteran of the transformation stage. The only difference lies in the tumult it creates. For a transformation stage master wielding a sword to cross the vast expanse, exceeding a certain speed threshold means that the mere fluctuations of sword energy could resonate for thousands, even tens of thousands, of miles. This holds true for flying swords as well as magical artifacts. There are no exceptions. Thus, this was a scheme of Tang Rui that could be regarded as a not-so-subtle ploy. She calculated that, compared to her insignificant status as a minor disciple of the demonic sect, the likes of the Bone Master, a prominent figure within the sect, would prove far more valuable. Hence, this old madman, Li Xian, would undoubtedly come. Yet, a conundrum arose. If he were to forcefully fly there on his sword, the commotion would be too great. The Sanluo Hall of the demonic sect had maintained a watchful eye in the eastern state for thousands of years, ensuring that any such news would reach the Bone Master ahead of time. Conversely, should the old madman Li Xian choose to utilize a teleportation array, the nature of the situation would remain unchanged. Indeed, there were also spies from the Sanluo Hall near the teleportation array in Zhejiang County. As for whether the Bone Master would flee, that was a jest. With a righteous transformation stage master invading his own lair, he would be more than pleased. The situation at Mount Tai Sui was markedly different. In any case, it was a win-win scenario. However, a brief moment later, Tang Rui found herself utterly dumbfounded. The old madman, Li Xian, did not proceed to Baiyu County to use the teleportation array. Rather, he chose to fly there on his sword, which was understandable. Yet, the commotion was entirely off. It was completely incongruous. This should have been in the vast expanse above the earth at a height of over 100,000 zhang, where the speed of the flying sword was exceedingly swift, and he would surely arrive at Mount Tai Sui by dawn. However, the fluctuations of sword energy emanating from such rapid movement were alarmingly minimal, only extending a few hundred zhang. Moreover, there was a crucial absence of spiritual energy fluctuations. In other words, either this old madman Li Xian was propelling the flying sword solely with his own magical power, or he had no need to invoke the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Regardless of which scenario it was, the consequences were exceedingly dire. Tang Rui's heart began to plummet into the abyss. It seemed she had committed a grave error. Yet, there was no room for repentance. After Jiang Mu had taken Tang Rui away for about the duration of an incense stick, a faint shadow of blood silently drifted onto the desolate mountaintop. It greedily opened its maw, and in no time, the blood scattered by the sword mist was gathered, and eventually, faint blood-colored shadows emerged, their outlines eerily reminiscent of the 4 slain disciples of the demonic sect. They began to speak in an uncanny manner, alternating their words to fully reenact the conversation between Jiang Mu and Tang Rui. Ha ha ha. The sword of divine swords, Li Xian? So it is this old madman. How amusing, how amusing. Truly worthy of being my esteemed disciple. Well done. 300 miles away. The crimson blood old demon's demonic incarnation emitted a series of strange laughs, while his true self, 600 miles distant, also let out a silent, eerie chuckle. He had indeed come to the rescue, not out of familial affection, but because the malevolent ghost fetus within Tang Rui bore the promise of a drop of true demonic blood, to cultivate for over a century for a single drop, such a treasure. Hence, he hurriedly arrived for assistance, only to discover that his clever disciple was remarkably astute. Thus, the sword of divine swords, Li Xian, a drop of the essence blood from a transformation stage master, would suffice for the old man to refine 9 drops of true demonic blood. The crimson blood old demon cackled with delight, transforming into a righteous, handsome middle-aged nascent soul cultivator, and swiftly headed toward Baiyu County. Utilizing the teleportation array, he reached Mount Tai Sui in less than half a T's time. Simultaneously, he discreetly informed the Bone Old Demon and the Dark Knight Old Demon using the secret language of the demonic sect, noting that to deal with a powerful transformation stage master, a trio would be necessary. While the 4 sects of the demonic faction often found themselves at odds, they remained united when faced with a common enemy. Before dawn, Jiang Mu successfully arrived in the area of Mount Tai Sui in Zhejiang County, taking exactly 2 hours and expending a considerable amount of sword energy, approximately 4,000 strands. This was primarily due to the urgency of the situation. Otherwise, had he chosen to traverse over 4 days and nights, merely 8 strands of sword energy would have sufficed. A low consumption rate had always been the greatest advantage of sword energy. However, gazing at the uneven, jagged mountains and forests ahead, Jiang Mu felt a swell of emotion. He recognized this place, Mount Tai Sui, infamous within the realm of cultivation as a site of punishment for evil. Legend has it that 5,000 years ago, this area was known as Mount Taining, a prominent mountain within the eastern state, home to a top-tier sect called the Taining Sect. Later, during a great war between the human and demon races, the Taining Sect was annihilated, possibly due to some grave mistake, and the 9 main peaks of Mount Taining were relocated by a human master of the Void Refinement stage to suppress the ancient Dragon Emperor Mountain. The area was subsequently renamed Mount Taisui, while Dragon Emperor Mountain became known as Dragon Severing Mountain. Since then, the fortunes of the demon race have plummeted. However, there was a price to pay. The spiritual energy within a radius of 3,000 li around Mount Taisui had become increasingly sparse, comparable to the impoverished regions of West Shu's 5 counties. Additionally, being near the endless sea, after the relocation of the 9 main peaks, from March to October each year, the eye of the storm from the endless sea would continuously batter this region, raising waves thousands of zhang high, and the gales could scatter mountain stones weighing tens of thousands of jin in all directions. This has rendered much of the eastern state unsuitable for human habitation. Once home to 19 counties, only Zhejiang County and Changfeng County remained, with populations dwindled to just over 10 million across 2 counties. Notably, the eastern state is also the only one among the 9 states and 10 lands in the world of cultivation without a top-tier sect to reside. Consequently, Mount Taisui has become the ideal hiding place for the demonic sect. Moreover, due to the scarce spiritual energy of Mount Taisui, which hinders the application of Taoist techniques, even transformation stage masters from the righteous path are reluctant to come here to exterminate demons, preferring to remain uninvolved. If one possesses the capability, they need not emerge from the eastern state. Thus, the demonist Tang Rui has played her cards well. Of course, Jiang Mu's strategy was even more resonant. If he was not mistaken, the Crimson Blood Old Demon should have already arrived here ahead of him. This was not merely his astute calculations, but rather the liquidized demonic energy gestating within the malevolent ghost fetus in Tang Rui's womb, something Jiang Mu was all too familiar with. Therefore, when Tang Rui spoke proudly of her cultivation of the true demonic seed blood opening heaven great method, he could hardly bring himself to expose her. After all, she was merely a furnace nurturing demonic energy. What was there to be proud of? Nevertheless, it was precisely because Tang Rui served as the Crimson Blood Old Demoness furnace that he would not abandon her. Thus, Jiang Mu slyly provided the Crimson Blood Old Demon with an exceptional opportunity to concentrate his forces and lay an ambush against him. Call upon whoever you wish. Set your traps as you please. But once you arrive, there will be no leaving. Senior, we must proceed further to reach the lair of the Bone Master. At this moment, Tang Rui spoke with a pallid complexion, still wishing to continue her charade. Jiang Mu smiled, stating, I keep my word. Once I have claimed the head of the Crimson Blood Old Demon, I shall grant you your life. Tang Rui's expression turned ashen in an instant. Jiang Mu ceased his idle chatter, raising his hand to send a flying sword that pinned Tang Rui against a smooth rock wall. With a deft touch, he ensured her life remained intact. Yet if this continued, the demonic fetus within her would surely perish. He was convinced that the Crimson Blood Old Demon would soon feel the urgency. Well, consider it a mere appetizer. Clang. 3 swords, resembling heavy door panels, soared into the air, akin to 3 mighty guardians, hovering at an altitude of several thousand meters. Jiang Mu sat upon a rugged cliff, savoring spiritual wine and delicacies from ethereal birds, entirely unfazed and unhurried. Approximately half a tea's worth of time later, within a radius of 3,000 miles around Mount Taisui, all the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth was completely absorbed. In the 4 cardinal directions, 4 figures emerged, each wielding a treasure of anti-Taoist magic, transforming this place into a forbidden realm devoid of spirit. Even a transformation god would have to flee in terror. This truly was a natural battlefield. A smile crept onto Jiang Mu's lips as he gazed at 2 barren hills several hundred miles away. On the left hill, there stood a corpse-like elder, shouldering an immense coffin, presumably the Crimson Blood Old Demon. To the right, there was no one, only a pile of gigantic bones, upon which a great banner of bones was planted. This must belong to the Bone Old Demon. Between these 2 low hills, 3 law altars materialized, each bound with a man and woman, tied like rice dumplings, both of nascent soul cultivation, practitioners of the orthodox Golden Core path. Hundreds of mortals were also bound to the altars. Was this merely for show? Such grand gestures. Before Jiang Mu could scrutinize further, the Crimson Blood Old Demon waved a command flag, and suddenly, a beautiful female nascent soul practitioner was drawn into a lifeless husk, without even a scream, along with the sacrifice of over 100 mortals. This was evidently a form of borrowed, exceedingly wicked power, costly in its toll. It allowed access to forces beyond this realm. Yet, the true nature of this external power remained a mystery. Jiang Mu merely caught a glimpse of bloodlight, and then a crimson veil descended upon his head. The surroundings shifted without warning. A red candle, a pair of joyous characters, and some rustling sounds emerged. While everything else was shrouded in darkness, unseen and unfelt. His spiritual consciousness felt as though it were intoxicated, hazy, as if caught in a dream. Faintly, it seemed an unknown entity was toying with him. This borrowed wicked power was indeed formidable and audacious. Jiang Mu reflected on this with a hint of admiration. Then, his consciousness swiftly arranged itself into a protective sword array, merging 360 strands of sword energy. In the next moment, he bellowed, "Which fiend dares to disturb me?" The unified sword energy erupted, unleashing a terrifying howl that swept away all malevolent shadows in an instant. A piercing scream echoed within him, the unknown entity, perhaps too greedy or taken aback by the sudden surge of sword soul power, managed to escape only halfway. The remainder swiftly reduced to ash. Boom. Hundreds of miles away. The altar exploded into dust, while the crimson blood old demon's eye was crushed by some force, blood splattering. This was the backlash of the borrowed power, indeed. Ill-gotten gains invite retribution. Chapter 75. You deceive me, I deceive you. Forever together the crimson blood old demon let out a muffled groan. Black blood gushing from his blinded eye, yet instead of fury, he grinned wickedly. His spiritual consciousness extended only 100 feet. He was biding his time, waiting for reinforcements. If not now, then when? As he spoke, the crimson blood old demon waved his command flag once more. This time even removing his other eye in his eagerness to summon a more potent power. In an instant, another nascent soul practitioner atop an altar withered away, both spirit and body devoured by some existence. Behind the altar, 200 young mortals transformed into lifeless husks simultaneously. Almost concurrently, the vast, dark heavens unfolded above, swiftly covering a 3,000-mile radius. The black clouds coalesced into a gigantic skull, opening its maw to suck in Jiang Mu. At that moment, his spiritual consciousness began to be uncontrollably drawn in, as if to be consumed. This method, while not entirely strange, was the epitome of unscrupulousness. By sacrificing nascent soul practitioners and mortals, he sought to gain unknown external power, unaffected by the barriers of this realm, even less so by certain constraints of this world. Just then, as Jiang Mu's consciousness was ensnared by the skeletal cloud, the crimson blood old demon formed seals with his hands, stepping onto the formation. With a mighty roar, the enormous coffin he bore began to tremble, blackened blood oozing forth, accompanied by eerie roars from within. Two of them. This Li Xian is a senior elder of the Divine Sword Sect, wielding a divine flying sword forged from exquisite black iron. Once drawn, it is unstoppable. I possess 3 demon corpses. Allow me to take the lead. As the crimson blood old demon spoke, the coffin's lid burst open with a resounding crash. And in the next moment, a massive demon corpse, towering like a mountain, leapt forth, followed closely by a second and a third. These demon corpses were shrouded in dark, demonic energy, heavily shackled, exuding an exceedingly malevolent aura. What a treasure! This is the king of demon corpses from beneath the demon prison mountain. If the 2 old geezers from the Divine Radiance sect were to find out, they would undoubtedly seek vengeance. A woman's voice echoed from hundreds of miles away, as a faceless figure clad in white appeared atop the other low hill. She was another transformation god, the leader of the 100 Ghost sect, the Night Demon. Thus, 3 of the 4 saints of the demon sect had arrived. Was it luck on their side, or perhaps Jiang Mu's fortune had simply run out? Bones, old friend, please expand the area of absolute spiritlessness to an 8,000-mile radius. The Divine Sword Sect possesses some capabilities. Although Li Xian is erratic, his 5 disciples are no trivial matter. The Night Demon spoke again, clearly cautious. A trivial matter. I have already made arrangements. The anti-Taoist treasures of the Yuanling sect are genuinely effective. Within an 8,000-mile radius, absolute spiritlessness prevails. Even the old transformation god dares not intrude. But we must strive for a swift resolution. Absolute spiritlessness can indeed be broken. The Bones old demon finally revealed himself, his exterior flesh entirely gone, revealing mere stark, white bones. One could even see his beating heart and quivering brain. Nevertheless, the demonic techniques he practiced were unique. With a wild laugh, countless bones soared to him, rapidly merging. In no time, he transformed into a colossal tower of bones, its exterior pristine and unblemished, exuding an air of sanctity, while within, a river of blood surged, countless restless spirits wailing in agony as they bore a skeletal sword, a skeletal shield, and a skeletal bell. I can hardly wait. Behold the great bone formation forged from 1,000,000 lives. With a maniacal laugh, the tower of bones delved into the earth, and soon, from all directions, a total of 81 towers of bones emerged. 81 skeletal swords soared into the sky, 81 skeletal shields settled upon the earth, and 81 skeletal bells hung above. When that enormous skeletal banner waved, the ground split open, mountains crumbled, and hell re-emerged. An overwhelming aura of death surged forth from the abyss below, as countless vengeful souls surged into the Tower of Bones, and in the next moment, a million-strong army of bones charged toward Jiang Mu. Jiang Mu found himself in a position where there was no refuge left. He was compelled to wield his flying sword, hovering in the high skies, and even had to arrange for Tang Rui to be supported by another flying sword. Observing the scene before him, he understood that his adversaries were intentionally trying to deplete his magical energy. Thus, he decisively summoned back 4 of his flying swords to conserve his power. However, that was still insufficient. With a flick of his hand, he retrieved a wooden board sword and began to cleave through the vengeful spirits of the skeletal army with brute force. Each strike of the wooden board brought down a multitude, shattering them into a pulp. At this rate, how could 1,000,000 skeletal soldiers pose a challenge? But a few hundred miles away, the red blood old demon, the bone old demon, and the dark night old demon were laughing heartily. Foolish child, foolish child. The most peculiar aspect of the skeletal formation was that it operated not on spiritual energy, but rather on the resentment of living beings combined with spiritual energy to forge a sinister aura, thereby forming an array that continuously coalesced the skeletal legion. No matter how many vengeful spirits he shattered, it was futile, for the skeletal formation could resurrect the skeletal army up to 99 times. That equated to 99 million vengeful spirits. If he had the ability, he should keep chopping away for a full hour. Jiang Mu was unaware of how many vengeful spirits he had vanquished, yet it felt as though they were endless. At this point, feeling somewhat beleaguered, he resolutely abandoned Tang Rui, whom he considered a burden, and wielded a second flying sword to hasten his onslaught. However, at that moment, a flash of blood light erupted from the skeletal formation, and a blood shadow seized the heavily injured Tang Rui, retreating effortlessly with her in tow. Jiang Mu, too drained of magical energy to intervene, could only watch helplessly. Master, Master. Tang Rui's eyes brimmed with tears, her face etched with fear. This was a trap. She wanted to warn her master that the old monster facing them was not afraid of absolute spirit. He is feigning. He is toying with you all. Yet, before she could finish her warning, a terrifying mist of sword energy suddenly erupted from her body. Not much, merely 1,000 strands of sword essence, which Jiang Mu had concealed within her using a small piece of divine iron, waiting for the opportune moment to unleash it upon her rescue. Now, that moment had arrived. In an instant, Tang Rui vanished completely, in the truest sense of the word. The sword missed, however, sliced through the red blood old demon, inflicting hundreds, even thousands of wounds, yet he remained alive. This, however, mattered little, for almost simultaneously, Jiang Mu had forced his sword through the skeletal formation, guided by the sword mist, and with one strike, obliterated the red blood old demon along with his coffin. Wait, was that too easy? Jiang Mu suddenly realized. Just as a net of ghostly flames descended upon him, it seemed his experience in battle was no match for these old fiends, and he had fallen for their trickery again. The silhouette of the red blood old demon reappeared in the sky, his gaze sinister. Damn it. We agreed that you were a righteous person, yet you resort to such underhanded tactics? Thankfully, Jiang Mu was prepared. Break. A flash of astonishment crossed Jiang Mu's eyes as he directed his flying sword to strike at the net of ghostly flames. To his shock, the net was formless, and his sword pierced through it effortlessly, even propelling himself out. The next moment, the net vanished, leaving him covered in paper money, layer upon layer, tearing one away only to reveal countless more beneath. In the blink of an eye, he was submerged under a deluge of this paper currency. The worst part was, in this state, his divine consciousness was entirely sealed, and the 2 wooden board swords outside lost connection. What a clever tactic. Jiang Mu couldn't help but admire the ingenuity. Choosing to abandon his struggle, he knew that the demonic sect always relished using a person's soul and blood to forge demonic treasures. As a senior elder of the Divine Sword sect, a renowned figure of transformation, he was a treasure trove in himself. Thus, the opponents would not simply reduce him to ashes but would inevitably seek to divvy up the spoils, approaching him in their true forms. I'll give you that opportunity. Goodness, truly remarkable, as expected of the elder of the Divine Sword sect. That last strike made even my heart race. A voice from outside, belonging to the Dark Knight old demon, revealed their astonishment. Indeed, if it weren't for the counter-treasure of the Yuanling sect, the 3 of us combined, even summoning the Shura friend, would likely not stand a chance against him. That sword light, having pierced through my skeletal formation, could obliterate the red blood friend's demonic incarnation, crafted from the heavenly demonic corpses beneath the demon prison mountain. I am genuinely apprehensive about what comes next. The bone old demon echoed, equally shaken. As for the red blood old demon, his expression had soured to the extreme, fear gripping him entirely. He had only cautiously utilized his demonic incarnation, which took him 500 years to refine, a lengthy endeavor indeed. Yet, he had to admit they had profited, just moments ago. He contemplated using the blood escape technique to flee. Once he decided to escape, none could pursue him. Traversing thousands of miles in an instant was no jest. Such treasures. Are these two flying swords crafted from divine-grade dark iron? My, I am utterly enamored. The elder of the divine sword sect is quite affluent. The Dark Knight old demon exclaimed, having seized one of the wooden board swords, feeling exhilarated. Meanwhile, the bone old demon clutched the other, grinning widely with delight. Humph. This old fellow possesses 6 such flying swords. We can each take 2, but all of this old man's essence must belong to me. The red blood old demon couldn't suppress his excitement. They had never successfully hunted a righteous transformation expert, as those from the righteous path could effortlessly wield their spells, and they were simply unable to withstand it. That old man's bones shall belong to me. The bone old demon cackled. Then, I shall claim his soul. The Dark Knight old demon chuckled, her cheeks flushed with anticipation. The three had conspired since the previous night on how to divide the spoils. Otherwise, their cooperation wouldn't have been so seamless. Jiang Mu silently listened, choosing to remain motionless. What if it was a ruse? It was wiser to wait a little longer. After all, he was not in a hurry. Chapter 76. The blood of true demons. Jiang Mu remained still, while the 3 old demons outside, despite their eloquent conversation, showed no signs of action. He paused briefly, then chuckled. These 3 old demons were indeed wary. In the next moment, he distinctly sensed a peculiar demonic treasure descending upon him, followed by another magical item binding him, and finally, a bizarre demonic artifact clamping down on him, rendering him unable to hear anything from outside. Yet, Jiang Mu still had no intention of striking, for his purpose was not to defeat these 3 old demons, but to annihilate their true forms entirely. The Dark Knight old demon and bone old demon were manageable, but the red blood old demon, once he escaped, would truly be beyond his reach. Indeed, Jiang Mu had tested his limits, even at his fastest flying speed on the sword. It took him 10 breaths to cross 1,000 miles, whereas the red blood old demon's blood escape technique could traverse that distance in the blink of an eye, akin to the Blood River Demon Lord. However, Jiang Mu was unaware that as the 3 demonic artifacts ensnared him completely, the situation outside transformed in an instant. The red blood old demon suddenly split into 9 blood shadows, launching a frenzied assault on the bone old demon. Simultaneously, the Dark Knight old demon acted in concert with him, both well-versed in the bone old demon's weaknesses, and within less than half a tea's time, they had brutally pulverized the bone old demon into a mush. The red blood old demon feasted on the blood, while the Dark Knight old demon claimed the soul, dividing the spoils evenly. Hee, red blood, do you think you can keep it all to yourself? The dark sorcerer of the night suddenly broke into a charming smile. The crimson blood sorcerer, with a cold expression, reflected on the limits of his current body. The remnants of the Blood River Demon Lord's true form had severely affected him, compelling him to seek a new vessel, one that adhered to the orthodox path of the Golden Core. The white-bone sorcerer, fully aware of my predicament, insisted on competing with me. If I did not initiate the attack, he certainly would. Li Xin, the esteemed elder of the Divine Sword Sect, presented a perfect vessel, one I had long coveted. If I could claim him as my own, combined with the true demon blood I had accumulated over the years, ascending to the rank of Demon Lord would be merely a matter of time. My rise would signify a revival for the demon sect. Dark Knight, I wish for you to comprehend that among the 4 sects of the demon path, while I relentlessly pursue the prophecy of the Golden Core's demise, what efforts are you 3 making? Are you not aware of your own inaction? Say what you will. But your earlier promise was to provide me with 4 of the 6 divine iron flying swords, and I expect the entirety of the White Bones treasures as well. You wouldn't dare go back on your word, would you? Of course not. Our demon sect must remain united. With the acquisition of the anti-orthodox spiritual treasure, this marks the moment for our counteroffensive. Today, Li Xin is merely the first of our targeted divine transformation sorcerers. I have already placed my pawns within the 10,000 Spirit sect, and soon I shall seize the opportunity to hunt down a second orthodox divine transformation. I will ensure that all souls of no use to you are delivered. The Crimson Blood Sorcerer replied coldly. Very well, let us commence. the dark sorcerer of the night declared, stepping back several hundred paces. The crimson blood sorcerer's expression soured. She thought, how dare this impudent individual? The crimson blood sorcerer glanced sideways, his eyes twitching. This wretched person, the decline of the demon sect, is due to you wretches. When benefits arise, you shamelessly rush forward. Yet in times of danger, you flee quicker than I do. At this moment, you dare to underestimate my resolve to revive the demon sect? Why would I kill you? The demon sect requires unity. Yet, let me show you the true extent of my prowess. With a swift motion, 72 blood shadows erupted from the crimson blood sorcerer, merging into a singular, formidable blood shadow, composed entirely of true demon blood. With 72 droplets, should I gather enough to reach the number of 99, I shall ascend as the crimson blood demon lord, an existence equivalent to that of the void refinement realm. This blood shadow turned to glance at the dark sorcerer, displaying a look of disdain. The dark sorcerer was indeed taken aback, trembling, her complexion pale. 72 droplets of true demon blood. The crimson blood sorcerer exhibits remarkable restraint. With this strength, he could have effortlessly obliterated the white-boned sorcerer, yet he chose to take a detour, allowing her to join in. How cunning, how treacherous. This is akin to a rabbit consuming the grass near its nest. Furthermore, the crimson blood sorcerer could easily eliminate her with a single strike. Even if she retreated 300 paces. No, he could allow her to flee 1,000 miles, yet still chase her down until she lay prostrate, begging for mercy. How many lives have you taken to gather such an abundance of true demon blood? The dark sorcerer stammered, for even she, who prided herself on her dark nature and took pleasure in slaughter, had only claimed fewer than 50,000 lives over a millennium. The crimson blood sorcerer, however, was a different story. He was terrifying. I have not killed many. Over the past 2 millennia, merely 100 or so nascent souls, several thousand golden cores, tens of thousands of foundation establishments, and millions of mortals. However, I have recently ceased slaughtering mortals, as the returns are minimal. It is far more beneficial to nurture apprentices as vessels of demonic energy. With a stroke of luck, one apprentice could yield a drop of true demon blood. The crimson blood sorcerer spoke calmly, as if recounting an ordinary event. He continued with a hint of sarcasm. I am unlike you all. You kill purely for amusement. I never slay the useless. I solemnly express my gratitude to all who fall by my hand, for their demise paves the way for the advancement of our demon sect. At times, I even feel a pang of guilt. Do you comprehend how challenging it is to cultivate an exceptional disciple? I must bring them back before their first month, nurturing them with care until they blossom into graceful beings, smiling joyfully at me. That feeling enough. The dark sorcerer screamed, perceiving the crimson blood sorcerer as a madman, even more deranged than those of the Yuanling sect. What do you know? This is the true essence of the demon path. If bloodlust and cruelty define it, then you are truly naive and pitiable. Dark Knight, you are unworthy of that name. Hurry and find yourself an apprentice. Upon uttering this, the crimson blood sorcerer's blood shadow advanced slowly, effortlessly slicing through the first, second, and third artifacts of the demon path, revealing Jiang Mu, who was sealed beneath layers of paper money. Just as the blood shadow was about to cut through, the countless paper notes suddenly disintegrated into dust, unleashing a torrent of sword energy. Without any doubt, the blood shadow of the crimson blood sorcerer was shattered in an instant, along with his frail body. The coffin he bore, and the 3 heavenly demon corpses within it, along with a fragment of the Blood River Demon Lord's finger. The only one to escape unscathed was the dark sorcerer, who had retreated 300 paces. What an unexpected turn of events. What just transpired? I had them all in my grasp, yet only one remains. Jiang Mu felt a pang of regret. However, capturing the crimson blood sorcerer was still paramount. The dark sorcerer turned to flee, abandoning the sword he had just acquired. Yet, astonishingly, the blood shadow of the crimson blood sorcerer reformed almost instantaneously, cackling maniacally. Do you think you can harm me? With practiced precision, Jiang Mu unleashed another wave of sword energy, severing the blood shadow anew before it could finish its taunt. In the next moment, the crimson blood sorcerer defiantly reformed once more. Huh, I am indestructible. Jiang Mu, unamused, cut through again, his patience wearing thin. Who do you think you are, claiming to be indestructible? Why not inquire with your ancestor, the Blood River Demon Lord? Why are you so rude, young one? You cannot kill me. I am the crimson blood sorcerer. The blood shadow stubbornly reformed again, demonstrating resilience akin to that of the Blood River Demon Lord. Jiang Mu mused. The Blood River Demon Lord has a worthy successor. He should rest in peace. With this thought, he severed the crimson blood sorcerer once more, while simultaneously searching for the white-boned sorcerer, only to find her vanished as well. This was rather unsatisfactory. Jiang Mu continued his relentless cutting, after merely a dozen strikes. The blood shadow of the crimson blood sorcerer began to appear dazed, and by the 30th cut, it was utterly obliterated. Nothing remained. Where was the promised power of the Blood River Demon Lord? Jiang Mu felt a twinge of doubt, fearing he might have extinguished a mere illusion of the crimson blood sorcerer. Surveying the surroundings, all was blank, pristine. With a cold laugh, he thought, the crimson blood sorcerer has fled, and so has the white bone sorcerer? Do they think I cannot locate their lair? In a flash of inspiration, Jiang Mu soared skyward, swiftly locking onto the fleeing dark sorcerer. She hadn't escaped. Rather, she had landed several hundred miles away, right at the lair of the white bone sorcerer. A smile crept across Jiang Mu's face. As the saying goes, he who lifts a stone may find it falls upon his own feet. These three old sorcerers, in their attempts to confront him, had drained the spiritual energy from an 8,000-mile radius, leaving them unable to flee. The recent battle had likely exhausted their resources as well. Then let us settle this. With a swift motion, the sound of finely tuned flying swords pierced the air as 36 divine iron flying swords sliced through the sky, while Jiang Mu deftly maneuvered the board sword, moving with equal swiftness. Why fly a kite when I can become one myself? The ground shook with thunderous explosions. The 36 divine iron flying swords were poised to pierce through the ancient demon of the night, yet in the next instant, the earth trembled violently, and dozens of low mountains were hurled into the sky. The ground was instantly marred with hundreds of deep ravines, covering an expanse of several hundred miles. However, where was the shadow of the ancient demon? Jiang Mu was taken aback, as the surrounding scene subtly shifted once more. The missing skeletal demon reappeared, once again unleashing the grand skeletal formation. At this moment, Jiang Mu sensed something amiss. This was not the sort of malevolent sorcery he was accustomed to, as it left him momentarily bewildered between reality and illusion. Glancing at the grand skeletal formation that began to operate, he swiftly arranged the protective sword divine patterns with his mind, channeling 600 strands of sword essence into it, merging the two to transmute into sword soul power. Subsequently, under the resonant echo of the sword soul power, his entire being, flesh, consciousness, and all sword essence, along with the 36 divine iron flying swords and 12 door panel flying swords, became part of this reverberation. Awaken. The syllable escaped Jiang Mu's lips unconsciously, and in that fleeting moment, it transformed into a fierce sword howl akin to thunder, tearing the very fabric of this world apart. It was a terrifying sight, for this world was layered in 3 dimensions, and beyond these layers lay a true reality, where he finally glimpsed the ancient demon of the night. Blood streamed from her 7 orifices, her eyes rolled back, and she foamed at the mouth, convulsing as if suffering from some form of backlash. Chapter 77. The last words of the skeleton. The bizarre, yet comical scene before Jiang Mu reminded him of a certain dual-natured spell within the realm of cultivation. Indeed, he had encountered it in the insights of an unreliable second-generation patriarch of the Floating Cloud Sect, who was dubbed the least among the 4 heroes of Floating Cloud. This spell was known as the dream-weaving technique, which, through certain mediums, effortlessly ensnared cultivators with weaker consciousness into a layered dreamscape woven by the spellcaster. Within this dream, 99% of it resembled the real world, but there was one crucial detail that was fabricated. Thus, the ancient demon of the night had employed the dream-weaving technique against him. The fact that this technique almost deceived him demonstrated the considerable effort and dedication the demon had invested in this sorcery, which was utterly misaligned with her nature. For all the mastery of the dream-weaving technique, it bore an insurmountable flaw. As long as one's consciousness was stronger than that of the spellcaster, one could easily discern the cracks and thus shatter the dream, returning to reality. Jiang Mu's consciousness may have been on par with that of the ancient demon, but at the moment he unleashed the resonant sword soul incantation, the intensity of his consciousness was sufficient to rend apart all illusions. A cold smirk crossed Jiang Mu's face as he waved his hand, unleashing a torrent of sword mist that ensnared the ancient demon of the night. The denizens of the demonic sect acted with abandon, heedless of the heavens, following their whims. Such behavior patterns often drew the admiration of the Na'vi, who frequently regarded themselves as demonic lords. Yet, if one were to place the experiences of those victimized by the demonic sect upon themselves, they would wail about the injustice of fate and the heavens' betrayal. What a farce! Jiang Mu then summoned his sword once more and descended into the underground lair of the skeletal demon. This place was exceedingly complex, littered with bones, likely numbering in the millions, and fraught with various restrictions, traps, and formations, all of which Jiang Mu obliterated with brute force from his sword essence. Upon reaching the innermost depths of this lair, he found himself hundreds of miles underground, amid a disarray of teleportation and shifting formations, clearly indicating the skeletal demon's defeat and the flight of her disciples. Jiang Mu paid little heed to these minor demons. They posed no threat. However, upon stepping into the deepest chamber, he beheld a grand hall of bones, where at its center sat a throne made of human bones. Indeed, it was the skeletal demon. Though she appeared feeble, akin to an ant. It seems the old hag's dream realm could not ensnare you. May I have the honor of uttering a few last words? The skeletal demon cackled. Certainly, Jiang Mu nodded, promptly thrusting a door panel flying sword into the ground and releasing sword essence to sever the vitality of this hall. He recognized the hall's unique nature. Its abundant life force was intertwined with that of the skeletal demon, and given time, she would undoubtedly recover. This is a small segment of the dragon goddess spine, brimming with boundless vitality. My cultivation of the bone technique relies heavily on this material. The skeletal demon spoke without a hint of resentment, displaying a certain forthrightness. When I initially joined the demonic sect, it was out of despair for the golden elixir's orthodox methods, seeking merely a path to longevity. Thus, I feel no allegiance to the demonic sect. It is merely a tool for my pursuit of eternal life. I do not speak this to elicit your pity, but as the dying often speak wisely, reflecting on the countless atrocities committed over millennia, this outcome is entirely natural. In today's battle, we shall lose. It is not the fault of war, but rather due to internal strife among us three. Although we are all part of the four saints of the demonic sect, our pursuits diverge. The ancient demon of the night seeks to elevate the dream-weaving technique to its zenith. The old hag revels in dreams, while I seek only longevity. The only path is through blood. She desires the golden elixir, now dead, and the demon lord must rise. Do you grasp the meaning behind this? His fervor for the demonic sect was intense, if he believed that his demise could rejuvenate the sect. Fulfilling the goal of the golden elixir's demise and the rise of the demon lord, he would not hesitate to end his own life. Normally, it mattered little. I would cultivate beneath this Taisui mountain, and as long as I remained within this sphere, you golden elixir cultivators would not trouble me. I found peace in solitude. Yet these years, the Yuanling sect sought us out under the guise of trade, but in reality, it was support. They crafted a countermeasure to orthodox methods, capable of effortlessly siphoning the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to ambush the golden elixir cultivators, a truly effective tool. Naturally, we could not refuse such advantages. But the Yuanling sect's actions spurred wariness within me and the old hag, for we understood well how formidable the golden elixir orthodox lineage truly was. I sought merely longevity, while the old hag longed for dreams. Neither of us wished to become embroiled in treachery. For many years, we maintained a peaceful coexistence with the orthodox sect through discretion, but hunting golden elixir cultivators had crossed the line. Thus, when the crimson blood demon sought assistance last night and summoned the old hag, I resolved to feign death to extricate myself. The plan went smoothly. I deliberately demanded your corporeal form, provoking the crimson blood's murderous intent, while the old hag took advantage of the situation to assist. After my feigned death, the old hag, utilizing the dream-weaving technique, would be untouchable by crimson blood. In this manner, I would cast the trouble onto crimson blood and continue my carefree existence. Alas, you managed to extinguish crimson blood and slay the old hag. I am left with no words. Jiang Mu listened in silence, finally understanding why the skeletal demon had been absent earlier, but he was even more astonished that the Yuanling sect had been covertly supporting the demonic sect all along. The Yuanling sect you speak of, wasn't he that the sect that relocated overseas 1,000 years ago, proclaiming the end of the Dharma era? Is there a second Yuanling sect in this world? Do you think the Yuanling sect would support your demonic sect? Jiang Mu inquired again, recalling the earlier encounter with the crimson blood demon, and a sudden doubt arose within him. The crimson blood demon had possessed 72 drops of true demonic blood, which, in a sense, was akin to quasi-refined void. Once he achieved a perfect state, he would become a second incarnation of the Blood River Demon Lord. Such a being would retain formidable power even 50 years hence. He would never stoop to becoming a gigolo in a brothel. There seemed to be a missing fragment of truth in this narrative. The old man was unaware, yet he was certain that it boded ill. However, he could share another piece of information. The Yuanling sect was not only supporting the devil sect, but also aiding the dragon of the endless sea. When the crimson blood sought him out last night, he promised that if significant matters came to fruition, One segment of the suppressed 9-section Dragon Emperor's bones beneath the broken Dragon Mountain could be gifted to him. Humph. The old man knew at that moment it was a lie. The existence of the broken Dragon Mountain held immense significance, especially for your golden core righteous path. How could the broken Dragon Mountain possibly be overturned? The mockery of the old skeleton was evident, yet Jiang Mu felt a chill in his heart. In his previous life among the 4 great demon lords, he had indeed never heard of the whereabouts of the old skeleton, the Dark Knight, or the Azura. However, the rampaging dragon terrorizing the 6 counties of Jiangnan, the Crimson Blood who annihilated the 5 counties of Shishu, and the collapsed broken Dragon Mountain, all these events were interconnected, pointing squarely at the Yuanling sect. Curiously, the Yuanling sect had been proclaiming the impending end of the Dharma for a millennium. Could it be that they, like himself, had also been reborn? But why would the Yuanling sect take such actions? In his last life, Jiang Mu had not heard of the Yuanling sect until his demise at the mass grave. In this life, had he not encountered the merchant Shangyu from Tai's sect, he would have remained ignorant of the Yuanling sect. Even the records in the Taoist library, including the insights of ancestral masters throughout generations, bore no mention of it. Yet, observing the Yuanling sect's clandestine support for the dragon and the devil sect, it was clear their ambitions were vast. He had always believed that the collapse of the broken Dragon Mountain was due to the depletion of spiritual energy. Now it appeared it was also related to the suppression of the 9-section Dragon Emperor's bones. Could it be that the Yuanling sect sought this? Jiang Mu recalled that after the Crimson Blood slaughtered the 5 counties of Shishu, he had brazenly proclaimed the demise of the Golden Core and the rise of the Demon Lord, only to vanish months later, leaving the proclamation a mere joke as he ultimately hid in a brothel. In contrast, the dragon was attacking Jiangnan's 6 counties, seemingly in pursuit of the Dragon Emperor's bones, only to meet its end alongside the second elder of the Divine Sword sect. None had a good outcome. What if there were no Yuanling sect? The Crimson Blood, relying on 72 drops of true demon blood, could find an ancient tomb, lie in a coffin, and survive for thousands of years. The dragon, being a formidable being of the demon race, could easily hide in the deep sea and live for tens of thousands of years. This situation felt amiss. He had previously thought that eliminating both the Crimson Blood and the dragon would ensure stability in the southern region, but it now appeared he had overestimated his assumptions. Many thoughts crossed Jiang Mu's mind, and he could not ponder them deeply. He turned to the old skeleton and solemnly declared, in the next life, "Do not commit evil again." As his words fell, countless strands of sword energy surged forth, instantly reducing the entire hall of bones to powder. Then, 12 sword boards flew upward, piercing through hundreds of miles of rock, thoroughly burying the evil beneath this demon lair. With his sword guiding him through the sky, Jiang Mu quickly discerned his direction and rushed away, shortly thereafter slaughtering 4 disciples of the devil sect wielding anti-dharma spiritual treasures 8,000 miles away. As for the anti-dharma treasures, while rare, Jiang Mu opted to destroy them entirely with his sword energy. Driven by concerns over the Yuanling sect's intentions and recalling the tragic fate of Crimson Blood in his last life, the cultivation world was vast, with countless divine arts and secret methods. Such anti-dharma treasures seemed to be sold by the Yuanling sect like cabbages. Was this normal? After some contemplation, Jiang Mu returned to Tai Sui Mountain and inscribed a bold proclamation with his flying sword in a conspicuous location. The Divine Sword sect has slain the Devil sect's Crimson Blood, Dark Knight, and Old Skeleton as a warning to others. Yes, he should find some tasks for his younger disciples. The Yuanling sect's ambitions were grand, their reach extensive, and their concealment profound, beyond what his aging self could withstand. It was best to let the vigorous youth engage in the fray while he provided support from the shadows. Having removed unnecessary traces, Jiang Mu stepped onto the sword board, skimming the ground, and headed towards the endless sea in the southern region, where the Spirit Stone vein awaited urgent exploitation. His second senior brother was watching over him from the heavens. Chapter 78. The Heavenly Mechanism Wood Man in Dongzhou, Zhejiang County. Within an unremarkable cave-in, an elderly man with white brows savored his spiritual tea in tranquility. Suddenly, he froze in place, resembling a lifelike wooden sculpture. This state persisted for several hours before he regained his composure, but the serene expression on his face had long vanished, replaced by immense shock and anger. In the next moment, he cautiously retrieved a small wooden carving and affixed a spiritual talisman upon it. Instantly, spiritual light shimmered, and the talisman transformed, revealing a black-haired man. After adjusting his features, the man spoke in a deep voice. "Jiang Wu, what has transpired? You must know that without urgent matters, you should not contact the sect at will, nor should you indiscriminately activate the other heavenly mechanism would man. A single misstep could send the karmic backlash back. And even if you were to be skinned alive, it would be hard to atone for your sins. Jiang, something grave has occurred, the white-browed elder exclaimed in terror. The devil sect's crimson blood, dark night, and old skeleton have all perished, annihilated on Tai Sui Mountain, with the assailant leaving behind a message claiming it was the work of the divine sword sect. Moreover, I have lost all sense of the 5 anti-dharma spiritual treasures. They must have been destroyed. Our plan has barely begun and has already suffered a significant setback. What? The black-haired man was momentarily stunned, unable to believe it. How could this be? Crimson blood has refined 72 drops of true demon blood, and the old skeleton and dark knight are formidable foes. The 3 are equivalent to 4 transformation stage old monsters, and with the addition of 5 anti-dharma spiritual treasures, how could they possibly lose? Moreover, if they lost, why did they not flee? What of Crimson Blood's blood escape technique? Aside from the void refinement old monsters, no one can catch up to him. I don't know, but the truth is as stated. Jiang, do you think it is possible that a void refinement old monster truly intervened? Absolutely not. Void refinement old monsters rarely take action, and if they did, they would not allow Crimson Blood and the others to survive to this day. This matter is indeed suspicious. By the way, what was the situation at the scene? Who discovered it first? It was I. The moment I sensed the destruction of the 5 anti-dharma spiritual treasures, I knew something was amiss. I immediately went to verify and confirmed that Crimson Blood, Old Skeleton, and Dark Knight had all been eradicated. The traces left at the scene clearly indicate it was the work of the divine sword sect, sword energy rampant, exceedingly domineering. That kind of terrifying slicing could only be accomplished by divine iron flying swords, especially the underground layer of the Old Skeleton, which was penetrated by dozens of divine iron flying swords from hundreds of miles deep, all the way to the surface. Penetrated to the surface? The black-haired Jiang's pupils constricted in an instant, falling into silence for a long time. Eventually, he slowly sat down, realizing that it was indeed the divine sword sect's doing. Across the land, aside from them, no transformation stage old monster could achieve such an effect solely with flying swords. Jiang Mu, find a way to go to Tsongshan County and investigate the recent whereabouts of the 5 transformation stage beings from the divine sword sect. This matter is rather complex. Is there any possibility that this is a setup against us? The white-browed Jiang Mu inquired. Recalling that the divine sword sect had always maintained a low profile, particularly their leader Fan Tian, who was exceptionally cautious. Without his consent, how could the divine sword sect have suddenly descended from Tsongshan County to Tai Sui Mountain, tens of thousands of miles away, without any warning? Have the customary rules of the cultivation world been disregarded? If only Dongzhou had a top-tier sect to oversee things. Otherwise, a war among cultivation sects would be inevitable. It is not entirely without possibility. However, at present, the Sword of Divine Judgment bears the greatest suspicion, and their stronghold at Dragoncut Mountain stands in stark contrast to our plans. Our original intention was to support the demon sect by supplying them with antipath spiritual treasures, enabling them to hunt down isolated transformation gods, and subsequently lure the dragon from the endless sea to wreak havoc in the 6 prefectures of Jiangnan. By executing this dual strategy, we anticipated that within 50 years, the Sword of Divine Judgment would descend into chaos. At that time, we would seize the 9-section dragon's sovereign bone, unnoticed and without a trace, further aided by our manipulation of the heavenly machine Wooden Man to sever causal ties, thus ensuring the success of our grand design. However, now Jiang appears somewhat troubled. Should we not consult the ancestor for a decision? Nonsense. The ancestor tasked us with acquiring the dragon's sovereign bone, not with troubling him over trivial matters. You should first venture to Tsongshan Prefecture. Very well, yet Jiang, I still harbor a bold hypothesis. Could it be that someone, much like the ancestor, has returned alive from the demon prison mountain? If that is the case, our plans would no longer be a secret to this individual, and they could easily implicate the Sword of Divine Judgment. Bai Mei Jia was suddenly interjected. Wait, while that possibility is not out of the question, you should quickly investigate who has entered the demon prison mountain over the past 50,000 years. No, I shall personally investigate. You head to the Sword of Divine Judgment. Do not forget, over 1,200 years ago, there was also a supreme elder from the Sword of Divine Judgment who entered the demon prison mountain. The two fell silent, contemplating whether this could be mere coincidence. At Tsongshan Prefecture, where the Sword of Divine Judgment is located, the sect leader Fan Tian stands atop Tsongshan, gazing at the scenery, observing the shifting clouds and the passage of time. Since he forged that divine iron, he has harbored a premonition of an untimely demise within decades. Thus, he has relinquished the desire to break through the void refinement stage. After a millennium of cultivation, the dream of immortality must soon awaken. He hopes to savor the world in these final years, to behold his sect and his disciples. Since avoidance is futile, he shall face it with a smile, determined to remain composed and tranquil, as still as a placid lake. Master, a beam of sword light, like a shooting star, rushed forth and landed hurriedly before Fan Tian, momentarily disturbing his serene state. Had the arrival not been his most cherished disciple, he might have struck her down. The sky has not fallen. Why the commotion? Master, you and several elders went to exterminate the demons a few days ago. Why did you not take me along? The visitor insisted. Appearing as a transcendent fairy, yet exhibiting a bold and brash demeanor, akin to a rough warrior. Her favorite pastimes involve dueling and slaughtering, earning her the title of the most formidable female demon of the Sword of Divine Judgment. Yet, she is also the most gifted among the next generation of disciples. Having reached the late nascent soul stage at merely 152 years of age, in a few decades, she will likely become the youngest transformation god in the sect. Choo-choo, what nonsense are you spouting? I have been observing the moon and the gentle breeze atop Songshan. I have not ventured anywhere. Moreover, the cultivation world is currently tranquil. With the demon race expelled to the endless sea, where is the threat? Fan Tian impatiently waved his hand, his troubles incomprehensible to others. But master, word is spread everywhere. You and several elders departed the mountain under the stars, soaring on swords through the night, traversing over 10,000 miles to slay the demon sects Qixue, Baigu, and Minji. Is this not true? Chu-Chu exclaimed, conjuring an ephemeral image that displayed the rugged terrain of Taishui Mountain, marred by terrifying sword energy, where each sword scar spanned hundreds of miles, an act only achievable by a transformation god. Furthermore, the image revealed a bold proclamation. The Sword of Divine Judgment has executed the demons Qixue, Minji, and Baigu as a warning to others. Fan Tian's mind buzzed. He was utterly bewildered. How dare they tarnish the name of the Sword of Divine Judgment? Even if they slay demons, such actions remain intolerable. We must demand an explanation. Suddenly, a shadow of foreboding crossed Fan Tian's mind, and he pondered a troubling possibility. Could it be? No, surely not. This is too reckless. Without regard for his disciple, Fan Tian swiftly rushed to another mountain peak over 100 miles away, where his third senior brother, Zhuang Jing, resides. Senior brother, third senior brother. Disciple of the sect leader, what brings you here? A calm and serene voice emerged, free from worldly concerns. Senior brother, have you ventured out in recent days? Not at all. A month ago, I instructed you to send messages to various sects regarding the reincarnation of our sect's little uncle. Did you relay the messages? I did not. That is good. Fan Tian sighed in relief. While the slaying of 3 old demons is not a dire matter, it is generally understood that the various sects have established customs. Each sect governs its own territory, allowing for free play below the transformation god level. They may engage in whatever antics they wish, provided they possess the capability. However, above the transformation god level, while travel and visiting friends are permissible, it is best not to engage in duels on another sect's territory due to the potential for catastrophic consequences, causing devastation over thousands of miles. Thus, even if one must act, prior notice is required. In this instance, the Sword of Divine Judgment has clearly overstepped its bounds. Fortunately, there are only 2 prefectures remaining in the eastern region, and no top-tier sects are stationed there. Otherwise, this incident alone could incite a war. Disciple of the sect leader. Has the little uncle stirred up further trouble? Zhuang Jing's voice reflected understanding. Indeed, he has ventured to Taishui Mountain in the eastern region, exterminating the demons Qixue, Baigu, and Minji, leaving behind an inscription. Fan Tian's words had barely escaped his lips when Zhuang Jing, usually so composed, suddenly sprang into action, urgency evident in his demeanor. The 2 brothers exchanged glances, sensing the gravity of the situation. Before they could speak further, the other 3 elders of the Sword of Divine Judgment arrived. Drawn by the news, the 5 of them exchanged glances, all feeling overwhelmed. Let us endure this matter for now. Thankfully, the little uncle did not leave his name, otherwise, we would have no room for negotiation. Huh, what if he did? Who would dare defy us? I would be the first to confront them. Elder Yuanjun. The second elder replied coldly. Despite his rational acknowledgement of the situation's precariousness, the Sword of Divine Judgment was not one to shy away from challenges. The little uncle's actions were undeniably impressive. Second brother, we do not imply that there is anything wrong. We simply wish for everyone to coordinate their narratives to prevent further complications. Additionally, We should consider finding a time to communicate with the little uncle. Ahem, elder brothers. I have a stomachache. You all may continue the discussion. Elder Zhuang Jing turned to leave, followed by the second elder and the fourth elder. In the blink of an eye, only Fan Tian and the Grand Elder of the Sword of Divine Judgment remained, sharing a helpless smile. This life is becoming increasingly unbearable. Reporting to the sect leader, Grand Elder, the fourth elder of Tianxian sect, Yu Ran, along with his disciple Chu Fei Yu and 12 others, has journeyed to Tsongshan Prefecture to formally pay their respects.